female presidency right now. If that vision was a success and it was objectively popular and it could defeat Trumpism, you wouldn't be going on fucking Vox.com debates because your vision would have won. I'm saying it. I will obviously be talking about the Vox debate that dovetails into this exact conversation, this point of contention that we're addressing right now. The third way guy on Vox mentioned Shoykot and Steyer lost because of you, but didn't mention anyone campaigned with you and won. Yeah, they actually they gave the third way guys a favorable edit because the third way guys also talked about Ramen losing because of me, and they had celebrated far too early, and I actually dunked on the third way guys for saying that. I guess that didn't make it into the final edit then. Anyway, but we'll get started here.
He is bigoted, he's anti-Semitic, and he is deeply misogynistic.
Hassan Piker has blown up in recent years. After the 2024 election, the popular leftist Twitch streamer became a go-to voice within the Democratic Party, looking to him for questions on how Dems should embrace the new internet, how to reach young men, or even the political cost of the Biden White House's policy on Gaza. But Piker's glow-up has angered a section of Democrats who are growing louder in voice.
He is such an extremist that it will only do damage to Democrats and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism.
In March, a Democratic group called Third Way.
True. I'm such an extremist. Bitch, if you think I'm an extremist, you think the average American is a terrorist, okay? Why am I an extremist? Because I want Medicare for all. Why am I an extremist? Because I want free college, free health care. I want better infrastructure. I want to stop all these wars that we're waging, that all of our finances seemingly go to. If I'm an extremist, then the average American is an extremist, but you can't say that. So you have to keep trying to do this stupid, idiotic disciplining thing, this disciplining method where you just try to cut the head of the snake. But meanwhile, while they're calling me an extremist, we got a hype train going. 4 minutes. You already know what the deal is. It's a hype train. Support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Support the People's Broadcasting Service. Almost said the wrong name for it. If you support the show, you support independent media. And if we get to level 10 hype train, you can do that by subscribing. There's no ads on the broadcast. If you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or gift subs for others so they too can enjoy the show and be able to send me links and whatnot. Then at level 10 hype train, you already know what's up. You already know what we'll be doing. Obviously, we'll be carrying the flame. After seeing Will Neff's level 21 hype train yesterday, or level 23 hype train yesterday, I'm expecting much better performance from you. Okay? When Will literally said, "Oh, I'm not going to don't subscribe to Hassan, subscribe to me later." You guys actually listened, it turns out. Okay? You guys actually listened. That went to 23. Level 23. Hassan Jr., thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Oh, my Lord. Level 3 hype train is already complete. Anyway, let's continue.
Published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal's opinion section saying, quote, Democrats are too cozy with Hassan Piker. Now, Piker is controversial, no doubt. But is he toxic? And how much of this blowback is actually about Piker the person versus the leftist politics he stands for?
I think, as a matter of fact, Third Way's brand of politics has helped Republicans. Why? Their attitude since the Clinton era has been to constantly concede on culture war issues to the Republican Party and never focus on economic populism, left economic populism.
Let's dig in.
Why are you org agnostic? Why not support DSA? Dude, what are you talking about? Why not support the Democratic Socialists of America? I don't think I can physically support the DSA more than I already have. You know? You say you're a socialist and you have enough money, but why are you enticing your viewers to donate money and instead take a Moist Critical posture where he doesn't take money anymore from donations? I don't know. Maybe because when Moist Critical makes one YouTube video, he makes $10 million off of that YouTube video, and subscriptions are the only long-standing method of gaining revenue for myself and my entire operations. And I can't just like travel all around the country and pay for the hardware, pay for everything else without any revenue streams whatsoever, unless I take the pre-existing amount of money that I have and just like dump it into the stock market, which is something that I'm not doing. Moist Critical also literally owns multiple businesses. Like, what are you talking about? If only you had a DSA maroon hat, yeah, I'd rock it right now, but I can't, you know? Also, the federal government is up my ass at this point, so, you know, I'm going to have to hire lawyers and whatnot. And I don't, like, there are a million different revenue streams that I could partake in, which I choose not to. This is it. The only thing is just voluntary subscriptions, okay? Voluntary subscriptions. You don't even need to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. People choose to do so to support the show. Here's what it is, okay? I don't run ads. I don't take sponsorships. I don't even strike down channels that are generating revenue off of my content. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm like, yo, go ahead. Have fun with it. My merchandise that I sell is just for the fans only. There's not like a profit margin there that's significant because obviously it's made in the United States of America and union made at the same time. So I also own and operate a cooperative corporation on top of everything else where it's equal say and equal pay distribution amongst everyone that's involved in it. You're going to have a very hard time finding someone that is operating their business in this manner. And there's no reason to do this. It's not even like technically unethical, half of the shit that I just choose not to partake in. But yeah, I hope that's explain it. I hope that explains the situation. Yes, you are right, Poppy, but I wanted the argument. I'm sorry. Okay, I unbanned you. Even though you've said some insane things in the past, and that's probably the reason why Lake McGroove clapped you here. Look at West European countries destroyed by Muslims and Africans. They come from barbaric countries, living like animals, and when we try to integrate them into our society, they just increase the crime rate and make the cities unsafe. Jesus Christ, dude. Why is it everyone that comes in here and is just like, oh, well, I don't understand. Why are you living an unethical life that I've decided is unethical? And then they go, and then you look back, you look into like their background and they're like, well, African migrants are barbarians that ruin the countries that they migrate to. That's a insane statement, chatter. Holy shit. Yeah, I might have unbanned a little too quickly there. Hopefully we can, hopefully this chatter has moved on from this racist worldview and will no longer be racist in the future. All right, let's continue.
Now, Third Way isn't just any group. It's probably the premier centrist think tank in Washington, D.C. Their whole thing is about pushing the Democratic Party to embrace more moderate establishment candidates that more closely align with their views and, in Third Way's opinion, do better on the ballot. And while I want to know why Third Way thought it was important to publish this article this year, I wanted to begin by highlighting what the op-ed's general argument was. Here's one paragraph that I think lays out their argument well. Mr. Piker is often called progressive, but that does violence to the term. A self-identified Marxist, he has referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as, quote, inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to, quote, liberal Nazis, unquote, and said, quote, Hamas is 1,000 times better, unquote, than the Israeli state. Now, I get the importance of what they're saying, and we know anti-Semitism is an important issue in this country. But I also have more questions, so I connected with John Cohen. Cohen is the president of Third Way and the co-author of this piece in the Journal. I wanted to make sure that I had a good handle on their argument and also push the organization on its motivations and goals. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Delighted to be here.
So to begin quickly, let's hear your case. You know, Third Way has argued that Democrats are too cozy with Hassan Piker. Why?
Look, bottom line is, it's a free country, and I believe in free speech. So Hassan Piker should be free to have his own show, to stream, to say and do whatever he wants. That's not the question. The question is, should Democrats be supporting him? Should Democrats campaign with him? Should Democrats seek his...
I think there's something really funny about this guy who has it ass backwards, and I kind of like brought that up a little bit in the conversation, but it bears repeating, which is, dog, when Democratic candidates have me on stage with them, that's not actually beneficial for me. Like, you have it on backwards. They're asking me to go on stage, not because they love me and they're like, oh my God, it would be so sick. Level 7 hype train complete, by the way. We're at level 8 hype train. Keep those subscriptions coming. But as I was saying, they do that. Well, one, because, you know, there's an ideological alignment there. But they also do that because it gives them credibility on certain issues. And it's beneficial for them. What these guys think, unfortunately, because they're wrong, it's ass backwards, is like those guys are just out of the kindness of their heart offering me a platform. I'm giving them a platform, dude. What do you not understand about this? You mogged us, Hassan. Damn, enjoying the new house. Yes, dude. This is the new house. I'm in a penthouse on Billionaire Row.
Endorsement should Democrats cozy up to him? And the answer is definitively no. Not just because the things he says are profoundly offensive, and I will run through those in a moment, but because he is such an extremist that it will only do damage to Democrats and the Democratic brand and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism and expanding the map across the country. Hassan Piker is anti-American. He is bigoted. He's anti-Semitic. And he is deeply misogynistic.
I kind of wanted to have two questions just to set the scene before we dig into the claims of the article. What was the impetus to publish this piece in March? You know, why this year? Trump is president. Democrats have very little power in Washington. What made you all publish this now?
Great question, Ested. So we published this for a specific reason and a broad reason. The broad reason is that if Democrats are going to not just beat Trump and
here, I'll translate from corpo speak, from consultant speak. We can't yell at the growing base of support for the causes that, align against our corporate investors, like Medicare for all, free college, the litany of things that Bernie has endorsed and supported for years, and most importantly, Israel. And we can't come across constantly yelling about voters not voting right or voters prioritizing things that we don't want them to prioritize. So we'll just yell at a guy who seems to be a megaphone for these issues. We'll yell at because it's much easier to yell at an influencer. You can especially an influencer like myself who has spoken on the record for more than, 10,000 hours, almost 12,000 hours at this point about these issues. It's much easier to identify key quotes that you can just keep repeatedly slamming me with over and over again, right? It's just, sorry. I'm getting some text messages in between. But yeah, of course it's about Israel too. It's about Israel is a great catch-all, okay? Nearly finished level 8. 45 seconds remaining on the hype train, level 8, dude. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. All right, let's get back to turd way. Shitting up a big fart.
Trumpism, but MAGA long run, we need to be able to build majorities in lots of red and purple places. And right now, the Democratic Party is perceived as more extreme than mainstream in many places. So if the party aligns with folks who are this extreme and cozies up to them, it's going to make it much harder, not easier, for Democrats to not just flip the House and get the White House back, but beat Vance and MAGA and Rubio and the rest of them long run. The specific impetus was that the Pod Save folks, right, very prominent Democrats, had featured Hassan Piker at a conference where they are officially elevating him and aligning him with Democrats. That's what triggered this for us, and then a series of other things beyond that.
Okay, let's jump into the article. You know, the article opens up by likening Hassan to far-right anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. Part of the piece reads, quote, left-wing anti-Semites are savvier than the Nazi endorsers on the right who marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, and sat for dinner with the president. This was the first sentence that kind of jumped out to me in the piece because it does seem like Savier's doing some work here. There are material differences between Piker and Fuentes, at least some. Piker has voted for Democrats, Harris in 2024, Biden in 2020. He has openly opposed Trump, while Fuentes has openly praised Hitler, dined with Trump, kind of as the piece reference. Does that make them categorically different or just packaged differently? How is that not a material difference, just savvy, as the piece says?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, Hassan Piker is dangerously close to Nick Fuentes in the level of bigotry and racism and misogyny that he espouses. I mean, it's just staggering. Let me just for your listeners, they really need to understand.
This guy is out of his mind. And anyone who is even remotely familiar, Ested knows me, obviously. Ested has literally invited me to speak at University of Chicago at the Politics Institute. So it's like, I don't think this guy knows that, but it doesn't matter. And obviously, I don't think he's going to push back on any of this stuff. But it's totally ridiculous, preposterous to make this comparison. And no one with half a brain cell is going to agree with this.
Who this guy is. This is what Hassan Piker said about Miley Cyrus. I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus
for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try.
Dude, it's like you're posting this video that someone else unearthed it for you from literally 2013. The video was so unbelievably cringe, attempted satire, and I've addressed it 750 gorillion times. But it's so crazy because, like, I don't even look like this person. Not only do I obviously, not only does this obviously not represent who I am, but I don't even look like this person. It's a 240p clip that you pulled out of your ass to just be like, oh, you're a misogynist. Yeah, it's a sketch. And it was so lame that I didn't even think it was good enough to keep out there. It was a released failed attempt at satire that we deleted literally a month after it was out in the universe. But it's, again, something that I've not only addressed a million times over. Yeah, it had a satire warning as well. But it doesn't even matter, right? It doesn't even matter because it's something that I've already addressed a million times over. You literally said it was satire disclaimer of the video. I know.
Come on, Ested. Why are we defending this?
I guess I'm not really defending it. I'm really just asking about the specific thing that I asked about.
I know, but that's horrific. Horrific. Why should this guy be anywhere near the Democratic Party?
I just want to re-level set. I'm not here for the Hassan Piker is a good person or not question. I'm here for the claims that the article is making. And I guess I wanted to just ask my question again. Like, sure. Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are Trump supporters who have, at times, said nice things about Hitler. Hassan Piker has not done that, has voted for Democrats, has advocated against Trump. And I'm saying, does that make him savvier or does that make him different?
Got it. So Hassan Piker said, he says, if you're someone who says, if I'm a liberal Zionist, it's like saying you're a liberal Nazi. Okay? Mm-hmm. So that is anti-Semitic to its...
No, it's not. No, it's not. Here's the reality. You know it's not. You can't argue against it, which is why you have to keep going down to your nose to be like, well, this is why he needs to be deplatformed. But I'm not saying he needs to be deplatformed, but I'm saying that he's a bad guy. You shouldn't associate with him. Argue against the point then. Like all this old shit that you're pulling out of your ass because, someone sent it to you to be like, this guy's bad. Please don't listen to him. Who gives a okay? None of that shit matters. The shit that actually matters is what I'm saying right now. And you can't argue against anything that I'm saying right now, so you have to keep going. But please, it's just like Nick Fuentes. Why would Nick Fuentes say liberal Zionists are just like liberal? Are you responding to Arun? No, wait, what? No. Why would Nick Fuentes say liberal Zionists are like liberal Nazis? He's a Nazi. So you can't even make that comparison. He literally has a positive opinion of the Nazis. He has openly stated that he is a neo-Nazi and he likes the Nazis. He said Adolf Hitler is base. Obviously, that comparison falls apart with like literally a little bit of scrutiny.
core to say that someone who believes in the existence of Israel is the same as a Nazi. I can't really see the difference between that and Nick Fuentes. On his voting for Democrats...
I can. Nick Fuentes would consider that to be an inappropriate comparison because he's positive about Nazis.
This is what he said about Kamala Harris. He said Democrats, if they were in charge now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. Exact same thing he means as Trump. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you Kamala Harris would be different...
Yeah, again, on the issue of Israel, it's so unbelievably disingenuous that we have straight up adults that are supposed to be goddamn adults that are Democratic Party operatives that have worked within the Democratic Party for 3 decades, that are perhaps most responsible for its failures, still trying to be the banner carrier for this uniparty attitude when it comes to Israel. Also, even the clip chimps, unironically, are probably more appealing to the average normie. Again, I can't stress this enough. Normies don't actually look at the Democratic Party's attitude on Israel or anything else, really, and think that there is like major differences anyway. I do. You're yelling at a guy who does recognize that there is differences, just not on foreign policy and especially not on the issue of Israel, with some fairly significant new developments and exceptions with respect to what Donald Trump has done. Okay?
He's a delusional moron. So, no, he's not for Democrats. He's for China and Russia. He has said that America deserved 9/11. America is, quote, truly the Fourth Reich with nukes. So it's not I'm arguing with you. You're asking great questions. It's that I reject the whole premise. This guy is like Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
And we shouldn't be close to him.
In the article, it also says this language can beget violence. Last year, an alleged murderer, seemingly inspired by left-wing rhetoric, killed 2 people for the crime of being Jewish at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Democrats must understand that accepting anti-Semitic figures like Mr. Piker into the mainstreams puts Jewish lives in danger. Now, I think certainly unequivocally anti-Semitism is on the rise. That represents a violent threat to many Americans. I think we can both acknowledge that. But the CNMP's link there, connecting Piker to the violence, doesn't even mention his name. So I kind of was wondering where that connection came from. Saying that anti-Semitic figures like Piker puts Jewish American lives in danger seems like a pretty big claim. Do we have evidence that Piker's rhetoric has led to violence directly?
There is no question that...
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. So he's just gonna be like, well, it makes me feel bad.
Extremist rhetoric, bigoted extremist rhetoric, including anti-Semitic rhetoric, on the right and the left, absolutely encourages violence. There's a ton written and thought about this. That's incredibly clear. And also,
Can you explain further? Can you elaborate further on how I've done this, though? No, you can't. They don't want you canceled, but they also want to call you a Nazi who shouldn't be associated with. Yeah, no, none of it makes sense. Anyway, he does a long interview with him, but he does an even longer interview with me. So, where I address some of the comments that he pulls up. So, get ready. There's my part that's coming
clear. Up. Piker is someone who actively encourages violence. So, let me give you a quote from Hassan Piker. This is about people who own property. Kill them. Kill those and murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood, dude. So, yeah, Hassan Piker encourages violence in the United States.
Did he interview him before you? Yeah. So he interviewed this guy. He did the classic, like, all the bits, all the greatest hits, like, oh, look at this. I'm so scared of him. Like, he is a scary guy. Why won't you believe me? Why won't you believe that he's a scary guy? Bitch, I own property. The f are you talking about? I literally famously purchased a home. What are you saying?
Period. End of story.
Okay, we're moving on. The article concludes by saying we're all for a big tent, but Democrats need to draw a line in the sand. I wanted to know, what is that big tent? Who's in?
It's really funny because another subject of today's commentary, my former podcast co-host Ethan Klein literally put all of these greatest hits out there in the context nuke, right? And his purpose of this nuke was, by his own, by his own statements, he openly admitted to this, was to deny me any sort of mainstream approval and to, quote unquote, end my career. Now, of course, that context nuke did not end up doing that at all. As a matter of fact, one could even argue that it backfired spectacularly. But one of the wonderful things that has happened is that regardless of the hit piece, it's reached a higher level of prominence now. Like, it's basically all these other people are taking bits and pieces from that hit piece and like deploying it. But because the hit piece itself didn't work at all, this is still not working. Like, they didn't look at that and go, well, obviously this was a failure. We shouldn't try this. They just keep trying it over and over again, and it doesn't work. At most, you can maybe get a couple like scared 75-year-olds that watch Fox News to hear this stuff out and go, yeah, this seems bad. If that's their first interaction with me, right? But it's just pearl clutching. It was just, and it has been, and it will still forever be pearl clutching at a time when most people have a negative association with that sort of thing, right? Most people see this stuff and go, oh, here we go, dude. I know you, like, they also recognize that cancel culture is so unfavorable and viewed so unfavorably by the broadest subsect of American society that they have to couch this with like, I'm not trying to deplatform him, but. So if you're saying that first part, you already know that this endeavor, this malicious outrage manufacturing is going to fail on its face. It's going to fall on its face, it's going to fail. It's not going to work because most people just go, I don't give a shit, man. I don't care. Like, who cares? Okay, this guy's bad. Why should I give a shit about this? Why not keep trying it over and over again? That's what centrist corporatist hacks do with Trump every 4 years. Yeah, but it didn't even work with Trump. That's the point, right? They tried this with Trump. It literally didn't work with Trump, and they're still trying to do it. And now they're like, maybe if it didn't work with Trump, but maybe we can do this to the socialist left flank. It's not working. It's not working. People are smart enough. People are smart enough to, one, get annoyed with this shit because it's unbelievably annoying. And two, they're smart enough to recognize, I care about the policies. I care about the worldview. I don't care about the optics. I don't care about what someone has said in the past. I don't care about the quote mining that you engage in. I only care about who this person is now. You know, just one more article, and this will work is an idiotic endeavor. It's an idiotic argument. Okay? The problem for Third Way is that they structurally can't do that because their worldview is so odious and so out of touch with the needs of the masses that he can't just go there and say with his chest, I want every Democrat to care about the things I care about. I want every Democrat to have a favorable opinion on Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, British Petroleum, Chevron, Exxon, and numerous other corporate subsidiaries and corporate donors that I'm tasked with connecting with the Democratic Party's political class, with his political representation, so they don't listen to the needs of the masses. Or rather, I want to change the needs of the masses to being more favorable to this corporate oligopoly that we have created. He can't say that, so he has to go, oh, the people railing against this structure are actually bad people, I promise. It does work, though. It worked on Corbyn. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. It does not. It doesn't anymore. Okay? It worked on Corbyn because it was in a different timeline, in a different country. It wouldn't even work on Corbyn now. If Corbyn was currently 21K versus 30K is rough, I know, man. I got a lot of adults in this community that don't actually tune in on the weekends, you know? Talk to me when your favorite content creator hits the lowest level of viewership that I hit, okay? When your favorite content creator gets 21K, you'll be in here, you know, singing his gospel, talking about how awesome it is that finally he's getting the recognition. I know. It's the weekend drop-off, baby. It happens every weekend. And dickheads like you come in here every weekend and go, oh, dude, you've died. Your career is over. But thank you for watching. Anyway, as I was saying, they can't make an actual argument. I can. That's the difference. I can tell you exactly what I care about. I can tell you exactly what I believe, and I can tell you exactly what I'm fighting for. They can't. So they have to do this like, we can't tackle the message, so we shoot the messenger ass bullshit all the time, and it still doesn't work. Right? Still doesn't work.
To someone like Joe Rogan, should Democrats go on his podcast?
Again, great question, instead. Democrats should go anywhere and everywhere to make their case and to argue against people who are bigoted. So if you go on Joe Rogan and you disagree with his point of view, argue vociferously about his point of view. Call him out. If you disagree with Hassan Piker, fine. Go on his stream and argue against him and denounce him and expose him for the bigoted guy that he is. That's not our beef with Piker. Our beef with Piker is,
this is a great
why
take.
should Democrats...
Yeah. Some of the most blatantly identitarian people left on this site are pro-Israel moderate Democrats, people like this, that will cynically say, like, at some point, Dems are going to have to acknowledge how ridiculous it is that all of our top punditry is straight white male trust fund babies. Meanwhile, our coalition is predominantly working class women, BIPOC. Yeah. Famously, the predominantly working class women, BIPOC, LGBTQ plus coalition, which, by the way, all of our candidates are, ironically enough, the centrist Democrats are, you know, usually old white men or old white women. Our coalition is actually queer, BIPOC, all this stuff that you're presenting as far as our political representation goes. But not only that, but also you have a Israeli flag in your bio, dumbass. Do you think a predominantly working class, female-led BIPOC, LGBTQ plus coalition is pro-Israel overwhelmingly or anti-Israel overwhelmingly? These guys are still holding on to the 2016 era Bernie Bros mentality where it's like, come on, please, just one more time where we just cynically claim Bernie Bros so white, Bernie Bros so misogynistic, Bernie Bros so racist, and this time it'll work. They're chirping to an increasingly smaller audience, okay? That's it.
Democrats cozy up to him. Why should Democrats platform him at places like the Pod Save conference? Why should Democrats campaign with him? Why should Democrats seek his endorsement? That puts Democrats both on the wrong side of morality, given all of the things I've just said about him, the wrong side of being pro-America, and it is very hurtful politically.
The moderate Democratic base is heavily working class people of color. It doesn't really exist without that kind of diverse base. I wondered about where this priority comes from. If Third Way's point is that Democrats are struggling in places to win over more moderate voters, I guess I was wondering, how do you know that the moderates in question, kind of at the base of the party, share this priority? Do they care about Hassan Piker?
They do not. Not even a little bit. Like, in a way that is like... In a way that's unforgiving, too. In a way that's very forgiving for me and unforgiving for Third Way's priorities. Because once again, the quote-unquote moderate base of support align with me almost entirely. Okay? Maybe not to the degree, maybe not to the choice quotes that they clip out of context or find from like 2013, you know what I mean? Like from 13 years ago to be like, this is what he believes right now. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of things that you could present that the average American voter that's like leaning Democrat would look at and go, I don't agree with this. This is ridiculous, right? But broadly speaking, the issues that I care about, the issues that I fight for, whether it is to call into question America's allegiance to Israel, whether it's to demand free healthcare and free college education and a better infrastructure, to change our spending priorities, to you know, improve the material conditions of the American working class, as opposed to what these dickheads advance and advocate for, which is the exact opposite of those things. Who do you think the average American, like, which message is going to resonate with the average American voter? Saying Israel, we should stop giving them money and spend that money on healthcare instead? Or saying, actually, Israel is our most reliable ally and we need to keep giving them money and we should allow them to also merge with our military, as a matter of fact. And you're an idiot and a simpleton if you think that you deserve free healthcare. Who do you think? What do you think the average American is going to identify with as a political message? What I'm saying or what they're saying? This moderate voter mentality is gone. Okay? This moderate voter was never there. There was never a moment in American politics where there was a guy who was like, you know what? I want to vote for the Democrats over the Republicans, but I really don't like free health care. Like, as a concept, I really, really hate free health care. I don't deserve it. I love being saddled with medical debt after a life-altering medical incident. I love that shit. As long as Aetna and Blue Cross Blue Shield are turning profits, as long as they are increasing the GDP year over year, I'm happy as an American civilian, American citizen, and American voter. Idiotic. What's shocking to me is that they've been able to maintain this nonsensical meta for as long as they were able to maintain it. And they were able to maintain it because the media was completely captive to the same exact corporate interests. So the media kept giving these guys the time of day and reinforcing this message that electability falls on the side of moderates. Electability falls on the side of incremental gains. Electability falls on the side of people who say, no, private healthcare is good, actually. No, Israel is good, actually. It's not real. And it's such a demonstrable failure that Kamala Harris represented those values, and she failed spectacularly. And she failed in such a spectacular manner that even the voters were like, oh, dude, you've been lying to us.
Let's take African-American voters who want to win. We just held a major conference in South Carolina. Those folks want to win. They don't want a party that is deeply connected to and associated with hateful, bigoted extremists like Hassan Piker. That is, their priority is winning, beating back Trumpism and expanding the map. They know in their bones that to do that, you don't...
Yeah, this argument falls by the wayside if you can't prove it. And you can't prove it because it's been disproven. Kamala Harris's defeat, alongside Hillary Clinton's defeat to Trumpism, disproved this for every single Democratic Party voter that wants to win races. Okay? It disproved it.
Become a mirror image of the other party, the right wing that is extremist and bigoted. We don't need two extremist parties in this country. If Democrats are going to beat MAGA and expand the
they
map,
have to become
in the House,
MAGA light. They have to become MAGA light. Sure, it didn't work the last million times we tried it, but this time it'll be different.
Senate and the White House, the only way to do that is to offer an alternative to the extremism of Trumpism, not to mirror it.
I guess Third Way's memo after the 2024 election about the working class disconnect in the party, which I think you may be referencing here, concluded that the party leans too hard into identity politics. The number one takeaway in that memo was that working class voters...
Yeah, cook his ass instead. Yeah, leaning too hard into the identity politics. And now look where they're at. Leaning hard into the identity politics to yell about someone who represents the interests of the masses.
Feel like Democrats prioritize niche identity-based groups. I guess I'm asking, how do you say that in 2025 and then have a campaign come 2026 that is frankly a priority about identity politics? It seems to me that just as you all argued that voters care about more kitchen table, tangible concerns, how do you follow up with that with a campaign about Hassan Piker?
I'm not positive I'm following the premise of the question, but let me respond as best I can. So, first of all, we didn't say that voters and working class voters only care about kitchen table issues. We said they care a lot, but they also care that Democrats don't take what they perceive to be extremist positions.
Yeah, no, the reason why you didn't understand the premise of the question is because it literally undermines the position that you had earlier. What you're doing right now, this practice of like, we should really dial in on a Twitch streamer as a representative of the growing left flank politics and the overwhelming appetite that the masses have for this left-wing politics. We should cast it aside as extremists and literally hit the same identity politics lines, the cynical deployment of IDPOL that we previously said sucked dick.
On culture issues. That's absolutely a thing we've said consistently across for years and years and years. So I don't see how this is identity politics. We are making a simple assertion that if Democrats cozy up to an extremist like Hassan Piker, not only is that morally wrong, but they are going to push away many of the moderate voters that they need to build electoral majorities. And by the way,
how do you know that? Like, I guess I'm saying, like, it's happening right now. The man has a popular Twitch stream, much more popular than a lot of other people, and a lot of more moderate folks making a similar message. He's not getting invited to CrookedCon or these other things because there's not an audience. How are you so confident in your assertion that Hassan Piker's political views, which I understand you're making a point about the clearly offensive things that he has said throughout his time in public life, but there is clearly an audience for Hassan Piker's political message. So I'm saying, how do you separate those two things? How do you deal with the reality that Democrats have changed on terms of, like, America's relationship to Israel? That things like Medicare for All are increasingly popular. Like, things like Abolish ICE are growing in popularity. So I'm saying that is, I think, a more full representation of the stuff he talks about politically. How are you dealing with that shift among the Democratic base, even if you're making the argument that he himself is offensive?
Well, let me just give you an example. I get your question. So in 2025, in the off-year elections, right, Mondani, a Democratic socialist, won in New York, right? And Sherrill and Spanberger won in New Jersey and Virginia. They were both.
This is why these guys would rather there be a Republican majority in the Senate than push for Grant Plattner to win. Lucky for us, they got no motion amongst the masses. Do you understand why? Because guess what? If Grant Plattner wins, if Abdul al-Sayed wins in Michigan, if Democratic Socialists keep winning, not just their primaries, but their general elections, okay, then this argument that he is about to present, which you've heard a million times over, falls apart in spectacular display. And the counter to his argument also is that Spanberger is now deeply unpopular due to the same exact moderate policies that she has advanced, as opposed to Zohran Mamdani, who has followed through on his campaign promises, is deeply popular. That's the issue. Not only is their argument about moderates winning elections wrong, okay? Yes, in an anti-Trump wave year, yes, you can put a cookie-cutter neoliberal Democrat in office and they will probably win. Okay? But will they maintain their popularity, or will they make way for potentially a worse version of MAGA later down the line is the question. And we know that that has happened already with Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the moderate. Joe Biden ran and won and governed like a moderate. There were a lot of things that he did that was incrementally moving the needle in the appropriate direction, but no bold, radical, sweeping agenda changes. And we got Trump again in the aftermath of that because his popularity fucking fell by the wayside. We don't just want people to win elections in that year due to the unpopularity of the Republicans. We want a resilient political movement. We want real changes. We want real changes to come that will benefit the working class. Okay? It's that simple, man.
Both moderates.
Yeah.
Where was turnout higher? New York, Virginia, or New Jersey?
That feels like an unfair question from a local to statewide election. Like, come on. We're talking about a mayor's race versus a governor's race. Like, that's a trick question.
That's not a trick question. It was higher in Virginia and New Jersey.
I mean, Mamdani's favorability rating is much higher than Sherrill's or Spanberger's. Like, you can pick a number and make this argument in either way.
I'll give you another example, okay? So since 2018, right, a central task has been to flip red congressional seats to blue, right? That's a central task in the Trump era. Crucial task. The House New Democrats have backed candidates and invested in candidates who flip 50 seats. Our Revolution, right, and Justice Democrats, two of the most prominent left-wing groups associated with Piker and Bernie and AOC, et cetera, have flipped literally zero.
Yeah.
Zero. Okay. Well, that tells you where voters are at. Voters are...
Dog, you have an unbelievable money cannon that you deploy at these races that you identify with, whereas groups like Our Revolution are so much pickier by design because they have an ideological slant. I don't know if what he is saying currently is correct either, but you're literally taking ownership over the entirety of the coffers of the DNC and then pairing that up against a random group that doesn't even have a fraction of the coffers of the DNC. You're literally talking about cushy seats. It's ridiculous.
Saying, I want the moderate candidate with the moderate vision. That's how they flip 50 seats. Is it true that there are deep left places in the United States where that you can make even more blue? Of course there are.
I don't even know exactly what the argument he's what the data he's referencing here is, for the record. I don't even know.
But that's not the central political challenge of our time. If you want to beat MAGA, is to make blue places bluer. It's to flip red.
But yeah, he's like referencing Zoran's turnout, for example. So you know he's making an indecent argument regardless.
Red places to blue. And the track record there is unequivocal. These folks have tried over and over and over since 2018. They only make blue places bluer. So I reject the premise of your question. It is true that Mondani can be popular in a deep blue place, and it's also true that lots and lots of moderates can get elected in purple and red places. Those things are simultaneously true. They don't.
Here's the thing. As far as what he's saying, this is the last gasp of a dying movement. Neoliberalism is dying. People find this kind of politics to be repugnant. It's elitist, it's out of touch. It puts corporations and corporate interests first over the interests of the masses, right? And so he's basically presenting the last version of this argument, which is Zoran only works in New York. It doesn't work in purple districts. Okay, Maine and Michigan are very important races for that reason. That's why I keep saying it doesn't matter what Graham Plattner's background is. Okay? Doesn't matter what Graham Plattner's background is. Doesn't matter what the red flags are there. As far as like an argument against the way that these guys have represented the best possible electoralist method, Graham Plattner and Abdullah Syed are going to be the final nail in the coffin for this kind of pro-neoliberal, pro-corporate Democrat message from advancing. It's the last place that they can point to. Once that goes away, they're going to say, oh, why can't socialists win in Alabama? And guess what? We'll win there too one day. All right? But that's all this is. First, they say socialism doesn't win anywhere. Then when it starts winning in places like New York, they say, oh, it's just deep blue. That's why it's winning in New York. Once it starts winning in purple areas, they're going to say, why doesn't it win in deep red? Okay? And one day, we'll win in deep red places too.
Disprove each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that particularly to your point about like the left coalitions not necessarily succeeding in red to blue places, I think that's unequivocally true. Their goal seems to be a little different. Their goal is to somewhat change the Democratic Party, and the way that, you know, MAGA and Trump, others had a specific goal of changing the Republican Party through primaries, through pushing candidates that believe a specific vision. It seems like we're talking about kind of two different things.
But I mean, let's ask a question. If the existential threat politically of our time is MAGA and Trump, the job is to beat them, to win the White House, to flip the Senate, and to flip the House. That's the job. Why would you then try to make blue places bluer? That's a serious distraction if you believe that MAGA is an existential threat to our democracy and our way of life.
Donald Trump is...
Why? Why is that a serious distraction? Why? Why is that a serious distraction?
President right now. Not because of progressives, really. You know, like the existential threat of Donald Trump, that goal, Democrats failed it. Like, he won again. It did. So I'm saying, like, it doesn't seem to me that the question is about the...
By the way, here's the thing. Instead, unlike many of his counterparts in mainstream news and mainstream media, because of his job as a reporter that travels the entire country, has talked to these real moderate voters, right? So he knows that the third way argument is a failure. He has seen the third way argument be broadly represented to the masses and fail. He has heard from people in red districts and purple districts, you know, moderate voters, what this guy would perceive as moderate voters, and he's heard from them that the Democratic Party is, you know, is seen as an absolute failure.
Existential threat of MAGA. It feels to me that really where the left and others are trying to do is say, in the rubble, that is this Donald Trump reality, how is the kind of Democratic Party moving forward? It actually seemed like you were kind of leaning in that question too, in terms of shaping the Democratic Party's future also. So I feel like this red to blue point is kind of a diversion from what you all are both doing, which is pushing the Democratic Party.
I agree, but I don't think it's a diversion at all, meaning this, instead. If you're offering a vision for the future of the Democratic Party, right, that vision cannot just be your dreams of what you want to have happen. It has to be grounded in political reality, right? Your vision has to have concrete proof that you can over and over and over again expand this deep blue formula to places that are red and purple. Because if you can't do that, all you're saying is we can hold a small slice of the country and make it even bluer, but we have no formula to actually flip the rest of the country. That's a non-starter as a political vision. That's where it connects, which is
It's just like, we know this is a failure, dude. You own the Democratic Party, and therefore you own its failures. We know it failed in 2016 and also in 2024. You wouldn't be... Here's the thing. If this vision, the constant pivot to the center, had a real base of support and was broadly popular, you wouldn't have to dignify instead with a conversation about a socialist Twitch streamer. It's that simple. Because guess what? We'd be living under Kamala Harris's first female presidency right now. If that vision was a success and it was objectively popular and it could defeat Trumpism, you wouldn't be going on Vox.com debates over how wrong someone like myself is. You wouldn't even know who the I am. Because your vision would have won. It would have proven without any doubt whatsoever to anyone who is knowledgeable on the issue, anyone with a crumb of interest in winning elections, that your style of politics had a real market, had a real audience, had a real legion of diehard supporters. And you wouldn't be wasting your time doing this shit. The reason why you're duking it out about a Twitch streamer and failing to deliver a convincing message to Ested is because it's failed. The Democratic Party has failed over and over again.
Have great ideas. I agree with you. Great debate about left-wing ideas. But half of what you offer as a political movement has to be a formula for flipping the country your direction, and these guys have utterly failed at that.
We're going to talk to Piker, as we mentioned, about these controversial statements, about the distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and what he thinks about his responsibility to the audience. I think one thing that's important that we haven't really talked about is this is different than kind of a traditional media person or endorser because, you know, these Twitch streamers make a lot of money from controversy, and there's not really a gut check on accountability. So all I'm saying is we're going to ask about all that. Is there anything that you think he hasn't answered or is a question that you want to put in front of him from Third Way?
He has said repeatedly that he doesn't want to apologize for anything he says. He doesn't take it back. It's all taken out of context. We've heard him say that many times.
That's not true.
So, again, same thing.
Listen, man, if you serve a platter that has a diverse range of issues that you're representing as though it's like it bears significance on my current attitude or my current advocacy, while simultaneously peppering in actual shit that I have said recently and do believe and do stand by, yes, some of those things I'm not going to apologize for because there's nothing to apologize for, like the Israel-Hamas dynamic, right? But yes, of course, there's plenty of things that you've brought up in here that I have apologized for in the past.
Could go through all these quotes. Well, I gave you the one on Miley.
Yep, we'll ask about that one.
Okay, how about this one? There is nothing more annoying to me than first generation, second generation, third generation Asian. You are dogs to white people. You are literally barking for white people. My question to Hassan Piker is...
Yeah, see, that's a great quote. I'm talking about minority groups that tokenize themselves deliberately to participate in white supremacist actions. What do you want me to say? You want me to apologize for people that literally place themselves at the forefront of the anti-DEI, anti-affirmative action initiatives? Do you not feel even a sense of shame when you're talking to a black man too about this? Like, it is out of context, I guess, in that circumstance. Out of context quote? Yeah. No, there is no standpoint epistemology. When you come to me with a quote like that, I'm going to tell you what the quote is about. Now you can tell me if you disagree with it. Do you think that the anti-DEI initiatives were actually appropriate? Do you stand by that? Do you agree with the Trumpism and the MAGA movement on that front? Do you think it was good that a bunch of white supremacist organizations with a white supremacist goal of destroying what remains of a crumb of hope, a crumb of upwards mobility that we've offered to some black people if they're fortunate enough to receive it, that getting destroyed was good? Is that how you feel? You think the anti-DEI initiatives are solid? Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I don't give a shit if it's a white supremacist organization that puts at the forefront of their message a bunch of students that have been harmed by affirmative action and anti-DEI initiatives that happen to be Asian. Yes, they're using standpoint epistemology to advance a white supremacist agenda. Okay?
Is he ever going to apologize sincerely and profusely and go on an actual apology tour for the
Why the would I do that? Suck my dick, dumbass.
dozens and dozens and dozens of bigoted, offensive, misogynistic things he said? Or is he just going to...
Let me constantly, oh my God, I'm so sorry for a litany of quotes that are mostly out of context over the course of my 13-year political commentary career. Oh my God. You think that's productive? Talk about a distraction. God, this is the mighty falling out of favor, okay? This guy worked for presidents, okay? This guy and this institution was at the center of power in the Democratic Party, and now he has reduced himself to debating Twitch streamers, dude. It's over. Your movement is dead. It's done. We are coming. It's that simple. You can keep crying and behaving like a baby over and over again. Be like, oh, it hurt my feelings. I heard some of his quotes and it was scary. But the real thing you fear is not necessarily the things that you heard about me that really frustrated you. The real thing you fear is that you're losing prominence. Okay? You're not even debating Twitch streamers. It's even worse. You're debating about Twitch streamers because you can't talk to me directly either. Because I've already said it. Like, I'll talk to anybody at Third Way. Anytime, any day. If they want to come on the broadcast and cry about my choice quotes, oh my God.
keep standing by all of them?
I think it's totally fair to ask about apology, about regret, about whether he stands by it. So we'll make sure to include those. I actually have another couple I plan on asking about Hamas and the Israeli government. We'll put in front of him as well. Do you have anything else you want to make sure you mention? I got through my questions. We'll take these to him, but want to make sure you feel like you had your piece.
No, that was great. Very quick, actually, just because it's relevant to what just happened. Just to note at a practical level, in the California races, so Chakrabarti, who was AOC's former chief of staff, campaigned with Piker. He came in a distant third in that race. Tom Steyer went on Piker's stream. So I get it, but as a very practical...
Yeah, he also brought up Nithya Raman, but instead gave him the favorable edit. Yeah, they took out the Nithya Raman part. I know. He brought up Raman too, but by the time they had come... by the time they'd actually interviewed me, it turns out Nithya Raman had won over Spencer Pratt, and I talked about that extensively with Ested. So I'm a little sad that they edited that in his favor, okay? Because I know he brought that up because Ested brought it up to me, and at that point Nithya Raman had won, and I even brought up the fact that this guy was actively celebrating a Republican like Spencer Pratt winning, or what he thought at the time was a victory over Nithya Raman. And it showed his priorities.
practical matter, if you're a Democrat who wants to win, much less one who has some kind of high moral standards against bigotry and racism and misogyny, very unclear that as a practical matter, Piker gets you much of anything except driving away people who matter to building a big Democratic tent. I want to come back. Here's what we are asking of Democrats. Don't campaign with the guy. Don't platform him. Don't cozy up to him.
It's so funny that it's just not going to worry either. Especially because, like, think about this man's peak success. Like, his goal is to not have me sit on stage with any of these candidates, right? And what's hilarious about it is that even if every single candidate going forward from this day on was like, I hate Hassan, that wouldn't change what I'm doing even a little bit, okay? I don't like doing candidate interviews. I don't like it. I don't like doing candidate interviews at all. I don't like appearing alongside candidates. I mean, I caught the bug on the rally stuff a little bit. I think it's fun. But even then, I'm perfectly fine never doing another rally ever again. You want to know why? It's not great content. Nobody in my audience gives a shit about it. They don't even like it. They don't even watch it on the VODs. They don't like it when I'm doing it live. Okay? They don't. I don't do it because it's really good for me. I'm spending a shit ton of money out of pocket. Shouts out to the subscribers. Okay? It's bad content. If that was the reason why I was doing it, it's bad content. Doesn't do anything for me. I'm literally burning money anytime I do this. I'm away from home. I'm away from my dog. I'm away from my friends and family. It f***s up my schedule. I don't do it because it helps me. I do it because it helps the candidates, you idiot. And guess what? The candidates know that, which is precisely the reason why since this goddamn article came out, there's plenty of parts that he won't acknowledge. Adam Hamawi won, obviously. He won't ever recognize that. And Abdul Sayed has surged into first place in the Democratic Party primaries in the Senate race in Michigan. Okay? That's the thing. Chris Rabb won as well against the Democratic Party machine. That's the beauty of it. He won't talk about the victories because he's trying to actively try to get everyone to stop talking to me. The reality is, since that article came out, not only were there tremendous victories, but beyond that, every Democrat around the country has literally reached out, including centrist Democrats, ironically enough. That's right. Centrist Democrats have reached out because they were like, oh my God, this guy clearly has a big audience and he's speaking for a cause that we need to hear from. He's speaking for causes that we need to actually gain more legitimacy and more prominence in.
I'll let you get the last word on that. Thank you, Jonathan, for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Up next, what Hassan Piker has to say in response. Hassan Piker, thank you for joining America Actually.
Thank you for having me.
I wanted to talk to you because, as you know, we talked to the president of Third Way, the centrist Democratic group that has argued that Democrats are too cozy with you. And we dug into their argument. And it seemed both substantive and personal. They say that your brand of politics is bad for the Democratic Party, which we'll dig into later. But they also argued that just the scope of things that you have said are too offensive and that you have not apologized for them. Racist things, anti-Semitic things, sexist things. I wanted to start with some of those statements that get quoted a lot. I know that some of which they quoted were not taken in context, but a couple others seemed as if there were some merit to them. So I'm going to play the first one.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus.
Oh, my God.
At the VMAs the other night, I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it.
Okay, so that was one of them. I want to say, how should we think about these past statements? Do you stand by them? Will you apologize?
Oh my God, it's so cringe. It's that is an unearthed attempt at a satirical like pop culture / like dating advice show that I was trying to do that was like bro focused. And of course I've apologized for it. I mean, it's nasty. It obviously doesn't reflect my current values, and it hasn't reflected my values since like I was 25 14.
What would you ascribe that to? Like, what was the shift in values? Is that just growing up, or is that like something happened that make you think, let me pivot away from this kind of
No,
concept?
it was a desperate attempt to try to be funny.
What is
and
this?
I was much younger
Caught?
back then too, and I definitely played it fast and loose with the satirical element of it becoming like
Dude, what the is this? Caroline Khan announces that Hassan and Farah looking to buy a house in New York City for a few weeks per year, that they're there visiting from LA. She suggests that Hassan can write off taxes if the house is used for content as she walks back several unhoused individuals. Dog, please don't give any attention to this absolute stalker account. Jesus Christ. Why? Why are you guys literally... Why? What's wrong with you? That's Dan Stalkman's personal account that he uses to take anything and everything anyone in my vicinity has ever said and then negatively frame it. We are not buying a house, man. Half the shit is a joke. Oh my God. Yes, dude, I'm buying a mega mansion, okay? And I'm specifically displacing orphanages in New York City, okay? You caught me. That's literally what we're doing. And I'm going to rent it out. And I'm going to be a bad landlord, okay? I'm going to be a landlord, and I'm going to be a bad one specifically. You got me. This is real. This is a real thing that's happening. Please, guys, please. These are dangerously unstable individuals that are actively spending every waking moment to try to disparage me. Do you understand? They will clip you out of context. I know. I'm gonna do all of that. I mean, it's so ridiculous. Like, who cares? Who cares?
It was far too misogynistic, which is why we deleted it almost on release. But then nothing gets deleted on the internet, of course.
Yeah, I mean, but Third Way's argument was that you have not apologized. You're saying you have.
Oh, of course. And not only that, but also a big part of my politics and a big part of my worldview revolves around rehabilitation, both in the criminal justice system, but also the draconian attitude that I think a lot of Americans have towards rehabilitation in the social crimes division. And I use examples such as that one that you just showed as a way to say, look, like I had misogynistic opinions in the past, I've had transphobic opinions in the past, and I've worked through them, understanding that it causes harm to others, and it also is not reflective of who I am as a person.
I mean, that's one of the statements, but there's a couple others, and I do want to play another that is more recent. Now, this comes from the question that Third Way was raising about anti-Semitism, which seemed central to the reasons that the UK recently barred you from entry. You have said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state and doubled down on it later, saying that you would vote for them over Israel every time. You once referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, but the one that they focused on most specifically was a time on stream when you were arguing with the Jewish man and said this statement.
You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza. You baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
Now, I'm going to...
That's a banger. Also, that person is not Jewish. Yeah, that was just a addition. They just added that on. It's a anonymous account. That person was not Jewish.
To ask about that because they brought up that specific slur as something that you also have not apologized for. In the aggregate, how does this not add up to someone who has trafficked in anti-Semitic tropes?
Yeah, I didn't even know that this is like in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic. The term, the utilization of the term "pig dog" is what is in contention, right? Yeah, I didn't realize that. I don't even think anyone else realizes that this was actually an anti-Semitic statement. I've only heard about it being referred to as like capitalist pig dog and red alert as a common thing that socialists have deployed against capitalists and fascists.
But that common
alike.
thing could be based in a history that has anti-Semitic ties
I
to
didn't,
it, right?
I didn't know that.
And so the same question becomes the same. They were asking specifically.
Did you catch the watermark on the clip? No, I have not. What was it? I didn't even see the watermark. Where is it? Where was it? Oh, these messages from Hamas Piker. Oh, God damn. Yeah. it's ironic because I do bring up the Hamas Piker website later. Oh.
We heard about it being referred to as like capitalist big dog and read against
anti-Semitic ties.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And so the same question becomes the same. They were asking specifically about apology. Is there one for this statement?
Oh, for the utilization of the term, pig dog. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's look. I don't think they're being sincere when they say this stuff.
We'll get
But and you know, we can talk further about that. But yeah, of course, I never want to offend entire swaths of the population unless they're fascist.
The third statement they talked about that we want to ask about, again, before we get to the kind of broader questions, is that you had advocated for violence. Now, I pushed back against some of their claims specific to anti-Semitism because I don't think that really added up. But there was a moment in a 2025 live stream when you said, quote, if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick.
Yeah, I don't know why they're like the pig dog thing has any salience whatsoever, because I don't even think that it is like a known. Look, I have a PhD in racism. Okay, as you guys know, I'm Dr. Jihad. I have a doctorate in jihad and a PhD in racism, and that's not like an established trope. That's not an established trope at all. I don't think it's an actual anti-Semitic term. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why people say it's an anti-Semitic term. I've never heard it, but you know, it looks like it was a common insult in Germany. So I'm sure it was used by Nazis to describe Jews, but it's clearly not specific to Jews. Yeah. It's just like, it's a reach. It's a total reach. But again, if it's offensive to people, like, I'm sorry. I don't want to offend you, you know?
God, that comment got you temporarily pulled from Twitch, but you've since said it was a figure of speech. I still wanted to ask, though, based on their argument, in a country with real political violence, is that irresponsible?
Yeah, that also was directly clipped out of context. I was actually referencing Mike Johnson talking to Caitlin Collins on CNN. He was bringing up the fact that they were not actually taking people off of Medicare or not trying to erode Medicare expenditure, but instead combating Medicare fraud. And I said, if you, Mike Johnson, actually cared about Medicare fraud, you would, and I used hyperbolic language there, and I shouldn't have. But no, the whole point of that was, and I followed it up in the longer conversation. It's pretty obvious. I'm talking about Rick Scott committing, at the time, award-winning amounts of Medicare fraud. It's more so about the point that, like, Republicans love to present an argument as though they care about Medicare fraud, but in reality, they're actually just trying to gut Medicare in its entirety.
I asked because I think they were trying to make a larger argument about the responsibility or lack of responsibility to your audience, which is a big one. As that has grown over the years, how have you thought about the balance between filling the hours of day that streaming requires and not leaning in to the most controversial or most bombastic version of yourself? Do you think about that?
I do, absolutely. I mean, I think the fact that over the course of 10,000 hours, the only choice quotes that they can find are from like 2013 that are actually embarrassing and not even like remotely out of context or something that, like, I don't think anybody knew was an anti-Semitic slur at all. And I still don't even understand fully what that, like, where the pig dog thing comes from.
Rick Scott was 2025, you know?
But yeah, but Rick Scott is a more recent example. And I think, like, that, once again, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. I'm not, like, talking about, like, advocating to assassinate an American politician in that situation. There is always going to be opportunities for groups to create and manufacture outrage, manufacture controversy around everything that I'm saying. And the medium that I occupy makes it virtually impossible to be controversy ridden. Right. I mean, to be
controversy free.
Yeah, controversy free. Sorry.
Now, I guess, though, if someone was hearing an introduction to you for the first time through Third Way article or even some of the arguments they made, and to me, if we were to add up what that defense is it apology? Is it taken out of context? Or is it something where you're like, this is a while ago and I'm a different person now?
It's all three. And on top of that, there are a lot of people who are just, like, waiting around to genuinely clip stuff in the moment to be like, oh, I can clip this out of context and I can blast into the orbit. I have a lot of people who despise my worldview.
Have you changed how you go about those 8 hours as the focus on you has gotten bigger?
Absolutely, but I think it was post October 7. It wasn't recent.
Okay.
Post October 7, I very quickly found out that there were numerous advocacy organizations and numerous groups on the internet that were volunteering to do this thing. They set up a website called Hamas Abi, I think on October 14th, 2023. It's incredible. Like October 7 happens, it's horrifying. The world is in crisis. Israel very quickly goes into Gaza, starts murdering Palestinians by the hundreds, by the thousands. And there were people on the internet whose first goal in that moment was to set up a website to log every single thing that I have said about Israel from October 8th and onward. And that's when I realized, like, I have to be unbelievably careful, which is precisely the reason why since October 8th, 2023, I've talked for thousands of hours on this issue. And there's like 3 things that they can point to. And one of them is me referring to, you know, ultra far right ethno-nationalists and fascists as inbred, which is something that I deploy against all matter of racists and white nationalists in general, because that revolves around purity politics, like genetic purity politics at the end of the day. And I think that's a normal pejorative to deploy against, you know, neo-Nazis and far-right settlers as well.
I guess I do want to clarify one big point, though. I do think that, like, the double down you made on Pod Save America, specific to saying you would vote for Hamas over Israel, is to some people enough of an offense to ignore the rest of, I think, the context you are trying to lay out.
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
I want to give you another opportunity. An opportunity.
I've already tripled down on it.
Yeah, I'm like, you're about to triple down on it.
No, I'm about to quadruple down because I tripled down on it. I tripled down on it on LBC. And I think like the quadrupling and tripling down on it is like also part of the process. Like, I'm aware that this is something that most people have never encountered. This is not a statement that they would ever hear in polite society. And that's kind of the purpose of it.
It's intentionally provocative.
It is intentionally provocative, but I don't think it's inappropriate.
I mean, if the point of the statement is to underscore the violent atrocities that the Israeli government has committed, particularly over the last 3 years, I think that people understand that. But
That's
doesn't that flatten? I mean, I think the argument is that it flattens the atrocities Hamas has committed on some of the same people.
I think that that flattening actually does a disservice to the Palestinian resistance fronts in its entirety, because there is no flattening. When I say Israel's 1,000 times worse, I mean it, because the reality of the matter is, in the Western world, once any non-state actor is...
Yeah, I'm saying, like, there's no parity. That actually is a disservice to the Palestinians if we flatten it. I'm not flattening it. I'm saying one side is worse. Okay? And this is, unfortunately, while true, 100% true and indisputable, it's never actually mentioned in mainstream outlets. And as a matter of fact, the conversation revolves around the inappropriate nature of the person saying it. I think it's ridiculous. I'm not trying to flatten it. I'm saying one side is worse. Israel is worse. I'm not saying there's parity between the two parties. One side is the oppressed. The other side is the oppressor. The oppressor is worse than the oppressed. The excesses of the oppressed still cannot make up for the unbelievable super violence, the unbelievable ultra violence that the oppressor is engaged in. As a matter of fact, the excesses of the violence that the oppressed and the dispossessed engage in comes as a direct consequence of the unbelievable ultraviolence of the oppressor. It is Israel's actions that have led the Palestinians to evolve in their militancy.
Designated as a terrorist organization, there is a good deal of racialized animosity demonstrated towards these sorts of groups as well. And I think that it's important for people to understand that these are normal human beings at the end of the day that have suffered tremendous loss over the course of...
I guess people maybe not care about the discrimination Hamas faces. Like...
No, but it's very important to understand that, because it's not Hamas. Hamas is not an alien entity. These are Palestinians, right? And of course it's important to understand how they arrived at militant resistance, why they're doing it, and how their methods have also evolved, and how such heinous acts of violence even take place. A lot of people want to assume, sorry to cut you off, but a lot of people want to just believe that Hamas did this because they're violent, barbaric anti-Semites. I don't think that's the case. Actually, I know that that's not the case. This is like, are there anti-Semitic people?
I'm about to say there's certainly.
Of course.
I'm like, we're not about to say that Hamas is a movement with some anti-Semitism baked into.
Of course. Now, of course, there's anti-Semitic people within the Palestinian resistance. There's anti-Semitic people in America. There's anti-Semitic people everywhere. But the anger or the goals of Hamas is to make the occupation as costly as possible, while also simultaneously trying to negotiate with Israel at a time when Palestinians had been completely written off from the conversation, and that it was all but over. That the ethnic cleansing was an inevitability.
I guess I just want to say, like, and I do want to move on from this, but I also think it's important to underscore that I don't think people who are maybe more good faith upset by this would not be upset by the statement of we need to understand the conditions that have led Hamas to resistance. But that seems distinct from saying I would vote for them, right? Like, and that also seems like, at minimum, it underscores why there is a website set up, like, or why there is something that tries to link you to a group that you're linking yourself to, in terms of at least trying to understand that perspective. So I guess I'm saying, like, I don't think the kind of argument you're making here, saying we should learn the structural conditions that have led to this moment,
is
exactly the same as folks being upset at I will vote for Hamas over the Israeli government.
I am, at the end of the day, someone who is engaging in, and this is a Marxist term that a lot of people get mad at because they don't understand that propaganda is supposed to be a neutral term in its inception, but this is agitative propaganda. The entire point I'm making there is to cause you to second guess when we have this back and forth conversation, as I'm sure many people who will be tuning in to listen to this conversation will maybe think about this perspective differently than they ever have.
I think that, well, maybe that's a good place to leave it, because I feel like that kind of agitation is clear and folks can think about that argument. I want to talk about the kind of political theory of change that was also built into what the third wave president was saying.
I think that's pretty solid. Look, a lot of people say Ested was being far too contentious here, but he's not supposed to glaze me. He's trying to, offer not his perspective, but he's trying to give enough room for me to push back against certain points of view and say my piece. And he's doing the same to the third way guys as well. Okay? If he comes across bad in this interview, that's him falling on that grenade in an effort to make sure that he can give both sides and their perspective, even if it's an issue where he has his own personal opinions, right? In any case, I think I said my piece and it was pretty solid. Like, if it was a more contentious interviewer, I would have definitely brought up the fact that, the Nat Turner rebellion was probably conducted by some people who had a very good reason to hate white people. I would not hold that against them. I didn't say that in that moment, because my goal wasn't to, undermine his position or make it seem like he's like defending Israel, right?
He was saying that hearing stuff, even like this, from you makes it harder for the Democratic Party and is a reason why they should kind of keep a distance from associating. He says, this is a ready-made ad for someone in a congressional swing district or someone whose electorate might be offended by some of the stuff that you say. But it's not clear to me that your goal is get the most Democrats elected. So I wanted to ask, one, is it? And two, if not, what is the goal?
No, I care about political action. And I care about policies. I care about advancing political goals. I don't have any loyalty to any brand or any identity of any sort.
Are you a Democrat? Do you consider yourself?
I vote Democratic usually. So yes, I've never voted for a Republican. I will never vote for a Republican.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Yes, I did. But I did not endorse Kamala Harris.
Famously, I remember that part.
Yeah, and the only reason for my refusal to openly endorse was because the red line that I think was a pretty understandable red line, which was a continuation of the genocide in Gaza. I understand the harm reduction arguments. I've made the harm reduction arguments, but it's not a practical approach to winning elections, and that's something that I've always referenced over and over again, and demonstrably it's been a failure with Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris.
And it's certainly growingly true among the electorate. I know folks I met on the road, and we talked about this even back in 2024, 25, about that sense of emergency lever being pulled was one that Democrats felt increasingly that they were getting sick of kind of getting pushed into a vote blue no matter who without those questions of red lines. But, you know, a lot of your energy is spent focused on the Democratic Party from the left, moderates, donor class, abundance crowd. In a midterm where the House is on the line, where Donald Trump is, I think even in your own words, making a march towards a more authoritarian, maybe fascist country, is there a point where that type of friendly fire backfires? Like, do you worry about helping Republicans?
No, I don't think this helps Republicans at all. I think, as a matter of fact, third way's brand of politics has helped Republicans. Why? Their attitude since the Clinton era has been to constantly concede on culture war narratives and culture war issues to the Republican Party and never focus on economic populism, left economic populism, because they have corporate donors, right? And their job is to basically connect those corporate donors to the Democratic Party as a whole and to maintain a certain posture within the Democratic Party's center of power that they do abide by the interests of corporations and oftentimes place them over the interests of the population.
When you stream with a politician, are you reaching out to them? Are they reaching out to you? How do you go through those choices?
Oh, they're reaching out. And especially since the third way stuff. Oh my God.
So is that progressives only? Is that
no?
That's across the board?
No, it's actually across the board. It's shocking.
So how do you make decisions about who comes on the stream and who doesn't?
I don't like doing the candidate interviews. I don't like doing the candidate collabs at all. It's not very good content. People don't want to watch it. It's kind of boring for the most part. So why do you do it? I do it because if there are candidates worth showing my audience, and if I want to fundraise for them, if I believe that they're decent, if I believe that they're good, then I'm willing to lend not just a platform but support to them.
That seems like it's changed a little bit, or at least you're doing more of that. Like, was there like a conscious decision over the last year or so to say, hey, like, I'm going to become a more active force in lifting up these midterms candidates. I'm going to use this stream as a fundraising tool for some of these people. It doesn't seem like that's where you always were.
It's not. Okay. I wasn't there at all, as a matter of fact. I mean, I've always like collaborated with politicians that I like, Ilhan Omar, AOC, and you know, Bernie Sanders and stuff, but never this hands-on. And I think the reason for that is I didn't change necessarily, but the environment did. Americans are far more...
You should do one centrist rally if there's no progressive in play. It will help you tremendously. No, it won't. Your argument would be better if you didn't quote Marx there. I'd be good if you became a bit more concise. Buddy, I need you to understand something. I'm not trying to win you over, okay? Like, I'm not trying to win centrists over, or rather the centrist consultant class over. Centrist voters, on the other hand, who don't behave like centrist consultants are fine by me. Centrist voters who are not so centrist, they already do get won over. They get won over when we put numbers on the board. They get won over when they see that the centrist politicians are not winning races. I'd like you a lot more if you were a centrist is not something that I'm invested in. Okay? No, you have that dog in you. You already won me over, not talking about me. No. You need to rid yourself of that brain poison. You're doing that thing that I despise amongst the electorate. There are people that for decades have been conditioned into thinking that they have to not vote for their favorite candidate, but they have to vote for who the television man is telling them is electable. Okay? Those who seek out candidates that they think others will enjoy, others will like. You are doing that very same thing. Erase that part of your brain. Okay? You have the dirtiest case of pundit brain, consultant mindset. And I say dirtiest because you're not even a consultant. You're not even getting paid to advance this agenda. You've just been duped into believing that centrism is something that actually wins people over. Okay? I don't want to win over the third way people because the third way people are irrelevant. Wake up! Wake up! Kill the inner liberal in your mind right now. Kill it dead. It's over. It's gone. It's done. You're doing it. Stop thinking about what other people might enjoy, what other people are looking for. Why the would I ever want to win over the third way neoliberal camp? They do not have a real constituency. No, their voters, not the. There is no real constituency for it. Hello, wake the up. Point to one guy that doesn't work in Washington, D.C. that still sincerely, when asked if they would want free healthcare or paywalled healthcare, says, oh, I want paywalled healthcare. That's not a real person. No one in the United States of America is going, I really, really want to vote for the continuation of the current paywalled, privatized healthcare structure that only seems to exist in the United States of America. That's not a real voter. That's not a real voter in the same exact way that there is no real constituency for people who are former never Trump Republicans, former Republicans that have spent spent their whole lives being Republicans, who now find the Republican Party to be disgusting. There are that constituency only exists on TV. Okay? That constituency does not exist in the real world.
Receptive to my kind of politics, to our worldview on the left, and they're just simply not getting that representation.
Do you think that's driven by the shift in sentiment around Israel post October 7th?
Yes.
Or are we talking about larger economic populism?
Both.
Okay.
I think that was a seismic shift that gave a lot of confidence to the left, that as long as they stood by their positions and they were steadfast in their advocacy, that people would actually see the truth. And that's precisely what happened with Israel, and that's why there was such a seismic shift. And it certainly gave a lot of confidence, I think, to many left figures to not only run, but also it gave them confidence to be more bold about American militarism, because that's not something that you usually hear.
Certainly.
And that's always been my perspective. I'm an anti-imperialist. I believe American imperialism is a force for not good things around the world, and it's just not good for the average American either. And they kind of understand that. We're staring at the failures of the global war on terror. $8 trillion, 12,000, 14,000 American service members killed. 22 veterans killing themselves every single day.
But you're right. We don't really see that kind of anti-war, anti-imperialism worldview among the elected class more than I do hear it increasingly as a unifier among a base.
Yes, absolutely. And I think...
Do you see part of your project as bridging that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Part of the reason you blew up, particularly post-2024 election, at least in more mainstream Democratic world, is that it was helpful for the party to try to understand the new media ecosystem and kind of how to reach young men, which became a topic a lot of folks were coming to you for. I wanted to just summarize, in your opinion, what's the chief reason that liberals have failed to really take off in places like Twitch or in streaming culture more broadly?
I think that there is a lot of moneyed interest that early on adopted independent media, and the same funders that were funding the Republican Party were also offering millions of dollars to, like, the Daily Wire, for example, which was initially funded by the Wilkes brothers, right? They're, oil barons from Texas that are also major Republican Party donors as well. There's also always been a conservative media ecosystem that is constantly cross-pollinating with, like, professional media outlets, legacy publishers and the like, in a way that no such connection exists between independent left content creators and, liberal media broadly.
Got it.
But the reality is, Republicans get to portray themselves as authentic. On the internet, authenticity is everything. And Republicans present themselves as authentic by being racist. That's it.
Yeah, tell it like it is.
Yeah, they tell it like it is. Exactly. Trump did that too.
Yeah.
To much success.
Like kind of performatively offensive.
Yes, being performatively offensive. Exactly. You can't really do that on the internet as like a liberal. You're always going to come across as a little inauthentic. You're going to come across as like you're lecturing people. And that is a tough nut to crack on the independent media side. And sometimes when you do a pretty good job at identifying right-wing misinformation and tackling it and combating it like I do, then Third Way comes after you and says, oh, well, you're not sufficiently woke, but you're also too woke at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of making the argument that you have succeeded by adopting some Republican-y tactics or that, you know.
If that was the case, wouldn't Third Way love me?
I'm saying there's like.
that's what they want to do.
I guess what I really wanted to ask, to bring it back to the young men point, like, is there a way to be appealing to that demographic without the misogyny lean in, right? Like, can you, is there a way to be authentic to wide swaths of new emerging Americans without offending traditional black structures? You know, like I'm saying, sometimes those two things do feel a little in conflict about how you live in the culture of those people without reflecting values that I would like to think left or liberals don't like.
Yeah. No, I'm unapologetically anti-right-wing, anti-reactionary. I will always argue against white supremacy. And I make that very clear in my commentary.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And now they're saying I'm actually too reactionary, which I find to be very strange because these groups are also the same people that are saying we should be a little bit more right-wing on culture issues.
Yeah. No, that's a fair thing to point out.
It doesn't make any sense. It's just completely inconsistent.
It is. The two critiques are kind of in conflict. I guess I want to end with a couple of more quick ones. What's your message to the slice of Democrats, Third Way included, that have sought to marginalize you in the last few months?
Oh, it's awesome. Your boos mean nothing when I've seen what makes you cheer. And guess what? The people also feel the exact same way. It was awesome. I knew from the start, people would come up to me and they'd be like, dude, they're on your ass right now. Are you okay? Like, how are you feeling? I was like, first of all, it was a lot lonelier on October 8th, 2023, when I was saying the exact same things that I'm saying right now. Okay? It doesn't feel so lonely anymore. And number two, if they want to position themselves on the 10% side of a 90-10 issue, that's going to be great for me. That's going to be great for the candidates that I'm actually promoting.
Yeah, it really does keep coming back to me that you're kind of making the argument that Third Way's memo seeks to make, which is that, like, you know, their focus on the wrong side.
Answer the misogyny question here. What do you mean? What's the misogyny question? That I said misogynistic things in like 2013 in a satirical bit that I've apologized for that we deleted instantly after it was released? The do you want me to do? Apologize for it every damn day of the week? And I already did answer it. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I will forever be sorry. I'm so sorry. 13 years ago, I made a satirical, an attempt at satire that fell flat, that I recognized fell flat in 2013. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I will forever be sorry. I think some of the people, this is a liberal holdover, right? It's like it doesn't reflect who I am as a person now. It's not my current values. Okay? But the reality of the matter is that the demands of self-flagellation are so they're so reminiscent of woke 1.0. You want performative self-flagellation. Okay? Well, not you in particular, but these guys do, but they don't even want performative self-flagellation. They actually just want me to go away. Or, better yet, they want me to just adopt their framing. Because if you think these guys would bring up, if you think that these guys would be like, I'm so offended by what you said in 2013, like, if I was a pro-Israel, pro-8, pro-Blue Cross Blue Shield, pro-Chevron content creator, you're out of your mind. Okay? You're out of your dang mind. They'd be loving my ass. They'd be like, oh my God, you're the best guy. You're the best there is. You're the best around.
Of a cultural uniting issue, which is, you know, most people do think that Israel's committed a genocide. Most people do think
because
that atrocities. Yeah, and so I'm saying, like, you're saying, like, so they're positioning themselves on the wrong side of that thing is worse impact for Democrats than what.
Honestly, it'll never be enough. You'll never be sorry enough for that cringe clip. At least I know you have to live with it existing. I mean, yeah, it's just it is what it is, you know? It sucks, but who gives a shit? No, like I apologize for it back then, but I'm not going to apologize for it every day. You know what I mean? I'm sorry that you saw it for the first time ever. If you think it's like reflective of my current values, then you're an idiot, you know? That wasn't even the question. The question was, can the left capture these racist, misogynistic people without being misogynistic? And you said yes. Yes. And I do. I do every day. It's that simple.
What you're saying.
Yes, there is no constituency in this country for someone who says, I want more moderate solutions to the healthcare problem that me and my family is currently experiencing. And I also simultaneously want a Democrat that's going to be like kind of racist, but not so racist that I feel racist voting for them. That's not a real person. The real person in the real world is probably like, yeah, trans people are kind of weird, but I don't really understand why we're talking about them so much. I've never met one. Who cares? But also, I want free healthcare. Also, I really don't like Israel. Why are we giving them so much money? Why are they killing so many people? That's the average person. The average person is far closer to my worldview, as demonstrated by this whole third wave fiasco, than their worldview. They have no real representation, and their only job is to connect moneyed interests with politicians. Mm-hmm. And because politicians have, for the longest time, been more predisposed with winning their seats again and winning re-elections again, and that requires a tremendous amount of fundraising, they listen to guys like Third Way. But that's also the reason why they don't do what must be done when it comes to these key issues where Americans are suffering, which is precisely why I always say changing the Democratic Party isn't a silly vanity project. Changing the Democratic Party to make sure that we have some real fighters, to make sure that they're going to fight for the American people rather than constantly tell them that better things are not possible, will actually create long-standing change in this country that will be good for the American working class, and it will certainly be the most effective way to combat fascism.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so some quick takeaways. One, I don't think Third Way is accurately representing Hassan's position. He's not trying to get the most Democrats elected. He's trying to get specific Democrats elected, ones who share his economic populism and his anti-war sentiment. At the same time, I can totally understand why Third Way is upset, and I think he does too. He apologized for past sexist comments, but made no such apology for calling people inbred, claimed ignorance about the term pig dog, and quadrupled down on his argument that Hamas deserves our understanding. But Hassan is trying to provoke, even in his own words, which leads me to my third point. Because in old times, establishment Democrats like Third Way would get to choose what was acceptable in political discourse and what wasn't. But it's not that time anymore. And the fact that Third Way finds Piker's views to be objectionable hasn't canceled him. In fact, it's the reason he's blown up.
I mean, yeah. Claiming ignorance is kind of bullshit. Yeah, I don't agree with that framing. I'm not like being evasive about the pig dog thing. Here's the thing, okay? What is this? Personally not a fan of those ties either. What are the ties? These are horrible ties. It's defined by a few key things that make the difference between something average, something you wear for years. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
Stop. Lego deep throat. It's Lego deep throat.
Bro, shit gets real in these fucking streets,
Holy
man.
Fuck,
In
man.
these goddamn brick streets. Turns out they've done this before and they'll do it again if we don't stop them. They were like, hey, can't believe the previous store owner stole this exact U-Haul's worth of Lego set that fell off the back of another U-Haul truck, actually.
They're going full Scooby-Doo. We would have gotten away with it if it wasn't
Much
for...
like Scooby-Doo, you pulled the f***ing balaclava off as Brandon McNabb. Anyway, there's that. Well, the other thing that I was going to talk about was the Moist Critical did a video.
Oh, what Moist did a video on?
On
Legos?
No. He's moved off the Lego beat. Well, there is the Lego update from CoffeeZilla. We can watch that together.
I do want to watch that.
Yeah. So then he did another video about how people were mad at him. That I was meaning to watch, but I think the better one would be the Lego one.
Yeah, dude, I've been on this Lego shit.
I know. For the record, for those of you who don't know, I actually did not know this at the time, but I've been in contact with Reckless Ben. I talked to him, and I'm trying to offer as much aid to him behind the scenes as possible.
Yeah. Dude, in his last video, the fact that he couldn't even say bricks and minifigs, like he can't say them by name anymore, is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there at all. Like I haven't really kept up with anything.
Oh, he's under the gun right now. They drew a beat on him where he's got a lawsuit going on that he can't say anything. Before we start this, can I just say one thing?
What?
I went to Rocky Horror last night.
Speaking of tremendous power in the hands of corporations that seek to over the little guy, Bricks and Minifig Saga is getting a finale by the likes of CoffeeZilla, the internet's greatest investigative reporter, perhaps the only remaining investigative reporter out there. He got involved in this situation, and he found the $200,000 missing Lego. So let's take a look.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective, this time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me. Okay, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time he made...
Chad, the reason why you can't hear us is because we're muted. I muted... I love that chat immediately spammed way too dank and started spamming echo as soon as it happened. So then I muted us so that they don't hear the feedback.
Okay. I'm another streamer guest. I understand. I know you have normies on a lot that don't get it. The audio perverts will break it. It's death by 1,000 cuts.
It's crazy.
Fingers and toes.
It's crazy. But it took like literally 3 seconds for them to immediately go, "You muted yourself! Hey, streamer!
Let it out.
You're
Let
muted!
It out, King. Let it out. Look what you did. Look what you did. Audio perverts."
Oh my God. It's echo and muted, echo and muted, echo muted, muted, echo, echo.
Bro, if Elon really wanted to fuck your shit up, all he had to do is make a bot that just complains about your audio all day, and he might break your mind, bro.
I know. I'm not strong enough for this.
Just 100 bots that spam way too dank all day.
That's low key. One of the things that people always talk about nowadays in the interviews that I keep doing is like, how do you deal with this shit? Like, you're getting attacked by governments, you're getting attacked by the entirety of right-wing media, right? And I don't have the heart to tell them that it's like
the audio perverts.
No, I don't have the heart to tell them that like I've tested my mettle in the worst marketplace of ideas. Twitch chat. I deal with fans. I deal with lovers and fans, legions of admiring fans who make me want to off myself every day. That's okay. So I'm used to it. Israel's got nothing on you, bro.
Let it out. Let that shit out.
Chat is my biggest op.
They just want listen. They're all wearing headphones. Okay, their ears are sensitive.
I know dude. Try having to entertain and educate 30,000 autistic man children for one day, and you will understand quickly that New York Post got nothing on it.
Hey, women children and MB children too.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me before they got to it.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you for correcting me before they got to it.
Damn it, Hassan. Can you be inclusive for once in your
Anyway, let's continue.
Maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy.
By the way, you can tell that the previous store owners were woke, and they wouldn't stand for this.
What would indicate that? The
eyebrow horns.
The eyebrow subdermal.
Because in Utah, it goes only in one direction. Like if you're either some of the most base people,
right,
or you're literally you're a Mormon chud. And Reckless Ben and Brian Mansell got to see both sides of that world. You know, they got to experience both of those guys.
The cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. Night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner Josh Johnson ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon, and Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is
very different vibes with the new ownership, if you noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dynamic definitely persists here, you know? And people were saying that the previous bookstore, the previous owners of Bricks and Minifigs were like publishing anarcho-communist books and stuff. So
what?
That tracks. They look the part.
That's crazy.
They do look the part. I'm judging books by the cover, man. I'm doing it. I'm judging all the books by all the covers. Fuck it.
I actually feel so disheartened by this whole story because I don't know if you know this. My nieces are very into Lego.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go to a Bricks and Minifigs whenever I was in town. And I felt like a superhero.
It's BDS now.
yeah.
It's not. You still go. They're different franchises.
I feel bad because like that was like a highlight for them every time I came out is we'd go pick out a set and build it together. But now I feel kind of dirty about it.
Nah, it's fine. It's still Lego at the end of the day. They literally said they left America because they thought Trump presidency would make them targets to their publishing company. Oh my God. Oh, they are that based. Okay, that's fire.
This is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release
Oh, it was dope.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was Charlemagne nice to you?
Yeah, he was super nice.
That's crazy.
He said he's a democratic socialist.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I don't know when they are going to release it though. It wasn't live. It wasn't like one of the live tapings that they did. It was.
You have an echo? You have an echo.
I'm gonna kill
myself.
myself.
Can you fix your sound?
I'm gonna turn on a video game for the first time ever, so I can kill myself in a video game. Chat, you're so funny. You're so funny. Is it way too dank? Is it way too dank? I'll show you something that's way too dank.
What's up, please? Chat, please.
Oh my God, baited. Lol, Omega lol, we baited you.
Taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover? It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects.
Yeah, bro, this is the multi-billion-dollar compound where he's doing crazy.
The production on this one went crazy.
Yeah, he's got even Lego pieces. It's all coming together. Will's acting way too chill after crashing out on us every single one of his own streams for the last full year. Yeah, you deserve it.
That guy's never been in one of my streams. Fuck that guy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm so patient with my chat. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, this is a different demon here.
At the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Eamon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
If you want, but hold on. I'm gonna add this. Hold on. There's no mic right now.
There's no mic right now?
I'm just, hold on 1 second, 1 more second.
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
Okay. Oh no, there's dual audio. They're gonna be really annoyed.
Oh God.
Hey, hold on, I'm gonna fix it. How do you fix it? Like this?
Oh God.
Maybe this. Oh, this is it. All right,
This is
fixed
it?
it. All right, we're good.
Chat, can you hear us?
Yeah, it should be good now.
Okay, I just wanted to clear the record. It's not lost on me that the main antagonist from this whole saga is called McNeff and has the same facial hair I do. It's a really bad look for the Neff family.
It's a bad look for the D'Artagnan.
Real. Yeah.
It's a bad look for the D'Artagnan as well, I'll be honest. Echo, you're muted, mono audio, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
It's good now, right? I think it should be good now. I believe we fixed the fix me after that, please. I wish I could fix the entire chat in the same way.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
There will be a little bit of echo, but it won't be as bad as it was before with the shotgun mic. Okay, just so we're clear.
So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Never happened.
My name is Eamon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name is Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
Another McNeff?
You have a lot to account for.
This is really bad.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is really.
With the D'Artagnan beard mustache combo too, it's just.
This is like if a family of pikers with small heads showed up and started besmirching your name.
I know.
I might never recover from this.
Nope, you're cooked, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over.
We the Neffs do not endorse the behavior of the McNeffs. It's a separate red-headed tribe. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just putting the mic somewhere better.
Okay.
So they can, so that it's,
nice,
not falling off my chest. I have a large head, so we would make a normal size head babies. Oh my God, half the chat is horny, and the other half is horny for pain.
The best part is I feel like that was probably a dude too.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
I feel like that's just a gay man being like, I got a big head, you got a small head. Let's
Mpreg.
Yeah,
Mpreg,
let's do some Mpreg.
Mpreg. We'll move this here. Okay, boom.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, fix the camera and everything.
Yep.
What do you think of the flamingo revolution currently happening in Albania? Trump's daughter bought an island in Albania. I am not going to be talking about that right now, but yes, I've seen it. More power to the Albanians.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm going to say, like that is not accurate at all. Because
so you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on-site after...
Dude, why is it the biggest heist of all time? I don't even understand. Just give the Legos back. Like, what? Am I crazy? Why? This became such an incident for no decipherable reason. I don't understand why these guys in the middle were just like, oh, we'll hit a lick here. And that lick was $200,000 worth. That's grand larceny.
Yeah, I don't know why this has gotten so out of control, especially because Reckless Ben gave them so many opportunities to just be like, hey, we actually, they were in the back of the storeroom. Like, crazy random happenstance, but I feel like it just keeps getting worse and worse.
Legos are big money. Yeah, but this is a multi-million-dollar company, man. It's not like, I don't think they're nickeling and diming in this one store. Maybe I'm wrong, but 200K is like 2 Lego sets? Okay, dude, I don't think Lego inflation
No, it's like 2 Warhammer sets.
Yeah. Okay, well, I feel like the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but I don't think it ruined the Lego market or the Warhammer market that bad.
Right.
Yeah. Mormons never admit when they're wrong. I don't think this is like a Mormon thing either.
For security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts.
This is actually kind of crazy, and I don't know if you've been tracking this at all, but collectibles, like high-scale, like heists of expensive collectibles has been absolutely exploding, particularly in Los Angeles, where like almost every Pokemon hobby store in the greater Los Angeles area has been robbed within like the last 2 years. And there's one in Sawtell that was robbed. They stole like $200,000 worth of stuff. They redid all the security, blah, blah, blah. The next time they robbed it, they threw a brick through the second-story window and then used like ninja grappling hooks to scale the facade of the building to rob Pokemon stuff from them.
I don't even understand. I don't even, dude. I mean, I guess, you know, you got to get it wherever you can, huh? It's just, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a crazy phenomenon right now. I think it's just because it's so valuable and people understand the value, and it's like these stores that sell hobby stuff aren't used to having like inventory that's like millions of dollars.
Yeah. Shout out Logan Paul. Overnight, He just made these hobby stores into viable targets.
Safely stored offsite after that launch weekend while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the
Not all of us can work, and not all of us can stream. We have to work for a living. Yeah, work to rob hobby stores at gunpoint.
High value Lego heists.
I mean, I was talking about how we got to get back to like, you know, cool heists. I didn't realize that. I meant like Ocean's 11. I didn't realize we were doing Ocean's 11 to bricks and minifigs.
Can you imagine if they did, like, instead of the Italian Job, they did the Johto Job, and it's just a heist movie where they steal Pokemon cards?
Yeah, they just go up to counters and cash registers and they're like, give me all the Pokemon cards.
We could use Christian as the grease man. You know how in Ocean's 11 they have a grease man who's like all bendy? Yeah.
We can put him in a bag. In a
bag?
That's what they did to the
What the fuck?
That's what they did. In Ocean's 11, that's what they did.
He's in a crate, bro. He's not in a bag.
I thought they put him in like a roller backpack or something. Am I misremembering?
I thought you meant like a tote bag.
Yeah.
We'll put him in a Trader Joe's tote.
Okay, we'll put him in a tote bag. He can fit. We can make it happen.
Time the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on...
What if the McNeffs are the main villains of the story, by the way?
Yeah, dude, it's not looking good for the McNeffs.
Yeah, because they're playing this sweet role right now. Like, oh, look at me, I got the D'Artagnan. My last name is McNeff. I'm not a scary guy. I'm here to reveal everything to you. And then you find out that they were actually doing a rounding error or some shit at the end.
Fuck, they're just
they were the main villains all along. I mean, he has a mischievous mustache.
They're turning on the old McNeff charm.
This is the mustache of a man who's capable of tremendous mischief.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
Let's not come after. It's not the mustache's fault.
I don't know. It could be the mustache.
And it's not the family name.
It feels like the mustache is controlling him.
Let's
He's become
not
more mustache than
bad
man.
apples.
Chud the Builder too.
Okay, come on.
I mean, how many examples do you need to see and prominently display in media?
Okay. This is
the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store, and so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, you know, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, you know, like can happen in franchising, where a franchise owner just, you know, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gormans stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, you know, like hiding things in the back, and that he, like, and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines. Because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans. And they explained it, you know, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal, like, arrests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation to bring.
Oh my God, bro. They're blaming the commies? The
Everyone always blames the commies.
How could you trust any Nev after this? Seriously, I agree. Not a trustworthy guy.
A different name.
Yeah.
Different name.
Well, McNev is almost like a smaller version of Big Nev, which would mean, bigger the Nev, bigger the crime, possibly?
No.
Like a McMansion is a smaller version of a mansion.
No, listen.
And McNev is like doing lower level crimes.
McNeff, totally different name. Neff, my name comes from the name Naif.
Yeah.
Which was changed at Ellis Island.
Yeah, this is...
I'm a victim of Ellis Island.
This is a McNaif.
Grouping redheads together. More systematic violence to my people.
You guys do look kind of similar.
Well, you're propagating a lot lot of racism right now.
Anti-white racism?
Go ahead, say you people. Say red.
Wait, this is a good question. Doesn't Will call his community the villains?
Arch villains, correct.
The biggest villains. Not even like a regular low-level villain.
All right, you know what?
But the arch.
We're gonna blow past this.
Okay.
And so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it. They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're
saying.
Okay, what? Okay. Wow.
Oh. Well, yes.
Well,
you know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now.
She looks great.
This was in 1999. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection, and it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old? Fuck you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Kind of like a murder mystery.
I know, but I side with the commies 100%.
Where do you think the Legos are, though? Do you think it's the McNeffs?
No, I think it's going to be the dumbest art. It's going to be literally the dumbest, like, corporate accounting error at the end or something like that, where they just, like, they either sold it and didn't realize that they sold it. Or...
You think it's a clerical error. You think there's no malice here.
That is the dumbest version of events. So I'm going to go with it's the dumbest version of events that happens in corporations all the time. It's a part of the shrink. Ironically enough, shrink accounts for clerical errors and things of that nature. And on top of that, it also factors in like theft, retail theft from the people that work there.
I think, I don't think you fold $200,000 in by accident. I think you can cover your ass by saying it was an accident. I don't think it was an accident. I think it was the new franchisees when they came in.
And the exchange of ownership, and the chaos of it all, they thought they could hit a lick.
Yeah, they thought they could hit a lick, and they thought in the shuffle that they could bury it, and then they could move on.
Or even funnier. These Legos they really liked. They didn't even sell it. He's like moving. He's
just building the Slave 2 in his basement. Like, they'll never take you away, Boba Fett.
Yeah.
You and I will bounty hunt the galaxy forever.
Yeah, and like when the camera pans back to him, he's like holding the Lego pieces. Like, this is a different set. I know how this looks. This looks really bad. It looks exactly like the Lego set that is allegedly stolen or definitely stolen, not by me. Okay, and this is a totally separate set.
Yes.
And it's nothing to do with anything.
Dude, the McNaffs get done with the interview and immediately pull the hood up and they're like, yes, they will never understand the power of the dark side.
Yeah.
Execute Order 66.
The new owners have to pay the corporate for the takeover of the franchise. By stealing the Legos, the value of the franchise is lower and they pay corporate less. That makes sense.
But I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove.
Well, then why don't they just send
this
these
side's
photos
lying.
right away?
Who's going to drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to. Somebody's right here. After a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon, too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh, and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24th, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked. So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not...
What? Look at that shelf. What are the McNaffs insinuating?
He knows better, dude.
There is not an inch of shelf space there that is not Lego.
This guy, you know what this reminds me of? It's like when they do like those like variety YouTube videos where they're like a former heist boss it covers new crime. But in this circumstance, it's the guy who might have actually done the crime that's like, yeah.
Well, it looks a little sparse. That looks sparse? I'm gonna be honest, compared to the bricks and minifigs I went into, it looks the exact same.
Terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Oh. Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while.
Every once in a while, I'm reminded that we are talking about Legos.
No, this is the crime of the century, dude.
I mean, yeah.
When the internet hyperfixates on something, though, it does have a tendency to make it like the much larger, much more consequential issue. And I guess in this circumstance, there is like a real victim here, so it's good that this investigation is ongoing.
Yeah.
First time
I want to sick Reckless Ben on like I don't know, bad landlords or something, like corporate landlords.
Finance reform.
No, literally no. I actually I want to deploy Reckless Ben like a weapon against like some of the more powerful institutions in this country to see if we can like recreate this magic on an issue that I'm not saying the Bricks and Minifig saga is not consequential, but perhaps a little bit more consequential.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Listen, I'm right there with you.
Reckless Ben versus Canary Mission. Yeah, like the Israeli doxing operation.
Yeah. Also, would you ever build Warhammer with me? I kind of caught the bug.
Dude, there's no way. I can't hold on to tiny pieces like that.
You need the tool. You need the right tools.
I feel like I get really annoyed when I have to I can't hyper focus on. I've tried building stuff before.
Right.
Like model cars and shit, and it just like makes me so angry, and then I just smash it.
What?
With my, I mean, I don't actually smash it, but I want to.
Do it.
No, literally.
Execute orders.
Have you ever? You've never gotten that feeling when you're like trying to put something together and it doesn't work, and you're like, ah!
Yes,
and you want to smash it with your hand.
There's quite a bit of frustration there.
Yeah, that's what I can't do it. Like I go ogre mode. Reckless Ben versus Minnesota Fraud, reported by Nick Shirley. Oh my God.
Oh God.
Shown this publicly. We've been waiting
here we go.
for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store.
Oh.
This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less. So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
It's not 200,000.
Here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I think the
okay, Mr. Neff.
Whoa, whoa.
Mr. Neff.
McNaff.
Yeah.
McNaff.
Easy mistake to make.
Well,
not a mistake that we'll let slide on this day. I'm just saying.
All right. Let's be a little bit more careful about the McNaff name.
What the f is a Duplo? I didn't even know that there's like different kind of, is that a different version of a Lego?
I think that's like baby Legos that you can't choke on.
Okay.
Are you the throat goat? Are you saying
that's what
you'd like to challenge
That's
Duplo
what you think,
to
dude.
choke on the...
Down that shit.
Wow. Holy...
Down that shit, dude. I'd choke on that shit real quick.
Jesus Christ.
The important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure. That's good.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be, okay. So there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? You got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
Oh, yeah, have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties, was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
What? So when Brandon came to the store that night,
wait a minute.
What do you? Yeah, and the guys were wearing, the guys that look like the McNeffs were seemingly wearing balaclavas, and they were like, we're here to deliver special delivery.
I love how we're on video 18 and he's like, the only discrepancy in the story was the 18 masked men that rode up in a giant wooden horse.
Yeah, what the? Wait, how? This is information that I feel like is fairly important to figure out who the was doing this.
He was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal.
Well, the U-Haul is a type of rental car.
Yeah.
Was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh own. And he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2020.
Stop. Lego deep throw. It's Lego deep throw.
Bro, shit gets real in these streets, man. In these goddamn brick streets, these Lego brick streets.
I can't believe this.
Yeah. Turns out they've done this before, and they'll do it again if we don't stop them.
This is incredible. It goes all the way to the top.
Yeah.
They called manager Brian and sold the store to Brandon as Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the sales for closing down because I was talking to my co-workers about the situation at Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around.
Haunted?
And after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, we exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Ness told us.
Ghost?
When he was jumping up all the Lego sets to us that night. There was a bunch of used Lego sets. Sets that were like saran wrap. They had Star Wars City. They just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
And to Eugene.
And it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets and everything. You have a bunch of new stuff too.
Who did this?
Wait, when?
Brandon.
And was this when they took over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
They were like, hey, can't believe the previous store owner stole this exact U-Haul's worth of Lego sets that we just seemingly got that fell off the back of another U-Haul truck, actually.
I heavy with the haunted excuse. They're going full Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
We would have gotten away with it if it wasn't
Much
for...
like Scooby-Doo, you pulled the balaclava off as Brandon McNabb.
Said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
Well, he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
And he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh,
wait, they
it
are
would make more
corporate.
sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with, the product we put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the Salem
one's
store.
disagreeing.
You've got
Only the
Matt
Brandon
McNabb
McNabs are
saying there was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNabs, I really got to find out what the truth is here. If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem.
What does that even mean? Not the Salem store in the way that it is there?
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
So they did go to the Salem store with a U-Haul truck, and he's out here trying to cook up a story on the spot. Also, a U-Haul truck is a rental car, so technically he's doing legalese here. Like, oh well, I wasn't lying. It is a.
Right.
He's got to investigate the U-Haul store to see to hit the records.
Store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the rain cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you can see the window. But the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that. And then...
Oh!
What is that?
Smoking gun!
That's a U-Haul truck!
Holy...
Oh, no!
Holy shit!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God!
Oh, my God.
I feel like I just watched the end of The Sixth Sense, dude. That was like a jump scare.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024. This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call. And that's when the story changed. So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul.
Interesting.
He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning.
Told you, by the way, that the commies were the trustworthy partners
right
here.
all along.
And the Neffs. You can't trust the dastardly...
McNeffs.
The dastardly Neffs.
Okay, another clerical error there, just for, for the sake of any other...
continuity purposes, right?
Similar sounding names.
Yeah.
McNeffs.
Similar sounding facial hair.
There are plenty upstanding Neffs, including a professional frisbee player.
Interesting. What kind of mustache is he rocking?
I don't know that.
Is it
I don't.
the
I think
D'Artagnan?
he's clean shaven.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other Neff who's noticeably absent from this conversation does not have that. It's the D'Artagnan combo.
We looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you understand.
Help you understand.
And I don't know if you want this particularly not on the record, but
Okay.
This dude is choking.
Yes. Why do these guys always think that they can? There's two guys that you don't talk to if you have done something bad. Isaac Chotiner of The New Yorker, who always cooks every Israeli official for some reason, who's like, yeah, no, I'll have a conversation with you. And then they end up coming across like, Adolf Hitlerites every single time. And CoffeeZilla, if you've done a crime, a financial crime, a Ponzi scheme, some kind of cryptocurrency initiative, just don't talk to CoffeeZilla. Now, obviously, I want them to continue talking to CoffeeZilla, but I genuinely don't understand why they keep doing it. I guess like there's something that you have in your mind when you're like wheeling and dealing and scheming of this sort, where you think like, oh, I can out-talk them.
Yeah.
I have a solid, reliable alibi.
Well, let's hear him out.
It never works.
He's got very trustworthy facial hair.
we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, like for a different situation that we had just gone through some things, and he had a previously, like, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this,
so why is there a U-Haul on the night of the exchange of ownership?
It's not adding up.
Oh, that's just a photo from October 24th, actually.
Why wouldn't Brandon McNeff mention that U-Haul too?
Yeah, interesting.
He could have cleared it.
Interesting revelation here.
ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct? Am I understanding?
Okay, but why is there a U-Haul in November 14th outside of the store in the middle of the night while the exchange and ownership is taking place? And you said there was no U-Haul. There was simply a rental.
That?
Yes.
Oh my God, bro! He looks so guilty.
Yeah, he's cooked.
He looks dead to rights, bro. Holy shit! He looks like Kaya after she ate something off the kitchen counter, and I'm like, who ate this? And she's like, not me. I could never. I could never touch food on top of the kitchen counter. Ooh.
This is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal. And separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars. And that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night. At midnight. So flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul, was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes. So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle.
So there was a U-Haul there after all. Interesting revelation, Mr. Neff.
Sneaky. Well, McNeff.
Mr.
I can't. I feel like for a professional newsman, you keep.
I keep
this
making
clerical.
this
clerical
classic-
error you're making is
this
is
classic
super,
mistake.
It's important to
It's just
understanding the entire
just
story.
another
I feel
ginger guy whose last name is Neff.
I feel like
or
it's irresponsible for
McNeff
someone who does news
with
for a
a
living.
similar
to
facial
just
hair.
drop details like that, you know.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Okay,
Oh, Haas is on the ones and twos. He posted a "Don't trust Neff."
Okay. No. Why? He was hacked. I
know.
He was. This might not even be the Haas we know.
Dude.
This could be some dangerous.
Dude, you know what's
outsider posting salacious things.
Yeah. This reached out to me and was over here asking if we could join
a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like, we're just trying to start this game, but we're missing a last player. Can you join the group? You can leave right after if you want, or stay with us.
Right. So we can't believe anything he says.
Well, I think his, the stuff that he's doing on here.
No, these are all
You
salacious
think
overlays.
that might be you think this is a hacker?
A hacker. Or,
What did it
Okay,
show?
well, what this is, look, this is clearly not my mod.
Interesting.
My team would never do this.
Yeah, it kind of feels like your team
I mean, what is that? What is this tiny house?
I don't even see that. What is that? It just says "Don't trust Neffs," I think, right? I can't.
That is not.
The
font sizes are misleading.
Bro, why are you not at Streamer U, bro? That's where the content is. What? I'm 34 years old, man.
Yeah, we're tenured.
I'm 34 years old. I've already graduated from Streamer.
What would you teach at Streamer U? How to get everybody to hate you.
I would do that. That's something that I have a PhD in.
Right.
I would probably teach people crisis management.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because I've been involved in many.
Yeah. What would I
And
teach at Streamer
I'm still
U?
here. Self-suck.
Okay, that's
stealing
crazy.
$200,000 worth of Lego
Okay,
inventory in a hostile corporate
you know what? We're just
takeover
gonna go
in
back.
exchange of ownership over a franchise, a beloved
Kai, if
franchise.
you're seeing this does not represent.
I don't know.
How
I
about
feel like
film? How about film? We can just teach the film.
You could
Just
play
teach
the
film.
role of the
Teach how to use
guys.
some cameras.
You could play the role of the guys.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're the guy.
There was a U-Haul that night at Streamer U.
It just seems like you have experience because I'm seeing it.
Right, okay.
I'm seeing it on screen.
Truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that, went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith, takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at.
Can you even hook a trailer to a U-Haul?
I think so.
Also, this is a telltale sign of someone lying when they're literally going overboard with the details. Like going above and beyond with the details. Classic sign. Everyone's saying yes.
Interesting.
I guess a smaller one, right? Or yes, the big one?
Defaming McNaffs. I'm gonna peek.
Midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that. Grabs the
take your
rental
mic
truck
off.
and then
you're right.
heads back up to
You don't want to listen to
the
it?
camper trailer in Salem.
I've been
And then,
there.
it's probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning, spends a couple of, that's a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon. And here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours.
What up?
I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like, I got up early for...
He's in the bathroom pissing.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck. All right, so as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also...
Why are you in your bathrobe?
Because I just got back.
You're drunk?
Where did you get a bathrobe?
Oh,
Here.
the judgment coming from you.
I mean, sorry, I'm.
Sorry, I was out with our friends.
You're fucking up the white balance with your robe.
You're fucking up the balance.
Why do you look so tan?
Why are you asking questions?
Where did you get tan? Did you get a spray tan?
I just look like this.
Did you get?
Some of us go out in the sunshine.
Did she get a spray tan?
No.
I'm just glowing naturally.
Okay.
Glowing.
All right.
Cute.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, my phone is dead, so I just came to ask what the plan is before.
I think we'll finish this video and then we'll start to.
Well, we got times. Oh, never mind. We got a little bit more time.
Are you guys doing Lego stuff?
Yeah, we're doing Lego stuff.
Ah. Well, when do you want to? When do you want to do your stream?
Right after we finish this video.
Yeah.
Okay. What time are you leaving?
I don't know. We can probably go to that area and then start to figure stuff out.
Okay. Are you wearing the suit tonight? We're
Yeah.
going to a club
What? I thought we were going to a dining experience.
afterwards.
Wait, why are we going to a club? Are we? I wasn't informed
Yes,
about
we're getting
this.
very gay tonight.
I don't know how much I will partake in that because I have,
Go.
once again, as is every other day, I have
Here we go.
a shit ton of interviews that I have to do tomorrow morning.
Do you know it's Pride Month?
Mhm.
What have you done for Pride Month?
I've stopped
exactly.
doing hate crimes.
Mm.
Like I've restricted the number of anti-gay slurs I say.
Oh, I didn't even know there was more
Yeah,
than one.
I keep it to 1,000
Wow.
for the
that
month.
is
Yeah,
How homophobic
I'm
he
at
is.
994. I'm at 994. I got 6 more in the bank.
I feel like just even your attitude, me walking in here, was a slur towards me.
You're a straight woman.
I am also a Chinese woman.
That's not gay. You're
Well.
just what the f does that have to do with Pride Month? How are you tying this back to Pride Month?
Chinese eraser? Nice.
I'm
Nice.
just saying in general, the energy that you give off.
You're white Chinese. So it's only half anti-Chinese erasure. It's more so. I was being anti-Irish actually.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that's what.
Which.
You know.
You are way too frequently.
That's true.
Way too frequently.
All the time.
And the Irish.
Why are you so tan? You were not this tan yesterday.
I have been outside all day.
I literally saw you. I feel like I saw
I was
you.
listening to jazz in the park.
I saw you yesterday, and you were not this tan.
outside.
We
You
have to
gotta-
finish this video.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Oh my! You know what? Please.
Someone
Give me a hug.
wants to be the main story here.
Give me a
you
hug.
see?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
yeah.
Somebody wants to be the main story. Okay, so I should be ready by because you want to go early.
Yes. How
Yeah.
much time do we have left in the
Oh,
video?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, you know what?
Perfect.
I will leave you all.
30 more minutes.
Perfect.
I will leave you all to these hetero
30,
men.
30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Men
You
being
cannot be doing that in New York City.
men expressing friendship, and that's the highest order of homosexuality.
The friendship is that you have to come here to sit on his stream.
Wait, what? It's one version of it. We're doing his stream afterwards. We're going to be experiencing fine dining.
Oh, wow, look at straight men hanging out on stream. How fun.
I feel like, is that
I don't know what's
jealousy?
happening. I don't know what's
peanut
happening.
butter and jealousy.
I don't know what's happening.
It's peanut butter and jealousy.
Why is she?
Let us have man love on Pride Month, Caroline.
This is what you call man love?
Yes.
It's pathetic.
It's one expression of many.
Pathetic man love.
I've
seen better man
you
love.
You get your hetero.
Get out of here!
Get your
Get out of here!
hetero ass out of here. Ruining the gay vibes on Pride Month.
Take your bathrobe. Why is she in a bathrobe?
I don't know what's going on. Why did she get a spray tan?
I don't know.
It looks good. Okay, I think she's gone. All right, I let her in. I don't know. I thought she said she didn't have a phone. She said her phone was dead.
Did she take the room key?
Yes. Yes, she did. Okay, no, she had her own room key, I guess.
To drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird. And it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper.
She's the only one bringing gay vibes? She's not. We're literally gayer than her.
It's okay.
Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego.
Yeah.
And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000. And Reckless Ben, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, this entire time, literally every single person has been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual
protein sticks. I know we're going to eat, but I'm so hungry.
You need to fast.
I need something to hold me over for a little bit. Chomps?
You're tempting me with food.
Do you want it? Dude, your fat ass is going to be able to eat everything. Don't worry. I'm not worried about that.
Ass.
I know how you are.
I'm bringing you to a special dining experience.
When we put food in front of you, you slam it no matter what.
Yes, because it's like putting black tar in front of a heroin addict. What are you doing?
I'm going to have a chomp.
Go ahead, indulge.
Would you like one?
No, I'm fine.
Would you like a Quest chip?
I have willpower.
Okay. I need protein.
Evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store. So we went with that.
And still, to believe that is accurate at the high end. Like, it was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this,
You don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about from between 85,000 to 120 something thousand. In the midpoint about 107 or something like that of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024...
That's a big update.
Yeah.
That's a big update.
The Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there is still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously, I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happened to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover.
Which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid $17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's
Well, I'm sorry, but could you address this picture? Breaking Neff evidence for the Lego case resurfaces.
This is.
Wait, that's.
It's a picture from Memento.
I know where that's. Well, I don't know if it's from Memento. Okay. It kind of feels like it's the victim who is
suffering
writing
a traumatic brain injury. Okay.
And is trying to remind himself who is trustworthy in his life and who's not.
All right. Okay.
And kind of feels like you. And this is. Wait a minute, this is the shirt you're wearing right now.
Yeah, this is a picture from this very stream, actually.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God.
I see.
How far does the rabbit hole go?
Accusing each other of theft right now. You understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets,
someone
I
stole
can't
something.
answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000
I'm
is
a
almost
numbers
double
guy.
what we
I'm
believe
looking
Brian
at
was
the
paid.
number.
And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway. And that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "They're worth 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
So on the list of on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways?
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
What?
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe because I would.
He doesn't believe the commies either now. The flip, the script has been
Another
flipped.
Neff family besmirched by communists. Interesting.
I'm just saying.
Interesting. Seems to be a trend.
I still trust the commies.
Seems to be a trend.
At most, they are bad at business.
Redheads footing the bill for progress. First, you took us out of all the Disney movies. Now you're blaming us for robbing Lego sets.
That's a grievance?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
I feel like that's not something that we'll see. We'll see where this goes. Okay. Yeah, cops are coming for Will. I already called him. I already called him earlier. Also, someone in the chat asked, "Have we played Charlie Kirk yet?" We have not today because we haven't had a hype train yet. You already know how it goes. If you like the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, and you want to support independent media, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $6 or free with Twitch Prime, or gift subs for others who can't.
Or you can just save all of that for the stream later. On my stream, I'm going to be needing to pay attorneys for the horrible besmirchment my name is taken.
Besmirchment. You're gonna launch a defamation suit.
Yes.
Set to it, bro. Thank you for the 20 bones, by the way. I said, you already know. If you get to hype level, if we unlock a hype train and get to level 10, we play a different version of a Charlie Kirk.
We could just hold on to the money for later.
Or you could just use it.
Not use it
right
okay.
now.
It's okay. Well,
And support independent media. Thank you, War Damn Eagle brother. Coming to your conference real soon. Another Muslim socialist mayor if the Knicks win in 5. So get excited for that.
That's right.
That's definitely Caroline, right?
Oh, God.
I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal bricks and minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other bricks and minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the
eat your own damn
Brian's
cookies
collection.
in your own damn room.
I see how it is.
I thought you were fasting.
No, I am. I just wanted to hold one.
Oh, okay. You wanted to feel it? You want to feel the texture? We can't see. Calm down, chat. Here.
And I don't
Okay, good.
have-
I'm not crazy here. So then
Yeah,
why
no,
was
no,
there
no,
so
no,
much
you're not.
layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know
shit,
that
the
we'd
gift
ever
subs
done
are
layaway
still
before
rolling
the collection
in.
came in.
Is there a hype train? Why is it not doing a hype train? It's not. It's not even triggering a hype train.
We at the Will Neff broadcast do have hype trains.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Rewind. You missed some. You ignored every hype train yelling at chat. I didn't realize we did hype trains before.
That's so funny.
Wait,
there's a.
The hype train is broken. It's not getting off the station. Happens too often. Well, not if I didn't see it. You know? Why hasn't it triggered a hype train?
Well, I think the old McNeff stole the train.
Yeah. Bandit. This is what happens when you bring in real bandits.
McNeff family train thieves.
With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so
let's go
much
back
of
a little
this
bit.
collection were one new in box.
What is this? Did the smear campaign work? What smear campaign? What is this even? What am I even
Numbers
looking
guy.
at? I'm a numbers guy. It says, oh, these are my numbers. I'm a numbers guy, and January 2026, peak viewers 67,000, and February average viewers 35,000. What is this? I don't even understand what this is. Are you saying that like the average viewership went down since January, so the smear campaign worked? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, those peaks are from bots. Those aren't real. Yeah, interest in the Iran war has diminished since then.
But what about the Legos?
But I don't know what the. Yeah, but this shows you need to go the fuck outside. I'm confused what the chatter was trying to say.
I don't know.
They literally. Hassan, you haven't made 9 videos on Legos? Get on it. Okay, I don't know why I don't know what we're supposed to be gathering from this.
Legos.
Okay. All in one place, reasonably priced.
Now we're rewinding.
Yeah, I mean, we're being
layaway.
Why
He said
there's
he doesn't believe that
$20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other Bricks and Minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian,
they are looking real guilty now.
You
They
just
are
wanna
looking
cast,
real guilty
You
now.
just want to cast doubt on
Where did the smiles
the
go?
infallible commies. Okay, I see it. Oh, take the blame away from the Neff family dynasty.
All right.
A dynasty built on theft and lies.
this collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were one new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced.
Right.
And a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm gonna guess probably half of those layaway items were not gonna be sold to the person who took them on layaway. Because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets, but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was...
Bro, who the f is like buying Legos on?
Wait, they would okay, chat. As I understand it, you don't refund layaway amounts. That's not the point of the down payment on layaway. The down payment on layaway.
Also, who's desperate enough to purchase Legos on layaway? They're like, I really need to get these
No, I mean, a lot of
Legos.
people buy stuff on layaway. That's not unusual. What is unusual is you putting it on layaway and then getting refunded the amount. Because the idea is you are removing it from the populace to be able to be purchased.
Yeah.
And so you put that amount down in good faith, and if you default on it, they keep that amount, I thought.
Yeah, they're buying Legos on Klarna.
Collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, sorry, dogs, to get these sets. We were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So, look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like, look at this. Like, so, like, it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together, and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time.
That's bullshit. I'm sorry, there is no shot a Lego store would allow one customer to put 8 Lego sets on layaway at the same time. There's no chance.
What if they're too good? What if there's
no chance?
What if they're too nice and they believe the person?
That's crazy. That's bullshit. There's
Wow.
no way.
I think you're besmirching the reputation of good commies.
8 sets?
Yeah, they were too
That's like
good.
half their inventory that they're putting
they were too
off
nice.
the shelves.
Kind of feels like they were too nice.
I mean, that's crazy.
I didn't realize.
I don't buy that.
I didn't realize we were punishing people for being too kind as business owners.
I don't think that they. I don't think that they stole anything, but there's obviously some like accounting error or clerical error, because if someone could just walk into your store and go that, I'll give you $80. I'll be back in 10 weeks. There's no shot. There's no shot.
Maybe they're communists, so they don't understand how to run a business.
Wait a minute. That tracks.
Have you thought about that? They're not capitalists, so they don't understand how to run a successful business.
Oh my God.
And they were like, "Of course we'll put this off the
we'll
shelf."
put half the store in the back room for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm going.
Our Ewok village was one of those cases. At some point, he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. I've got 800
Remember the
things
U-Haul
on layaway. I'm going to make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question.
But why wouldn't they just do one set at a time?
I have no idea.
If they literally took the combined payment of 8 different sets and had him just purchase one set and remove the down payment from the rest, why wouldn't they just make customers? Oh, they're communists. They don't know.
Yeah, or remember the U-Haul. That was suspicious when they said there was no U-Haul.
Do we need to help commies with? I think we need to help commies.
I don't understand what's going on anymore. I'm confused.
You're low on protein.
Well, yeah, but the layaway thing bricked my brain a little bit.
Any clearer than that?
But I even found more than that in this POS data.
Oh,
I
no.
also found about $10,000 in sales that matched Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
The McNeffs are being unbesmirched right now, and the commies are falling under the gun.
I just feel like there's.
Do you have anything you'd like to say for your people?
I think
I
that-
spoke for mine.
I think that they were so nice that they were giving it away for free.
I see.
Yeah, they were just too
They're
kind.
so nice that
Yeah.
they were
Wait.
stealing from someone
Hold on.
else. Communism's great
Hold
until you
on.
run out of
You
someone
know what
else's money.
I have it on
That's
good
what
authority.
they say.
Okay, here's what actually happened. Orphan child. Burning orphanage.
Oh my God.
The commies saved the child from the burning orphanage.
Wow.
He's got third-degree burns. He might not make it. He says, "I want
God.
that Lego Star Wars set on layaway."
Oh, it was a make-a-wish.
I only have
was a
10 bands.
Make-A-Wish.
I only have $10.
Oh my God.
Can you please give it to me?
Context
And
is so important.
And these guys were like, "Of course we. I mean, we don't want to harm this other customer."
Now I feel terrible.
But since you're a dying orphan in a burned orphanage,
right?
It feels apt that we would give you this Lego set. Do you want? Yeah, baby shoes never worn. Lego set never played. Saddest.
I really shouldn't give these Lego sets away, but
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Saddest short story in the English language.
They call them. They call him Scorched Scott, little boy, burnt in a fire. Had to give him Lego sets.
Yeah.
Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that
Damn, she got
basically
close to the
were
screen.
matched.
She just said, huh.
See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do
She's
math
getting flush.
here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory.
Well, that's theft.
Not by her hand, though.
No, it is. She's saying that she sold it and then didn't assign the consignment amount to the person who did consignment. That is.
No, she's saying she wasn't the one who was making the final. She wasn't at the store. She's saying someone else might have.
Is that what she said?
I think so.
I thought she said she just didn't log the consignment element of it. Like she
no,
sold
she's saying
the
an
set.
employer. She's saying a possibility is that an employee sold it, and she didn't.
Yeah, that's theft.
Yeah.
Ignorance of the law is not defense of it.
I'm just saying she didn't know. So maybe
what?
Maybe the employee was another Neff brother.
No, dude, not the Neffs again. Okay.
Back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian
No,
getting...
she's saying she didn't catch up on her accounting. So they did.
Oh,
pay
before
out.
she was forced out.
Yeah, so she's saying like they obviously did the payouts if they did finalize the sales, but it's not reflected on the spreadsheet.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's so much
You were just so
back
quick.
and forth.
Yeah, you should be sorry. You were so quick to blame the commies.
Listen, I just, the
You kinda-
U-Haul,
kinda pulled
do
the
you remember
trigger.
the U-Haul?
Kind of pulled the trigger fast on that.
Guys, remember the U-Haul?
Kind of pulled the trigger like you are one of the
I'm just doing a little
Neff.
back and forth. I'm just doing a little back and forth.
Yeah, kind of unnecessarily
For the sake
hostile.
of the content.
It's just interesting.
paid or not getting paid.
Looking like a Pinkerton over here.
Not been paid his percentage yet.
Oh.
And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Oh.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, that's a business thing and not necessarily you as Brandon will take, it's taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of side there.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure.
I will be honest, I think this is like regular small business in a small town shit.
Yes. Yes.
Like you bust open the hood and look under like the average small business that is like a franchise or whatever under a much larger business, and you look at their accounting and you know the things that they're doing, and it's like probably is happening all the time.
I mean, can I be honest?
What?
If I worked in a Lego store,
I
would go to work.
Legos?
No.
Well, I
was gonna say I'd go to work.
After all, so
No, I was gonna say I would go to work torched every day.
What do you mean?
I'd be absolutely stoned out of my gourd building Legos at the desk.
In a small town too, you're just like there's nothing else going on.
My spreadsheets would look really bad.
Maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't like fully know 100%, you know, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think...
So they all them, piece by piece. Like, some of it was stolen and placed in a U-Haul van. Some of it was just like sold and never paid off.
It's like the end of Knives Out.
It turns out
everyone is guilty.
Everyone is involved, including the commies.
Wow. Well, I think the commies were probably just ripped out of their skull, it sounds like. They were probably stoned and just really bad at spreadsheets.
What the?
You're kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, you know, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if you're starting to...
Dude, what the were they thinking, though? They're just, like, selling off someone else's merchandise without ever, you know, they're like, he'll die. He'll die. No one will come to collect. This guy looks sickly.
Well,
we'll just sell off his Legos. Like the.
I don't know, man. I think Coffee's gonna tell us.
All right, let's see.
Is $200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea.
By the way, do you know who has the opportunity to have some of the most inexpensive marketing in history on this?
What, Lego Corporation?
Exactly. If I was Mad Men, you know, marketing genius, I would tell them to go make a one-of-one, like, serialized set and give it to them and be like, we're gonna auction this off or something, or give them product, because then Lego comes out smelling like a daisy, where they're like, we protect our collectors, we love our community, here's a gift directly from Lego.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the relationship is between Lego and Bricks and Minifigs in general.
And then they should bring back Bionicle.
Okay, that seems like a thing that you.
Whoa, I mean,
personally
you disagree?
You just kind of added that on.
It's a double win.
Yeah.
As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifigs store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out. Does all that make sense?
Someone said, just like Breaking Bad, this story wouldn't exist if he had Medicare for all. True, he would have never had to sell his Lego set.
It's real.
That's crazy.
It's real.
So I guess it's good that we don't have Medicare for all, is what you're saying, right, Chatter? So that, you know, all these cool and wonderful heist stories and criminal enterprise, these are the types of things that take place in America, on American soil.
Wow.
Yeah. It makes us grind harder.
Sense to you, because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are
that
any of
doesn't
these
make
numbers
sense-
blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, sure, $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just like, can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product and Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Kristen mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego? Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell, is like, they say, you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried it. They were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So,
verification? Documentation? Is that unreasonable, do you think?
Didn't they show proof?
I thought
well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So, I mean, that's kind of the...
Right, a spread, like, I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet, though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
Oh.
When I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
Oh. So this would have been created under so we.
Oh.
We have the
McNeff's.
Y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea. Like,
oh no!
Oh,
so McNeff's.
So regardless of like what kind of accounting error or clerical error that took place, it's very clear that they had sufficient evidence to look back at to figure out whether or not this dude had some Legos that he was owed, his own Legos, and these motherfuckers said, no, you don't have evidence.
He got McFucked.
Perhaps assuming that the other side would not have anything beyond. By the way, it's not on the person who did the consignment to offer sufficient evidence. This is their back end stuff, right? And clearly they had it. They had the information on the back end. So they just did not want to give this guy back his shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, like, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal. And we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those such things. And understand, I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know. And
I appreciate you sharing this with us. Dog,
Brother.
It's your business email.
Brother.
What do you mean? It's your store. It's your business
That's
email.
Crazy.
This makes no sense. Also, they provided sufficient proof of the consignment contract. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they needed to do on their end. Like I'm talking about the original owner of the Lego set. That's crazy.
You can't, like, we don't know everything. And we don't go, like, looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. Like, we just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it, they're going to have to make a judgment call and say, who's telling the truth? The people who were taking all the pictures and say, and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest consistently, and the people who are saying, there was $5,000 there. Really? Like, that makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is, oh, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place? Or it was sitting there in the store and we didn't get pictures of it.
If I messed up,
explanation.
if I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that. It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that.
She seems honest.
I am more than willing to do that.
A lot more than I could say about the dastardly Neffs.
Well, McNeffs.
Dastardly Neff family gingers who have very peculiar,
hard R on there,
villainous type of facial hair choice. Sported most commonly by villains.
Okay, all right.
Just saying.
I need Bam to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found out, so that's like awesome. They're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally gonna destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what
Nice. I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, Brandon Best and Josh Johnson got fired. Bricks and Minifigs is suing Brian Mansell and Reckless Ben for over $1.3 million in damages.
Damn.
Yeah, which is,
crazy.
A restraining order is in effect against Reckless Ben to prevent him from speaking about Bricks and Minifigs. Also, the court system immediately siding with the corporation here.
Yeah.
Classic.
But, pause, Bricks and Minifigs will never recover.
I don't know. It depends on how, have you talked to your nieces?
Well, they haven't watched the Reckless Ben videos.
I know,
They're
but when
too
they,
young.
when they show up and say, Uncle Neff.
No.
Dastardly.
I couldn't.
The dastardly Uncle Neff. Can we go to the Bricks and Minis store?
Couldn't.
Can we go to the Bricks and Minis store?
Unless I get a friends and family discount from the McNeffs.
Yeah. You're going there. You're trotting your ass down to the Lego store, and you're purchasing as many packs as you can.
Okay.
Just saying. The Gormans are suing Bricks and Minifigs. The lawsuit claims Brian's collection had an original aggregate value of around $250,000.
Wow. That's it. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Really?
Yeah, you didn't notice? Yeah, bro, that's how it is. Yeah.
Oh, it's so cozy.
I know. It was crazy. What the is happening out there? All right, what are we doing? Where's March?
I think we're all about to meet up. my God. The lightning is crazy.
Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. This is what I mean when I say this guy's message. I know that some people don't like the grunt force vibes, but I think his message is so fucking sound. A+. Better yet, he proves the point I've been making for the past couple of months. Old whites want to hear this shit. The Barbaras and the Deborahs are ready. They're saying, strap me to a missile and launch me towards the. That's what the Barbaras are saying. That's the real truth nuke. Moving on to Democratic Party primaries or primaries that took place in Maine, South Carolina, numerous other places. Obviously, Graham Plattner won the primaries last night as expected. Not a lot of super interesting data came out of this, in my opinion. Everything went according to the expectations. I think he got like the same margin as previous Democrats had, but with a much higher number of participants this time around. So there is definitely a lot of people who are involved, a lot of people who are invested, a lot of people who are going out to vote, even though it's a primary. So that's good.
Primary voters hit the polls to pick their candidates for the fall. In the state of Maine, a Senate showdown is set between Democrat Graham Plattner and Republican Senator Susan Collins. Plattner is a first-time candidate facing serious questions about his past. Caitlin Huey-Burns is in Brewer, Maine. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Vlad. And after prevailing in that primary last night, Graham Plattner nodded to some of those controversies, telling supporters that he's made mistakes in life, but he vowed to make them proud in a race that is going to help determine control of the U.S. Senate.
We will win back this Senate seat.
Graham Plattner won the Maine Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate Tuesday, despite a number of headline-grabbing controversies.
It's so funny that liberals who maintain the vote blue no matter who posture, like the centrist liberals who are unbelievably pro-Israel and Israel first, clearly, that have taken Graham Plattner's statements against Israel very seriously, contrary to what the ultras think, are deciding to say, like, oh, you guys don't understand. We're just giving you a sincere warning that, like, you only know how to beat us, centrist Democrats. You don't know how to beat right-wing Republicans. Right-wing Republicans are far more vicious, far more ruthless, and have a lot more money to dump in these sorts of races. And while that is true, and the Republicans have already entertained a $50 million war chest that they're going to be dumping in the direction of Susan Collins here, it's very clear to me that liberals recognize something that I've been saying since day one. Like Graham Plattner, don't like Graham Plattner, it doesn't matter. Graham Plattner's platform shows that you can actually win with left populism in a purple state, in a red seat. You can win over a red seat. This betrays the fundamental argument that liberals have advanced over and over again against left flank candidates. So that's why I don't spend a good deal of time talking about Graham Plattner's background or his shortcomings or what went wrong here or anything like that, okay? They recognize it because, I'm sorry to say this, they're a lot smarter when it comes to elections than the average online lefty is, okay? This is their field. This is where they are dominant, and they know exactly how to undermine their opposition. And when I say their opposition, I don't mean the Republicans. Their opposition in this race is the left. For the centrists in the Democratic Party, they would much rather maintain, for some of them, they would much rather maintain a Republican majority in the Senate than to give way to the argument that you can actually win with left populism in a purple state. You can actually win with left populism in a red seat, okay? That's it. And I've been saying this since day one, since the first Grant Plattner controversies came out, right? Since the first Grant Plattner controversy came out, what did I say? I said, look, I have my suspicions, I have my skepticisms about Grant Plattner, but the silver lining here is that left populism is demonstrably successful, even in places like Maine. And it's clear that that is the case, okay? Now, what I think is going to happen in the upcoming months, in the lead up to the actual general election, is you're going to see some party officials and party members in the Democratic Party buck up and recognize the severity, recognize the danger of a Republican Congress, a Republican Senate, and actually, you know, defend Grant Plattner and offer support to Grant Plattner and try to get Grant Plattner across the finish line. There will, however, be a lot of naysayers that operated within the primaries to limited success continue to launch attacks against Grant Plattner because they would rather a Bernie-crat lose to prove their priors and allow a Republican majority to take shape than to allow a Bernie-crat to win and prove their worldview to be insignificant, inconsequential, and wrong.
Controversies surrounding him.
I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from.
Beset by a series of scandals, including allegations of physical abuse by a woman he dated over a decade ago, which Plattner denied, calling them, quote, politically motivated.
You have had my back.
The Marine veteran and Maine oyster farmer released this video Tuesday reflecting on the race.
These past few weeks have been brutal.
Now, the hard part begins for Plattner as the political newcomer aims to defeat five-term Republican Senator Susan Collins in November.
Susan Collins doesn't serve us. She serves Donald Trump.
While in South Carolina,
serving South Carolina has been the greatest honor of my life.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace lost her race for governor after the conservative firebrand failed to win the endorsement of President Trump, who instead backed the state's lieutenant governor, Pamela Yvette, who advanced to the June 23rd runoff against Attorney General Alan Wilson.
But I'm going to endorse Alan Wilson for governor. I think he's going to mop the floor with Pamela Yvette.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Good.
And over in California, the governor's race has now narrowed. Republican Steve Hilton advanced to the general election to take on Democrat Javier Becerra.
Now, Plattner may be running as an outsider here in Maine, but last night, Washington top Democrats lined up behind him. And as for his opponent, Susan Collins, she said yesterday that these allegations against Plattner are troubling and serious, and that he owes people of Maine a more detailed explanation. Eva.
Caitlin, thank you. If I'm in your campaign, or if I'm high up in the Democratic Party, at this point, I have a few questions in terms of the health of your campaign.
Anyway, yeah, he had some really good bars.
And moving forward into the...
He had some really good bars in his acceptance speech last night. Don't know if I have that in the docket here. I do want to bring that up, where you know, he railed against all of the forces. He railed against all the forces that coalesced to attack him, and said, you know, we're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. We're fighting back. All this shit. Do you have a license to bounce on it the way you do? Yes, I do. I do have my license to bounce on it. Yeah. He had some good lines here. He talks about redemption.
Son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned...
For the record, whenever he says I fought for freedoms or whatever, I cringe, okay? It's cringe as to be like, oh, I fought for freedom. I fought for freedom. It's unbelievably inconsistent with the other statements that he's made about his service, specifically in private when he was, you know, a Redditor. And I suspect it's because he wants to win an election rather than rather than showcase his like actual opinion that he fought for, preserving American freedoms by going out to Iraq. It's unbelievably cringe. It's also ridiculous. I don't even think he has to say that. You can say that you believed that that was your intention, that you believed it was honest, you believed it was earnest, and then you felt discouraged when you actually served, when you actually put on the, when you actually put on the uniform, and you went out there and you were broken by some of the actions that you committed, something like that.
I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it.
Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. He literally did follow up with that. Never mind. Okay, good. Because sometimes I hear him say that. Like, I watched his Ro Khanna thing that he did, and I was just like, it was cringe. If he just lets the I fought for freedoms hang, I'm like, ugh. Because he did do that with Ro Khanna.
But I'm also a lucky one.
Spoke too soon.
Who found his way back. Who found a living on the sea, in a home, in a community that offered love and redemption.
Sometimes precog is off.
Redemption is not just some simple or easy.
I do like this message, by the way. The redemption message, awesome. Banger. Very, very Hasanabi head coded. This is like a fundamental principle that I abide by as well in terms of redemption. And I really like the redemption message that he talks about. Like, we allow people room to grow, and we give them grace. Everyone's on their own journey. I really, really like that.
Easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before. And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
Bars, 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 bars. I'm going to say something that's going to create a nuclear atom bomb in the discourse here. It's going to piss off everyone. Are you ready for it? AOC talked about something that I think is very important. Because if you recall, like, there's a couple people in our flank, in our side, that have been critical of Graham Plattner. Or have refused to endorse Graham Plattner, or has just been like, I haven't endorsed anybody in this race, right? AOC is one of them. AOC said something that I think is perfectly appropriate to say about her endorsement process. Okay? AOC came out and said, broadly, when she's making endorsements, that she looks at someone's track record. She even went so far as to say, just because, no, this is not the video where she says, I haven't endorsed anybody in the race. She said, just because someone says the right things doesn't mean I'm going to automatically assume that they are invested in fighting this fight. Just because someone has a good policy page doesn't mean that they are, doesn't mean that they have the actual background, right? Graham Plattner talks the talk. But does Graham Plattner walk the walk is a real consideration. I think it's a perfectly valid thing to call into question, as a matter of fact. The reason why I say that is because while Graham Plattner is incredibly solid on the messaging side, and I like that a lot, does he have the organizing background? Because there are plenty who I have endorsed, who I've worked alongside, that do have that organizing background, right? Yeah, AOC has quietly played the sharpest endorsement game of any Dem this cycle. It was a quote retweet of this, giving the late and perhaps decisive boost to at least 4 progressive underdogs who narrowly won their primaries. Let me see if I can find the actual, the actual quote retweet of this that I read that I liked. I think it was the Axios guy. What's his name? It was the Axios guy that said it. So here's the thing. I like what the Graham-Plattner campaign spells for insurgency campaigns and insurgency candidacies all around the country. Okay? I like it quite a bit. But as far as people's skepticisms goes, I also understand that as well. Here's what AOC told me about her endorsements in March, says Andrew Sullender. Anybody can put up a website and put a list of policy commitments on it. We have to see, is there a record on those commitments? What is the relationship to an on-the-ground field force like? That is 100% the right attitude to have with endorsements. I say this now, especially as someone who does work with a lot of candidates, who does actually hype up a lot of candidates, who has now seen some defeats and seen some successes with the candidates that I work with. The magic zone for me is when a candidate has good messaging, a good policy platform, but also on top of that, actual work in the field to advance some of these agendas, some of these, some of these policy platforms, like genuinely has done some work to move in this direction. And last but not least, and this is the most consequential aspect of it, on the ground organizational backing, a ground team. When you have all of the above, you're going to probably win. Okay? With Shoykot, he didn't have that last one, right? I believed that he had enough experience in this space, advancing certain agendas, given his, given the Justice Democrats and all the work that he had done with the Justice Democrats. I think that he had actually worked hard enough to establish legitimacy. Many people did not believe that, and specifically people on the ground didn't believe it, right? That's part of the reason why he lost. Is bro for Trump? That's awesome. So yeah, I do agree with this assessment that she's making here. Biggest one you're missing is prior elected office. Progressive candidates who have won, for the most part, already have a constituency base. No. Prior elected office is good. It's great, especially if you're a progressive force with experience in elected office to a certain degree, right? However, like Daria Lisa doesn't have prior elected office experience, but it doesn't matter because she's an organizer. She's worked on these causes, right? Like immigrant advocacy, things of that nature. Where's the piss off section? Oh, I thought people were going to get mad at me for saying this because there are AOC haters in here and then there are Graham-Plattner haters in here. And I end up merging best of both worlds here and say that AOC's non-endorsement of Graham-Plattner most likely comes from the fact that Graham-Plattner doesn't have that background. Like, that's where it comes from. Now, of course, do I want Graham-Plattner to win this race? Absolutely I do, for a million different reasons. I have the leftist reasons why I want Graham-Plattner to win, okay? Regardless of all that skepticism, regardless of all that scrutiny, the lack of experience that he has in terms of organizing on the ground, like the local DSA not actually or almost endorsing him and then not endorsing him. These are all considerations from my perspective. Having said that, none of that matters. It's all immaterial. He's organizing. No, he's organizing now, and he's doing a great job at it. But we're talking about like legitimacy in this space, experience in this space. If Graham-Plattner was like out there, other than Socialist Rifle Association work that he's done, I haven't seen much in terms of like getting involved in his background, getting involved with like local organizations. That's it. Even though it certainly doesn't matter right now because, it's time for him to defeat Susan Collins. And he's going to get attacked a lot, mercilessly, viciously. This is so dishonest. He has a long track record of organizing on Reddit. Is that a joke? Are you making a joke? Like, is the joke that you're making that he was a poster, which is the ultimate form of organizing, is the highest posting, the highest? Oh, okay. Posting the highest form of organizing. Yeah. But yeah, one thing I will say on this side, on this front, He's a grade A yapper. He's gay as hell. G-A-Y, grade A yapper. He is a yapper through and through. He's great on message, okay? Down to the optics, down to everything else. Like, rugged guy, says all the right things. To me, this means that this is a message that people want to hear. That's a good thing. I will never look a gift horse in the mouth and say, how old is this gift horse? I will never say that. Okay? This is a gift horse. This horse was gifted to us. Okay? Don't look at the teeth to see how far extended they are to try to figure out how old the horse is. That's how you figure out the age of a horse, by the way, that you don't know. As horses age, their teeth start pushing outward. That's where that statement comes from. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Sorry, I'm a horse girl, so I have to, give you additional information.
I will stand up for you and against billionaires and greedy corporations. I will serve you, the people of Maine, not some lobbyist or party boss. I will be the champion for your dreams as if it were my own, no matter the challenge or the expense. I will fight for you. I have been willing to die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do for the state of Maine. You have...
Is he his attack against Susan Collins?
Died. Susan Collins has voted to send billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund other people's wars. Susan Collins, how do you justify closing hospitals in Maine while using our tax dollars to destroy them halfway around the world? Friends died.
Railing on the establishment.
Maine, I love you. I love this state.
Oh my God.
Now the national pundits, the political establishment, they keep looking for that one story, that one headline, that one moment in my life that they can define the campaign by. But in trying so hard to understand me, they failed to understand that this is not about me at all. This is a movement about us. About the far too many working far too hard and struggling far too much at the hands of the ruling class. It is not a story of my hardship, it's of our hardship. A story of the hardship of every working Mainer. People that used to be able to stern in the summertime, plow in the winter, dig clams, and be able to send your kid off to college, but you can't anymore. Because that hard work, it isn't enough now. This story, the story of this...
This is a banger. I mean, this part is banger after banger. Wall to wall. Very good. This is what I mean when I say this guy's message is messaging. The optics of it, I know that some people don't like the grunt force vibes, but I think his message is so sound. Excellent. A+. Very, very good. And better yet, he proves the point I've been making for the past couple of months. Okay? The point that I've been making for the past couple of months is that old whites want to hear this shit. Okay? A lot of people kept telling me over and over again, oh, dude, Americans are not ready for this. Americans are not ready for a movement like this. They are, bro. Old whites especially are. The Barbaras and the Deborahs are ready. They're saying, strap me to a missile and launch me towards the White House. That's what the Barbaras are saying. The Deborahs, the Barbaras have had enough of business as usual politics, and yet many of you in here don't want to hear it. You're not ready for it. That's the real truth, Nuke. Look behind him. Those are not DSA cadres, chat. Those are not comrade, those are not the people that you would expect, the Maoists, the Marxists, Leninists, the third worlders. Those are not cadres, those are padres. Exactly.
This campaign, it's not about how the political establishment counted me out. It's about for how far too long the political establishment has counted out the voices of every single person without the money to buy influence. But they don't know Maine.
The Deborahs and Barbaras are ready for a political revolution, bro.
General, which is a whole different ballgame. So here's my first. You were asked this question by Chris Hayes about the issue of, is there more out there? What else could be out there that might be revealed during the campaign? And you deflected, said, among other things, this is between you and your wife. It was understandable to a limit because for Maine voters in a general election, the question is, what is out there? What is not in your possession that you sent to others who may have in their possession? How many concerning pictures and or text messages are in the possession of other people that could be used against you? And I'd like to...
Come on. Give me something good. She's like, come on. You got some dick pics? She's like, why won't you show hog? Please, will you show hog, please?
To know if there are pictures, concerning pictures.
I will just say that the nature of Amy and I's relationship has been blown, I would say, totally out of proportion. Early in our marriage, we had some struggles, and we worked through them because that's what you do when you're in love with somebody. And it made our marriage much stronger, made us, frankly, a much happier and communicative couple. I was single for the majority of my adult life. I was in my 20s and 30s and I dated. And, that's in the modern age. That's what happens. You date people and you use dating apps. And you do all this stuff, and frankly, that all happened long before I got married, and happened long before I decided to run for the United States Senate. I can just tell you, there is nothing out there that is going to will run counter to any of the stories that I've talked about openly this entire campaign. And I know everyone continues to be like, oh, what else is coming? Ironically,
right.
The whole what else is coming has essentially been the same thing the whole time. Which is, I've been very open about the fact that I struggled, very open about the fact that I had a long litany of failed relationships for years because I myself was not in a good place. And then every now and again, we will have a media outlet or a politically motivated attack come up and try to drag it all up. But it's all very much within the exact same story that I've told this entire time.
Okay, so you say there's nothing out there that could be concerning. And this may seem a little bit rich.
There's nothing out there. I just want to make this clear. There's nothing out there that's actually concerning. People will make everything seem very concerning because that's what people do. in politics. But, you know, I think the thing about all of this is what I find to be kind of most curious is this is what everyone wants to make the campaign about. So we do not talk about the struggles of working Mainers. We do not talk about the fact that I know someone in my hometown here who works 3 jobs and pays over.
Yep. There we go. Finally. Holy shit. This is what I've been saying. Dog. That's it. I've already accounted for the things I've done in the past. I'm willing to bet that outside of the town halls and outside of the Mainers who voted for me yesterday, the overwhelming majority of outsiders who've been tuning into this race don't know a single thing about the policies that I'm advancing, about the things that I want to do as a senator. And that is precisely the point. Every moment that we spend where people try to manufacture outrage where there is none, you know, I'm an imperfect person. There's no, you know, I have blemishes on my record, of course. That's just how it goes when you have a regular working class, you know, average Joe who runs for office. But every single moment that we talk about the blemishes of my track record is a moment where we're not having a conversation about the problems that persist for Mainers. This is the whole point of establishment media and why there's so much enmity towards establishment media. This is the whole reason why business as usual politics is, is something that people despise.
60% of her money income in rent. I think that matters a lot more than the details of my relationship before I ran for United States Senate. That's just me.
Okay, so then let me ask you this way. Can you just talk about the nature of the sexting in terms of, can you call for the release of the Epstein files? And can you call...
This is an insane line. I think she wanted to hit a Hail Mary here and said, F it, why not? Maybe I can tie consensual sexting between adults to mass pedophilic rape. That is a, espionage blackmail operation that seemingly every financial elite was involved in, which is like, that's not even, I don't even know what to call that. Oh, it says here that, you went to a boxing ring for many years and you learned how to fight hand-to-hand combat. Do you feel like you could sufficiently call out this mass murderer who went into a school and shot up everyone, considering that you were, a professional fighter for an extended period of time? It's like those two things are not on the same planet. That's an insane comparison to make.
Call out those who have abused women and not be conflicted in any way.
Yes, of course. I mean, I engaged in consensual romantic activities with adults at an earlier part in my life. That seems like a fairly normal thing most people do. Going to an island with billionaires to possibly assault children is a vastly, vastly different thing. Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish that this had come out earlier and in your own way?
No, I mean, this was a very private thing for my wife and I. And the only reason it's out is because we confided in someone we trusted on the campaign, who then went and broke that trust. So it's, Amy and I have a very strong marriage, and it's mostly strong because of some of the challenges we faced early on and the work we did to get through it. So, no, I mean, I'm not happy it's out, but it's also, it's not again, I would say it's been entirely blown out of proportion as to what the reality of the situation is.
Mr. Plattner, good morning. Let me ask you about the race ahead now that you won by a wide margin last night. Susan Collins hasn't really had a close race in a long time. 6 years ago, it was under double digits. She won by 8 points, but there always seems to be this idea, because Maine in presidential elections goes blue by and large, that this is the time that Susan Collins is going to be defeated, and yet it never seems to be. So why do you believe this time Mainers will walk away from Susan Collins, as I assume you believe they will?
Well, I believe they will because I am a normal Mainer and I have lots of normal Mainer friends and everybody.
Dude, this destroys third way neoliberalism. If there's a victory here, you understand, like, this is perhaps more consequential than the Zoran victory in Zoran's governance. Even though he's not DSA aligned, or he is DSA aligned, but he's not DSA. Do you understand why? Because for years and years, the Democratic establishment presented this idea of how to win elections. The idea that we can't go more progressive, we can't do left economic populism, because left economic populism scares voters. A similar predicament existed with the Israel narratives. Oh, you can't talk about Israel. You can't be negative on Israel. They will destroy you. The voters actually love Israel. Of course, ironically enough, AIPAC still tries to maintain that message by trying to actively subvert democracy. And then after successfully doing so, coming out and being like, see, it doesn't pay to shit on Israel. Voters actually will destroy you, like they did with Thomas Massey. But this is a huge blow against third way neoliberalism because they have tried so hard to present not people like Graham Plattner, but instead people like Janet Mills as the only way to win this seat, and have lost over and over again. Believe me when I say this. If Graham Plattner wins this race, which I think he will, this will have tremendous positive reverberations across the rest of the country. Because now, just as we point to Zoran's victory as a way to win elections in the future, and Zoran's success in governance as an alternative that people respond positively to, we can do the same for purple states and red states alike.
Republicans, Democrats, independents. A lot of people in this state are sick and tired of someone who, for decades now, has not really stood up for the people of Maine. Someone who will not hold the Trump administration to account. Someone who has gotten quite wealthy while in office, trading stocks and bonds, which is a very unpopular thing for those of us down here that don't have stocks and bonds. Someone who promised to protect Roe v. Wade and then went and voted for Brett Kavanaugh and brought about the destruction of a woman's right to choose in this country. Those are real things that people see there, and they bring about material realities for us down here on the ground. And I am fully convinced that people in this state are sick and tired of this kind of politics as usual, like corporatist establishment politician, which Susan Collins really is the avatar of. Now, I will say this. The Republican Party, the people that donate to Susan Collins, the people that support her, they know the stakes of this thing. And so they are dumping millions of dollars into the state of Maine in attack ads against us already. We'll say for anybody who's watching at home, if you want to see Susan Collins beaten, please go to grantforsenate.com and donate. We can definitely use the help.
You're going to link up with Plattner? Probably not. I think this is 100% true, but to beat Susan Collins, you need 65-year-old moderate white ladies who are to the right of primary voters. Yeah, and they love Graham Plattner. Why did Neera Tanden choose to remain anonymous while repeating her tweet verbatim? Yeah. It's so funny and so dumb that she keeps saying this over and over again, implying that, like, policy-wise, you have to go to the right when it's actually the opposite.
But the stakes of this are so high because we really are looking at, is this country going to be able to go in a direction of a politics that is accessible, a politics that is representative of regular people, and then a politics that therefore represents regular working people? Or do we maintain the status quo? Do we maintain a politics?
I can't begin to explain how selfish these creatures are, by the way. Like the near attendants of the world who will literally do everything they can in their power to protect their sinecure. Okay? They will do anything in their power. They will try to tank this race because this race's victory is a direct shot against the pathway to success that Neera Tanden has presented her entire career, constantly demanding pivots to the right. All of a sudden, that argument falls apart. And these guys would rather do everything in their power to force a failure here than to allow a Democratic majority to take place in the Senate if that majority vote comes from a guy who is a left populist and also anti-Israel. Obviously, that's a huge, huge motivator for a lot of people.
That allows for billionaires and corporations to continue to get richer and richer and richer year after year, while those of us that work for a living work harder and longer and for less. And I think the answer to that up here in the state of Maine is people want change.
As you've been hearing for months from your Democratic opponents, and now will grow louder with the Collins campaign and Republicans even nationally, the argument against you is that all of the comments that you've talked about and addressed and said you were at a bad time in your life, the past comments about black people, calling yourself a communist, talking about police, talking about armed resistance for the working class.
Brother, how are those things on the same planet? Talking poorly about black people and calling yourself a communist, or saying that we need to arm ourselves to protect ourselves to do a revolution, is literally not on the same zip code, nor are they on the same planet. Maybe not the same galaxy. Hello? God damn, dude. From Morning Joe's perspective, it's like, I don't even know what he said about black people. I'm certain it wasn't like anything that consequential, but because all of the other stuff that he said that they make a big deal about is usually like in context is still inappropriate, but never like heinous, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, it was on Reddit. I think it was literally like one of those like AMA, ask a bartender thing. Right? And I think it was something along the lines of like black people and tipping. I think it was something about black people and tipping, right? And that was the f***ed up thing that he said. You know what's really funny? If he was a regular run-of-the-mill Democrat, they wouldn't even make a big deal about that. But he asked where the stereotype came from or something like that. Okay. But what's really funny is from the perspective of guys like at Morning Joe, I swear to God, him being anti-black is nowhere near as bad as him saying he's a communist. Like, they legitimately think that's worse.
They say that's who you really are and that you've kind of cleaned yourself up to run this campaign to get into the United States Senate. So how do you, for people just kind of tuning into this race, perhaps even in Maine, but certainly nationally, how do you address that criticism? Because it's kind of at the heart of the argument against you, which is you actually are that guy from 10 or 12 years ago and that you polished yourself for the election. What do you say to that?
I would say that they really do not grasp what is happening up here in Maine, because they continue to try to make this race about me. And what they fail to understand is it's not about me at all. It's about us. It's about Maine. It's about the working people of this state.
See, if anybody, I watched that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug. And they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse than any...
Dude, this is a gift. Donald Trump coming out and saying Graham Plattner is a thug and is worse than anyone else who's ever run for office is literally the greatest gift of all time that you can give to Graham Plattner. Okay? Buddy, you are the standard bearer of pedophilic representation in office. When you call someone a bad guy, that literally carries the opposite weight, and it causes people to assume he's a good guy. This serves the same role as an endorsement. Because everything that they've said that Graham Plattner has done, ironically, Donald Trump actually has done and has been found liable. Like, shit that people speculate Graham Plattner may have done, Trump has done and shamelessly supported. From that perspective, that comparison, as I repeatedly told you, from that comparison, like when he makes that comparison on his own, it is a gift. It is a gift to Graham Plattner.
Human being that's ever run for office, probably. I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just look. I mean, nobody's ever had a record like that. And you'll have Schumer. He goes crazy over this or that, or Epstein. This guy. Why aren't they talking about him? He said, well, we don't know, but his guy's got a rap sheet. I've never seen anything like it. He's a thug. I know thugs. I had to deal with thugs. I built a lot of buildings. I dealt with the toughest people on earth. I dealt with worse than thugs. This guy's a thug. He's a low-level thug. And he's running to be a senator, to work with Eric Schmidt. Great, Eric will handle him, I think. To be with Barrasso, who the hell do we have to be with Rand? Now, Rand would be very interesting with him. Rand would figure it out, put him away. But this is a thug. He's a cheap, no good person. And I watch these senators, the Democrats, and, well, we don't really know. You do know. He's as bad. I've never seen a person like that run for office. And the guy from Texas, different, but he's terrible too. He's terrible. These are radical left communists. But I watched this guy this morning, and he was so bad. He was so bad. He's a bad guy, just a bad guy. He must be laughing up his sleeve when he looks at these idiots going like Schumer, well, he's okay. He's not okay. Can you imagine if the Republicans had him?
Oh, my God.
How about if we had him, John? So,
Wouldn't let it happen.
I really believe it. If it meant losing the Senate, you would not let that happen.
Correct.
It's just a terrible thing. I mean, I watch it happening. It's unfolding. It's really history, because there's never been a guy like that that's ever run for office. At any level. I don't think at any level. And the excuses, they come up every day. Somebody comes forward with really proven stuff. Even his business, he's not a businessman at all. His parents supported him. Guy's a loser. Other than that, he might be a very nice guy. But very simply, the radical...
You mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate
She does,
re-election?
because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along well, but I have some. But she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's had 10,000 votes. She had 10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. Look, she's a sane woman, and she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me, but
It's so funny that he has to sit there and endorse Susan Collins, someone he objectively hates. It's awesome. He just has to sit there and endorse a person that he despises. Make no mistake, Susan Collins has voted with Trump basically like 98% of the way. But it's that 2% that matters for Trump. He hates that shit. And because of that, he does not like Susan Collins. But because he doesn't want to lose the majority in the Senate, he has to sit there and white knuckle through this endorsement process and be like, well, we don't agree all the time. As a matter of fact, we never agree. But I have to say, she's wonderful. She's great. I love her. She's going to be so good.
this guy is a thug. He's a fake thug. He's a phony. I made a lot of money picking out phonies. He's a real phony. He's a bad person. Yeah.
Senator, do you believe the women accusing Plattner of abuse? Do you believe these allegations that are out there right now? You were campaigning for him recently, so I was wondering what you think about the allegations made against him. About the women saying he knew that he had a Nazi tattoo.
The American people are tired of women. Say it, Bernie. Say it just like you have in the past. Say the words, Bernie. The American people are tired of women.
You have nothing to say about the scandal? Latest one? Anything you could say, sir, would be great. We appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
It is.
Your mayor has spoken. New York City mayor denies the secure perimeter around MSG for Knicks 4 was a last-minute decision and says it wasn't due to some of the violence at watch parties. However, no one should be getting threatened, attacked on the basis of wearing a Spurs jersey.
And were you concerned at all by any of the violence after Game 3? And is that one of the reasons why the city decided to put up the frozen zone in place before the Game 4 watch party? And separately, are you guys concerned about some of the businesses in that frozen zone area, how that's going to impact them for what's going to be a really big night?
So I want to go through a number of things. The first is that any New Yorker can go to those restaurants and bars around Midtown across that area. Second of all, the procedures that we put in place for Game 4 did not have to do with Game 3. You heard from our police commissioner at the security briefing that there were going to be increased security procedures to ensure that everyone can remain safe. The approach that we're going to have is going to be akin to what the NYPD does for events at this large scale, whether we're talking about July 4th or we're talking about New Year's Day. And your first question?
Just what were your thoughts on some of the violence, and was that one of the reasons why?
So the procedures for Game 4 were long-standing, as the police commissioner shared. However, there is no tolerance for that kind of violence in our city. No one should be getting threatened, attacked.
See, that's how you know he's not a real revolutionary, bro. He doesn't want to endorse ultra violence against the Spurs fans. That's me. I'm the guy who's like, "Oh, I can't believe it, dude. This guy's a freaking phony, dude."
Some of the most.
I voted for you because I thought you'd let me beat the shit out of Spurs fans, dude. Wow. You've betrayed the Palestinians, and now you betray the New York Knicks. He's saying this to protect you? Yeah, of course. Low key.
On the basis of wearing a Spurs jersey. And as excited as New Yorkers are, and the vast majority of New Yorkers are celebrating responsibly, those kinds of incidents are unacceptable, and we do not stand for that at all in our city.
Should there have been maybe a little bit more of an advance warning about the frozen zone if this was going to be the plan?
I think, as you heard from Police Commissioner Tisch, she had said in advance of Game 3 that there were going to be additional procedures for Game 4. However, given that the president is not attending Game 4, there are a number of things that are not being replicated from Game 3. Some of those include the fact that now vehicular traffic can move up and down 8th Avenue, that the large-scale barriers that the Secret Service erected around Madison Square Garden are being taken down, and we're actually ensuring that this is a space where a lot more New Yorkers can go through. Thank you so much. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, assaulting Spurs fans is crazy work. Yeah, obviously. It's insane. It's also expected of like Massachusetts sports fans. It's expected of Philadelphia sports fans. I'm actually kind of surprised. That New York sports fans are doing that now. Like, what are you, Philly sports team enjoyers? Are you Philly team enjoyers? Yeah, you might as well say go Birds, actually. Anyway, this is Plattner's first general election ad.
Most powerful Democrats and Republicans in the country were on Epstein Island. It seems the only thing the party establishments can agree on is a love of Jeffrey Epstein and a hatred of me. I'm Graham Plattner, and I approve this message because together we will take back our government from the...
I mean, that's beast mode, to be like, everyone who hates me is a pedophile. He's running the most, they're calling this the most Hasanabi campaign of all time, okay? He's about to be like, judge me by my enemies, okay? They all happen to be best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know why. It's also a Trump method, too, and it's very effective. More on Collins. Oh, my God. How many more?
If you reflect Maine's values, why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours defending. If you are an independent voice, why do you vote with Donald Trump 95% of the time? If you're so bipartisan, why were you the deciding vote to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court? The deciding vote to defund our health care and our hospitals. Why did you rubber stamp the greatest redistribution of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of our nation? Susan Collins is only bipartisan when it doesn't matter. Susan Collins calls herself the gold standard of common sense. Common sense would be Mainers not having to choose between seeing a doctor or paying your mortgage. Common sense would be banning billionaires from buying elections. And it would also be giving workers the same seat at the table as CEOs. Common sense would be a minimum wage that's a living wage. It would be keeping our hospitals open and our schools funded and our kids from having to fight in another generation of forever wars. Should be unafraid of upsetting the wannabe king to whom Susan Collins bows. Susan Collins said she would only serve 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th. She has worked in politics longer than Joe Biden. She hasn't held a town hall since I was in 8th grade.
Centrists were really mad about this one because he brought up Joe Biden in a disparaging way. And they were on the timeline being like, oh, were you expecting booze for Joe Biden and you didn't receive him? I bet you wanted to kill yourself in that moment. Maybe you should actually. You still have time. Because, Israel firsters, there are some very real ones on the internet. They're not in the real world. They don't exist. They literally do not exist in the real world. I cannot stress this enough, okay? Twitter is not real life. Blue Sky is even less real life than Twitter is. I saw a post, someone screenshot it from Blue Sky talking about whatever that lady is that wanted to do a writing campaign last second, De La Flame or whatever. And there were more people that had retweeted it than the number of people in Maine that actually voted for her in the writing campaign. It's crazy, man. These people are all over Threads. They're all over Blue Sky. But you know where they're not? At the ballot box. So remember that when you see something pop off on the internet, when you see something constantly droning on, when you see nuisances over and over again, when people are greatly overestimating their importance, remember that those people do not matter. It's true. Heartwarming. They created a Blue Sky reservation in upstate Maine. Oh my God. That's beautiful. 757 people got together in one neighborhood and was like, I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. All-timer Blue Sky screenshot. Checking in on Blue Sky. Liv Moss. Respectfully, it's a disgusting image and disappointing. We give your immense credibility, intellect, and talents to promote a company that contributes 70% of Americans 20 and older being overweight, 40% obese with chronic illnesses following. Any U.S. flight is proof. Andrea Laflamme, who ran as a Plattner alternative in Maine and became a favorite of many Blue Sky users, is getting 781 votes, or 0.4%. One of her Blue Sky posts last month got more engagement than that, and this is from the eve of the primary. This is what I mean, bro. Like, what the if you were to go to Blue Sky, you would think, Grant Plattner has no shot. MSG requested a permit for a watch party for 500 and 999 fans. We approved that permit for 999 fans. Mr. Dolan has now decided to cancel the watch party. Now this is breaking hearts across the city. But if there's one thing Knicks fans don't need permission for is showing up for our team wherever we may be, no matter the block or the borough. Knicks in 5. It's ableist to say Susan Collins has essential tremors. It's not fatal and it doesn't impede her job. There are plenty of ways to criticize Susan Collins. I give her hell every day, but this is just ableism. Come on, DC Bureau Chief for the Independent and MS News Now columnist. I thought we packed this up at Woke One. I thought this was a Woke One relic, you know? Oh my God. She's ancient, bro. She's ancient. It's like they tried to do this with Joe Biden, remember? They were like, excuse me, he has a stutter. Really? That's why he's saying habubba-da-ba-da? That's the stutter? Because I just saw a piece of his brain matter leak out of his ear. What do you mean it's his stutter? I don't think there's any stutter that causes that to happen. Yeah, man, she's old. She's old as Susan Collins still using photos of herself from 2014 in the year of our Lord. Debate between Joe Brandon and Nick Shitley. Who wins? Brandon clears.
I've held 83 town halls in the past 8 months. What are you trying to hide, Senator Collins? Exactly. Now, the truth is, Susan Collins doesn't serve us. She serves Donald Trump. She serves the Epstein class. She serves her corporate donors and the corrupt political system that has rigged the economy against us. She does not serve us, and so we will defeat Susan Collins.
Asked Kirsten Gillibrand if she had concerns with Platter after the New York Times report given her role in the Franken saga. She responded by saying, I think Graham showed a great deal of support in the primary, and I think that's going to build momentum, and I will assure that we will win Maine. Asked if she had any concerns about Platter's alleged conduct as detailed in last week's New York Times report, Gillibrand said the voters in Maine have been clear, and I think that he's going to continue to build support. It's Jover. Well, now we know. Now we know where the line is. Now we know where the line is. For Kirsten Gillibrand, Islam is the line. Okay? That's right. It turns out for Kirsten Gillibrand, the only thing she cares about is actually Islam. Okay? Glad that she's come on board. Glad that she's back on the team. Okay? Kirsten was like, oh, he's white. And that is right. White is right, says Kirsten Gillibrand. Kirsten Gillibrand responded with, well, does he face Mecca 5 times a day? If not, I have no problem. Yeah. I have no problem with Graham Platter because he's not actually doing global jihad in the same way that the New York mayor is.
And Susan Collins has never met a war she didn't like. She's been supporting endless wars since I was a teenager, and I know I had to fight in 2 of them. Senator Collins, I got blown up while you handed out billions of dollars to defense companies that invest in you. Sorry, that you're invested in.
Don't read this now, but I'm pretty sure this Graham guy has had sex before. Stop. I'm afraid Susan Collins, who has never had sex, deserves to be the next senator of Maine. I'm afraid with this new information, there's no other choice. We were Pills Mafia till the bitter end, and now, as Mainers, as people who vote illegally in Maine, this entire community does, we have no choice but to vote for the not sex haver in the Senate race, and that is, without a shadow of doubt, Susan Collins. Yeah, this is the literal exact discussion Platter wants right now. Trump on Platter. He's a thug, and they've been making excuses for him. He's worse than any human being that's ever run for office. Making the scandals a question of, is Platter worse than a person? Is worse of a person than Trump? Is the precise way he gets through with this, with as little damage as possible, which is a very big question. The latest news did sink his one strong favorabilities by quite a bit. Hegseth confirms to Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. Hegseth tells reporters at CENTCOM will be busy tonight because we're going to hit Iran hard. Iran has a chance to make a great deal. They haven't been willing to it. They are going to have to tap. They are going to have tap, bombs dropping on key facilities from Iran, in Iran from the U.S. It is not to restart the war, but to set the terms for a deal. Okay. Yeah. If we negotiate with bombs, if we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs. That's not how negotiations work. God, we are genuinely a country run by animals.
You and your friends profited, and my friends died. Susan Collins has voted to send billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund other people's wars. Susan Collins, how do you justify closing hospitals in Maine while using our tax dollars to destroy them halfway around the world?
Banger. Now let's hear from Jake Auchincloss. APAC funded rep Jake Auchincloss has some choice words. If you recall, he said that he would refuse to endorse Graham Plattner. Let's hear what he has to say now.
I think if the Democratic Party spends more time talking about Israel going into 28 than talking about America, we are going to be very poorly positioned for the general election.
You're such a idiot, dude. Oh my God. You're so wrong. You could not be more wrong. 1, everybody hates Israel. 2, everybody hates that we give so much money to Israel. You literally tied those two things together in the way that Graham Plattner just did earlier. Whereas, like, why are we giving billions of dollars to Israel? They have healthcare. Our politicians who've signed off on billions of dollars to Israel over the course of their long tenures tell us we can't have healthcare. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Oh, guys, don't talk about my emotional support apartheid state doing a genocide. You're being a meanie. Timu Jared Kushner? Oh my God.
American voters want to hear about a new American dream, about an excellent education by 18, about home ownership by 30, a dignified retirement by 65. Of course, we have to deal with foreign policy issues, but I think we have to deal with what foreign policy looks like in 28 and 2030, not what it looked like in 2020. And it's going to look very different because of the absolute catastrophe that this president is leaving the next president in the Middle East. We're going to have to regionalize energy, infrastructure, defense ties throughout the Abraham Accords. We're going to have to think about how Ukraine's drone and counter-drone capabilities can help support our allies, Israel and otherwise, our Gulf state allies in the Middle East. We're going to have to think about an Indo-Pacific posture that unravels increasing Chinese belligerence now that we've stepped back.
Oh my God, he ties it up to an even dumber message, which is we have to wage war with China. Look, Americans overwhelmingly are still not big fans of China. Okay? Wait, what the fuck? Scoop. Zohran Mamdani was poised to hold his first meeting with a foreign leader this week, but the Trump administration effectively nixed it in a behind-the-scenes effort that marks a new flashpoint between the mayor and Trump. Mamdani was poised to meet Colombian President Petro, a fellow Democratic socialist, to discuss democracy in the Americas, but the Colombians backed out following a meeting with U.S. officials in Bogota, in which U.S. officials said the event was unacceptable. The Trump administration remains upset about comments Petro made criticizing U.S. support for Israel and calling on U.S. soldiers to disobey presidential orders to kill during his last visit to the U.S. Analysts called it an extraordinary move. He's not a dictator. His term ends in 2 months. It appears that he's being punished for the crime of criticizing the Trump administration. You know why? I know why. He actually did it to preserve Gustavo Petro's legacy. He was like, Donald Trump, here, I'll give you some tea. So Donald Trump actually doesn't like Zohran's revisionist tendencies. And he knows that Gustavo Petro is not a mere democratic socialist, but a real Marxist-Leninist. And he was actually trying to preserve Gustavo Petro's legacy of supporting the Marxist-Leninist principled stance. And he did not want Gustavo Petro to meet with a democratic socialist revisionist like Zohran Mamdani. Yeah. Yeah, that's JD Pandon, man. That's JD Pandon. That's how it works, actually. Iran strikes have begun. Explosions reported in southern Iran again. Oh, classic. Anyway, going back to the China argument. Americans are not exactly fond of China. Okay? Having said that, however, especially after this fucking quagmire, especially after this incident that took place, with Iran. Good luck telling Americans we got to wage war with China. Okay? Good luck, dude. Americans are like, brother, please give me health care. What is this? What is all this warfare? There is no argument less popular than this one, where it's like, we have to maintain our support for Israel because we have to go to war with China. And yet, here is a Democrat from Massachusetts advancing this argument like a moron. God, these people hate you so much. They think you're stupid. Anyway, it's not. He's not alone, though. This seems to be the new line, says Brian Tashman. Yes, I want to send hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars to Israel, but why do you people care so much? It's not a new line. It's the not so subtle inference that you only care about Israel because Jews live there. It's the classic "no Jews, no news" attitude, right? Like that's a common Hasbara line. What is this? NBC contributor is an Israeli agent. NBC's Matt Gorman is an outrageous way to describe this man to NBC viewers when he has most recently been a registered foreign agent for the state of Israel. That NBC doesn't disclose that, and that they allow him on air to attack Plattner is exactly why normal people support Plattner and want him to take a wrecking ball to this corruption. Gorman's contract with the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs appears to have recently terminated, so perhaps this is a tryout for a new one. Let him on air and not disclose this is shameful.
Well, look, in Maine, I think Susan Collins is going to beat him like a drum, and I believe that before the story came out yesterday. I mean, you're right. This was an incredible story with, abuse allegations.
I mean, he's also a Republican strategist, so,
And infidelity. Two of the other things I took away from it, besides he just seems to be a liar, is the fact that, his comments that he did not dispute about.
Someone I was canvassing with thought the U.S. should go to war for Taiwan and could win a war against China. DSA really is a melting pot for ideas sometimes, Lamau. Yes, the party line within the DSA organization on militarism needs to be squashed. Like, there are, unironically, a lot of NATO Atlanticist sockdems everywhere. People who fancy themselves to be very well read on this stuff, who think like, no, it's actually right for America to be the world police. It's far better than a non-interventionist policy with other countries. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, the idea that America ever moves against foreign adversaries for some moral purpose is one of the dumbest lies that people have told themselves. I don't understand how. I don't understand how you can actually believe that. I mean, if there's one country that is worthy of like genuine military intervention, it's Israel. Okay? And instead of doing military intervention in the opposite direction, we're doing military intervention in the affirmative, where we're aiding and abetting Israel's genocide. So that goes to show that America has no investment in being the world police or being a moral force for good around the world. Okay? Straight up. Even when America's on the right side of an issue, Ukraine being one of them, it's there for the wrong reasons. Okay? America's never on the right side of an issue for the right reasons, with the last exception of to that rule being World War II. And that was because FDR was a bit of a lion. Yes, he did some up things as well. But on that issue, aligning with the Soviets and defeating the Nazi scourge, that man was a lion. And I say the same thing about Stalin, too. Ask Rosa Luxemburg how that turned out. Oh, my God. This is the highest form of LARP. Shut up. I hate people who are like, Bernie killed Rosa Luxemburg is literally left book shit, dude. What is happening? All these new leftist babies that are finally getting around to learning about revolutionary German history are hitting lines that I have heard a million times over before. This is not, you're a LARPer, okay? You're LARPing. Oh. Even in World War II, we only got dragged in. We provided material support, although it was on the correct side for sure until Japan attacked us. No, FDR wanted to join World War II. There was not enough popular support for it before Pearl Harbor. But FDR wanted to. FDR actually did want to join World War II even before Pearl Harbor. He was a lion. Straight up. FDR is the last time liberals and socialists, liberals and communists, align with one another and created the greatest Nazi annihilation machine ever known to man. Okay? That's the path that we should be charting. Okay? That is what we should be creating for a better future. Fascism is here. Which side are you on? Are you going to be the liberals that engage in appeasement? Are you going to be the liberals that make way for the Nazi scourge? Are you the liberals that say, oh, if we just give them, if we appoint them to chancellor status, if we give them a role of power in the government, maybe they'll just like quiet down? No. Okay. Are you going to be that kind of liberal, or are you going to be an FDR style liberal? That's the question. I'm on neither side. I hate authoritarianism. Oh, McJibbin is back. Says FDR, top 10 president. FDR would put you in a concentration camp. Okay? Dummy. You can't say FDR, top 10 president, and then turn around and go, I'm on neither side. I hate authoritarianism, while I'm literally in the process of talking about FDR's sympathies towards the Soviets. Okay? I just said, which side are you on in the war against fascism? And you said, I'm on neither side. I hate authoritarianism. Thank God this is the strongest warrior of the Albertan separatist movement. You guys are never going to get that wish across. Okay? It's never happening for you. And I'm so glad, because it's one of those like self-defeating movements where in order to believe in Albertan separatism, it requires you to have a max IQ of like 84. And therefore, when you put a coalition together of people with such low cognitive capabilities, their movement never takes off. Okay? I'm calling you stupid, chatter. Okay, you disagree, but we welcome you to Alberta, man. And for the record, before people say, oh, dude, Alberta is like is so many chuds. We're so fucked here in Alberta. No, don't worry. I think even the average Albertan hog is not as dumb as the Albertan separatist guy. Okay? Anyway. Thank you for not banning this chatter-free content. You know I love my little fucking weirdos in the chat. Come on now.
If someone broke into his apartment, he would, quote, we would rape them, and it was about dominance, not sex. Incredible. What an egregious and awful statement to make. And the other thing is, to Megan's point, it's a further confirmation.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Oh, yeah, I was on I've Had It.
Think about. So what do you think about Randy Fine? He thinks you need to go to jail. He thinks you need to get deported.
His pinned tweet, I think, still is like demanding my deportation. He's always talking about me.
What do you think Randy Fine needs to do?
I think he needs to get on Ozempic. I don't mind that. I think he should keep eating. Let's see how far this goes. Let's see how much more he can expand. He's basically Israel the person. He's just constantly expanding in a territory that he has no right being inside of. You know, everywhere he goes, he's like, oh, nope, I'm taking up 2 seats. It's crazy. It's the gluttony.
So what do you think?
I'm a Vancouver separatist. Give us Chinese citizenship. Okay, that's a respectable position. Could you explain the FDR-Rosa connection? I don't understand. No, there's no connection between FDR and Rosa Luxemburg. People say, it's true. Rosa Luxemburg was killed and betrayed by social democrats. So a lot of people will point to that to be like, Bernie's a social democrat. Bernie killed Rosa, because they're fucking LARPers. Okay, that's it. The alternative that I draw as an example is FDR. FDR's a fucking liberal. FDR's a social democrat. And he participated in the greatest annihilation of the Nazi machine alongside the Soviets. That's why I'm saying, which side are you on? What is this 4-0 finals record so dominant at every level that the isolationists weren't able to secure the Republican nomination in 1940? Cry yourself to sleep about it? What is this? Japan invaded China? What the fuck? Meanwhile, in Japan, we're freezing all your assets. We're blocking all your trade. Your people are going to starve. Yeah, that's it. Hit me. FDR absolutely did ignore public opinion to align the U.S. against the Axis powers. Yeah, he did. And it is precisely because of this that he's one of the greatest friends of humanity to ever live. Be mad at yourself and your Nazi fifth communist politicians for never being able to beat him. Yeah. The problem with that is there is no problem. I mean, obviously they did the right thing. But the problem with that is that since America did the right thing there, they very quickly stopped doing the right thing after that. Okay? They very quickly stopped doing the right thing after that. And not only did they stop doing the right thing, they constantly pointed to World War II as a reason as to why you should support whatever the new initiative was, right? To this day, we talk about all of our enemies as Adolf Hitler because it was the one good war, the one just war. To this day, we're like, oh, Hamas, that's Adolf Hitler. Vladimir Putin, Adolf Putler. The Ansar Allah movement, Adolf Hitler. Korea, Adolf Hitler. Vietnam, wouldn't you know, Adolf Hitler. Afghanistan, Adolf Hitler. Iraq, Saddam Hussein, Adolf Hitler. You know, always, literally always. Meanwhile, because of the sequence of endless militarism, we are the ones who have literally been dominated by Adolf Hitlers. We are the ones who have been run by Adolf Hitlers. Ironically enough, as we ran around the world, pointing to everybody else, being like, oh, that's Adolf Hitler. We got to squash that. That's Adolf Hitler. We got to defeat that. We became the Adolf Hitlers of the world. Straight up. I mean, look at Trump. Look at Netanyahu. Modern day Hitlers. You were mentioned to the Prime Minister of Spain?
That's an original Soviet medal for young pioneers. Yeah.
Yeah, I met my goat last time at Oxford Union. Shouts out to Damon's daughter, Hassan Head.
It's a real thing. America going to be there for the whole of midterm period.
That's been a streamer from America who was meant to come to the UK to do like a speech and thing.
That's so funny. I cannot believe that this is happening. I can't believe that is so crazy to me. Why the fuck? Pedro Sanchez should not know about my predicament. Bro, you have to get going. The game's about to start. Big dog, it's 5:30. Game starts at 8:30. What the fuck are you talking about? Game's about to start in 3 hours.
I'm talking about human rights. But when does the Labour Party...
And I think that we are like losing the point about what is...
That's so crazy. I can't believe it. Damon Albarn and Missy talking to Pedro Sanchez about my situation. Mamdani said you need to be there 2 hours early, like on Monday, though. I don't give a fuck what Mamdani said. What is he, my dad? You live stream the game like a good noodle? What? No, I'm not going to fucking live stream inside of Madison Square Garden, chatters. No, sometimes it's okay to just do things on my own, okay? No, I'm going to hang out with my best friend, and we're going to watch the fucking game at Madison Square Garden. And Wu-Tang Clan is also playing, too. Wu-Tang Clan is also performing, which is, again, another one of Will's favorites. Yeah, if Hassan Abi tried to stream the Knicks game from inside MSG, James Dolan would use the facial recognition technology to deport him from the country on the spot. Yes, bro. Yes. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. ABC was like, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. If we just like show him If we just show him during the national anthem, nobody in New York City is going to boo the national anthem. Fuck no. Of course they're going to boo. Like Madison Square Garden thought, oh, we'll show our beautiful president during the national anthem, and then maybe they won't do nothing about it. Well, of course not. Of course they're going to fucking boo him. I'm saying it. We got a lot to cover, obviously. But let's get started last night. At the events that unfolded at Madison Square Garden against the president, the best president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Yo, I blame Donald Trump. He should have never came in the first place. I don't know what the is wrong with him.
I suggest you stay inside. Every ref after the game, he's finding him.
Fuck Trump.
Next game in the biddy, no Trump. It's Trump's fault. Trump, you're a bad luck charm. I hate you.
Donald Trump, why the hell did you come to this game, bro? The Knicks were going to win this game until you came.
We're going to come back. We're going to win that shit in
Fuck
five.
Trae Young.
It's Knicks versus Spurs. And the rest. Wemby, Carper, fuck Casual, more.
The Texans, the Astros, anything from Texas. Sandy cheeks. I'm clapping your cheeks.
The only reason why we lost is because the NBA wants money.
Wemby one more time. He a nice player, but Wemby one more time.
The officiating was horrible.
Trae Young, Donald T. I'm not jacking you right now. I'm not jacking you, all right? I'm on the phone with my ex. Fuck the Spurs.
13 games straight. The day you come, boy. The day you come. Stay your ass in D.C.
I feel like the game was rigged. The New York Knicks had it.
Fuck Wembenyama. Dylan Harper. Send that weapon. Get ass home. I promise you.
Suck my dick, Trump. Don't come back to MSG, nigga. Them niggas wasn't thinking about Donald Trump. They was thinking about winning. Stop that bullshit.
Of course, the one guy with the American shirt. See, I told you this was going to happen. Did I not? Did I not tell you this was going to happen? I mean, no, all memes aside, did I not literally tell you that this was going to happen? And a lot of you were like, oh, don't say it. You spoke it into existence. You're speaking it into existence. I straight up told you. I told you. I pre-watched it. I precogged it. I told you that this was going to show up. He was going to ruin the vibes at MSG. There was no way that the Knicks were losing. If Donald Trump had not shown up, the Knicks would have won last night. They'd be on the way to Game 4. I'd be at Game 4 watching potentially history in the making. Okay? It's just not even a question. It's not even a question. He f***ed the vibes, bro. And worst of all, not only did he f*** the vibes, not only did he f*** the logistics, he slept through the whole goddamn game. I mean, what can you say about this asshole, dude? What can you say about this goddamn asshole? And for the record, I had already mentioned this. I said Trump wants Spurs to get a dub here. The script is in. # stay woke. You know, is James Dolan's fault? Is James Dolan's fault? Is Adam Silver's fault? Is Donald Trump's fault? Does he even like sports? He'd rather be at Broadway? Oh, 100%. He destroyed it. Donald Trump wants to love New York, but his presence in New York is not wanted. And whenever he brings his fat ass to New York, he ruins the vibes. New York is doing well without him, okay? New York was doing great. New York was doing great without him. And he wanted a little bit of that shine because he's a little bitch. Okay? And he f***ed it all up. It all up. He went where he was not invited to. He went somewhere he did not belong, and he ruined the vibes, and he ruined a streak. Obviously, we'll be talking about Adam Silver sucking him off sideways too, because that was dumb as hell. But here's what the cameras did do. Okay, classic move, showing the president during the national anthem. Why would you do that? Well, you would do that because the expectation during the national anthem is no one's going to boo, right? Which I called out. I said they thought people wouldn't boo if they showed him during the national anthem, Lamau. Turns out New Yorkers don't give a about no national anthem. When they see the president of the Jumbotron, they're going to boo. And they did. And it was actually loud as hell in spite of the ABC broadcast trying to make it seem Kai acting sad her villain of a grandfather being booed will forever be hilarious. Yeah, let's take a look.
Last gleaming, whose brush stripes and bright stars through the
One of the funniest copes from the Republicans was like, no, they're not booing. They're chanting USA. You guys are lame. You're lying. You're lying about my decrepit old rapist, pedophile, psychopathic president who everybody actually loves, even though he's got like 20% approval. Yeah, and it wasn't just inside Madison Square Garden where the boos were thunderous and could be heard, and he certainly heard it while he was trying to hold that smile up. That little bitch. But the boos could be heard outside of Madison Square Garden. Maybe they were saying USA as well. Why did this and his dumbass fans think that he would be welcome in New York City, man? It's like one of the most diverse places on the entire planet. One of the most diverse places in the entire planet. One of the most woke places in the entire goddamn country. Like, how stupid that these Republicans think they got any motion, let alone motion in New York City. And I'll show you the boos from inside as well, just so you get a fuller understanding of how loud they were, for the record, for those who are disputing it still at this point. Here's what it sounded like inside Madison Square Garden. Very quickly, they take him off the Jumbotron, too. Yeah, they thought they were, bro, ABC thought they were so slick. ABC thought they were so slick. Yeah. ABC was like, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. If we just like show him, if we just show him during the national anthem, nobody in New York City is going to boo the national anthem. No, of course they're going to boo. Like Madison Square Garden thought, oh, we'll show our beautiful president during the national anthem, and then, you know, maybe they won't do nothing about it. Well, of course not. Of course they're going to boo him. I got to see the Fox News clip on this too, though. I love this shit because obviously, like, very clear everybody hates him, and it's always great that he knows everybody hates him. It's even better when people know. It's even better when he knows, he actually feels it. You know what I mean? He feels the pain a little bit. Yeah, what's so funny is that Trump knows what authentic, universally cheering crowds are supposed to sound like every time he does a rally, so you know he's getting booed, which makes the USA cope even funnier. Yeah. Fox News apparently continued to lie to their audience, though. It shouldn't be unexpected. Does anyone have is this the guy who zaps his dog? No, I don't think the president has a dog. I don't even think the president likes dogs, really. But, simple mistake. No, that you might be confusing what you're seeing on screen with the former Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who shot her dog. Unless you're talking about JD Vance, in which case, I don't know. He might actually have a weird arrangement with JD where he actually zaps him. You know, some kind of kink arrangement with JD Vance. Anyway, here's Fox News' cope.
What did you think of
Someone showed me the Fox News cope where they were like, they're chanting USA, USA. Are they saying boo or Booleroom? True. Well, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say because they asked him about it. He's in Teterboro, I assume. Let's see what he had to fucking say.
What did you think of the reception you got from the Knicks fans tonight?
I thought great. I mean, I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think, mostly cheers. It was.
Cope. He knows it's not. He knows. He knows. Oh my God. He knows, dude. He knows. Being at the game with Cop like 24 hours after another escalation in the war with gas at like $5 is also wild. Yeah. He's ass, bro. He's ass. It's so funny. Like, look. Americans don't understand this, but this is literally what like third world countries deal with, okay? Deeply unpopular leadership that's increasingly more authoritarian, constantly things up. You seemingly have no way of dealing with it. Inflation is always an ever-present danger. And the leadership tries to make these sorts of like weird inroads with audiences that despise them. This is literally third world shit, okay? Straight up. America is a third world country with a Gucci belt. And America, unlike the actual developing nations, has no excuse for this kind of like leadership, this kind of rulership, because at least those developing nations, we up. Half the time, we installed a puppet leadership there. Or half the time, the people that actually come into power, that are deeply unpopular but very authoritarian, are coming into power because they successfully overthrew the American puppet leadership. So we have no excuse. We're just kind of doing it to ourselves, I guess. Meanwhile, this brought the Epstein Avengers, dude. We got war criminals and pedos all up in that bitch where we were doomed before tip-off. Howard Butlick was there. Dude, they had, I could not believe it. I mean, sitting next to Larry David, my goat, was, you know, Robert Kraft, I think, was there, right? I mean, they had literally everybody. They had all the OG. They had all the OG Epstein affiliates. It was the Avengers. It was the Epstein Avengers 100%. My woke king, Rahm Emanuel, was there too. Devastated. What the hell is this? The Trump aligned Citizens for Sanity. Okay, all right, we'll look at Tallarico in a second. Swaggerico. Oh, here was Fox News' Maximum Cope. What the Oh my God, did they overlay fake audio? When is this from? Oh, it was right before the national anthem. Did they edit that? Did they splice the USA chants in? Or was it like right before the national anthem? That's incredible, bro. That is, that's next level pathetic. Respect. Respect to the depths that these guys are going to make it seem like everybody with Trump. But he knows. Look at him. He knows what's up.
Good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
Trump now backs out of Game 4. Shams reports President Donald Trump is not expected to attend Game 4 of KNICKS, but you know who will? Me. That's right. Let's go, baby. Game 4, Madison Square Garden. I'm going to be there. But Trump is not, because Trump is not welcome in New York City, okay? President Trump is not expected to attend Game 4 at Knicks Spurs in the NBA Finals on Wednesday night at Madison Square Garden due to scheduling conflicts and obligations, sources tell ESPN. Trump, a lifelong Knicks fan, watched the majority of Game 3 from a suite. Now, what's you dropping a bag on it? Don't you worry about it, baby. Don't you worry about it. Please subscribe, though. Anyway. Yeah. Also, says, oh, I had obligations. I have obligations during Game 4. Bitch, you had obligations last night. You're the president. You have obligations all the time. You should never be at the Knicks game. You should never be at any game, honestly. What the fuck are you doing? Be the president. Except him doing president shit is also awful. So honestly, I guess it was a brief moment of respite for the rest of the world and perhaps the rest of the country when he was at the Knicks game. So he could only ruin New York in that brief moment instead of ruining the entire planet, I guess. Brother, this was at the Knicks game, and a couple hours later, Iran shot down a helicopter, okay? Yeah. The IRGC's fake Navy that the American government has destroyed, allegedly, seemingly, shot down an Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz, bro. Yeah.
Replay.
Yeah, reporter, will you go to the 5th game?
They're going to come out for game 4 and they are going to deliver. Oh, I don't know. We're busy with a lot of important stuff right now at EPA.
Like a war.
There's a lot of important stuff going on.
He knew every play.
They're going to come out for game 4 and they are going to deliver.
Yeah. Dude, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy that the dumbass president was literally at a New York. Wait, what? Not a couple hours, 7 p.m. Eastern last night. Man was there when it went down and he stayed at the game. Wait, what? Wait. It was during the game? Oh my Lord. This was sleeping. He was taking a nappy poo. He was taking a nappy poo while the American Apache helicopters were getting shot down by the IRGC Navy, which is supposed to be destroyed, by the way. Destroyed. The Navy, it's gone. They got nothing. We've shot 1,100 jet skis. Believe it. They're done. They're done. They're so scared. They're so scared. Meanwhile, they're lasering Apache helicopters. What is this doing? Hawk shoot me. This is unbelievable, dude. I cannot believe it. This is down to the fact that he is a decrepit carcass who can't even keep his eyes open. This is literally third world dictatorship shit, bro. I swear to God. Every element is here. I'm telling you, as someone who grew up in Turkey and watched this unfold, this is a 1-to-1. Except Erdogan was much more dynamic, obviously. Unfortunately, he was much younger and much more dynamic in the beginning. But it's just like, this is literally how it happens, okay? This is how it happens. Who's next to him sleeping? That's Dolan, isn't it? He's the owner. The owner's not sleeping. He's just sad because, you know, he's made some mistakes, okay? Bro, it's so funny. He doesn't even blink. Like, he wakes up for a brief moment when the cheers happen, and he goes right back to sleep. Right back to sleep. Dolan is regretting inviting Trump. No, man, these guys are assholes. They don't even care. You don't understand. He got great prestige out of it. Extremely wealthy people? Are you kidding me? They love this shit. They're like, oh my God, I love this dictator. I love the dictator pedophile president. He's going to give me great contracts later down the line. That's all they give a fuck about. The cost benefit analysis in that situation is, who gives a fuck if my lifelong paying fans of this team, that is the lifeblood of this team, that's the backbone of this goddamn team, have to sit outside Madison Square Garden for like 4.5 hours, can't bring anything into the garden. Who gives a shit if they can't have a watch party outside? We got the president here today. The most unpopular president of all time, by the way, but we got him in here. Ultimately, that cost-benefit analysis works out for Dolan. It works out for Adam Silver. It works out for these unbelievably wealthy people because they know as long as they dick suck Trump, Trump is going to, on the back end, offer them better contracts. Trump is on the back end, is going to extend favorable contracts to them, allow them to do whatever kind of corrupt thing that they want to do. That's just how it works. These guys know it's quid pro quo. Meanwhile, by the way, I'll be honest, the Knicks fans outside did get a little crazy. They were beating ass.
Hey, last plug about the Knicks winning. They said move the chat down. Bro, because of Donald.
I'm gonna be honest. The auto captioning on clips is probably the greatest invention on Twitch in a long time. Like, I don't think Twitch has had any like real good new things that they've rolled out This is fantastic. This is an incredible thing.
Oh, Trump, bro. I was stuck. Oh, they booing Trump.
Ain't no fucking with you in New York.
Someone found I stand with Iran lawn sign in Maine. Yeah, this is the one guy who's not voting for Graham Plattner because Graham Plattner was a child killer. Like, that's the one guy in Maine. That's the one Hassan head in Maine who's always in my chat being like, you're a piece of shit. You love American empire. You love American imperialism. You ride for Graham Plattner because he's a child-killing Marine. That's the one guy. This is lawn sign. Respect. Yeah, new YouGov poll about you highest with black voters. Yeah, respect. I was actually kind of shocked that La Raza didn't have my back on this poll. 7% favorability is crazy. White people put me higher. Black people are the only people that actually have a positive approval rating of me, which is kind of weird because everyone always says like, oh, you're racist. You're racist. It's like, you know, I know. I forgot that there's a YouGov poll on me, which, by the way, there shouldn't be. Okay. I don't like being perceived. You need to stop it. Okay. You need to stop it. I should never be polled. I'm a Twitch streamer. Jesus Christ, dude. Have you seen the new Colorado polls putting Julie within 8 points of Hickenlooper at 38-30? She might have a real shot, but not enough time left. I will be hanging out. In Colorado. Rolled at our paint champ. What do you mean? La Raza. They didn't ask me for my opinion fake ass poll. Yeah, we got the fake ass poll saying that I got haters across the board. Yeah, but Adam Silver also did this like long convoluted posture being like, sports brings everybody together. Shut the up, Adam. Shut your bitch ass up. We know you wrote the script. Look, I love Wemby, but it's clear to me that Silver did not want a 4-game sweep. Silver did not want Knicks to make history. Okay? It's clear. They did not want the rags the riches story, the underdog story to come into fruition. He's got his young talent, Wembanyama, on the other side. He wants Wemby to have a longer finals. He wants it to be more exciting. He wants it to be more, he wants to sell more tickets, okay? I'm going to be honest. I'm a Wemby fan, and I'm secret. My heart is with the Spurs, right? Like, it's hard for me not to root for them. It's just, but I love New York. I love New York City, and the Knicks are technically the real underdogs in this situation, right? Here's the thing. Silver wants it to go to 7. It's clear. He wants this to be a 7-game finals. It's obvious. He makes more money this way. Okay? That's it. And they did actually aid in a bet. They did aid in a bet in the Spurs victory last night. 24 fouls in the fucking second half as opposed to the Knicks getting 8. I mean, come on, man. That shit was crazy. I mean, I'm not even hating on it. Like, I think, great. It's a more exciting finals for that reason. But 24-8? Or was it 4? I thought it was 8. Yeah. And then Wemby did that thing to Brunson. Wemby to Brunson, that was egregious. Yes, this is absolutely egregious. It's indefensible. He's young, he's heated, he's gonna learn, but that is definitely an egregious thing that he did. Okay, that's crazy.
Watch this play. This is what frustrated Brunson. Oh, whoa! That's
like he flicked him so hard. Bro, look at this. There's additional impact here, okay? People saying he flopped. Come on, man. He pushed him off his neck. That's crazy. Yes, brother. I already purchased them, and I already have the other one. I have the Mamdanistan tee. Hold on. I'll show you. Chat, look at this. Look at this. You want to see? I'm wearing this shit to game 4 so they don't beat my ass, okay? There's like only 5 samples, and I got one of them. Bro says 4 to 6 for delivery. What the rich privilege? No, that's a sample. Adam Silver releases the new NBA logo. Stupid. Okay. The Spurs literally had 6 people on the court at one point, got no foul, and the Knicks lost time on the shot clock. It was rigged. Yes, it was definitely officiated a little strangely. Okay. I admit it. I admit it. It was the officiation was a little strange. The referees were maybe putting their thumbs on the scale a little bit. Okay, stop crying. All right, you got to beat them. You got to beat your meat, or you got to beat the team. Okay. All I'm hearing is excuses.
Hey, this is what frustrated Brun. Oh, whoa!
Yeah, Castle was awful with that charge. There were numerous instances where it felt like I was watching the NFL, bro. They were tackling. Okay. Neither Spurs player got called for a foul here. Good defense, I guess. Yes. They were babying Wembaby. Okay. I think after this series, it's going to be, I'll be honest, I think Wemby's going to be a villain after this in New York. Even though a lot of people love him, I feel like they're going to, it's not going to be Trae Young level, but this is your boy. This is who you want leftism to be represented by. Unethical revisionist hoops. He's not a revisionist. He's a Maoist, bro. Chill.
That's, excuse me, that should be a flagrant one. I can understand why Brunson, and then Wemby's laughing at it. And watch this play. This is what frustrated Brunson. Oh, whoa. That's, excuse me, that should be a flagrant one.
If they come back, he will surpass Trae. Maybe. I can see that. I'm tired of these activist referees. Yeah, is reform or revolution? We already know what's up. And last night was revolution, okay? Last night was revolution. Let's be real. Interesting how Wemby played his best game in front of the pedophile president. Okay, bro, that was just timing, dude. A lot of people wrote him off because he was frazzled in the first 2 games. You forget, he's literally 22, man. He is 22 years old. He's 22 damn years old. You got to calm down. And it's not even his best. It's not even his best. Anyway, listen to what Adam Silver had to say about this. Where he's like, oh, it's great. Sports unified.
Because Jim Dolan invited him to the game, and he said yes. And he's welcome to be here. I think that what makes sports so special.
Yo, Dolan, actually. That's so shit. That's such shit. That, like, you knew this was going to happen. You kind of deserve it, Dolan. You kind of deserve to watch the glory that you could have had. It's such a shit move, dude. I cannot believe it. Like, any president would have been devastating to have. Okay? Because all of a sudden, the story becomes the president's there. The fuck are you doing? You're so unserious. You're so goddamn unserious. Why would you invite the president? Like, even if it was Brandon, it would have been a shit move. Okay? It'd be so funny if Knicks win in 5 and the only game they lost was that one.
Special, especially when there's so much that divides people. Is it something that we have in common, and we should...
Like, nobody was like, hey, you know, the security theater is going to be unbelievable, unbearable. It's going to frustrate the fandom. You know what I mean? You didn't think about that at all? That wasn't a consideration at all?
Look for those things that we have in common and build off that. And I'll also say about President Trump, you know, I've been with the league for a long time. I ran NBA Entertainment years ago. He did an I Love Kids game spot with us. He was a fixture at NBA at Madison Square Garden. You guys remember, well, all of you?
Yeah, when he was a fixture at Madison Square Garden, he was just a real estate developer. He was a asshole, okay? Very different set of circumstances as opposed to one of the most historically unpopular presidents, one of the worst American presidents of all time. Like, he's now officially in like the top 5, okay? Very different set of circumstances. And on top of that, like the security theater alone is already such a burden for the fans, you know?
When you played here, not Draymond, but back in the old days, he had courtside seats. He was here all the time. He was at draft, so he's a genuine Knicks fan. And so, yes, there's some inconvenience to the fans here, but one looking around this arena, it's packed. So people listen. They came early. They got through whatever extra security, which is necessary. So
Okay, so Shannon.
The Inside NBA crew responds to Mike Brown's comments about Game 3 officiating. I mean, it's valid to complain about the officiating here. Knicks coach Mike Brown calls out NBA officiating for the free throw discrepancy in Game 3. To go 24 free throw attempts in the second half compared to 8, I don't complain that much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
To at least try to even the free throws out. Now, we didn't play good. San Antonio played great. We could have played better. There were a lot of things that we didn't do that we did in Game 1 and Game 2. But to go 20.
Bro, when they brought it back, because, like, okay, the room was, like, so bummed, as it was expected for the first quarter. The Spurs were dominant, leading by 10. That's literally happened every single game at this point. So I kept repeatedly telling everyone in the room, like, they're gonna turn it back. They're gonna turn it around. They always do. And then they did. So then everyone was super stoked. The only difference this time around was that, you know, the Spurs were able to keep it up. Spurs were able to keep up the pressure and not boof all their shots like they kept doing in the second half in the previous 2 games. That's the big difference.
24 free throw attempts in a second half. That's 48 for the game if you think about it the way that they called that second half. Compared to 8, all the shots we took, we got fouled 4 times, roughly, for 8 free throw attempts. Again, I don't complain much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
Yeah, so, wait, what did they say about that? Anyway, we got like 12 different Hitlers at MSG tonight, dog. It's true. Like, it was a villain show, bro. It's actually crazy. Every goddamn American villain decided to storm Madison Square Garden last night, so it kind of makes sense that the vibes were a little. I like that he's talking about it with. I suspect who he's considering to be Adolf Hitler here is Draymond. Classic NBA Twitter. There are literal American Adolfs in the room, and this is like, you know who's the biggest Hitler of all? Draymond. He's like, yeah, the Epstein class, but also the real basketball terrorist was there. A third MSG rally. Wait, what? Ozempic Laura Loomer was there too? No. Ain't no way. Oh my God. Oh my God. Your favorite Zio-Nazi Ozempic Laura Loomer showed up too. They were cooked. Don't show that to Trump. Trump's going to be like, we need her. We need her on the team. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at the mainstream media coverage of the night
this morning
before we get into
war. In the streets of New York.
War!
People climbing on top of cars and up scaffolding after the Knicks lost to the Spurs in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Police deploying pepper spray in the clashes. Several people arrested. It was a different scene inside Madison Square Garden. President Trump becoming the first sitting president to attend an NBA Finals game. The president booed during the national anthem. Trump calling the game experience amazing.
It was certainly amazing. It was I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
Fox gets into the paint, puts up jumper, got it! De'Aaron Fox with a clutch bucket right there.
On the court with the season on the line, the San Antonio Spurs pulling off a gritty road win.
Alley-oop to Wembanyama.
7'4" superstar Victor Wembanyama with a huge night for San Antonio, dropping 32 points in his first finals game at Madison Square Garden.
Another long three-pointer, lines it up and knocks it down.
Knicks captain Jalen Brunson also scoring 32.
Steps back, three-pointers up, it's good!
It was a physical game, players battling on every possession. Josh Hart getting a technical foul here after this dust-up with Luke Cornett, while this non-call between Wemby and Brunson raising eyebrows.
Whoa! That should be a flagrant one.
Brunson sharing his perspective post-game.
What happened between you and Victor in the first quarter, and did their level of physicality bother you?
No, to answer your second question. And
whatever you saw is what you saw.
The Knicks mounting a comeback in the fourth quarter.
Goes to Anunoby in the corner. Fires away. Three-pointer. Got it! OG Anunoby nails it.
Celebrity
Dude,
row
OG,
filled
OG
with
is a demon, by the way. A demonic entity. Oh, my Lord, dude.
the who's who of Knicks fans. Spike Lee, Timothy Chalamet, Ben Stiller, and more all courtside for the first finals game at MSG since 1999. But San Antonio snapping the Knicks' 13-game playoff win streak, taking Game 3 at the Garden 115 to 111.
Did what we were supposed to do, but the job is absolutely not done. We're not even halfway. The hardest is still to come. Come on. It's midnight, man. Let's go.
Fans in San Antonio far from the game, but still in on the action. The Salesian sisters bringing divine inspiration, supporting their team from home.
So Spurs players and fans are feeling good. They're right back in this thing, but some solace for Knicks fans. Never before in NBA Finals history has the road team won each of the first 4 games. So if that continues, the Knicks would win tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern on ABC.
So we're on board with those stats.
You're right that Wemby had an amazing game, but how did they miss?
Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Every game is a home team game for the Knicks. They got so much goddamn money. I mean, even in San Antonio, half the stadium was Knicks fans, dude. Those fly. And they also have the financial power to just buy out the Spurs arena. It's crazy.
Missed that headline.
It was so obvious in the arena, like he just basically punched Brunson.
For them, they're like, oh, this is a much cheaper ticket. It's literally cheaper to fly out and watch the game in San Antonio and stay in a luxury hotel than it is to actually watch it at Madison Square Garden.
In the back of the head, and Brunson got distracted and walked after him. Everyone's like, what's going on? The refs left something to be desired for Knicks fans for sure.
Knicks can buy out San Antonio, but they're the underdogs. I mean, team-wise, yes, they are. They have less, they have less victories. It's yes. Team makeup-wise, they're also a longer shot for sure. That's what it is. No, they're not. I mean, the only difference is that San Antonio's young. Knicks won 13 in a row amount. I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why Wemby cried after beating the Oklahoma City. They thought perhaps wrongly that like Thunder would be way more difficult to defeat. 2 home games coming up. They were like, this shit's gonna be sweet. There's no respect for the Eastern Conference around these parts, okay? Yeah, they thought Eastern Conference easy. No, bruv, he's just emotional.
But got another game tomorrow.
Yeah, I had to write a note to Isabel because she went to bed at halftime. So her
what a terrible note.
Donald Trump returned to New York City to attend Game 3.
Yeah, the Spurs were the second best team all year. Yes, the Knicks are the underdogs. Yeah, people will point to the Knicks like winning record to be like, what do you mean? It was a 13-game winning streak. But like, I think pound for pound, yes.
3 of the NBA Finals, and he was shown on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The reception to the president's homecoming may not have been what he hoped for.
Yes, you suck my dick, dude.
Certainly amazing. It was.
That makes me so happy. I can't even. Oh my god. I mean, I expected that to happen. I also thought the real cheeky shit would have been that, and then they somehow find Zoran in the crowd. They put his ass on the Jumbotron, and then loud cheers. I wanted that juxtaposition. So bad, but I feel like they were not crazy enough to do it. Okay? They were not crazy enough to do it. Zoran was up in the nosebleeds. Yeah. He's going to increase ice in New York City now because of this? Yeah, no.
I think mostly cheers.
You know, when you mix sports and politics,
Mostly
you do so
cheers.
at your own
Was it?
peril. For instance, here's Stephen A. Smith before last night's tip-off at the Garden.
If the New York
Is Zoran even going to the games? Yeah, he went last night. He was there last night.
Knicks lose game 3, this is on Donald Trump. You think I've been on him before? I'm going to be on his ass like back pockets. Like white on rice. You got no business doing this. He doesn't belong at this game. No president does.
He's right.
None of them. Democrat, Republican, Independent.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but he's right.
So
he's right. He's right. You're not like you're making it about yourself. If you're the president and you go somewhere like that, a massive event like that, you're selfish. Like you're literally saying like I'm going to make this night about me. Yes, a broken clock, but it's still rung true in this moment for Stephen A. Smith.
President who is
also in the middle of a war. I can't believe we're forgetting about this, but there's a war going on. What the are you doing? Bro, there was a helicopter that was shot while you were sleeping on the Jumbotron. This is Donald Trump says Stephen A. Smith is not smart enough to be president. Wait, what?
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that.
Oh, classic. Oh, he's black. Low IQ. Classic Trump. Anytime a black person says anything about Donald Trump, he's like, oh, black person, low IQ. He doesn't have high IQ. Bitch, what about your IQ? Go to bed, Grandpa? Nah, he had a nap time, dude. He had nappy poo time. He was good. Look, he's alert now. Hold on.
I don't think he does, actually.
Yeah, anytime it's a person of color, it's like, low IQ. We got it, bro. We got it. Okay, let's keep
It's
going.
a New Yorker, showed up anyway, and that's not unusual. Trump has attended the Super Bowl.
Yeah, motherfuckers like go to bed to Donald Trump. Yeah, he was already. He was sleeping. He was sleeping the whole game, dude.
U.S. Open, college football national championship. He's now the first sitting president to attend the NBA Finals.
Trump just had to bring his ass there.
He's a jinx. It's like the GOAT in Chicago. He freaking jinxed everything.
Okay, today in the group chat, we've got Brianna Lyman, reporter for The Federalist, and Christine Quinn, executive committee chair for the New York State Democratic.
That's so funny to have the Federalist reporter to be like, no, it's totally defensible that Trump selfishly wanted to attend a finals game in Madison Square Garden and make it all about himself. Is perfectly valid. He's the president.
Committee. Sports people are very superstitious. Let's just say that. There was this tweet from Ron Filipowski. I'm not an expert on jinxes, hexes, and voodoo, not superstitious either. But if I was the Knicks, I probably wouldn't let Trump near the arena for Game 4 just to be on the safe side. What was the point of this for Trump?
Well, I think Trump has been a lifelong Knicks fan. There are pictures of him with Marla Maples, with Melania Trump in the 90s and early 2000s. So this is someone who probably is rooting for the same team he's been rooting for decades.
This is the argument from Whoopi Goldberg. She said the same thing.
She defended
Trump and Mamdani are Knicks fans.
Oh my God, who cares? You're the president. Who cares? Oh my God. Oh, well, to be fair, like, no, you don't have to be fair. How about being unfair for once? What do you mean, to be fair, he was there all along? Like, I don't care. Why should anybody care? He's the president. There's a war going on. Sit your ass at home and end the war, dumbass.
They've been New Yorkers. You can't tell them what they're not going to do. I think the thing I found interesting is Trump is very much our sports president, has been. Yeah. Obama was an NBA guy, and he didn't go to games because he said it creates too much of a problem for the fans.
Absolutely. Look, I live on the west side of Manhattan. It was a mess yesterday.
I was about to say, how are you here?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was a total mess. Fans had to get there at least.
It's true. She's right for saying that. Obama literally not only plays basketball, but is a fan of the game, is a fan of the sport, and did not attend any of the games because, yes, if you attend the finals game especially, it's going to be all about you. Also, when you're the president and there's a war going on, what the hell do you mean you're going to go to the finals? It's crazy.
2 hours early. There didn't get to be a watch party right outside the Garden. I get that he may be a fan, but you have to really appreciate when you're president.
Yeah, like he literally f***ed everyone's day up, attended the game, then just slept the whole game. He's such a asshole, dude. It's so funny. It's so funny. He just ruined everyone else's game, got booed at, and then slept through the entire game and left 7 minutes early too, by the way. I heard that he actually left before the game even ended. He does not give a He did not care about the Knicks, man. He just literally was there to make it about himself, ruin the vibes, left early.
You're not just popping in and popping out. You're putting a whole bunch of people out. And in this case, he was a jinx. There is no question about it.
Mamdani
could have been the jinx.
Completely like he was a jinx. Yeah. Christine Quinn. Jinx.
Oh, really? Mamdani was a jinx. That's crazy because he's been at all the games. And every game he's gone to, they've won.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. The reason why I'm asking about this is not just because it's funny, but also because one of the things.
Yeah, I told you. Secret Service left the perch above the suite. Dolan has moved courtside. Trump left the building 7 minutes to go. He left 7 minutes early, bro. That is insane. At least stick through. That is actually crazy. What a you, dude. Nah, I don't need to see the last quarter. Who cares? Is it important? Is that the important quarter? Is that when they win or lose the game? I'm bored. I'm sleepy. It's nap time. It's nap time. I'm sleepy. Get me out of here. I ate all these French fries.
People are accusing the administration of being in this moment when there's economic difficulty for people is tone deaf. Mm-hmm. The idea that, look, we're here, the regular schmoes who want to be involved in this thing, and he comes and just says, kind of let them eat cake, right? You can watch it on TV. And what was the sort of, I understand he's a fan, but does that contribute to the tone deaf narrative?
Oh, I don't think this was tone deaf at all. I think, first of all, a lot of those tickets, I mean, some of them are going for thousands of dollars. I think I saw.
Yeah. Of course you don't think it's tone deaf because you're a writer for The Federalist.
One ticket price at $7,000. And the people who were buying them and who were courtside were a lot of people very popular among the left and celebrities, right? And I don't
Did they have motorcades and massive security? Or?
No, but those are the same people who for 4 years lectured us that things were fine under Joe Biden. So they also could be considered tone deaf. But I think the president, politics is obviously very hostile. But
yeah, Ben Stiller, the real mover and shaker in American politics, dude. What the are you talking about? There's not even apples to oranges at that point. You're talking about the American president being unbelievably selfish, ruining everybody else's time, and then turning around and being like, well, you know, Ben Stiller, Joe Biden. But what about Joe Biden? Yeah, what about Joe Biden? If Joe Biden did this shit, they would assassinate him, okay? The Republicans would be losing their minds. They'd be like, oh my God, our 800-year-old demonic president, amidst an inflation crisis, decided to go and watch the Knicks play at Madison Square Garden, created a security theater, ruined everybody's night. Republicans would have lost their damn minds. They would be calling for his head.
Of those last remaining arenas where people do put politics aside.
Let me play for you the reception Trump got.
I know he got booed.
I just want to play it because it's Madison Square Garden. He is the New Yorker of New Yorkers, and this is how people reacted.
I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good. Yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was.
Carrie Champion here, CNN contributor and host of the Flagrant and Funny podcast. We had to bring in a little bit of an expert because we're political people. We don't know. We know about jinxes.
Yeah,
we know about hoaxes. We don't know when politics and sports clash. What is the outcome? It's just New York. New York wasn't voting for Trump en masse anyway. But is this a problem?
Well, first of all, you said, people in sports normally, I hear you say that, normally they don't really care so much about politics. They absolutely cared about politics. This is such a rare moment for New Yorkers. People have waited their entire lives. The last time they won a chip was 1973.
Yeah. But isn't that why the President of the United States, who is a New Yorker, would want to be there?
No, in fact, you should not want to be there because you want to keep that same momentum going. New York is such a rare place. I've never seen fans like this before in my entire life, and they deserve to have this moment, and it was supposed to be uninterrupted, meaning we were supposed to have our watch parties around MSG. We were supposed to be in that moment, and I do believe, and the great Stephen A. Smith said just the other day, you played him, so he fully blames him, but so that's what was the vibe.
Yeah,
People were like, no.
You can't be the cooler, Brianna. You can't be on a streak and then have someone come in and cool the streak. That's not political.
He was absolutely
I'm saying cooler. Let me play one more thing. Tommy Viator,
he was the
Save
cooler.
America
It's true.
host. Obviously, these are Obama guys, but they're talking about the power of sports and why politicians would want to be involved. Here's that.
He knows the power of live professional sports, and that's the only kind of monocultural events we really have left. That's why he goes to a lot of games. Usually it's the NFL. He went to the Super Bowl. Usually he's more welcome in those, sort of southern NFL spaces. I don't think he will be here. I mean, he's also buddies with James Dolan, I think, the owner of the Knicks.
Always pals with the owners.
Yeah.
Not a real player guy.
Yeah, no, but look, he loves the limelight. He loves every spotlight, and he will attempt to co-opt this one too.
Just that word, corrupt, co-op. We know that he loves sports. UFC, claw, rising like a phoenix on the lawn.
I don't know if he. Do you really think? I don't think he loves sports.
He's been going to ringside games and matches.
No sitting president has ever attended a finals, right? Look, Barack loved NBA, as you pointed out, and he went to a few games, but he would never do that. One, it's on our dime. Two, it disrupts everything that goes on while you're there. And yes, UFC is a different thing for him in terms of for Donald Trump. That's more of his fan base. That's where he lives. That's where people love to see him. He has obviously the relationship with Dana. So when we see him at the NBA finals, it really throws off everything that people want it to be.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if any of this comes down on Dolan, who obviously has some interest
why invite?
in renovating Penn Station, and there's a bunch of questions there about that.
Yeah, and they're calling it Trump Station. God, he's such a. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to give. Never mind.
Relationship that I wonder if people are going to probe more now that they are, I don't know, angry. Being from Boston, let me tell you, I know to keep my mouth shut. I'm not messing with no New York fans because I'm trying to live out a long, happy life.
I cannot imagine that the president was surprised that he was booed at MSG.
I was just at what was the thing where the Fernando Mendoza played? The NCAA football championship.
Okay, CNN. I've watched for 8 minutes of your coverage, and you have yet to reveal that there is a war going on. Hello. 8 minutes, and not one mention of a war happening? Hello. Not the war between the Spurs and the Knicks. The war between the United States of America and Iran. Hello? What's going on? I feel like that's, additional insult to injury here. That Donald Trump chose to take time out of his day, didn't go to his son's wedding, ironically enough, because he was like, I don't care. He's getting married all the time. Who gives a shit? I've known him for a very long time. He's a bit of an asshole. Who cares? Yeah, man, we're also waging a war against Iran at the behest of the nation state of Israel, okay? Perhaps the most important ally of all time. But regardless, we are waging a war. And you guys love shitting on Trump. Do it right. Perhaps that's the most appropriate way to dunk on Trump, is that he's doing this during a war.
And Trump went. This was in Miami earlier this year. spent so much money there. I'm not going to a sports event the rest of my life. and he was booed as well. So I think he knows that comes with the territory. New York, even more than in Miami, Florida. I would tell you basketball and in Madison Square Garden, even more. It also, caused a lot of disruption. It meant that a watch party that was scheduled to happen outside of MSG did not happen. But, he takes the punches. He knows that the boos are coming.
Maybe a glutton for punishment because the way that the city was bracing for chaos today was unbelievable.
Well, I think the boos weren't as much political. Well, I won't say that. They were definitely political. And what you did to the city. They couldn't have the watch party. Blocks of, streets are blocked off. And there was an opportunity for you to maybe have a watch party in Washington because there's so many Knicks fans in D.C. You could have done it in the White House lawn. It would have been cool. You would have been cool.
By that blue reflecting pool he just made.
Exactly. Could have put a little orange stripe down the middle.
The White House lawn is under construction right now.
But the point...
All right, that's crazy. All right, let's get to the actual war now. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
When it comes down to counting ballots, basic question, okay? And I'm asked this question on Grok, on chat, on pretty much everything I can because I want to know, chat can lean a little bit on the other side.
Oh my God, these guys are so stupid, dude. They're just sitting around making each other scared and mad. This has always been the reactionary method where in his mind, he's like, yeah, what do? You hire Scarface. You hired a Scarface to come in and steal the votes in exchange for cocaine. I'm saying it. Now let's get back to conspiracy theories. Fox News. Spencer Pratt, breaking news. Spencer Pratt falls to third after latest ballot count. And of course, right-wingers predictably are saying this is a theft that has taken place.
And if you're still breathing, they're still counting votes out in California. Take you over the board, show you what we got over the weekend. There were a couple vote dumps. Not a ton, but let's start in California here in the governor's race. And we know that Javier Becerra had advanced as of last week. So he's one of two under California rules, the top two advance. Now the battle's between Hilton and Tom Steyer. Steyer's been creeping up a little bit. He's within about 300,000 votes of Steve Hilton. But here's what you have, right? You have 72% of the estimated vote in, so that's not quite a third of the votes still out there in the governor's race there. Honestly, I can't tell you when we're going to get an answer. I don't know if it's going to be in a couple of days or a week or beyond that, but that's where we stand. Hilton stays in second place as of now. If he keeps that spot, then he advances to the general election come November. This is the mayor's race in Los Angeles. Karen Bass advanced early last week. You got 83% of the vote counted already, so you can do the math, how much of a percentage is still out there. Here's the headline, and here's the news. Spencer Pratt, who held on to second place all week last week, has now dropped to third. And Nithya Raman, a progressive who used to work and support Karen Bass, has now moved into slot number 2. Pratt trails Raman now by about 3,000 votes as it stands right now on this Monday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning in California. We expect to get more votes later today, but hold on that. We'll wait till those come in. Matt Finn live in the City of Industry, east of LA. And Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Nearly a week after Election Day here, and LA County says it still has.
Yeah. Right-wingers are chirping about this because they're shocked at the concept that a city that despises Donald Trump would not vote in large enough numbers to make its mayor a shittier version of Donald Trump at a time when Donald Trump is even less popular than the last time there was an election in this city where Trump was on the ballot, where Kamala Harris was plus 53 up on Donald Trump. President Trump has criticized California's election process, stating it's not possible for LA mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt to have lost his early lead, while also criticizing the length of time it takes to count the votes. Trump says not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had. Third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton. Won't have results for possibly 2 weeks, according to officials. President DJT. Yeah, it doesn't seem likely that Tom Steyer is going to make it into the runoff, if we're being real, unfortunately, because it would have been nice to block out that British dickhead too from the top of the ticket. However, yes, while this is the least surprising turn of events, some additional insight into extra unsurprising moments have been, the Republicans claiming that there is some sort of election theft taking place, as they always say. Now, of course, this obviously doesn't make any sense because Karen Bass doesn't want to match up against Nithya Raman. Karen Bass wants to match up against Spencer Pratt. So if we are to assume that the California establishment machine, the Democratic Party machine, was actually cooking the books, they would not cook it in favor of Nithya Raman, a much better someone with a much better shot at unseating the incumbent Karen Bass. Here is one example of this for Tom Steyer versus Javier Becerra. Former endorser of Eric Swalwell, Ted Lieu, who sucks. Ted Lieu openly says, I endorse Javier Baccaria, Xavier Baccaria. That's why I hope Republican Steve Hilton remains in the top two. The latest vote updates show Hilton will likely beat Steyer. Once again, ridiculous thing to admit, you idiot. Do you not understand that there are down ballot consequences in your state for your party if more Republicans come out and vote in the general? He does understand it, but that's how desperate he is for an easy establishment win. What's shocking to me is that he's saying the quiet part out loud. But once again, this is exactly what I was referencing when I said these guys don't want a real race. They don't want any real contest. They just want the establishment pro-Israel stooge, pro-corporate stooge to win. And now Javier Baccaria is probably going to skirt onto an easy victory over Steve Hilton in a state that is overwhelmingly blue. I know, right? I just call it math, he says. Asshole. Speaking of which, campaign of LA Mayor Karen Bass is now directing its attacks against Nithya Raman as her presumed opponent in the general election. Obviously, if Karen Bass was matching up against Spencer Pratt, she would highlight how woke she is in comparison to Spencer Pratt being not so woke. But now that she is being outflanked by a further to the left opponent, she very quickly has pivoted to the right in an effort to draw a distinction between herself and Nithya Raman. Her campaign spokesperson, Alex Stack, just issued this statement. We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA. Shameless.
No sense. This is the
Let's take a look at
theory.
Harry Emden and his take on the dumb election conspiracies being advanced by the Republican side.
Dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard, because the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt and the...
Dog, you know what this would be like? If we were complaining that Amy McGrath lost in Kentucky to Mitch McConnell. How could this have happened? Clearly, there's electoral theft taking place here. Obviously, they shoved the ballots. They packed the mules. You know? You cosplaying as Mamdani or what? Yes. Yes, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, the only man who's ever worn a suit in his entire in the history of American politics. Yes, I'm cosplaying Zoran Mamdani. I'm cosplaying Nick Fuentes, the only two guys who have ever worn suits ever.
They don't want any part to do with Nithya Raman. Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points. That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman, on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand if, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And, of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing.
By the way, this is consistent with the polls, especially because Nithya Raman was gaining. So the idea that it's like totally unexpected is absolutely silly. Anyway, let's continue.
To do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people.
When we talk about favorability, you have more evidence here.
Yeah, this is more evidence. You know, why is it that Nithya Raman's doing so much better than Spencer Pratt would against Karen Bass? It's simply put, Raman is actually decently liked by LA City voters. Look at this. Okay, Nithya Raman, +5 on the net favorability rating. Karen Bass, way underwater at -22 points. You basically just need someone who's half decently well liked to be favored, or at least have a real shot against the incumbent Karen Bass. Spencer Pratt, on the other hand.
You don't understand. As a voter from Ohio, I've never heard of Councilwoman Nithya Raman, and therefore it must mean that she stole the election. Okay? Clearly, because my timeline showed over and over again Spencer Pratt making cool-ass AI videos. And clearly, whatever I see on my Twitter For You page is reality, is the only reality that I acknowledge. So, obviously, there's some taking place here. Or, here's Ken Benzinger, the New York Times reporter who was reporting on my DNC trip when I got kicked out, if you recall, saying this is extremely simple. More than 60% of registered voters in Los Angeles are Democrats. Less than 15% are Republicans. Stop being shocked that LA voters prefer Democrats and stop spreading conspiracy theories that explain simple electoral math. Matt Van Swole, another one of these right-wing dickheads, said, that explains why Democrats do well in LA. It does not explain why a candidate in third place would suddenly outperform the first-place candidate in later counted ballots. Those two are totally different questions. Nobody's shocked that LA's blue. People are asking why the vote pattern changed so dramatically after election night, why Raman's late ballot share looks so different. There's an answer for that, too. The further left and younger the voters are, the more likely they are to vote by mail. Bass's voters are center left and older. Raman's are left to far left and younger. As we all should know by now, in California, the in-person votes get counted first. So Bass did by far the best among in-person votes and took an early lead. But the mail-in ballots, which critically aren't counted until in-person are done, heavily favored Raman. That is what explains the late surge by Raman, not some far-flung conspiracy. And then when you explain this simple concept, yes, by the way, younger voters are late voters. Younger voters are voters that vote by mail, myself included, by the way. I also am, I guess, technically not really young, but I did vote by mail. And I voted on election day. I dropped off my mail-in ballot on election day. Okay? And guess what? Plenty of other people did the same. And you know what else young voters do? Younger voters do? They vote with DSA LA and KNOCK LA voter guides. And the DSA LA voter guide, which is widely dispersed, widely distributed, widely shared, widely utilized, all had Nithya Raman as the suggestion. So it makes total fucking sense that whoever is even, whoever cared enough to go out and vote, especially younger voters, would go out and vote for Nithya Raman. That's why she's gaining. You're reading a post written by ChatGPT? What? I'm not reading a post. I'm just saying to you what I think from my mind. Hello? There's nothing in front of me. I'm too tired for this shit, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Are you within the WeHo boundaries, though? No. Anyway.
Look at that. He's even less like than Karen Bass. He's 32 points underwater. Karen Bass doesn't want to face Nithya Raman. She would love to face Spencer Pratt because, simply put, she's managed to find someone who's more unpopular than she is, and she's quite unpopular.
This is really interesting. You look at these numbers, one of these things is not like the other
No.
here. She is definitely more like than the other two. Now, the president here. Obviously, the president is looking at this race. He's all kinds of upset about it. He presumably wanted Pratt here.
Yes, Republican wants a Republican. news at 11.
Angelinos, what do they think about the president?
Yeah, okay, this is the other thing. The president of the United States is such a drain on Spencer Pratt. I mean, hello, okay, Los Angeles city voters. Trump's net approval rating in the city of Los Angeles is about 55 points underwater. I mean, the idea that a Republican could be the mayor of New York when the president of the United States has a net approval rating 50, is so difficult. 55 points underwater, and then registered as Republican, just 15% of the voters in the city of Los Angeles are registered as Republican. 55% are Democrats. Spencer Pratt was facing a mountain in order to win, and so Karen Bass and the Democratic establishment knew that there's basically no chance a Republican could be the next mayor of New York. The only way she could lose is if she goes up against another Democrat. And you see it right here, very simply put, up by 4, no wonder. And that is where the results right now are moving. A Rahman versus Bass general election, which I said at the top, an absolute nightmare for the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass. They would have much preferred Spencer Pratt.
A lot of discomfort, no doubt, this morning in and around the establishment in Los Angeles. Harry, and thank you for explaining that so well.
Thank you, my friend.
You're an outstanding.
Let's hear from the most brilliant and most astute observer of elections, Asmongold.
Blown the out. Blown out. See ya, bitch. Thank God. Yes, remember he had that bitch on his stream? Yeah, that's what you get. Maybe you shouldn't have been trying to... You know, Hassan really should be blaming himself for this. You had this woman on to be part of the LA mayor. That's what you get. It's his fault. He did this. That's why he's trying to stay off the screen, because he knows it. He doesn't want to take credit. He's embarrassed. And so she's been going up. Look at how many votes she's been getting here with all mail-in ballots. They're rigging it. They're rigging it. And also, like, we're at the point now where I don't think that anybody should be afraid to say that. And I think that really we need to have more oversight, because these are the same people that said that the Minnesota daycares were legitimate. Blown the...
It's even crazier when he's wearing like a noticeably colorful t-shirt that he just simply does not change his shirt at all. It's nasty as that he's been wearing the same exact ugly ass color t-shirt for the past 4 days. The fact that I know for a fact that you are projecting this man on every random person on the internet that might criticize you makes my skin crawl. What? You got preemptively mad because you assume that everyone that criticized me is Asmongold? This random person? He's the leader of the Roach movement, dude. Oh yeah, Edinger Mentum, HVAC business owner is such a pull, lol. He appreciated my common HVAC business owner meta. How is it that these basic brain cell tests keep popping up more than ever? Like, I genuinely did not think people would be this stupid and still breathe and sleep. Yes. The centrists were blaming you as well. Yeah, exactly. No, I know that you imagine us all as random. What are you saying, 25-month subscriber? I can't even show a dumbass reactionary far-right critic of mine being a dumbass without you assuming that I'm actually suggesting you're just like him. As a 25-month subscriber, nonetheless. What's wrong with you? Calm down, dude.
As 355,000 mail-in ballots to process. They will be counted in this massive facility behind me. Now, yesterday's ballot dump pushed Councilwoman Nithya Rahman past Spencer Pratt by about 3,000 votes into that critical second-place spot. If Rahman holds on to her lead, she'll advance to the runoff election against Mayor Karen Bass in the fall. Now, before the ballot dump yesterday, Spencer Pratt posted in part, writing, "We've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, moments after the new numbers came in, Mayor Karen Bass's campaign released a statement attacking Rahman and labeling Rahman her general election opponent. opponent, seemingly ruling out a Pratt comeback. A Bass spokesperson writing, "We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA." Now, on Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing, and the first assistant U.S. attorney in LA, Bill Asaley, says California has refused to give the federal government its voter rolls and allows first-time voters to use IDs like gym and debit cards. Asaley also writes, California allows third parties to collect and turn in ballots on voters' behalf, a practice known as ballot harvesting with few restrictions. This makes it difficult to track who actually received, completed, and submitted each ballot. Now, Asaley says there are ongoing voter fraud investigations here in Southern California. He points to a recent woman who was arrested for allegedly paying people on Skid Row to register to vote. Bill, Dana.
Matt Finn, thank you. Nice to see you, Southern California. More to come. Thank you, Matt. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
When Trump walked out, this kind of leads me into the next.
Oh, my God. Oh, the numbers guy. I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. I ChatGPT'd it, I grokked it, and I found out that Spencer Pratt is the president of California. He actually won the presidency in California. But obviously, as a numbers guy, we went to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT told me Spencer Pratt was had the election stolen from him.
Story with Spencer Pratt. So you guys know we talked about it like a week ago, and everybody was expecting him to advance with Karen Bass, and he was going out there celebrating the picture with him and his wife. He had an 8-point lead, and everyone's looking at this chart. If you look at this, Rob, if you want to zoom.
Everybody I know, and we all live in Florida, and we are all Trump supporters and Trump voters. We all know Spencer Pratt was winning.
Zoom in a little bit. So the blue is Karen Bass, the orange is Spencer Pratt, and the green is Ramin. Now watch what's going on here. June 2nd is election. Look at the difference in lead on where Spencer Pratt is. Look at the third and fourth. And then look at the spike. Look at the spike. So you mean to tell me out of all those thousands of votes, now all of a sudden they only want to do Ramin?
That's insane.
That's what they want to do? That's what you mean to, you want me to believe that? And it goes from 71,000 to 153,000. Look how Bass only goes up 30,000, but she goes up 83,000 votes, 82,500 votes. And during that time, only Pratt goes up 44,000 votes. And then they're catching up. And Rob, if you go to the new chart that shows Ramin ahead, you will see this. So this is what it's looking like now. Mail-ins arriving before election, Bass 38, Pratt 28, Ramin 20. Pratt's got a 28-point lead. Mail-ins arriving after election, Ramin 37%, plus 17. Bass goes down 3, Pratt goes down 9. You want people to believe this. Then there's another one, the vote 83% counter translates. Not this one, Rob. The other one where the judge is talking about how they allow people to vote in L.A., and I even send it to you guys. I think you have it, Rob. If you go through the notes, you definitely have, this is the one. Watch this. So first go to the bottom for him to show the picture, because I think this is reacting to a picture. If you want to make this a little bit bigger. So he sends this in, talking about what's really going on, sends it to Honorable Shirley Ann Weber, Legal Office of Secretary of State, State of California, and he goes back and go to the tweet, Rob. Let's go back to the tweet if you can, please. Okay, go all the way to the top. California is blocking. I spoke to Spencer Pratt last night. I said, why are they not investigating this? Well, California is blocking a federal audit of its voter polls. California allows first-time voters. Folks, you ready for this? This is not a joke. To register using forms of ID that most Americans would find surprising, including gym membership card. I joked about this on Friday, and I said, I'm just joking. Well, guess what? I was fact-checked, and I wasn't joking. Apparently, that was true. In California, you can actually vote with your Bally Total Fitness card. Can you imagine? You can go with your LA Fitness card and vote. Employer ID, credit card or debit card, prescription drug.
If Patrick Bet-David ever invited me on his broadcast, I wear my best possible suit, like no memes. I pull out a suit that nobody's ever seen before. I know you like the number. He would say, I'm a numbers guy. I ran the number, and you got the best suit on today. I'm going to give you the keys to the castle. You can have my Turkish slave. He's my Muslim employee. I got a couple gay ones, too. I'm going to give you all of them because you wear the suit the best. I also have a bunch of moccasins here as well, and we made them in Tuscany. And as you can see in the sole, it says, the future looks bright. And here's a couple hats. We grokked it, and Grok told me, I know you really like the number. I know future looks bright. Put it mirrored in under the brim. So every time you look up when you're wearing the hat and it's sunny out, you can see future looks bright. And you remember, am also a numbers guy.
Label insurance card. And if you think this is BS, Rob, go on the link, because I thought he's just BSing. Go on the link. So this is what website, Rob? Can we verify what website?
Do people not know that you can bring those things to the fucking DMV and get a driver's license called proof of address? You fucking dumbass. I feel like half this shit relies on people too dumb to remember anything about their lives. Yes. The funniest is there are numerous states where you can do all of this to vote. Okay. And even though they live in states where you can do all of this to go out and vote, they still complain when it's happening in California. That's my favorite. Whenever like the best example of this is Donald Trump, who is a notorious mail-in ballot voter from the state of Florida, where you can do that, and will complain about others doing it all the time. Donald Trump has always voted by mail in the state of Florida. You guys understand that, right? He's registered to vote in the state of Florida, and he always votes by mail in the state of Florida. And then he always complains about voting by mail in other states. The state of Florida also happens to be the same state that Patrick Bet-David is in, just so you understand.
This is sos.california.gov, okay? So go on that first point that says current and valid photo ID, third party. Look at right there, go a little bit lower, Rob. Look at A, driver's license, B, passport, identification card, credit card, military identification card, health club identification card, H.
Stop it.
This is on their website, by the way. And I'm sitting there yesterday, I'm like, there's no way this has to be real. So if you go, Rob, right now and ask chat or ask ChatGPT.
I know you like number. I know you like the number. Ask ChatGPT. Oh my God, my goat. He did it again. He did it again, bro. He's so goated. He's so sick.
Top 5 slowest states when it comes down to elections, and go to the top 5 fastest states when it comes down to counting ballots. Basic question, okay? And I'm asked this question on Grok, on chat, on pretty much everything I can, because I want to know, chat can lean a little bit on the other side.
Of course.
So watch this, okay? Fastest states, Florida. How the hell does Florida do it fast? The gold standard, okay? Texas. By the way, watch this. This is the other question I ask. Florida, red state. Texas, red. Georgia, red. Virginia, consistently reports a large percentage of votes on election day. Carolina, red. Now go to the slowest states. Look at the slowest. Why do you think it's slow? California, known as the slowest, frequently the slowest major state, accepts ballots arriving after election day if postmarked on time, extensive signature verification and provisional ballot review. Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think 4 out of 5 of these states are all left, on the left. Why do you want it to be slower? So when you see the president getting upset with Walker, you're sitting there saying, maybe the guy's got an argument. Matter of fact, let me ask you guys a question. If let's just say, Vinny.
Yeah. Left states, communist, like Arizona and Alaska and Nevada, these are all known socialist states. I ChatGPT'd it, and Chat told me these are all states where they believe in Maoism, Marxist, Leninist Maoism.
Tom Adam, if let's just say a party, forget whatever party it is, Tom. Take the Libertarian Party. Take the Green Party, Vinny. Take the Democratic Party. Take the Republican Party, Adam. You go hire a mob, the Italian mafia, and I'm talking old school. You hire them as consultants.
None of these new guys. None of these new guys. Because everybody knows, just like the NBA is soft and the Italian mafia is soft now. But the old school ones, you know, back in the day, you hire those guys to go out and hire mules.
And you tell them, hey, what can we do to increase the chances of winning every election we want and not...
I love this guy because, well, first of all, I love that the peanut gallery just has to sit there and be like brilliant and brave takes, sir, once again. But I love him because he lives life like that art, like that depiction of art that he has, that work of art that he has inside of the vault, where it's like him and like MLK Jr. and Einstein and all these other people like Tupac and the Shah. Like, that's him. That is a piece of art that depicts his personality so perfectly, where in his mind, he's like, yeah, what do? You hire Scarface. You hired a Scarface to come in and steal the votes in exchange for cocaine. You go to Godfather. I just watched it last night again. One of the best movies. Okay? Obviously, it got worse when the daughter started doing her directorial debut. You can't let the womans know about the Godfather. It's not the Godmother, it's the Godfather. I know you like the number. I ran the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. And Godfather did worse when the women got involved and they turned it into Godmother. Nobody liked to watch the sequel for this reason.
Allow the other side to win. What would you advise us to do? What do you think they would say? Okay, imagine you went to the mob, the mafia. Okay, you're asking criminals who do this for a living, what can we do to never lose elections again?
Yeah, criminals who engage in ballot harvesting for a living. That's what they do. The mob. Oh, man, this guy's so awesome. I just know that there are so many people who watch it and never derive the same joy that I get out of watching my GOAT, my king, Patrick Bet David. And they sincerely listen to him. And they're like, yeah, this guy knows what's up. He knows what's up. He's speaking truth to power right now, you son of a bitch. This is so awesome.
In our state, what do you think advice they would give you?
The mob?
What would they say is the first thing you got to change? You know what's the first thing I would say? Do whatever you can to not require photo IDs. Check. We did it in California. Number two, make it as slow as possible so we can count ballots afterwards.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the theft? Isn't it worse because it draws suspicion? Isn't that a less efficient way of stealing the election? You dingus. Counting the ballots slow on purpose is done to make us feel good, but then to also steal it later so we know they stole it. It's kind of like Tony Montana, who's my idol and my icon, one of the best guys. Real guy in Cuba, from Cuba, okay, lives in Miami now. Tony Montana, he always used to say, make your enemies know that you are there. Make your enemies know that you are cheating on them, because it's a power move. Show them that you don't have the numbers because your enemies are numbers guys. I'm a numbers guy. Show the enemy that you don't have the numbers at first, make them feel comfortable, and then bring in the numbers.
Check. Allow mail-in ballots, and as long as possible, check. As long as you do this, don't worry about it. You'll have it under control. You're serious? Oh, yeah, you can have it under control. And convince Americans that getting photo IDs is racist.
Racist, brilliant. That's the
Convince them it's racist.
Got it.
Yeah. And convince them it takes very slow.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, the mob did this. The Italian mafia, and not the new one. The new Italian mafia is not as hard body as the old Italian mafia. They did this.
They convince the American people it is racist to have identification.
It's just hard.
Yeah.
Why you're racist against blacks? You're racist against, and blacks are like, no, what are you talking about? I can get an ID. No, but it's racist because these people don't like you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they don't like you.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying to do this. So then you look at charts. 69% of Democrats, you know what they want? 69% of Democrats want photo IDs for election. You know what the numbers for Republicans? 95, 96%. 83% of Americans want a flippin' ID to vote. And then you want the American people to sit there and believe that if you accept a gym membership, no one's cheating. No wonder the president got upset at Welker. Now, should he have called her stupid or whatever? That's Trump style. He's always been like that. That's a conversation that you can have. But no wonder he can sit there and watch in a state. By the way, as much as I take shots at people in California, you know I do, my Armenian and Syrian and Persian friends. They message me, hey, you're not being fair, you're not doing this. You know what, if you haven't worked with me long-term, face-to-face, like in a company, you don't know my style. You only know me from the podcast and the relationships that we have. You don't know how I challenge, you don't know how I drive. You haven't been with me behind closed doors. Some people have witnessed how I do and what I do there. You don't think I want to see California flip?
You just know me as the numbers guy, but sometimes they call me the enforcer guy. Okay? You don't think I would do anything in my power to make sure California flips? I'm a numbers guy. I want to flip the number. I know you like the number. I want to flip it. That's my style. We come in, we go out, we flip the number.
You don't think I want to see a mayor flip? You know how bad I feel for my friends in LA right now? You know how bad I feel for my friends in California right now? You know how annoyed these people are? These are good people that have said, I'm not leaving. And then you do something like this. And you want something to change with this? By the way, do you remember that one interview where Newsom's like, oh, we're not worried about the elections? And he had that smile? This was like 3 weeks ago.
I've sent around the clip. You want to?
Yeah, because it's California. Yes, because it's California. It's one of the bluest states in the country. That's why. Oh my God, these guys are so stupid, dude. They're just sitting around making each other scared and mad. This has always been the reactionary method. Look at how pissed Vinny is, by the way. Vinny, I haven't seen Vinny this mad since he had to appear alongside myself, the guy responsible for 9/11. It's so funny that, like, it's one of the most basic concepts. It's literally like saying, it's the equivalent of if I got together with my, homies and we're sitting around and we're like, Alabama, socialist safe haven. Everybody knows this. I got friends in Alabama. Well, I don't, but I got friends in California that's always talking about how Alabama is communist. But once again, the goddamn Republicans have stolen the Alabama election away from the communists. That's literally what they're doing right now. Okay? What they're doing is the equivalent of me talking about how I talk to all of my socialist friends in Los Angeles, and we all decided collectively that Alabama is a communist state, and yet the Republicans keep stealing the elections from the commies and giving it to the Republicans. What the?
See how, and Mike, that's why he's been so quiet.
No? Breaking the glass.
Oh, this is Pat. Look, this is the attitude of exactly.
Go ahead.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot. Look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen.
They're just saying the quiet part out loud.
And Adam,
we're going to do everything possible.
And nobody could do
to make
anything.
sure.
Agencies can shape.
Do something about it.
Agencies could shape the future.
Yeah,
and I'm tired of hearing, Pat, democracy. We're not a democracy, but we have lost the republic. If this is how it happens in front of our face, we can't do nothing about it. The government can't do nothing about it. And that's the front runner. That's the front runner of the Democratic Party. And if they win, Pat,
yeah, he's talking about redistricting, dude. That's what he's talking about.
He's talking about redistricting. And as far as the race goes, he's saying he's not worried about the race regardless. But once again, these guys are like, oh, they're going to steal the election from the Republicans. The Republicans are going to win.
And they come back and I'm not stupid. I know the pendulum swings. You let them in power. The SAVE Act didn't go through because they have 4 rhino, I'm not going to say the word, Republicans that don't.
You need an iced coffee, sleepy? Dog, I've slept for 4 hours on a plane, okay? There's the only thing that could save me right now from falling asleep is crack cocaine. So unless you're Hunter Biden and you got some leftover crack from your crack cocaine days, drinking coffee is not going to salvage the situation.
They want to have power. And again, if I keep hearing this word democracy, it's our republic. And at what point are Americans, the citizens, the 99.999% are going to finally say, Pat, enough is enough? And I'm not saying we're complaining. No, we're trying to point out the obvious. They're cheating. You are cheating. In India, they have how many? 1 point some billion people. They know in one day. What the hell? We're America, and it takes weeks, and we're cool with it. And nobody on the other side is saying that because their side's gonna win. They're quiet. They're quiet, and that's why Gavin Newsom's quiet because they know that they're freaking cheaters.
Tom, all you have to do is go. Absolutely, and you know there's 2 lines of thinking that are.
Dude, that is so. Line to get into MSG perimeter with tickets at 33rd and 6th already stretches to 30th Street. The rumor is they aren't letting in anyone until 6:30. You need to understand something. These are people who drop like 10 bands. Okay? These are people who drop like 8 bands, 10 bands to sit at nosebleed seats. And because President Trump wanted to come through. You made such a good decision to skip the game today? Yeah, no, this is part of the reason why I was like, too many things didn't work out. So I was like, I'm not going to do it. This is something my dad brought up too. They assume Newsom is scheming when he's literally just talking about organic Democratic vote consolidation tactics to combat unified Republican voters. Look at the full context. Newsom says Dems have break the glass contingency plan. They already broke the glass, by the way. When Eric Swalwell was forced to drop out, they already broke the glass. And they all united the California machine behind Xavier Baccaria. I'm going to Game 4, chat. Hopefully Trump is not going to attend that one, because if he does, he's going to fuck me.
Being driven on here. Voter eligibility and voter confirmation, racism, right?
Yeah, you're racist.
And then what you have is controls, to have adequate controls over the election. And investigations and just confirmations. That's federal interference. You see, racism and federal interference are destroying democracy. Maxine Waters said it, just like that. So guess what? This is what it is. And you have to remember something here, guys.
Dude, it's so funny. Trump is literally positioning this for maximum enmity towards him, by the way. Like his intent, what a spectacular up this was. Anyone could have called this ahead of time. That New York already doesn't with Trump. But now they especially don't with Trump. You could have had Trump supporters on that line. By the end of this process, they are going to be Trump haters forever. Okay? Imagine you're a Trump guy. You're like, oh my God, my president's coming to watch the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. And then you have to sit for 2.5 hours outside. It's 78 degrees. Okay? It's 78 and sunny. You're sweating balls with they take away everything that you have on your person because Trump decided to come to Madison Square Garden. You're booing his ass. You're booing his ass. 100%. He shows up on the Jumbotron. You're like, F you. Pedophile president. Your homies are like, bro, didn't you vote for him? He's like, yeah, it was the worst mistake of my life. Yeah, here's the scene with 4 hours to tip off. He's ruined it. He's ruined the experience of so many people. It's so awesome.
It's low tech. When you increase technology, you increase the confirmations and you can increase the confidence. Now, technology isn't a voter tabulation machine that can be hacked and flip votes. We've seen examples of the voting machines. You've seen this, Vinny, over the years where they've said, this is an example how this particular machine was flipped. No, the deeper you go in technology, Congress heard a presentation. This is a select committee, heard a presentation on the blockchain, Pat. Hey, did you know you could just take every person who's a valid citizen, put them on the blockchain, you'd know instantly did they vote or not. Not who they voted for, but did they vote or not.
What is this man saying, bro? Oh my God. I do trust this guy in technology. He was there when they invented electricity. Oh my God.
Everybody flipped out at that. Why? Because that's high technology, high confidence, high control. That's not what they want. You look at these blue states, just keep counting until you get the answer you want. And it's destroying public confidence. And you're going to see, I think you're going to accelerate the people that are leaving. I talked to people last night in LA too. I asked them, what are you thinking about this? And they said, I'm shocked. Everybody has said the same thing. They said, you know, I'm really shocked. In plain sight, doing what you just said, doing the quiet part out loud.
Exactly.
It was terrible, Pat, terrible. But remember, low tech enables it. When you go to ultimate high tech and blockchain, you control it. Nobody wants control. Everybody wants buckets of ballots that came here coming into what appears to be orderly rooms to be counted, that we are ensuring democracy. No, they're not. They are controlling the outcome of what they call democracy.
And Pat, now that we know what we're waiting for, Tom, the Supreme Court's ruling in Watson versus the Republican National Committee. It's a major case that could determine whether the states can continue counting mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day if they were postmarked on time. And the ruling is expected at the end of this month, Pat. But it's going to have
Vinny, that will only control the date and time that they bring in the white buckets.
Yeah.
So the Supreme Court will help. We need control, and it starts with voter validation and then technology that validates that those voters that were validated actually voted once.
Well, look, I don't know if you saw this article, what Gavin Newsom has done in response to the allegations. Basically, Gavin Newsom has
been... Probably Vinny, still. Like, the old one is the kooky conspiracy guy. This one is the Hosborough operative, right? He's probably smarter than the other ones, I'll be honest. Vinny's got to be the dumbest one in the bunch. Y'all think Adam is the dumbest one? This podcast is the single greatest example of the lie of meritocracy. How dare you? It's the single greatest example of meritocracy. They're winning because they're brilliant.
Basically signed a law that, quote unquote, here we go. Here we go. Newsom signs law to shield California elections from federal interference.
Oh, there's that
basically
phrase again.
Speaking of numbers, we got level 2 hype train. You already know what it is. Level 10 hype train. Today we play a different song. I know we don't got the soundboard when I'm away from home, but we still got Charlie Kirk. We still got the Carrying of the Flame. And subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, not PBD. PBD is Patrick Bet David Podcast. PBS is Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. If you like the numbers, please subscribe. This is how you can support the show, support independent media. I know you like the number. We get the level 10 hype train. You already know I'm playing new Charlie Kirk songs today. I am a number, please grok me. The flame will not be carried if you do not subscribe. And we got to carry the flame every day. What is this? There's a Turkish one? Okay, maybe I'll play that one. I'm poor. I can't even change the color of my Bugatti. Oh, we got a poor guy in here. Okay, this guy got a Bugatti, but he can't change the color. Why do you even get a Bugatti if you can't change the color? Everybody knows you get a Bugatti, you got to change the color. Otherwise, it's like you're dating somebody else's girlfriend. Okay? It's not your own Bugatti, it's the previous owner's Bugatti if you can't change the color. Okay. All right, we got some numbers. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 100 gifted sub. Level 5 hype train complete. We got 5 more levels or level 6 hype train. 4 more levels until we complete level 10 hype train. I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. We got to get the number up.
Saying we prohibit any person, including federal agents, from accessing voter rolls or election technology without a court order. But then in response, here's this article. This is from The Hill. Federal prosecutors opened fraud probes into California voting. So alleged voter fraud, multiple election fraud investigations underway. Essentially what you said, there's serious structural vulnerabilities, specifically coming from 2 major components, mail-in voting and not requiring voter ID at the polls.
And by the way,
verify that only eligible U.S. citizens are registered.
On the Newsom thing, he signed that on May 29th. 4 days before the election. 4 days before. Here's the video where he explains why he wants to go ahead and pass it so that the federal government cannot interfere, is what he calls, in California's election.
Go ahead. Plus, watch the play.
Trump all the time. He's an invasive species. We've never been up against something like this. And he's just not, he's just winding up. I mean, he doesn't believe in fair and free elections. He believes in competitive authoritarianism. He wants an outcome along the lines of Putin. 87.3% to 4.3%. That's a fair.
We are at
free
level
election
6 hype train still.
Trump's perspective.
3 minutes
and
remaining.
He's become so delusional that I think he's almost starting to believe in his own BS.
Well, I think the people of California have somehow believed his BS for the last decade. And he used, let's just be clear here, he used a very specific number. He said 87% Trump wants that.
4.3, yeah.
Listen, Trump's best day is in the high 40s. Best day from a national electorate. And worst day is somewhere in the mid-30s. Gavin Newsom, who basically somehow passed a recall, I think 4 or 5 years ago, this is all
Larry Elder.
Exactly, Larry Elder. You know who I feel bad for? Can I be honest with you?
Tell me.
Because I'm very much pro-Florida, pro-Miami. I genuinely feel bad for the average Californian, and I'll tell you why. Because the top of the food chain, they can move someplace. If they're evading the wealth tax, they'll go find another place to live. But the bottom of the food chain, the 50% of Californians who are living on the social welfare state, don't have a choice here, are going to vote for the socialist communists, they're going to be fine because they're basically living high off the hog. It's the average Californian who's like, I can't move because I'm damned if I do, if I damned if I don't. And they basically are, at some point, they're going to have to say, all right, we've hit rock bottom. We're going to have to pivot. Until then, get used to democratic monopolies in your state.
Adam, I know you want to move on.
They almost had a candidate to be on the ballot. And the candidate, I believe, my opinion, we are watching it get taken away from them. There was, don't you see, I think there was a lot of Angelinos that were out there that got behind this campaign, that got behind these things. And by the way, for Rahman, Pat, I got a question for you. What did Rahman do in the last week of the election? She backed off.
She did a concession speech. She was crying on stage.
Can you play that?
But she
Tom's asking a
backed off.
very good question here.
How does she surge when she's backing off?
Watch the video, Rob. Play the video. Go ahead, Rob. Look at this motivational speech. This is like, she lost. Okay?
Los Angeles is the most magical city in the entire world.
This was like a concession speech?
No, it wasn't a concession speech. And she was crying when talking about her twins, apparently. No, she did not concede. I bet you if you told these guys there was a ballot issue where Spencer Pratt didn't appear on Beverly Hills ballots, they get all fired up about it. Dude, don't even give them the... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, no. You just spoke that into existence, MAGAphonics. You talk to your MAGA parents too much, okay? You're inventing new ways. You're inventing new ways of how MAGA will assume this election was stolen. Oh, no. They already do this. I'm just a MAGA whisperer. Buddy, talking to your Israel-loving family members does not make you the MAGA whisperer, okay? Motherfucker's just relaying information from his dad, okay? He's like, yeah, no, I'm the MAGA whisperer. Meanwhile, what is he doing? He's just whispering to his dad. Hogaphonics, yes. He went from MAGAphonics to Hogaphonics. We're a level 7 hype train, by the way. Level 7 hype train, almost at level 10. We got 1 minute remaining on level 7 hype train. I know you like the number. Is at 83%. Only 2 more levels left.
Yes, this is the night she lost. Rob, can you verify if this is the night she lost?
And I'm
Abi sen Amerika'nın şovinistisin. Abi ABD gazilerini destekliyorsun ve öldürmelisin. Hi. Okay, this is 100% not a Turkish person, okay? They just Google translated what I'm about to read to you into Turkish. It says, Hassan, you're an American chauvinist. You support the American veterans, and you must be murdered. But the way that this person wrote this is so clearly Google translated because no one would ever type like this, okay? Öldürmelisin. Öldürülmelisin. Salak. Maybe he's very proper. Yeah, no. Did I say anything wrong? See, I told you. You said I must be murdered, but in a very polite way. So polite that it's like very obviously Google translated. You idiot. You tried to threaten my life, but you did it in such a funny way. I can't help but laugh.
so grateful to call this extraordinary city my home.
Yeah. Okay, so she allegedly, let me just verify.
I don't think that's an act. I think she really believed that. And I think the machine wants what.
Oh my God, these people are so stupid. They're just cutting shit and piecing it to oh, we are at level 8 hype train now. Level 8 hype train, 3 minutes remaining. Only 2 more levels until we carry the flame. If you don't want to carry the flame, don't subscribe. If you do want to carry the flame and support independent media, PBD podcast, not the PBD podcast. This is the Real Valuetainment podcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service. But anyway, it's very funny that they're like, well, she was crying here, so I've decided that she lost and she's conceding when she's not conceding. And I've also further decided that there's a machine that has actually caused her to win the election after she thought she had lost.
Bass back and used her to get rid of Pratt.
That's election night.
What are
That
the
is
odds
election
actually
night. So-
saying about Pratt's
Well, we'll go to
chances?
Kalshi. No,
you mind?
Pratt's chances on Kalshi,
Have they plummeted?
Oh, you'll
What
see
do you
right now.
look-
1.2%
Oh.
of advancing.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was still a 300.
No. Rob, do me a favor. Go
Adam,
back.
look at the-
So he's
go back.
finished.
How far back
Look
can
at
you
the
go
pot,
on this,
Adam.
dates-wise?
Wow.
Can you go back to 1 month?
78 million.
Go to 1 month. Just watch this.
Look
at Pratt advancing. Okay? Look at Pratt advancing.
And then look.
And then right after June 2nd, which was the day to vote, he's still ahead. And then he drops
And look at that.
all the way down,
then-
and Rahman comes up.
And well, even Bass went a little bit lower. So you're saying that everyone who voted in that last 48-hour window, everyone voted for the contest.
Yes.
Bro, perhaps there's a lesson to be learned here. You won't learn it, but that lesson is don't use Kalshi as a reliable metric for who's going to win a election. It's not a poll. It's a gambling app. All right, we got 1 minute remaining, less than 1 minute, 86% on level 8 hype train. It doesn't seem like we're carrying the flame today. Not gonna carry the flame. We are not gonna be Charlie Kirk, it seems. Book Girl Love, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Only 30 seconds remaining now. Little Beast Stand, thank you for the 5 gifted. At 90%, Jawed, all right, never mind. We made it to 100%. We made it to 100%. We are at level 9 hype train. Only 1 more level remaining to carry the flame. Only 1 more level remaining to carry the flame. We're shilling again at the People's Broadcasting Service, level 9 hype train at 10%. I know you like the number. And speaking of the numbers, we got Kalshi bets, Kalshi predictions.
Are you ready for this bet? So not the beat posted.
Unbelievable.
One of the best statements I saw.
$78 million was placed.
Only Rahman's mail-in ballots were late, Adam. Only Rahman's mail-in ballots were late.
When statistically impossible things happen, we should not be expected as a society to accept them. Evidence of fraud isn't limited to video surveillance.
At level 9 hype train, we're over 52%. It seems like people are carrying the flame.
Statistical impossibilities are hard evidence of fraud. That was not to be posted it, and Elon posted it, Pat. And this is, when we talk about the left, right, or whatever, they're willing to lie and cheat to come into power. That's why I'm saying, Pat, this is a spiritual thing. We're at spiritual warfare.
Oh, we're at 90%.
Because once they come in, Pat, what do? They open the border, they bring in illegals, our women and children get freaking taken advantage, murdered, or raped, and then they make policies for trans this and that. It's freaking evil. And what's a fine time? You're talking about these Angelinos. What could they do? What?
Your impression of Patrick Bet-David is a good teaching moment about the values of persistence. From one of your worst impressions to one of your most entertaining ones, you prove to us that we should never give up on the things we love. Success inevitably follows hard work. Meritocracy is real, and you know what else is real? We are Charlie Kirk, Biz Charlie Kürküz, Turkish cover. You know what? Bonus round. We got to play the reggae version. It's not as good. I'll be honest. It doesn't hit as hard. Give me the reggae version. Give me the reggae version right now. Someone link it to me right now. No, it's not that good. Bonus round. I was singing this on the plane. I was singing this on the plane. March can attest to this. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Anyway, all right, let's get back to Patrick Bet-David.
What can you do? What? Go on the streets?
So we believe this is an election. They believe this is a revolution. And during a revolution, anything is permissible. And
yeah, dude, that's what's going on. We're doing the revolution by getting Nithya Raman in as LA mayor. Or wait, it's even dumber than that. We're doing the revolution by kicking out Spencer Pratt from the runoffs. That's the revolution.
that's what you're seeing it here. You know, we believe that they're wrong and that we need to sit down and find a way to reason with the ones that are close to the middle and to bring them over. That's the spirit of this podcast.
It's just like, oh, they're counter-revolutionary. It's always funny because it's like, I mean, what do you say? What do you say to this? I always wish that the Democrats were half, if not a quarter, as revolutionary as the Republicans claim they are, you know? It's a very sad state of affairs.
That's why you saw Pat on Jubilee. That's why all this stuff. They believe we're evil and any tactic is permissible to stop.
PBD, you're a California guy. What are you hearing from your people? Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a socialist versus a communist, it seems, in this runoff. What are people in California?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. Between Karen Bass and Nithya Raman, I don't know which one he's referencing as the communist. I assume he means Nithya Raman is the communist, but Karen Bass is genuinely, throughout her like work with the Venceremos movement, like actually closer to being sympathetic to communism than Nithya Raman certainly is. So I don't know. I don't know if like I assume they're saying like Nithya Raman is the communist because she's younger and she's more radical, I guess, even though she's not. But Karen Bass actually was a communist at some point in her life.
So there are guys that are planning on moving to Florida and they've been waiting and waiting.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding when I say that about Karen Bass. Karen Bass literally worked alongside the Cuban government for years. And I think that's a good thing for the record. I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. She did like humanitarian aid missions. Like it's true. Now, that doesn't reflect on who she is now, unfortunately, but she used to be a comrade.
And waiting. Like, for instance, I'll give you an idea. My own family.
Yeah.
a lot of Iranians, Armenians, Assyrians left Iran a long time ago. When did your parents leave Iran?
Oh my God.
What year? Because you were born in New York.
I was born in New York.
So how much previous to that? When did your parents leave?
In the 70s.
Can you text your? Well, it's too early.
No, she'll be up.
What year you think I think your parents left probably in the 70s.
Pre-revolution. 70, early 70s.
Okay, so you have to realize there's different tiers of people that left Iran.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
There are those like his parents who left early. Okay. Then there are those that left in 77. 78. The moment revolution started happening, they're like, we're out of here. Okay.
That was your dad.
No, not at all. No, they didn't. My mom was like, it's going to get better. So my mom encouraged them to stay. My dad is saying, let's get the hell out of here. My mom said, no, let's stay. It's going to get better. Anyways, they stay. And then by 89, when Khomeini died and things got chaotic, we left. By the way, we are known as leaving the latest. We left late. Because they thought something good was going to happen, right? And then we left.
And they were wrong. My parents, not a numbers guy. Am a numbers guy. My mother and my father, not a numbers guy. I crunched the numbers. I know you really like number. If it was up to me, I would have left way before the revolution.
And we went to Germany, and then we ended up coming here. Okay, you've heard the story a million times, so I'm not
Wait, we don't care about this PPD. Please, please, please. You're wrong. I can listen to him explain this story, which I've heard him explain 1,000 times. I can hear this story from Patrick Bet David 1,000 additional times and still not get bored.
Repeating that story. What does that have to do with California? There are people in California that don't want to leave. I had a call the other day, one of our clients. He sold one of his companies a few years ago for $300 million, and he's about to sell a second company in Australia for $250 to $500 million. He's about to go public, money guy, good guy, sharp guy, family guy. And Australia just announced the capital gains tax, which I don't know if you're familiar with it. Our capital gains here is what, 23.9, something like that?
20%, I believe.
But it's including the Obamacare, I think it's like 23.9 is what you're looking at.
That's correct.
And in Canada, they announced something that your capital gains could go all the way up to 47%. Rob, can you type in 47%?
Higher than ordinary income?
47%, I want to say. There was something that came out that was 40. Australia, if you look up what their capital gains is, a potential rate of 47%. Okay. So anyways, he's bringing this up to me that this is taking place. I said, what do you want to do? Do you want to fix it? Or do you want to go to, Singapore? Do you want to go to Dubai where you don't have to pay taxes? He says, no, I want to fix it. I said, so you don't want to leave Australia? No. So you want to contribute? Yes. So what's the plan? And I said, so how famous are you? Not that famous. I'm famous amongst business people because I've made money, but I'm not that famous. I said, well, number one, without the fame, you ain't, it's not something you're going to be able to do. We got to work on the fame.
It ain't the same.
He says, well, what about if I first start off with Victoria, the state, which Victoria is kind of like California, and then from there go for national level, which is prime minister. I put him working on putting him in contact with the previous deputy prime minister for them to have a conversation together. But what's the point? There are a lot of people in California and Angelenos that have been waiting and waiting and waiting. You know what tiers it's going to be? Those who move to a Republican county. So, I don't know, pick a Republican. They're going to go hide in Manhattan Beach. They're going to go hide in Newport Beach. They're going to go hide in, Kern County, like Bakersfield. They're going to go to weird places like this, right? Shout out to...
Move out of L.A.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Then there are those that are going to do the easy thing, second easy thing, which is what? Go to Nevada. And they're going to do the 185, 175, which is live 185 days in Nevada to avoid having to pay the tax of California.
Wealthy people can do that, right?
The wealthy people can do that. The average person cannot do that. Then it's the people that are just going to be like, I'm moving out. And I'm going to go to Texas, or I'm going to Florida.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to Tennessee. Or I'm going to go stay in Henderson, Nevada. Those are the three tiers. So if this could, by the way, where's Hilton at right now, Rob? Can you look up Hilton's? Go to Hilton's Calshi.
I think he just got passed by Xavier Becerra.
Steyer passed him up?
No,
I don't know. Becerra's got confirmed. He's in. Yeah. Like, he for sure is first place. But Hilton is still 9.6%, which is fine. Because as long as he's second place, that's all you care about.
And we should have a moment of silence for this guy, Tom Steyer. Just keeps pumping hundreds of millions of dollars
$100 million
to get elected. And the world is
he's
like,
in the Bloomberg
you ain't
camp.
the guy, buddy.
You know who else did that? Meg Whitman also did that many years ago. She ran as a Republican.
What's really funny about this, by the way, is not so
jokingly, but jokingly referred to Tom Steyer doing something, using his money better than wasting it away in this election, and handing it to the DSA, and people got like real mad. There were like DSA members that were like, "This is bullshit. We would never accept $200 million from a billionaire. It would never come without strings attached." All this stuff. It's like, don't worry, guys. It's not going to happen. Okay. It's very funny. And it's also very like leftist discourse to just like get ahead of a situation that is not even remotely likely to happen. And drive discourse on utter fantasy, like pure fantasy. I support Steyer giving DSA $200 million and then immediately spending it all on something like this. Oh yeah, this is the French Communist Party headquarters, isn't it? Am I crazy? Yeah. It's aura. It's aura. Maximum aura. That'd be so sick.
I think former CEO of eBay, and she went through different things. Father's Day's around the corner. And there's one statistic on Mother's Day place.
Oh, wait, the end of this is just all ads. Oh, my God.
Nithya Raman has...
Yeah, I'd rather die than watch Tim Pool talk about how Democrats cheated. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. That's his demo. Young college white men. Young college-age white men watching college football were fucking screaming at him, flipping him off and shit. There's no shot. There's no shot he gets a positive welcome at Madison Square Garden, dude. Bro, I think they're just straight up gonna call him a pedophile. I think they're gonna say pedophile president. I think they're gonna chant pedo president when Donald Trump's on the Jumbotron, okay? There's 0% chance this motherfucker was getting booed at like college football games, man.
President of the United States, Donald John Trump, may be more hated in his home state.
Anyway, holy Toledo time, ladies and gentlemen. Holy Toledo. How unpopular is Trump in New York ahead of his Knicks game visit? Like I've said, I think Donald Trump's going to get booed into oblivion. I want to watch the game tonight, and I want to see first a camera on Donald Trump with thunderous boos, okay? And then I want the camera to be pinned on Zohran Mamdani with cheers. So loud you can hear it from Hoboken, no joking, okay? That's what I want to see. I want to see that juxtaposition. Someone needs to make this happen. They need to identify where the president is and where the real president of New York is. Okay? Back to back, you will be remembered as a legendary camera operative. Someone needs to do that. ESPN will probably do anything but. I need to see this happen. Put that on the Jumbotron back to back. Put both of them on the Jumbotron back to back. See how New Yorkers react to two different types of political representation.
Of New York than the San Antonio Spurs, because what are we talking about here? Let's take a look here. Trump's not approval rating in New York State. You go back to January.
Bro, I think they're just straight up gonna call him a pedophile. I think they're gonna say pedophile president. I think they're gonna chant pedo president when Donald Trump's on the Jumbotron. Okay, there's 0% chance this was getting booed at like college football games, man. That's his demo. Young college white men. Young college-age white men watching college football were screaming at him, flipping him off and shit. There's no shot. There's no shot he gets a positive welcome at Madison Square Garden, dude.
January 2025. It was, not so great, but not so terrible. 5 points underwater. But look at where he's fallen to now. He is now 30 points underwater on the net approval rating.
Yeah, Trump gets booed at national parks.
Like, objectively better vibes have in places that Trump gets booed at.
In his home state of New York, a massive drop-off we have seen in his popularity in the Empire State.
And it's interesting, when you dig into some of these numbers, there were some groups, even in this very liberal state, that the president was doing well with.
Yeah, okay. You know, a lot of the people who might be getting screwed tonight, especially with that watch party getting canceled, are working class New Yorkers. And those are the voters who have turned most against the president of the United States. Okay, Trump's approval rating in New York State with incomes under 50,000. You know, back in January 2025, he was actually slightly above water, 1 point above water. But hey, 1 point above water is better than 1 point below water. But look at where he is now. A dramatic decline. My goodness gracious. Right down there into the Hudson River. He's now 36 points underwater, nearly a 40-point move against the President of the United States with working class New Yorkers, those with incomes under $50,000, and that is matching what we're seeing nationwide as well, and that is the President of the United States. Disproportionately, he is losing support among working class Americans, and he's disproportionately losing support among working class New Yorkers.
This is a pretty good number for January 25.
Yeah.
This isn't.
No.
It's dropped a lot.
One is good, one is really bad.
Okay, so New York's a big state with a lot of congressional districts, including a few swing races here. How are the congressional elections looking in this state?
Yeah, okay, so you know, you go back 8 years ago, New York was a very bad place for Republicans in the midterm elections during Trump's first midterm election. You look at the generic ballot in June of 2018, Democrats were ahead of it by 15 points in the Empire State. Look at where it is now. Democrats are even doing better than they were doing 8 years ago at this point. They were ahead by 19 points right now, and this 15 point, this led to a 3.
You think the rich will boo him? Yes. Yes, I do. It's not exactly going to be a working class crowd inside of Madison Square Garden tonight. And even then, I still suspect that they will boo him. Why? Because he's been molesting the money. And when he's molesting the money, he's molesting the rich people's money too. And this is New York City. A lot of the wealthy people in New York City still have immigrant family members. These are rich liberals in general, okay? I think some of you forget that there are plenty of wealthy liberals in this country, big libtards, okay? Who do you think is going? Like, think about it this way, Ben Stiller. You think Ben Stiller's the type of guy who's not going to boo the president? Are you insane? The New York City elite don't fuck with Trump either, except for obviously the team owner, but what is this new Twitch CCV cap update? Earlier this month, we shared plans to cap CCV on channels. Our systems detect are receiving sustained, significant inauthentic traffic, and we'll continue applying those caps as part of our ongoing ViewBot detection work. Now we're introducing a new optional view count cap feature that creators can use if they believe they're being targeted by bots. Set a cap based on your normal audience size, and we will cap your CCV to match that value. You can turn it on ahead of time as a preventative measure or enable it during a stream if you think your channel is being targeted. The optional cap stays in place until you turn it off. Partners will have access to this feature to start, and we plan to expand to our wider community soon. Note that you aren't required to turn the self-cap on. This feature is being offered to you to use as you deem appropriate, and you can use it as your own at your own discretion. We'll continue to explore ways to target view bots and protect our community from the botting across the board. To apply the optional cap, head to your navigate settings and stream manager. Why would anybody use this? I just don't understand it. Like, I've been ViewBot targeted before. I've been ViewBot targeted recently when I had Stavros on, when I was at like 200K or something. And it's just like a waste of time. I wouldn't, what am I supposed to do? Cap it at 35K? You know what I mean? Like, what if there's 38,000 people watching at that point? I don't know. They should just do it themselves if they really want to do it. The plan is to eventually force the cap if someone is constantly botting and not turning the cap on for themselves. I mean, yeah. If someone keeps botting me and they just do it, then yeah, I'm happy with that. This does seem pretty dumb. What's even the point of the display number? It's all about how it affects chat or real eyeballs. I know. I mean, they have no good solution for this problem. And I appreciate that they're trying to fix it. I just don't know how good this of a solution this is. You know what I mean? Let's continue.
See, loss for Republicans as Democrats.
Speaking of botted numbers,
Holy Toledo. Everybody hates Donald Trump.
Went on to gain the majority. Now, there are not as many competitive races this time around, but Mike Lawler up in the Hudson Valley has to be looking at a number like this and has to be shivering because it turns out what happens.
Sub count should be your CCV cap. Okay, well, I've always had way more subscribers than I have live concurrent viewership because people are tuning in and out. Yeah.
At the top of the ballot with Donald John Trump manages oftentimes to find its way to down ballot
right
races.
Now we got
I think Mike Lawler sees this and says, I'm not so hot to trot. And you talk about the governor's races.
See? The logged in viewership number is at 27,826. That's a really solid percentage. That means that there's only 6,000 people that are watching that are not currently tuned like that are not currently logged in. Okay? There's a lot of passive viewership that's not logged in. But that's a normal percentage. There's anyway, the video is too loud and your audio is too low. I don't know why my audio is capped at 30 on here, but
well, at the top of the ticket, this is another thing that may drain Republicans as well. Chance that Democrats win the 2026 gov race. According to Kalshi, it was 74% back at the beginning of Trump's second term. Look at where it is now. Kathy Hochul, the Democrat, sky high, 91%. These are the types of numbers that really should make Republicans quite worried in Donald John Trump's home state, where, as I said at the top, he may be the only thing that's more hated in New York than the San Antonio Spurs.
With us now, sports commentator Bomani Jones. He's the host of The Right Time with Bomani Jones podcast. Good to see you this morning. How do you think fans feel about this, having to arrive 2 hours before the game to get in because the president's going to be there?
Well, I think that's the part that will probably cause people more problems, regardless of who the person is, regardless of what the reason is, right? Like, you're going to need to get there early. On the bright side, I think that people who had tickets to this game would want to be there early. This is the most anticipated basketball game in this city in literally 56 years. So, I mean, people were going to be there probably as early as they could. It's just going to be an increased hassle and inconvenience.
I was in Connecticut, northern Connecticut yesterday, out on the streets, and people were yelling, "Go Knicks." Like out of nowhere, like out of context, they were concerned about that. It's a huge, huge deal around here. But Monty, I will say, though, that given how important this is to people, there are mixed feelings about the president being there and throwing that political element into it. I did speak to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about this. He is a native New Yorker. Listen to what he said.
I'm not sure it's going to be a good reception for him, but why does Donald Trump always have to ruin a good thing? Like, literally, the Knicks haven't been in the NBA Finals for 27 years. The city is trying to celebrate this. We've embraced this team, and this guy has to inject himself. I mean, come on, seriously, give us a break. Why doesn't this guy just focus on trying to improve the quality of life of the American people? Because the Trump economy has been a disaster.
So what about the mixture or the injection, as he says, of politics into sports, Bomani?
No, this isn't about the injection of politics into sports. This is about the injection of Trump into sports. If this were just about any other president, I don't think it would go over the way that it would. This is specifically about this man whose relationship with his hometown is fraught, I think would be a fair thing to point out. But in this time, in this moment with this guy, ain't nobody really trying to hear this. Like, what was the most surprising thing about it to me is that Trump normally turns up at like college football games, places that for him are home games. This is not a home game no matter where he's from. This is an away game. I am surprised that this is something that he wants to do because he typically thrives on positive affirmation, and he ain't gonna get none of that on Madison Square Garden, like not a bit.
It's an interesting take. This is not a home game for the president, despite being from New York. Bomani Jones, great to see you. Thanks for sticking around.
With the New York Knicks about to host their first NBA final.
It is actually interesting that he's choosing to do this as a power play. I certainly don't think it's going to work. Trump with maybe the most impressive bad vibes move of my lifetime. I mean, doing this amidst a global crisis that he is responsible for makes it even funnier. Because remember, he's doing this shit while Israel and Iran are beating on one another.
It's just so incredibly dumb. Trump is like that one person who comes to a party anyways after not being invited for a reason and immediately ruins the vibes. Yeah, I know.
Finals game since 1999. The city preparing for another historic moment. The first sitting US president to attend an NBA Finals game. CNN's Gloria Pazmino filed this report.
Well, it's going to look very different outside Madison Square Garden on Monday night, and that's because this area is going to be closed off to traffic and to pedestrians. So we're not going to see the usual scenes of celebration and fans gathering at the game that we have been seeing in the last few games, and that's because the watch party has...
I'm telling you, bro, if the Knicks lose tonight, it's literally because of Donald Trump. There's no other reason for it. It's not because, like, Wemby locked in, okay? It's not because they found a way to defeat the Knicks defense. It's not because they were able to stop the Knicks offense. It's just Donald Trump. There's no other reason for this to take place. They're so up right now. New York as a city is so goddamn up right now. Donald Trump is coming in to deliver the worst kind of juju.
Officially been canceled. The reason for that is the presidential visit. Trump is expected to attend Monday night's game, and that means there's going to be intense.
The real five-head script here is Adam Silver's doing this to extend the finals. You know what I mean? Adam Silver was like, we bring in the vibes assassin Donald Trump, and he just like f***s everything up.
Security protocols going into the event. For anyone who is attending this game, they're being asked to arrive at least 2 hours early. They will have to go through double layers of security, essentially airport-style security. So arrive early, arrive prepared, and just know that this area is going to be very hard to access unless you have tickets to attend the game. The fact that the watch party is canceled, surely a disappointment for a lot of fans, for a lot of Knicks fans who have been relying on the watch party to watch the games and attend the celebrations. Take a listen.
Personally, I think it's kind of a shame. I really would like it, you know, because we've been waiting for this for like how long? And, you know, a lot of people can't afford to get into the game. I'm one of those people.
Bro, I was walking the streets of New York earlier today. There are Knicks banners everywhere. Okay? Straight up. City looks and feels like Tehran when the IRGC is like striking Israel. You know when they do those like mass events outside where they're like, oh, keep bombing Tel Aviv, please. Like it literally feels like that, but for the Knicks.
So I was actually looking forward.
Shit looks like when the Ansar Allah do those big ass meetings, those big ass rallies outdoors. Okay, straight up.
To going to one of these watch parties.
This is a monumental day in New York City, and you're gonna cancel it. It's all right. We're gonna find a way, okay? If you guys know real New Yorkers, we gonna find a way.
And you know, like he could say he's a native New Yorker, but he doesn't live here, and he's kind of pooped on us for a while, and you know, so like I think this is our time. And
Mind to Trump.
Get loser.
Who is this actually about?
He's distracting from our time.
We don't need that negativity. We need nothing but positive vibes.
That was so un-New York to clean that word up and say poop.
It was very nice of him to say.
It was very nice.
So that we could put it on television. But, you know, there is no area in New York like being outside of Madison Square Garden after a Knicks game. Never mind.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see being in the crosshairs of this vicious woman, Maya Higa. As Alveus has defeated me thoroughly. I've been mogged or mooged, if you want to call it that, by Winnie the Moo. So thoroughly felled, so thoroughly defeated. I used to be in the top 3. I used to be in the top 3 most subscribed channels on this goddamn platform, folks. I was up there. Obviously, I'm never defeating Keizo, right? I'm never defeating Jinxie, but I was up there nonetheless. Until Alveus came in and swept the title away. Now I don't even know if I'm in 4th place any longer. Let's be real. Chud-ass loser style. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. You already know, the People's Broadcasting Service. This broadcast runs 0 ads is for you, the people, and by you, the people.
a finals game. As you said, the atmosphere in the city for the past few days has been just electric. You know, people are so excited. I would even say that everyone is being a little bit nicer. We're all a little bit happier. We're being kinder to each other. But there was a lot of folks that I spoke to yesterday who were not so thrilled that the president's going to be in town for this one, because it's going to mean, you know, there's going to be this massive security presence. The watch party's been canceled for tonight, so people who cannot get into the garden can't go to the watch party. There'll be other watch parties around the city, but I do think that, you know, it's going to be a very different kind of vibe inside the garden. You know, the energy, I think, will be on the game, on the Knicks. I think that's what true Knicks fans will be focused on. A lot of New Yorkers will be focused on, and we'll see what reception the president gets in that arena tonight. He is a New Yorker, but he is not a very popular or beloved New Yorker.
Well, and you can feel it. I mean, we're not that far from Madison Square Garden right now. You can already feel not just the excitement, but the security intensifying, understandably. He's the president of the United States. He's not the only high-profile political figure who's going. The mayor of New York City is going. Listen to what Zohran Mamdani said this morning.
I bought my tickets for nearly $1,000 from Madison Square Garden. I'll be going to tonight's game.
You look sad. I'm not. Buddy, I'm in New York City. I'm in Mamdanistan. It's 76 degrees and sunny here. It's beautiful. I'm just tired. I flew in on a red eye to get here so I could do a bunch of different media hits beforehand, and I didn't get a lot of sleep. So that's it.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Two quick questions. How are you? Good. For your own Knicks
That's a crazy tie. I like it.
tickets, can you tell us who you got them from and how much you paid for them? Number two, I saw the Bloomberg reporting about the borders are talking about a surge coming to New York City, and I was wondering how much you were made aware of that and if you have any comments on how the city is going to respond.
On the first question, I bought my tickets for nearly $1,000 from Madison Square Garden. I'll be going to tonight's Game 3, and I'll be standing for the duration of the game.
Yeah, he's not even in the standing room only tickets, which I didn't even know existed in Madison Square Garden. But he's actually going to be standing up and saluting. Not the president, the real president, Brunson. He's going to be standing up and saluting Brunson the entire time. That's why he's standing. He's like, that's the real mayor of New York. Zero other candidates will be asked this. Love, love, love being on the left. I know. It's so funny. When you're a socialist, you live by very different standards. Okay? And these are standards that other socialists would apply to you as well. You every waking moment as an out and about socialist is another opportunity to showcase that you are not you're to showcase how real you are, okay? Like, he's the mayor. Previous mayors have sat courtside at Knicks games, okay? If you think Eric Adams, if Eric Adams was currently the mayor of New York City and this exact same run was happening, if you think that he wouldn't be sitting courtside, slammed between Jay-Z and Fat Joe and Timothy Charlemagne, you're out of your dang mind, okay? But because he's a socialist mayor of New York, he's like, yeah, of course I'm standing. And don't worry, I'll get whipped by every working class New Yorker before entering the arena, okay? And not a single goddamn person would say shit about Eric Adams sitting courtside either. They'd be like, oh, look at my mayor. He's so swagged out. He's so New York. Yeah, look, slumming it in the 10K seats with the working class. Chief of Staff for Bernie Moreno, by the way, who's saying this. Dinner with Jay-Z or $180,000? Man, I don't give a fuck about having dinner with Jay-Z. Where are you sitting, dog? I'm not here. I'm not sitting anywhere. Just admit you have no ball knowledge. I mean, it's not a secret. I don't really give a shit. I'm a bandwagoner. You think I care? Goddamn nerds. Oh my God. Whoa, you're wearing that t-shirt. Name 5 songs. How about 0 songs? How about 0 songs that I can name? I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner. You think I give a shit? That only matters if you have something to prove. I have nothing to prove. I don't even listen to music. Do you understand the level of autism that I demonstrate on a daily basis on my 8-hour politics broadcast? You think I give a about coming across like I'm a real a diehard fan of anything? This is my life. I'm a chud-ass loser. I wear it on my goddamn sleeve. I'm not LARPing. I'm openly telling you. I'm a robot, dude. Yeah, President of Sex also responded to Donald Trump. But let's finish the Zoran one, and then we'll get to President Sex. Okay, I don't want you guys to get too horny 1 hour into the broadcast. This was like a I have a dream speech as a fellow autistic.
On the second question, we have heard time and again threats of increases in immigration enforcement across our city. I want to be very clear about the fact that I believe that ICE raids are cruel, they are inhumane, they do nothing to serve in the interests of public safety. I've shared that directly with the president. I've shared that in public. It is a feeling that many New Yorkers share. And I also do believe that ICE as an entity is one that should be abolished and that we should return to an immigration system that has more humanity at the heart of it. And, you know, as much as this is an off-topic question, we're also discussing the World Cup. The World Cup is supposed to be a celebration of the world as a whole. And some of the decisions that we've seen been taken by the federal administration, be it the denial of visas for journalists from certain countries or the rejection of a visa for a coach of a team, as well as single-day visas for specific foreign national teams, this is anathema to what this tournament is supposed to be about. If we cannot even allow the players, the teams, and the journalists covering those teams to come into this city and this country, then it begs a larger question about our commitment to the spirit of this tournament. And we want this to be a tournament that reflects our commitment to us being part of something larger than ourselves, and that's the world's game, which everyone should be able to be a part of.
Good, thank you.
Great take, by the way. And yes, not the first, nor will it be the last time that FIFA is cooperating with a fascist state, obviously. But there is a palpable irony, a sad irony to hosting a worldwide affair, which is supposed to be a celebration of internationalism, in the heart of American empire, while the United States of America is engaging in such egregious actions against migrants of all different backgrounds and tourists of all different sorts. And yes, they have already, from what I understand, they've literally barred entry to a referee from Somalia. You know, visa denials are coming in. The World Cup is here. Not everyone is welcome. As the FIFA World Cup gets underway on U.S. soil, a pattern of visa denials and border incidents is casting a dark shadow on the tournament. From Iraq, striker Ayman Hussein was held for nearly 7 hours at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, notorious for the Customs and Border Patrol detention process there. Your boy got nabbed there too. Upon arrival for a pre-tournament friendly, the team's photographer was denied entry outright over what U.S. Customs and Border Protection described as vetting concerns, with no further details provided. Iraq is making its first World Cup appearance in 40 years, according to the Chicago Sun-Times. From Morocco, at least 90 fans from two major supporters groups were denied U.S. visas ahead of the tournament, most under a clause citing doubts about their intention to return home, despite documented travel histories to Russia in 2018, Qatar in 2022, and the Paris Olympics. Some lost tens of thousands of dirhams in non-refundable bookings. Somalia, FIFA-appointed referee Omar Artan was denied entry to the U.S. and immediately sent back, according to journalist Romain Molina. Even a diplomatic passport secured through the Somali embassy in Nairobi was not enough to gain entry. It's so shameful, dude. This is not what America is supposed to be about, okay? America is one of the most diverse countries on the planet. Sure, we have our problems with racism, but god damn, dude. Yeah, 1936 Olympics vibes is right. It's so gross. It's so gross. We have been reduced to the worst version of ourselves. Really, really gross stuff. I don't know what else to say, man. And there will be, and this is some of the worst in America. Some of the worst of the worst in the United States of America will celebrate these decisions to be like, yeah, that's what it is, baby. Not everyone gets to come here. It's like, okay, well then don't host the FIFA World Cup. Yeah, Iran's World Cup squad has been notified they must enter and leave U.S. soil on the same day of their matches played in America, says Tehran's ambassador to Mexico. Yeah, we've reached a point where Nazi Germany placed less restrictions on foreign participation in the 1936 Olympics than the United States for the upcoming FIFA World Cup, by the way. Dirty, rotten scoundrel Gianni Infantino must never be allowed to live down his obsequious sycophancy towards the U.S. leadership. It's true. 1936 Nazi Germany did not impose this level of restriction, as far as I understand. FIFA to blame, too? Of course FIFA is to blame. They've never met a autocracy, a fascist dictatorship that they don't align with. At some point, you know, if it's a problem once, you're like, okay, maybe they missed the mark on this. If it's happening twice, you're like, okay, that's a little suspicious. But if it's so goddamn consistent, I'm not going to even entertain that Austin Ox post, okay? That's crazy. But if it happens so frequently, at some point you got to realize, oh, it's deliberate. It's by design. This is the whole purpose of FIFA, is to whitewash and sports wash and launder the reputation of countries that are, moving in a very dangerous manner. He had a diplomatic passport. Another massive insanity from the United States. Somali referee Omar Artan was denied entry into the United States even though he's supposed to officiate during the World Cup. Despite the strong support from the Somali embassy in Nairobi, which provided him with a diplomatic passport, Mr. Artan had to turn back upon arrival into the USA. We're talking about a person who was elected Best African Referee in 2025. I need you to understand something. Strong countries don't do this. Okay? This is a sign of American weakness. This is not a sign of American strength. Only the weakest people would look to this action and think, oh yeah, we're just doing force projection. Okay? That's it. This is shameful. It's disgusting. It's purely racist. And only a weak country would behave like this. A country that can't actually engage in the same force projection that it did in prior years will do this to some of the more vulnerable populations from countries that are the poorest countries on the planet. That's it. Italy held the second ever World Cup under Mussolini's control that cheated, bribed referees, and even nationalized South American players so they could play for the Italian team. FIFA has always been corrupt, and so is the World Cup. But even when it was hosted by fascist Italy, it did not go to the same racist lengths as Trump's U.S. Yeah. Yeah, it's an overcompensation. This is what you do when you're weak, okay? This is what a weak bully does, for the record. This is what a weak bully does. A weak bully that doesn't have the power any longer, a weak bully that recognizes that its power is waning on the global stage, will engage in this kind of belligerent action. Zara Mamdani says, soccer would not exist without immigrants. Immigrants play and coach the game, work in the stadiums, fill the stands, and make celebrations like the World Cup possible. 6 of the players on the U.S. men's national team are immigrants. We will not allow ICE or anyone else to sow fear in our communities, especially at this moment. As the world comes to our city, we will stand proudly with our immigrant neighbors and reject these attacks for what they are, an attempt to divide us.
Are you going to be meeting with the president while he's here in New York City? And then also, you were saying that
China would never do this? Of 100%. Are you kidding me? That's not even a joke. I mean, Russia has not done this. And no, China would never do this either. They love opportunities like this to engage in sharing their culture with the rest of the world. Are you kidding me? This is soft power initiatives. Okay, this is a huge opportunity to do soft power, and the Beijing Olympics did not operate like this at all. It operated in the exact opposite way.
Yeah. China did not do this in 2008 or in 2022 when they hosted the Olympics. Yes. It also doesn't make sense because you're just cucking your own tourism money, right? So this also harms the interests of capital to a certain degree as well, which makes it even stranger. But here we are.
Purchased a standing room only ticket. I'm just not familiar. Did you get like a discount from the Garden through that, or was that just something you bought online on like Ticketmaster?
So that's something that I purchased directly from the Madison Square Garden. Close to $1,000 was the price of it, and standing room only is just the section that I'll be standing in. When it comes to the president, I don't have any scheduled meeting with the president. However, I'm sure that our conversations will continue about how to serve this city. Thank you.
Liz, go ahead. Last question. Just to follow up, when were those standing room only tickets released?
Bro, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Move on, bro. Move on. Are we being for real right now? He should just be like, I'm the mayor, dude. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's ridiculous. Oh, my God. The further left you go, the more you have to be a saint. Okay? It's crazy. The media and the political class will punish you endlessly. You have to genuflect all the time. You have to get on your hands and knees and whip yourself. Okay? What is this question? Like, oh, how did you purchase it? How did you purchase from the Madison Square Garden? How'd you get it? Like, they're trying to obviously say that he used his position as mayor to get a ticket that should have gone to a working class New Yorker that had the capacity to purchase a $1,000 ticket. It's so crazy. And it only goes in one direction. Remember, the double standard here is so glaringly obvious. And it's one that I've talked about so much. I know from my position, it's like, oh, Hassan, you're just doing this because you're defending your boy. Or you're going to say, oh, Hassan, you're doing this because you're a hypocritical rich socialist. It's like, no, man. That's not the reason. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit where we let the right do whatever the they want, but the further left you go, the limitations are ridiculous. Would you apply this standard to any other politician? Would you be like, oh, how did you actually purchase the ticket? Explain how you purchased the ticket. We found the working class New Yorker that was supposed to get this ticket in your stead. Address this person now. Why did you steal this ticket? He's not only a working class New Yorker, it turns out it's a paraplegic orphan, as a matter of fact. You stole that ticket from a paraplegic orphan. How do you live with yourself, Mayor Mamdani? It's just like, can we dial it back? Can we be normal for a brief moment, please? What the hell are we doing? Yeah, the paraplegic orphan was also Jewish, by the way. Classic anti-Semite, Zohran Mamdani. Why is nobody asking the president why the he's at Madison Square Garden while he's literally ruining the global energy markets, ruining the American stock market, molesting the money, destroying the goddamn planet? Why is nobody asking him that question? Hey, man, why is nobody asking Dolan that question? Hey, why'd you invite this asshole to your box? No, because that's the president, and he's also right-wing. So obviously you get all the amenities. You get all the goddamn amenities. You can do whatever the you want. And the media will sit there and be like, well, he's the president and he's also right-wing, so obviously he gets to do this. It only goes in the leftward direction, right? I've talked about this. Even like I have no investment in defending Gavin Newsom. I have no interest in defending the liberal Democratic Party and the centrists in positions of power. But the right also deploy this kind of cynical framing against their left flank, right? Even if their left flank is center right, like the centrists in the in the Democratic Party, they will always do this. It only goes in the leftward direction. It can never be deployed towards the right. Or even if it is deployed towards the right, they just go shut the up and they move on, and no one in the base turns around and goes, hold on now, that's actually a sincere request. And it's very frustrating. This kind of stuff only works if you are trying to be the best possible person you can be. It's so weird. It's so cynical. We don't ever like give breathing room to our leftist politicians. I want to hear what. So we know what Zoran said, but I want to hear what Dana Fash has to say about Zoran purchasing that ticket. I suspect she's going to have something really cool to say.
3, and I'll be standing for the duration of the game.
Standing room only, $1,000.
It's incredible. And I was on Instagram earlier, and there were reels that came upon my feed that were encouraging people how to boo inside of this. This is his hometown, so I think Madison Square is going to be absolutely lit tonight as both a sporting event and a political event.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just excited to be on TV talking about sports. This is about time. No, I mean, I have 2 kids, and my older son was sorting through his M&Ms this weekend and pulling out the blue and the oranges. Like, these are Knicks colors, and we're making sundaes. So even if he's not a Knicks fan growing up, he's becoming one all of a sudden.
And just going back to Donald Trump, we mentioned that he isn't a Knicks fan.
Dana Bash. And of course, as we know, Jewish New Yorkers are standing by the state of Israel. So how does this play into tonight's game and Zoran's attendance? Yeah, Zoran Mamdani will be standing by watching the Madison Square, standing by and watching the Knicks play at Madison Square Garden. Meanwhile, many Jews will be standing outside, hoping that the mayor doesn't engage in another heinous act of anti-Semitism, which, by the way, his standing room only seat was taken away from a Jewish New Yorker, and therefore I choose to assume that this was an anti-Semitic act. The ADL database has been informed. This will be logged as an anti-Semitic incident. What?
After day 2, chat. After day 2. Oh, hey, chill. Okay. Chill. Put the camera.
Chill. What the hell is going on, bro? This is Japan. This is in Japan. We don't give a what happened. They used to be, the Japanese were way more chill. I feel like it's, the attitudes have changed.
And it has been. And we went into the vault and found some photos of the president here back. Wait, is that Elliot Gould with Marla Maples? There you see he's with Melania, Howard Stern, Bill O'Reilly. I also want to go even further. If we go back to 1999, yep, that's President Trump, or then just Donald Trump with JFK Jr.
I mean, look, this is going to be an iconic night. That was an iconic night. The last time that the Knicks were in the finals, 1999. The Knicks draw some of the biggest celebrities in New York. Spike Lee has been going to these games for longer than I've been alive, waiting for the big one. He might finally get it.
Bro, am I crazy, or is Dana Bash kind of glazing Trump a little bit?
New York as it gets. And I think, to your point about sports and politics, I think, in this time that we're living in, we see that often sports can become extremely political. And I think we might see some of that on display tonight, because it is the Garden, because it is New York. And people's emotions are running high about the president's visit, about the game, and about where we are right now.
This morning. All right, now let's talk, now that we talked about Donald Trump. Oh, also, the last thing I wanted to show you is, Jews are not safe in New York. Jews in New York. It turns out Fat Joe was not lying. That's crazy. Can you dance like that? No, I cannot get sturdy like that. All right. The city is united. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
He's getting mad, dude. He's getting mad.
It was a dirty election,
Mr.
and it's
President,
happening again right now in
never
California.
presented evidence.
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election
California.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country.
court.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked. And
He's so red. He's so mad. Oh my God. Anyway, let's watch the full Trump interview with Meet the Press, where he basically walked away because he's a bitch.
Morning. Today marks 100 days since the United States launched the first strikes against Iran. Midterm pressures are growing, with no clear end to the war in sight. On Friday, President Trump took his case to rural
Can't believe you're
voters
getting
in
mogged.
Chippewa
Yeah, I
Falls,
am.
Wisconsin. At the invitation of the White House, we joined him at Custer Farms and had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about the major issue that you are focused on every day, which is Iran. Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the war had concluded. And yet just this week, Iran attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not.
He looks like absolute dog shit. How does he seemingly get worse every time we see him?
We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from, actually from numerous places. As you know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And we're very close to having a deal. And if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential deal in just a moment, but let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this a war as long as there's a naval blockade in place?
Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective. And the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone. Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
Well, how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
If you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation Epic Fury there home? No, would you consider sending them home if it's not technically a war?
We don't need as many troops. I think you just like.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. She's unironically doing a good job. I don't know how. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, if my ears are hearing the wrong information, but so far, so good. She's 2 for 2, which now makes me realize exactly why he left by the end of this interview, because if she keeps up this energy for like the next 10 minutes, this thing is going to fall off the rails, okay? If it's not a war, will you pull out the troops? Great question.
Like it's on the to err on the side of caution. We have a lot of people there. They're very safe. You know, if you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship, by the way, with Venezuela.
Steyer Bros, it might be Styover. From Vote Hub, Windcast update. Hilton's chance of advancing in California's governor's race rose from 85% to 93% after Steyer again fell short of his needed marks on Saturday. The aggregate drops were roughly as expected, but with more votes in, uncertainty is shrinking, and Hilton remains clearly favored.
Venezuela's doing very well, but we lost nobody. We've lost 13 people here, and that's a lot. 13 people too many. But if you look at Vietnam, where hundreds of thousands of people were killed, if you look at any one of the last 7 or 8 wars where many, many people were killed, we lost 13. And again, 13 is too many. I don't want to lose any. But 13 is less than anybody's ever even envisioned. I think we're doing a great job.
But so are you saying you would consider sending some of the troops home, sir? Some of the 50,000?
He's like, 13's nothing, bro. I kill 13 troops and forget about it. That's kind of crazy because wasn't that the rallying cry for Joe Biden, how he allowed 13 troops to die when they were exiting Kabul Gate? Literally, that was the whole thing. Remember when conservatives would put they would pour beers, empty beers, 13 of them? They would say 13 of our best. And Benghazi too, but Benghazi is, nobody gives a shit about Benghazi anymore. But yeah, Hillary with Benghazi, Joe Biden with the 13 of our best troops dying in Kabul. Meanwhile, Donald Trump literally is like, yeah, 13 of them died. Who cares? Who gives a L for them? If they knew how to duck and dodge, they would have been able to survive the Iranian drones. I like my war heroes who don't die to the Shahed drones. That's right, they're losers. They failed me. They should have eaten the drone and been fine. I would have been fine.
Troops who were sent there as a part of Operation Epic Fury?
It cost us very little to keep them there. I don't consider them in danger. We have the best defense anyone's ever seen. We have the best offense anyone's ever seen. So I don't consider it danger. I would say it would be foolhardy to do that because maybe we may use them. It's unlikely, but I think we'll keep them there until such time as we have a completion. And when we have a completion, you will see things like you've never seen. The oil will go down. The stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high. Even in the midst of it, it hit all-time highs.
Yeah, look, funny because this is what he said about the 13 service members killed during the withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. This is the 3rd anniversary of the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Gross incompetence, 13 dead, American soldiers, hundreds of people wounded and dead. Americans have billions of dollars of military equipment left behind. You don't take our soldiers out first, you take them out last when all else is successfully done. Russia then invaded Ukraine, Israel was attacked, and the USA became and is a laughing stock all over the world. Fake news media remains silent in order to protect the worst administration in the history of our country, MAGA 2024. Yeah. Back then, it was 13 of our best. Now it's 13 of our worst because Trump killed them.
73 all-time highs in a short period of time that I've been in office, which is a record, by the way. And, we're doing very well. But the main thing is we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't do it.
What is
and we won't do it.
Yeah, you just referenced the 13 Americans who were killed. And I want to know what your red line is. What would trigger you to restart military action? Would it be Iran killing more American citizens?
Well, certainly that would be something that I would think about very seriously. But my red line would be...
Oh, my God. He literally is not even committing to restarting the war if American soldiers or civilians get killed. Oh, my God. Oh, he's so cooked. Yo, he won't even posture? He won't even posture? God damn. Like I said, and I will keep repeating this, the IRGC is the most powerful anti-Trump, the most successful anti-Trump force on the planet currently. It's not the Democratic Party. Straight up, it's the IRGC. Perhaps more powerful than even China, honestly.
If I think I wasn't going to make a deal or if I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the 3rd group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be more rational. Very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading
Well, I
the
don't want to go
country?
into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected, respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden, we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that we'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme
he's
leader?
a part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is his
but
status? Have you
do
talked to
believe-
him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You
I have
said you
not.
want to meet with him.
No, I have not. I would if he'd like to, but I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah. They do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the son of the last supreme leader,
Yeah.
who was obviously a hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think more rational, injured. It's pretty
Gay. Happy Pride Month. I have it on good authority that he's gay. Not me, though. I'm not. I just like Andrew Lloyd Webber. That's not gay. Broadway musicals are beautiful. They used to be until woke killed it.
badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that badly, they wouldn't be talking about, how we doing with the United States. They'd have other things on their mind. So there's a certain bravery there. But he is very seriously injured, yeah.
I think it's really funny that this guy is talking about like how gravely wounded and injured other foreign governments' heads of state are. Dude, you literally look like death itself. It's actually remarkable how much the MAGA cult refuses to recognize how wounded Trump looks. Trump sincerely looks like a wounded bird all the time. He looks like a melting wax puppet. Look at him.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have nuclear weapons. We had a clause in there that we will not develop nuclear weapons, and everybody was very happy with it except me. And I said, well, what happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase? They acquire. I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you've got to have that in there too, because that's not developing. So they don't have the right to develop or purchase, acquire, or buy.
Have they pushed back against that? Is that one of the sticking points?
A little bit, and then they didn't.
Okay. You have been saying for months, Mr. President, that Iran is begging to make a deal.
True.
If they are so desperate to make a deal, why haven't they made a deal with you yet?
Because it's a very hard thing for them. They've had great independence. They've dealt with very weak and ineffective leadership on behalf of the United States and other countries, frankly, that allowed them to get away with murder. And I think they can't believe they're in the situation where they've been virtually decapitated.
But if they're so desperate, Mr. President, why haven't they said yes to the terms you're proposing?
Yeah, it's just they. Wait, so they're strong, but they're weak. Whoa, what the? Oh. Accidentally ended up muting myself again. They're strong, but they're weak. They're strong, but they're weak. Let's see where he goes with this.
They're proud. There are things they never...
I like that he's doing the enemy is both weak and strong at the same time. Like he's doing this at the Meet the Press. He's not even like,
He's not even spacing it out. Nope, immediately contradicting yourself. Got it.
Thought they'd be doing, that they're going to have to do. They've got no choice. And it takes a little while. You know, you're talking about 47 years of getting away with whatever they wanted. I mean, this should have been done long ago. This should have been done by other presidents or other countries. It doesn't have to be us, other countries. But they were very close to having a nuclear weapon twice. That was when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was a path. That deal, the JCPOA, that deal was tantamount to giving them a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal given by Barack Obama and really penned by him. It was a horrible deal. It was, you know, it expired long ago. I terminated it. But had I not terminated it, it expired long ago. It was a short-term deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon 5 years ago.
But Mr. President, I'm curious because when you were
Literally, they went back to the process of enriching uranium because Donald Trump added additional sanctions onto Iran after destroying the JCPOA for no reason other than the fact that he's Israel's puppy. And after all of that, Nick Fuentes literally still did a January 6th. After all that shit, just remember that. Sometimes it's important to remember that because, like, his fans will be like, you don't understand. He's been anti-Semitic for decades. He's actually been so consistent on this. It's like, okay. And then he promoted the most pro-Israel president of all time, Donald Trump. And not only that, but also participated in a failed insurrection at the behest of that pro-Israel president, Donald Trump. Just saying. Something to think about. Even now when he's like, oh, I'm hot and cold. I'm hot and cold. Kind of feels like he just hates Jews. He doesn't really mind Israel all that much, regardless of what he says. And that the hatred of Israel is secondary for him. It's just an opportunity for him to normalize Jew hatred in general. You know?
campaigning, you said you would rip up the Iran nuclear deal, but negotiate a better deal. Why didn't you negotiate a better deal at the time? Because after it was ripped up, there weren't guardrails, and they escalated their production of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do these things. These people have been fighting for 47 years. They've been killing Americans. They've been taking off their legs and their arm, and their faces have been hurt so badly and so horribly. I'm moving very fast. I'm into 3 months. You know, Vietnam lasted 19 years. I'm into my 3rd month. And all I do is say, whoa, when are you going to win? If I were a Democrat, nobody would be talking that way, but it doesn't matter to me. I've gotten so used to it. Look, we have totally destroyed their military. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left.
Do you know how many missiles?
Yes, exactly.
How many?
I don't want to tell you.
Can you give me a ballpark?
But they have some left. No, but I know almost to the number, and we know where they are too. And we know where their drones are, and we know where their drone factories are. Most of the drone factories have been knocked out. Most of the launching pads have been knocked out, and most of the missile manufacturing areas have been knocked out. But they still have capacity. They have some missiles. They have some drones. I would say percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles, but it's not what it was when we first attacked.
So you're saying they have 21, 22% of their missiles left?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what specifically you are demanding as a part of this short-term deal. Will the United States agree to a deal with Iran that doesn't explicitly and immediately give up its nuclear enrichment program on the front end?
Well, you know, depending on when you say immediately, look, it is buried under mountains because our B-2s were incredible. The pilots of our B-2s were unbelievable. And it's buried. They can't get it. The only 2 countries that could take it, that have the equipment to take, you have to understand, 3 mountains have fallen in on them, right? So you understand that, because the fake news was going around saying, oh, maybe they didn't hit their target. 1 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, no moon, no nothing, and every one of those bombs went right down those chutes and blew up. They can't get it no matter what. I mean, they can get it, I guess, with years of work. But the only 2 countries that can get it are us and China, because we're the only 2 with the equipment that's capable of doing that kind of work. And it would take weeks of digging. So the answer is, yeah, we're going to do it immediately. We're going to start looking very quickly. and we'll do it with them. If we make a deal,
With
we'll
China.
do it with them. No, we're going to do it with the Iranians. So if we make a deal, that means we'll be friendly. We'll do it with the Iranians. If we don't make a deal, we may do it or we may just watch it. You know, we have cameras on it all over it. If anybody walked there, if you walked over there, I would be able to read your first name on your lapel. And these are cameras up in space. It's pretty amazing technology. Space Force. We have cameras all over the site. We know if anybody goes there. If anybody went there, any digging mechanism, any truck, any tractors, anything, anybody went there, we would know. We will take care of it. Is that wind or what?
Is that rain?
He's starting to get scared. He's like, God is punishing me. I knew it was happening. Why are they in a barn? I don't know, dude. I don't know anything anymore. Why do they do anything?
What is
ambiance?
This will be the first of multiple interruptions due to the weather. Rain hitting the metal roof, making it difficult for both of us to hear each other. So as we're having this conversation, we can hear a little bit of rain.
No, a lot of rain.
A lot of rain. Let me try to get a clear understanding of how the United States would get the nuclear material
Is he gonna hit
out.
this?
You've
What?
called it nuclear dust.
Yeah.
I love when he does that. What? I can't hear you. It's the rain. It's too loud. What?
Will you and would you be open to sending in U.S. forces to retrieve the nuclear stockpile?
So the official name is highly enriched uranium.
Oh, the official name.
And I call it nuclear dust because it seems to be nice and everyone understands it better and it's sort of cute and people picked it up. But the way you do it is if we make a deal, now we're friendly, we'll all go together, it'll be our equipment, we'll take it out and destroy it, whether it's on site or whether we take it off site.
So that would require U.S. forces.
Well, that will require, we will have a deal. We'll be friendly. In other words, we will have made a deal. And we will be at peace. And we will go with them or without them. But we won't have people shooting at us, okay? Now, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to take them out militarily, very harshly. And we'll wait till we do that before we go, in which case we'll have safety either way.
Mr. President, I wonder, how long are you willing to give Iran to make a deal? How much longer? You've been talking for quite some time.
That. Well, you really haven't. You were in Vietnam for 19 years. You were in Iraq for many years. You were in Korea for many, many years. You were in all the, I won't even talk about World War II because that was the big one. And we don't want to ever have that. But you were in all these different wars for many years with thousands and thousands of people killed. We've had 13 people killed, which I hate. We've had 13 people killed, and that includes 2 wars. That's Venezuela, and that's Iran.
But do you have a cutoff point
No, but you
in
keep
your
talking
head?
about speed, Kristen. You were in Vietnam for 19 years, and you tell me about...
So what is it? 18 years and it's still a wrap? It's good? Like, what's the argument, man? 18 years. Talk to me again in 18 years. I'll still be in charge. You already know it, baby. Kirsten, stop with this.
About 3 months.
He's getting mad, dude. He's getting mad.
And in 3 months, I've demolished the Navy, the Air Force, anti-aircraft. They have no radar. They have no nothing. I demolished their leaders. Their leaders are gone.
Do you know where all of Iran's nuclear material is, sir?
Yes. Yes.
Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as a part of any deal? So that would come after.
Comes after, yeah. If
they
behave,
turned
if they do
over
a good
their
job, we
nuclear
start
enrichment
talking, yeah.
material.
Unlike Obama. Obama flew a Boeing 757, a plane I know very well. They took the seats out and they loaded it up with $1.7 billion in cash from the banks in Maryland and Virginia and D.C. They emptied out the banks, and they gave them 1.7 in green, and they gave them tens of billions of dollars, just kept giving them money, and it didn't work.
Would any, again,
That never works,
But
by the
again,
way.
Mr. President, you promised that you were going to negotiate a better deal. Do you
I
wish you'd
have.
done it in your first term when you ripped it up at that, before you ripped up
No,
the
they weren't
deal?
ready. No, this is much better. This is much better.
Will
If I
you-
would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound? That sound of thunder, lightning,
Is that going
rain.
to interrupt, guys?
No.
Okay.
People will understand. We're on a farm.
That's true. Will any deal you make include the release of Americans who are being held by Iran?
Well, we talk about it, and we'll see. Nobody really has an accurate list of who they are, what they are, or if they're being held. But if they're, we've been talking about it. Nobody really has a list. You know that, right? You know, you're asking me about, nobody has a list.
But are you demanding a list? Are you demanding to know and saying they've got to come
You're
home?
supposed to give me the list. I mean, do you know people that we're talking about? If you give me the names, I'll do my best to get them
Well,
out.
I don't think that's been reported.
Huh?
I don't think it's all of the people who've been held.
All I'm saying is this.
known.
If you have a list of names, give them to me, and I will get them
But is
out.
it something you talk to them about?
We talk about people if they have them, but nobody.
Noise gate? Anybody? That's got to be crazy amounts of rain, by the way, because the mics are picking up everything, and I'm sure they have a noise gate. That's crazy. Trump is an anti-POW MIA truther. I mean, it's true. It's fake. It's fake bullshit. The POW MIA movement was created for nonsensical purposes to not offer Vietnam reparations. They lied. It's a total lie. It's a total fabrication. So respect the Trump for being a POW MIA truther.
He knows who they are, just like you don't know who they are.
You have openly said you've been frustrated by Israel's continued bombing of Lebanon. Are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the same page?
Yeah, we are. We get along very well. We've been great comrades. We did a very, very big number on a certain country that was nothing but trouble for 47 years. I disagree with him on a couple of things.
On Lebanon?
I'd like to see Lebanon have a better life. I'd like to see a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. I think it should be more surgical. And we can help them with that, or we can recommend Syria. Syria is doing a very good job of cleaning up their act. They have a very good leader. They have a leader that's really done a good job in a short period of time, and he would love to help.
Are you demanding that Lebanon be a part of the short-term deal that
I'm
you're
not at all.
negotiating?
I'm not demanding.
Okay.
I think they'd like to see it, but I'm not demanding.
Okay. I wonder if we should, let me just get a gut check here. Should we pause for 5 minutes and let this pass? I just want to be able to hear everything he said. The rain did not stop, but neither did our interview. When we come back, President Trump on his consistent big picture now, Mr. President. One of your consistent campaign promises was no.
This is you doing interviews in bowling alleys, by the way. Calm down, okay? The one time, I did it one time. Chill out. Completely optional, by the way. I know they did not have to do this inside of a tin roof farm. I'd be so pissed. I would be so unbelievably pissed if we set up something like this and then the weather conditions just crooked rain just ruined it. There is something very cozy about the rain, though. I don't know why. I feel like cozy. I feel like I want to like bundle up under some blankies. Imagine with Trump just cuddling with Trump under some blankies, snuggle butt, just me and the goat. Kind of romantic. LA man reminisces. You ruined it? What do you mean? He's like, yes, caress me more. I feel so safe. I feel so safe in your strong arms. He's going to fart under the blanket and then touch you with his cold ass feet. Oh God. Wait, why is there liberal rain? Oh, how do you do that? How are you raining on Trump? How are you making it rain on Trump? What the Oh my God, it's raining on me now.
New wars going all the way back to 2015. Did you break that to the American people?
No. I had to stop a country.
Is Trump Big Spoon? No, Trump is Little Spoon. Steve Chung is Big Spoon. I'm in between. I'm sandwich in between.
I'd never be cold again with those big hot bodies cuddling in between, sandwiched like an Oreo. Two big bodies. Steve Chung on one side with his big belly on the small of my back. And me offering full spectrum coverage to Trump. Prime Mo special coverage from the big presidential bed. Bro, I just tuned in. What is this? I'm fantasizing about cuddling with Steve Chung and President Donald Trump. It's Pride Month. We're getting gay with it a little bit.
Very powerful, very dangerous country from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay? They're crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people. A little crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing the world a service, but I'm doing our country a service. You know, it's America first. I'm doing our country a service. Nice rain.
It is raining
The more he lies, the more it rains, dude. God is like, nope.
hard. Okay.
Nope.
But the answer is good. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's power through it, right?
Here, we paused nearly 5 minutes for the rain to pass and then picked up our conversation.
So you're saying you didn't break your promise, and yet, Mr. President, in your first term, you held to that promise, and it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president. What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it over and over again, Mr. President.
Why would I build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor.
What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, and you too can gift subs if you want to support the broadcast. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, 7 to 6 to 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even on a Sunday, we're still doing news coverage of the Pikers Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Neoberg, BB, do not pick up the phone. Pretend to have a sore throat. Wow, these guys are desperate, dude. Why isn't it 8 hours anymore? It is 8 hours sometimes. Sometimes it's 8 hours. We had no part in this. Senior U.S. officials confirmed to Axios that the White House did not give a green light to Sunday morning's Israeli strike in Beirut, which reportedly spurred tonight's Iranian ballistic missile attacks against Israel.
In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst...
Yeah, I did 11 hours on Tuesday. God damn, dude. Y'all don't deserve me, actually. Y'all don't deserve me. Y'all don't deserve me. Yeah, if we get the hype train to level 10, I'll play Charlie Kirk. Reggae remix. Reggae Charlie Kirk. We're at hype train level 5. Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 bones. Planty Andy with the 50 big bones. That was election day. F you. That's crazy. Your total cost, if you're subscribing for like $6 to me, is literally like 3 cents for every hour that I'm live. And it's also completely free, you son of a bitch. That's crazy. You don't even have to do it. I'm like the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Okay? You don't even have to subscribe. It's voluntary. No Pride? No, because Iran canceled Pride. Iran canceled Pride Parade on the broadcast.
Of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last term, we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal, or a big progressive.
No,
but
I'm just a journalist.
We were a dead country. A couple of years ago, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And at the all-time hottest point, which is probably now.
This is a different LGBT event.
Stock market records today. But at the hottest point in the history of our country, I took Scott, Howard, I took Pete, I took everybody into a room. I said, I have to do this country, this world, the Middle East, Israel, everybody a favor. You have Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon.
Hype train,
Barack
level
Hussein
6,
Obama
about to be
signed
7,
the
level
JCPOA.
6,
It
7.
was a horrible deal. Horrible deal. Listen to me. It was a horrible deal. It was a...
Wait, Professor Chung mentioned me again?
To focus on 3 different things at once. I can't do that. My mind will go berserk if I did that. So you're absolutely right. Let me figure this out. Let me figure out how to get a moderator in here. And also, maybe next time or maybe a couple months from now, we'll do a Zoom conversation so that each of you will have the opportunity to participate. And then I can just rest, right? Because right now I'm just talking. Again, these streamers like Hassan Piker, Sneeko, my hat's off to them because I don't know how they do this. They do this like 8 hours a day, by the way. Like we might go on for like another hour, but I'm already. It's been half an hour, and I'm already exhausted.
Damn. Professor Chung. Not my Professor Chung. Level 7 hype train. We get to level 10, and I'll play Charlie Kirk reggae music. Yeah. Unlike you, a true auteur like Professor Chung, aka predicting history, respects the work that I put into this broadcast. Okay? That's right. He understands how tough this is, the stamina required, the operational capacity. Many of you, on the other hand, will be like, man, why only 7 hours? Why not 11 hours every day? What was the Roach God talking about? I don't know, but I saw APAC Goy and I liked it.
Never.
No, I don't have spaghetti strap suspenders on. It's a part of the... I'm wearing a Malbon 100 Thieves collab merchandise.
Matthew DiMarcantonio says, fun comment. Your article on Peter Thiel's Republic.
Anyway, let's continue.
Path to them getting a nuclear weapon. They were very close to having a nuclear weapon. I terminated the deal. Wait. Then I sent the B-2 bombers in about 9-10 months ago, and they totally obliterated the site.
Level 7 hype train, level 10, and you get Charlie Kirk.
We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or we could go along and have some beautiful days. But they would have, it's a judgment. They would have used the nuclear weapon. And you know what? When people hear that whole scenario, when they hear me say Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon, and they're crazy, they say you're doing the right thing. I don't think it's I mean, you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially yours. But you do polls. I just won a big election. And the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me, have good judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out for many, many years. Now I'm going to put it out permanently. I'm going to do it either through negotiation, where we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them.
Almost a level 8 hype train.
And it's going to be very easy for me to do. That's actually the easier path. So when you say I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire. The blockade has been amazing. Our Navy is amazing. Our military.
By the way, this is literally why he's... Okay, here's what it is. Here's what it is. He understands that his audience has no appetite. His base has no appetite for endless wars, I guess. And he doesn't like it either. So he basically has to make it seem like this isn't an unlimited quagmire he launched. So it's like, no, it's not even a real war. It's mostly ceasefire.
Is the best in the world. Hey, we took over a very powerful country, Venezuela, a lot of soldiers, big, strong military. We took over Venezuela in a matter of minutes. We destroyed the capability of Iran in a matter of days. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now I'm going to finish it. But remember, you were in Vietnam 19 years because stupid people. You were in so many different countries. Every war you're in for years. Look at Iraq. Look what you were. You were there for years. Yeah. We're there for, listen, Kirsten, we're there for a few months, and the threat is largely over. Soon it will be over. But you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, or they will blow you up. There will be no, Kristen, there will be no NBC, there will be no Meet the Press. You will end the Meet the Press string.
Let me ask you, though, during your 2016 campaign, you called the Middle East a quagmire. What makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
Kristen, do you not want the Meet the Press? Do you want Meet the Press to continue? Because if not, Iran will blow you. They told me. They said, we don't like Kristen. We don't like Kristen. We don't like her. We need somebody else. We're going to kill her with a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb we're going to use on Kristen. Yeah, Meet the Press, more like Meet the Ayatollah. They call it NBC News. Next up, it's going to be Fars News Agency. You know that? It's going to be Tasnim. No more CNN. It's going to be Tasnim News Agency. All of that will happen and more if I don't stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon.
You're convinced
Level 8 hype train, 2 minutes remaining, folks.
Wiped out the military of a very dangerous country.
If you want reggae Charlie Kirk, you know what to do.
Oh, shit.
You know what to do.
Legalized comedy.
And I wiped out the nuclear threat. Let me tell you, if we left tomorrow, if we just said, all right, let's get out, it'll take them 15 or 20 years to rebuild back. But I'm not going to give them even that chance. I'm not going to give them that chance. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if there was even a 1% chance that they'd have it, I wouldn't leave. We're almost finished. We're going to either have a deal, a strong deal, a meaningful deal, not like the Obama thing. Obama was a path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is the exact opposite. And mine is a wall. It's a wall, just like I...
See, once he starts lying, the rain gets worse, okay? You see that? Allah is saying no more. Allah is saying, nope, you're not allowed to lie like this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Subscribe if you like the soundboard.
Built 1,000 miles of wall on our southern border. And
I have to shill now that Alves is cooking my ass with the sub count, dude. They just knocked me off the top 3, which I've been at for years at this point. That's why I'm shilling. That's why I'm shilling, dude. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Not enough soundboard? Don't worry. I sort of miss when you made the sounds yourself. Do you really think I still don't stim extra hard when I go turby dirty? Or when I go, am a numbers guy? I know you really like number. I know you like the number. This past interview, I've just done a Donald Trump sound the whole time. Almost at level 10 hype train. We're at level 9. She has 67.8K. She beat Queso. Jesus Christ.
By the way, I took the worst border in history and I made it the best border in history in a matter of weeks.
And yet, Mr. President, Iran was the closest to
I know you like number.
Weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal.
Right.
You don't know that? Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars, he thought he could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his administration.
And they've escalated their development after the deal was wrapped up. But let's talk about the economy. I want to talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Yeah, there would be no Meet the Press. I keep telling you, Kristen.
Let me ask you about the economy. You got a strong jobs report today that beat
halfway through, more than halfway through, level 9 hype train.
Beat expectations.
By how much? Triple.
172,000 jobs created. And yet, Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's your message?
The farmers are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say they're struggling? Who say they're struggling?
Because there's nobody been better to farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling, they're struggling to make ends meet?
Are you ready? Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore.
Almost there, folks.
$28 billion split up.
1 minute remaining.
A payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmer's going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farmers.
Like a rock.
And it was before we attacked.
Level 10 hype train, folks.
And I was in Iowa, and the prices
Level
were
10 hype train.
He stood unshaken.
We are Charlie Kirk. That's right. Level 10 hype train. That's what you get, baby. That's what you get. That's what you get. You don't even want to know what you get for level 15 hype train, okay? I cannot believe there's an entire Wikipedia page. Oh my God, there's a Wikipedia page dedicated to We Are Charlie Kirk. That's incredible. I like to think that we played hot Christian songs. This was actually on a Billboard list. It charted. Wow. I'm filing a complaint for not respecting my religion as a Catholic. This is hateful, man. What is this? Why? The f does that have to do with anything? We'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. Oh my God, this is the problem. This is the because the Pope said AI is evil. Yeah, the Pope makes an exception for this. I'll be honest. The Pope, much like Charlie Kirk, is also from Chicago. Can we get an EDM remix at level 15? Sure, but it's 21 seconds remaining, and we're not going to make it to level 15 anyway, so I can make that promise. Sure. Hasanabi cover, please. Actually, not terrible if this streaming thing doesn't work out. What, my singing, my pipes? My freaking pipes, dude?
$1.91 a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain.
What? Wait.
What?
This time, it wasn't the rain.
I love when he does that. What? I'm glad he did it. Because remember I told you he was going to hit one of the what? He did it, but he didn't do the ear thing.
But an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again.
Are gas prices going higher, or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot, and it could be we'll sign an agreement.
Give them
if we
a
sign
shot.
an agreement, it'll go down now. Otherwise, it'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
His first meeting in the role.
Yeah, also he accidentally said it's a war. It is kind of funny that he will just be like radically transparent and honest at times amidst a sea of lies. And I like to think in my headcanon that that moment of brief honesty is just on accident. Like he thinks he's still lying, but he ends up saying the truth because he just doesn't know what the he's saying at all.
Is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible, and what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic, and I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But we had a great report. We're doing great. And it's unfair that whenever you do great, they want to raise interest rates. It should be the opposite way. You know, if you go back 15 or 20 years, when you had good reports, the market went up. Nowadays, when you have good reports, the market goes down because they think they're going to raise interest rates. There's no reason to raise interest rates. The country becomes great. We built the country by doing great and having rates low. What they do is when they raise interest rates, they try and kill success. I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower interest rates. Now, if inflation comes, and you know, people live with inflation, but if inflation comes, what happens is you stamp it out. But success can kill inflation just like higher interest rates. What they do now is, like, we had great job numbers. You agree, right?
They beat expectations.
Not expectations, like 3 times. Okay, but you ready? What do? They say, oh, let's raise interest rates. It's the wrong thing to do. I would like to see rates get lower because we could build this into the greatest machine that the world has ever seen. But you can't do that when everybody immediately raises interest rates. So we had great job numbers. We're doing great. You know, we're building more factories. We have more money coming into our country right now from other countries and people than ever before. Wait a minute. What happens? I don't want to just kill it with high interest rates. Growth is the greatest thing you can have. And growth does not cause inflation.
Would you be upset if they raised rates? What is your message to them about that?
Living with Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him. But my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. You know, we have debt. We have other things. We have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military. I really do. If we do what I'm saying, this will be a beautiful, well-oiled machine like you've never seen before.
And when we come back, President Trump defends his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters.
My former friend who's MAGA argued that it's not a war, even though Trump has called it a war before, because the president cannot declare a war. It's incredible cope. He also said it doesn't matter that Trump is implying a third term because he will not be able to do it because of the Constitution. I found that to be utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I like that you said your former friend because just so you understand, when it does happen, I'm not even saying if. When it does happen, he will defend it. But I think you know that already. At this point, arguing with MAGA on facts is very stupid. They do not live in a facts-based universe. They live in an alternative universe where the facts are made up. And one day Trump says the sky is blue. They say the sky is blue. The next day Trump says the sky is red, and they say the sky is red. Sometimes Trump says the sky is both blue and red at the same time. And as soon as Trump says it, they believe it. It's a cult. That's precisely the reason why when Donald Trump said he was going to fix the inflation crisis and never did, all these guys shut the up about it. Or they get mad about it, but they don't know like what the real reason is. That's why when Trump said no new wars and then started a bunch of other wars, they're like, oh, well, you know, he's not militarily starting wars. He's militarily ending wars, right? I mean, the best example of this was during Liberation Day, right? Breaking. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts request from U.S. President Donald Trump not to risk. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I still think it's theater. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This is a huge, if he follows through on this, it's boss call. It's boss call. Unbelievable levels of deterrence achieved by Iran. Means Donald Trump is actually that desperate for a ceasefire that he's willing to slap Israel in the mouth. I'll take it. We'll see if Israel keeps bombing Beirut. But you do understand. Remember when people were mocking your one phone call is what it takes? I mean, that always exists. But I'm disputing whether or not this is real. But yes, of course it's real. It is one phone call. See, listen,
Listen, this is a huge development, okay? Because Iran bitch slapped Israel today, straight up. Israel thought that they could get away with bombing Beirut, and then Iran would not actually bomb Israel. Iran straight up opened fire on Israel. Obviously, Israeli society now wants to retaliate very, very aggressively, okay? If Trump actually restrains Israel right now, at this moment, that means he is that desperate for a deal. Or, the stupidest option of all time, Trump simply wants to attend the game at Madison Square Garden tomorrow night, and that's the reason why he's telling Israel to hold off until he watches the Knicks game, Game 3, and then he'll be like, you can go ahead, you can shoot Beirut now, or you can shoot Iran, we'll shoot it together. Now, here's the thing. This means that Iran can literally get away with hitting Israel if Israel chooses to hit Beirut again. And America won't do anything about it. And as a matter of fact, America will tell Israel to stand down. Okay? That's a big deal. Once again, total and utter vindication in terms of my analysis on the matter. Where is the Gangi guy? I want to know where the Gangi guy is. You know, he hasn't been around. Trey still young. Mr. Gangi. Mr. Contingencies. I want to know where he is. You know? Friend of the show crying. Why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? Wow. We'll see. We'll see if we actually are. If this isn't a world war, then what turns a regular war into a world war? Yeah, Master Shake is pissed. So, anyway, we'll see. We'll see if this is real or not. Only time will tell. But if real, this is a huge step. It's a huge step in the right direction because Iran has now officially, militarily, caused so much damage and so much deterrence that America is begging for a ceasefire. So much so that it will tell its, dominant ally to stand down after it just got hit. This is a spectacular change of events. I'm not, like I've said over and over again, I'm not going to believe it until I see it with my own two eyes, until I see like the military retreat, until the ink is dried. I'm not going to believe it, but this is a good step in the right direction. Last time this happened, yeah, that's true. Rogue state temper tantrum. New massive airstrike reported in Gaza as the U.S. and Iran appear to be nearing a deal to end the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Yeah, by the way, look forward, no matter what happens, look forward to some incredible Epstein leaks tomorrow. All of a sudden, we're going to find out tomorrow that, Donald Trump and Donald Trump's dick deep inside of Jeffrey Epstein's butt or something, Oh my God, how did that get there? What? Wait, there's videos? How did that happen? Yeah, Melania having sex with Jeffrey Epstein leaked. How did that happen? Who has control over these Epstein files? They keep getting leaked out of nowhere. Trump massaging Jeffrey Epstein's feet. Trump massaging Bill Clinton's feet at the Jeffrey Epstein mansion. That drop side post you showed was from May. Yes, I know. I said the last time a ceasefire deal was imminent, Israel turned around and deployed maximum munitions on Gaza because that's the Israel strategy. And by the way, just like that, right on cue, Israel already literally got Kojat to shut off all humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, by the way, because they are disgusting Nazis and they're weak cowards and they only punish people who are vulnerable. Okay? The only thing they respond to is force. It's ironic that everything that they say about Iranians, Muslims, Arabs as a whole is actually projection. Okay? The Israeli government only understands ass to belt. Okay? That's it.
Lewis said you shouldn't say that. Yeah, well, here I am saying it over and over again. Because it's true. And I will never stop saying the truth. No matter how much it hurts people's feelings. Yeah, just like that one chatter was saying, this must be the alt-right, though. Yeah. Did I say ask the belt? We are Charlie Kirk. Together unbroken, and let heaven be known. We are Charlie Kirk. You can't Charlie Kirk your way out of this? Yes, I just did, bitch. Anyway. Great stuff overall. Fantastic. Love to see it. If this is real and not theater, it's a huge step in the right direction where Iran has dealt such significant damage that Trump is willing to let Israel receive penalties from it for actively violating a potential ceasefire. Brother, I beg you to learn your shift key. Man, don't even. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, have you heard KNICKS? Yeah, isn't he woke? How is this a W if they're going to continue occupying and attacking Lebanon? What's the point? This is not the W you keep framing it to be. You sound delusional. By definition, how is it deterrence if they don't stop attacking Lebanon? You're not making any sense. How is it? Dog, what are you talking about? This has shown for the first time that a foreign adversary like Iran can force America's hand into stopping Israel. Of course it's a W. What are you talking about? The alternative is the war restarting. This proves that Trump is terrified of the war restarting. What the What do you mean? That's why I said if it's real and not theater, by the way. This is not Donald Trump personally saying Israel stand down. This is Donald Trump saying Israel stand down because they're worried about Iran. Donald Trump just gave a free attack to Iran. Donald Trump, with this decision, if it's real, if Benjamin Netanyahu is following through on it, for sure, basically told Israel, you're on your own. If you f this up with Beirut one more time, Iran will strike you and we won't do anything about it. No, it's because the damage was so minor. It was tiny, I promise. What do you mean? Are you in Israel? What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. It's a grave, egregious wound to the Israeli confidence. This relationship has been completely one-sided this entire time since Trump won.
This $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, it was going to compensate.
Israel's greatest weapon is not its military might, its espionage capabilities. Israel's greatest weapon is that America offers it impunity. You understand? This is the first time where America is not offering Israel impunity. As a matter of fact, is saying, no, you're going to take this cost and you're going to eat it. That's a huge deal. If you can't see that, if you can't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? That is Israel's greatest weapon, because without the United States of America, without the political cover and without the logistical aid that America gives to Israel round the clock, without unlimited funds that American donors give to Israel, the American government gives to Israel, it's over. Israel is nothing. Israel is, at the end of the day, joking, but this is serious, a tiny nation the size of New Jersey. Israel doesn't have a standing military that could actually militarily invade any of these countries. It barely has the capacity to invade southern Lebanon. And even then, it's with like a lot of American support that they get to do this. And most importantly, Israel only gets to do this with American political cover, which is also a necessity. Because American political cover offers all these other Western nations the opportunity to give Israel complete aid and complete support throughout this entire process. Israel is considering not attacking Iran tonight following opposition from Trump. An attack would be instead in a few days. Oh my God, I might be right. Oh my God, he told him after the KNICKS win. Oh my God. Well, They're the most spoiled babies of all time. So just wait. Even the fact that intelligence assessment discussions are underway between the United States and Israeli regime to postpone the regime's attack until the end of the week, during which Iran would face intensified pressure to reach an agreement. Trump has told Netanyahu that in the absence of an agreement, he will join the regime's attack against Iran. Meanwhile, any form of portrayal of threat situation will only distance Iran from an agreement. No agreement will exist until Iran's conditions are fully met, and no type of military threat will alter this conclusion. Yep, they're standing. This is why they should have stressed it on Gaza too, and not just Lebanon. They should have forced them to retreat from Gaza too, because that's the maximalist, right? That's a demand that Israel will never abide by. But that would be the guarantee, because they can always halt, or I guess a withdrawal from Lebanon would be also good too. Are we just watching you post on Twitter? Lamau? Yes, dude. That's what this broadcast is about. What the f? At least 5 people stabbed inside of New York City's Penn Station? What the f? Bro, they literally saw that New York had the lowest crime rate, and they were like, we got to fix that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Say people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive the fund?
Let me explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
so
let me
are you
just tell
looking for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them.
You don't...
So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund...
These guys just love releasing pedophiles back into the wild, actually. That's what it is. That's the truth. Some of these guys, okay, maybe they like them young. On the young side, there's nothing wrong with that.
Is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have.
It's over. Vote Hub projects Nithya Raman will defeat Spencer Pratt for the second place in the LA mayoral race. Raman erased Pratt's election night lead as post-election ballots broke strongly in her direction, reflecting later ballot returns from Democratic voters across California. Spencer Pratt has been defeated. The evil has been defeated. Thank God. As I said time and time again since election night, the very fact that he was even in contention, red mirage or not, implied that there were hundreds of thousands of my fucking neighbors, most likely my immediate neighbors, that looked at Timu Trump after, 2 years of Donald Trump's madness and thought, we can go dumber than this. Okay? We should have a local version of this here in Los Angeles, California. That is blackpilling. Okay? That's genuinely blackpilling. There's been a lot of talk about how this is a steal, stop the steal. Nobody knows who Nithya Raman is. Literally, it's so stupid. AJ Glickson, constitutional conservative, says, I'm very skeptical of fraud claims, but as someone who knows LA very well, and I'm not in the conservative bubble at all, interesting, constitutional conservative, fiscal conservative, socially conservative, always opinionated, not in a conservative bubble, I really don't see how Rahman could have legitimately came in second over Pratt. Maybe because Twitter broke your brain, dumbass. I said this city hates Trump. The fact that Pratt got as many votes as he did is blackpilling enough. It's very funny that people think Bass and the establishment prefers a matchup with Nithya Raman over Timu Trump. Unlike Pratt, she actually has a higher chance of unseating Bass, which is true. This was Spencer Pratt's post earlier today where he said, remember, everyone, we're still in the lead, and we've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes. Winky face. What does that even mean? Worth revisiting since you get blamed for her losing?
Out.
If you get your political opinions from this moron, constant state of panic and confusion all the time. Love watching Hassan Abi shitpost on non-suit days. Yeah. Pratt did a video about you. I know he did. Yeah, the Cuomo method. Dude, at this point, the Cuomo method just fails, I think. People hear, oh, this person associates with Hassan. Well, I guess got to vote for her. Even if I don't endorse them. You look younger today. Thank you. Literal baby cries, whines, shits, and moans. He still got it. Anyway, let's finish this little literal baby crying. I haven't even gotten to that part yet. I know you said not to take pics, but because Fox News is watching, but I'm doing my part. Oh, the mules. Oh my God. Why are you showing our mules, dude? The 3,000 mules, baby. Oh.
To see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No, but
they
the
had
people who
FBI.
assaulted police
Listen
officers.
to me. They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking, oh, isn't this nice? They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off the table?
Look at the tapes one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down.
Republicans are able to criticize cops? Yes. I mean, Republicans can do everything. If you have an R next to your name, and Trump has really abused this, but like even before Trump, if you're a Republican, you own patriotism, right? So you could basically say whatever the fuck you wanted about cops, whatever the fuck you wanted about the direction America's headed. Because like, remember, if someone on the left, on the political left, or like to the left of, you know, the center even, says, oh, America's headed down a bad direction, then every Republican collapses on you and says, oh, if you don't like it, leave, you pussy. Yeah, you just want this to be communist China. If you're a Republican and you say America's headed down a bad direction, we're turning into communist China, we got to stop this, everybody goes, yes, that's right. It's patriotic for you to say that. You can't criticize America from the left. You can only criticize America from the right. And the same goes for pretty much everything, okay? Because like, think about how much Republicans hate America. What is one of the most American values? One of the most American concepts? Sure, white supremacy is on the one hand a very powerful force in this country. It's baked into our fundamentals. But also on the other hand, our diversity is immense. And yet Republicans love shitting on American diversity. It's the most un-American thing. Republicans get away with it. Trump can say cops are crooked, cops are pieces of shit, them. And nobody bats an eye. They say, nope, Mr. President, you're right. You're totally correct. God forbid someone on the center left says cops are bad. We should fix the system. We should fix the situation. Everyone's like, oh, you want cops to be murdered, you piece of shit? We'll kill you first. Okay? That's just how it goes. This has always been the standard. And liberals, for the most part, also deploy and weaponize this exact same standard. You can always hit left. Liberals deploy this exact same standard to their left, to people like us, right?
While they're on the receiving end from the Republican Party, they turn around without batting an eye and do the exact same thing to their left flank. It's very frustrating. Yeah, the right can't comprehend turning on Israel, but it's not even a turn on Israel. New Steyer dump? I mean, I think it's over, right? It's Jover for the Steyer bros. It's Tom Steyover. So let's watch the other baby meltdown.
They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
You'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but let me ask you about Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk about Todd Blanche.
There's tremendous evidence. There's nothing but evidence.
The
election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California.
You've never presented evidence.
It's happening
that the
right now in California.
Rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's happening in California.
Where's the evidence to that?
It's
the
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. It's
yeah, but not in Los Angeles. They're lying. They're lying. They're taking the votes away from Spencer Pratt. Yeah.
No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count the votes.
You know why they're doing
that?
Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all
that?
All I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in California.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election, and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're
This part is how old is the interview? I think it's from like 2 days ago or something. I don't know, but they just released it this Sunday. But it's so fucking I hate this shit, dude. Republicans are such babies. Like, they really need to stop doing this. The whole like, oh, the elections are stolen. Like, I was annoyed when like Blue Went On briefly entertained that as well when Donald Trump won. But we can't have a country with this, okay? Every time Republicans lose, they're gonna complain and say that it's fucking fake and throw a fit, and they're gonna try to stop the normal electoral process from taking place. Like, I mean, holy fuck. They are actively, Trump on your subpoena on Fox News, we are Charlie Kirk Indian remix. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna click on that. I hate that this is the new meta. Every time a Republican loses, oh, it was stolen. And Republicans have been doing this. It wasn't just Trump. It wasn't Trump. Trump definitely accelerated this. He definitely made it worse. I mean, he did January 6th. Obviously, it's probably one of the worst things you can do. But Republicans have been entertaining this, like, elections are stolen, you know, Mexicans are illegally voting nonsense for decades at this point. But this is probably the stupidest version of that argument, because you're talking about a place that voted for Kamala Harris by like plus 53, I think. Like Los Angeles, California, Kamala Harris over Trump was like a plus 53 city, right? It's a deeply blue city. There's rich people, there's rich assholes here for sure, but that was 2 years ago, okay? Trump's popularity has diminished quite a bit since then. So the idea that like Spencer Pratt, Timu fucking Trump, was actually going to be able to, like, as a literal Trump carbon copy, win this fucking election or have a direct shot at it is idiotic. Oh. Yeah, dude. LA, Los Angeles is stealing the votes. It's also deeply stupid
Because if there was a electoral theft mechanism at play here that Karen Bass and the Democratic Party machine was deploying, they would actually ensure that Spencer Pratt won. I lived in California for a couple of years. I agree it's very annoying that the state takes so long to count ballots, but Spencer Pratt losing ground is not a conspiracy. It's totally predictable. California allows voters to send their ballots on election day. They have a week to get there, so some ballots that will still be counted have yet to even arrive. Left-leaning people are more likely to vote by mail. Right-leaning people, of which there are fewer in LA, are more skeptical of it, so it easily follows that more Pratt voters would vote at the actual ballot box. This is not rocket science. Maybe California's laws should change. A week after an election is a very long time to still be accepting ballots, and it damages trust in the process. But a registered Republican heading for a loss in one of the most progressive cities in the world is not a shocker. Yeah. Oh, my God, I can't finish this fucking one video.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Well, you play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about, I want to talk about Todd
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk about
your elections in this country. We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked. And
dog, you're the president. Who do you mean your elections? This is another thing that I'm confused by when he says like your elections are crooked. Dog, you mean our elections, right? Because you're the president right now. You are the beneficiary of the crooked elections. Did they go crooked in your direction this time? Was it too big to rig? He's so red. He's so mad. Oh my God.
Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an
Wisconsin.
hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Oh my God, he broke it. He stepped on it. Yo! What the fuck? God, he walks like he shit his pants.
I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me for another Meet the Press interview.
Oh my God, our president's a fucking baby. I don't want to get all white feminist with this shit, but remember when in 2016, one of the major points that Trump supporters would constantly advance was Hillary Clinton is a woman and she's too emotional to be president? You didn't hear that much in the last election cycle. Perhaps it was because Trump had been president already and we knew exactly how fucking emotional he is. Genuinely, he was like, oh, women are too emotional. We can't have Hillary Rodham Clinton be president. What if she has a period? And it's like, first of all, I don't think you have to worry about that. And secondly, that's insane. Yeah, women will lead us into war. Ay, ay, ay. He cannot regulate his feelings at all. Like, not even a little bit. Jesus Christ, dude. What a fucking bitch he is. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. The disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that.
Wait, why is he cutting me? What the? Oh, come on, LBC. You cut all the crosstalk. That's crazy. Bro, they didn't even try to make the cut seem normal. They hit the hard cut again. Holy moly, that's a lot.
that shit was so abrupt, it feels like an AI cut. This is one of the few instances where I didn't record on my end because I didn't think it was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be bad. Damn. The very fact that they tried to silence me in this way makes their position look even worse. That Louis Goodall guy is such a liar. Clips he's posting on Twitter completely take out your response. It's okay because it's one of those things where no matter how you frame it, no matter how you try to positively frame it by removing my reaction or removing my response, it's going to cook his ass. I'll be honest with you, bro, that debate was just not good. Wait, what do you mean? I thought it was pretty good. Most people are just going to end up, most people are going to cook them. It was terrible. No, I think it was pretty good. So, the reason why I say that is because, well, one, obviously, you know, I'm on the moral side. I did not film it on my end, but I doubt that they did like significant cuts to it. So here's how it started, and I'll begin with this. Okay, first off, here's what happened. Initially, the conversation was supposed to be. The conversation was supposed to be about, you know, my ban and how ridiculous it is. And like Louis Goodall obviously doesn't agree with Shabana Mahmoud, right? Or at least we both thought so. But obviously he had some choice quotes that he wanted to bring up. And I was, of course, willing to entertain it. But slowly but surely, the conversation shifted around from, you know, I think the Shabana Mahmoud Home Office ban is ridiculous to like, maybe I kind of agree with this ban. And I even called it out. I don't know if it's actually, if it made the final cut, but I was like, Louis, it kind of feels like you agree with the ban. But yeah, it wasn't supposed to, I don't think it was supposed to be contentious, but it turned contentious because I think Louis wanted to defend, you know, the feeling of people who are supportive to the state of Israel. So, you know, we'll get started. I did not realize that until I saw the clips. I did not realize that they were like lowering my audio whenever he was talking over me. But let's take a look.
LA, for reasons we can get into. Well, Hassan Piker, thank you so much for joining us. We had booked this and hoped that it would be in person.
I think the in-person conversation would have been really good, though.
But instead, you're joining us, I think, from LA for reasons we can get into. We will get into it in full, but it must have been a little bit of a curious week for you in terms of your relationship with the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I still got much love for the UK, and I feel bad for all of my friends out there fighting the good fight, but... yeah, I was definitely not expecting the Labour government to be the government that bars my entry into the country, especially considering that I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, both under Keir Starmer's rule, but certainly under Tory leadership for the past decade or so, unimpeded. And I've delivered numerous speeches inside of the United Kingdom until this very last incursion, I guess.
But it's the case, isn't it, that you're still planning to, or the Oxford Union, which is one of the events that you were coming to address or coming to undertake, that's still going to go ahead?
Oxford Union actually defended both myself and Cenk Uygur, my uncle, and wanted to continue putting on the event as an act of defiance, I guess, in violation of the spirit of this travel ban.
So your understanding is that you are basically prohibited from coming to the UK for the foreseeable future? Have you actually had any communication from the Home Office?
No, the only communication I've gotten from the Home Office is the revocation of my ETA. And they told me that it's not something that I can oppose, and that if I would like to travel to the UK, I have to get a different visa, that I have to apply for like an actual visa. Given how close this was to the actual travel date, the suggestion was pretty clear. They just did not want me to attend the events that I was supposed to attend inside of the United Kingdom, especially considering, from what I understand, that the visa process for all these other visas, which is totally unique for an American citizen, by the way, because our countries are supposed to have a special relationship, which implies that
as an American citizen, visa-free travel was the norm into the UK for the longest time, and the visa on arrival is the way that things go nowadays. I had taken the precaution to get the ETA ahead of time just to make sure that there were no issues. And the fact that they revoked it so close to travel implies that they just wanted to not allow me in. And also, they told me I can still apply for a different type of visa, but no guarantees there.
We'll return to that because I want to talk a bit more broadly about politics, but about American politics and UK politics as well, because you've got a lot of insight and a lot of interesting things to say. I mean, I suppose just on it, though, actually, funnily enough, even though your prohibition into the UK has received a lot of attention here, in terms of kind of the question of border.
If you're going to say you choose Hamas over Israel, you're going to own that, man, and not back down over precise the hell out of it. Yeah, nephew, I don't know about this one, but it's not a good look. Do you have are your mental faculties in order? Or do you have did you stroke out like halfway through the conversation? You do realize this is a 50-minute back and forth where I'm doing exactly that. That's literally what I'm doing. And no, this is not conservative. He's a liberal.
And of people getting into one country or another. In the UK at the moment, a lot of the discourse, I think in a lot of European politics as well, is the idea of actually with the World Cup coming up, that lots and lots of Brits or Europeans, particularly those who might have said critical things about the Trump administration, might not be allowed into the US. Now, as a journalist who regularly goes into the US and has had a few things to say in my time about the Trump administration, I have to say I've never encountered this myself. But this is a sort of peculiar time, isn't it, when we've got European countries and American countries, two very close sets of allies sort of across two continents, talking about whether or not we're going to let our citizens mutually in to each other's territories.
Yeah, it's absolute bedlam. There is no more coalition, or rather, the coalition of forces that are taking shape right now are some of the most dangerous and most odious types of politics that I've ever experienced in my lifetime. You have the MAGA movement, which by my estimation is almost turning into this behemoth of an international fascist movement, really, that has close associations with both reform in your country and also Restore Britain as well. And there's this weird allegiance where we're becoming more toxic against one another. And the age of international rule-based order is seemingly being cast aside. I find it to be very dangerous. I find it to be very worrisome. I don't think it's just about being able to enter the United States to go watch your favorite football team, defeat the Americans or whatever. There are far greater consequences, I think, later down the line. But it has been interesting to see the universal condemnation of this act from places that I never thought would actually defend me. Pro-Israel outlets such as the Free Press or even The Economist and the Washington Post editorial board have all collectively panned the British government's decisions. But then there's also a lot of right-wingers who actually celebrated it. And I find that very odd as well, because they're probably coming to the United States of America to watch their national teams play. And what if their travel is impeded in the same process?
It's interesting, just to take you back to that phrase you just used. You think that there is an international fascistic organization that's forming, and you would.
He said, I looked awkward during this, but then also, dude, your autism is not my fault, okay? You feel uncomfortable watching it, and you're like, oh, dude, it's just not good. It's not a good look. Meanwhile, listen to the words that are coming out of my goddamn mouth and the points that I'm making, the points that I'm addressing in a contentious environment. I think, all things considered, it was a very good conversation. But I also find it very funny that you personally were like, damn, man, chat really derails quite a bit. And now you're doing the same goddamn thing.
Elide the MAGA movement and reform and restore. And restore is an interesting one because, of course, I think a lot of listeners and viewers to this show might be surprised that restore is even known in the United States. Surprised it's even known across the UK. But I was in CPAC in Dallas not long ago, and actually I was taken aback, actually stunned, by the number of people who knew who Restore were, who knew who Rupert Lowe, the MP for Great Yarmouth, who on paper would be quite an obscure figure in the United States. But actually, no, he's very well known.
Yeah, and a part of the reason is because I think we live in the age of the internet, and like I said, there is an international component amongst far-right elements in European society, certainly, or even South Korean society, as a matter of fact. I mean, Charlie Kirk, before he was assassinated, had traveled to Japan and South Korea and through these massive events with the South Korean far-right, and they were all wearing MAGA hats. I find that both fascinating and also terrifying at the same time, that there is this amalgamation of right-wing forces that are not necessarily adjusted to their own local considerations and their own local problems, but instead they get their notes from MAGA and they wear MAGA merch, which I find very strange. I feel like it's not even a principled version of nationalism that you would expect from these old school fascists. It's very interesting to observe.
What do you make of, as someone who is probably...
Lewis hits a lot of question points that are usually deployed to make lefties look crazy in the media, and you answer them all very calmly and thoughtfully. It left him looking unserious, which is the opposite of this particular journalist's whole shtick. Yeah, no, I know what kind of debate this is. Lewis himself is like supposedly somewhat of a progressive figure, or at least like seemingly a progressive figure. And the conversation wasn't even supposed to, I don't think, be a debate initially, but then it turns into one. It turns into a contentious one because he's like peppering in some choice quotes to be like, well, you shouldn't be saying that, right? You shouldn't be saying that, right? And obviously, I'm not going to back down from that. Obviously, I'm not going to back down from some of the principled stances that I've taken because, I'm not going to sit there and create some kind of moral parity between Israel and Palestinians, including the Palestinian resistance, because there is none. Let's be real. And he doesn't believe there is one either, ironically enough. He believes that like Israel's reaction to October 7 is far more valid than the 75 years of apartheid occupation and denial of sovereignty of the Palestinians creates any environment where something like October 7 could happen. And that's, again, the main point of contention here. It's like you can't have one and not the other. If we're going to be consistent about targeting civilians, then we should be consistent about targeting civilians. I don't believe in targeting civilians. Having said that, if we're going to talk about who is targeting more civilians, I mean, there's no conversation there. That's where the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel point comes from. I saw certain people celebrating how this exposed Assange's anti-Semitism. Yeah, you just don't. The reality of the matter is you don't see Palestinians as human beings. You see Jewish people as human beings. You see Israelis as human beings, but not Palestinians in general.
Been thinking about British politics a little bit more than you might have otherwise been. When you see where we are in British politics, you see Nigel Farage, you talk about Rupert Lowe and Restore. What do you make of where British politics is at the moment, and particularly in relation to US politics? Do you see US politics
Utter devastation.
Devastation. Why do you think devastation?
Utter devastation. One of the early warnings that, it's not a secret that I was a big fan and big supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. Indeed. And still am now a friend to Jeremy Corbyn as well. Honored to know him.
And he's offended you this week.
Yeah, he has, and so has Zach Polanski. I've collaborated with Zach as well at times. So what I will say is, since the Corbyn ouster, it was very clear that Labour was headed down a very dangerous path, going back to Blairite versions of the party, if not far worse, right-wing element in the party, overtaking the entirety of Labour. And one of the warnings that I delivered on the night of the election, after Keir Starmer won, with less votes than Jeremy Corbyn had, ironically enough, was that if the Labour government continues down the line of austerity and refuses to address some of the economic hardships that people are experiencing, that has caused a lot of the former Labour strongholds to turn into areas captive by reform, and first the Tories and now even reform, I was worried that far-right elements were going to overtake British politics, and they certainly did. As a matter of fact, the Green Party's surge has only been the last saving grace of British politics to a certain degree, considering that I think in the absence of this Green Party resurgence, Labour would be eviscerated, and then you would have an eclectic group of, I guess, independent MPs and maybe your party as well, to a certain degree, try to put a strong opposition against this behemoth that the Reform Party has become.
Are you talking to Polanski much? Are you advising Polanski?
I wouldn't say I'm advising him, but I chat with him every now and then.
He's particularly in the last couple of weeks. I mean, he's receiving, as you might imagine, ferocious media attention, and a lot of the newspapers are coming for him in a very big way. And they found some things that are embarrassing to him, and so on. Some of which he's acknowledged. What would you say to him as someone who has been very, very successful in corralling the power of digital media on the left? What would you say to him about how to deal with the traditional media?
Be bold, be brave. Don't be afraid to be contentious at times. Stay on message always. I think one of the things that Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, did so expertly in spite of the barrage of attacks and heinous smears that he was receiving, not dissimilar to what Zach Polanski is currently going through, was he would always play this intellectual judo where he would consistently reframe the conversation back to, and dare I say expertly, back to a key policy of his platform. I think this was a major issue with Jeremy Corbyn. The anti-Semitism smears were unfounded and totally ridiculous. However, it wasn't necessarily the idea that the broader British public found Jeremy Corbyn's politics to be odious and that he was a sincere anti-Semite. There was a little bit of hysteria there for sure. But it was the fact that he constantly found himself addressing these accusations because we have a finite amount of time on every broadcast, especially when a politician is running for office. And if you utilize that time consistently on the defense, consistently having to answer accusations that people have made about you without actually addressing what your platform is or even why people might be very upset at you, because oftentimes it's not the smear itself that is valid, then people are only going to remember you as an unserious person that is constantly in controversy.
Is that completely fair, Hassan Pak? I mean, remember that the Equality and Human Rights Commission in this country conducted an investigation into anti-Semitism into the Labour Party, and it concluded that Jeremy Corbyn, when he had led it, had committed unlawful acts related to anti-Semitism. Key findings included Labour was responsible for unlawful harassment, discrimination, there were serious failings of leadership, and inadequate process for handling anti-Semitism complaints. Two things can be true at once. It can be true to say that people who perhaps had ulterior motives decided that they wanted to use some of this to try and undermine Jeremy Corbyn.
I think the Corbyn smear, the Corbyn is an anti-Semite smear in the big 226 is crazy. Like, that's when I was like, wait, what? This guy? I don't know if this is like sunk costs for a lot of these guys who played into it, I assume, because virtually every single person in British media did this. Owen Jones did this. He obviously said he was wrong to do it, but he certainly did it. Zach Polanski did it, ironically enough. And, you know, people that are now aligned with Corbyn on this issue did play a role in this. And some people obviously apologized for it and said that they were swept away with the barrage of misinformation and whatnot. And as long as they apologize for it, you know, and take accountability over it, I'm more open-minded to their perspective. Having said that, I do believe that there are a lot of people who never took ownership over it at all and still doubled down in 2026. It's still near unanimous in mainstream media. You will not be able to hear them get them to admit to what they participated. That is, I think, very, very strange. That is very, 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 very strange that they still hold on to that idea. Yeah, he's saying they had documented processes within the Labour Party when he was under his leadership.
Corbyn, it can also be true to say that Jeremy Corbyn led the Labour Party during a period when it did things that it shouldn't, and it didn't do other things that it should have done with regards to anti-Semitism.
Well, this ironically also dovetails back into my travel ban as well. But I think if what happened to Jeremy Corbyn was taking place right now in 2026 with the current understanding of the actions of Israel or the ideology of Zionism, or the history of the development of the Israeli state, I believe that these attacks would not have been anywhere near as successful. Because what we consider to be anti-Semitism, which I find to be morally repugnant, let's just make that clear, and completely unacceptable, as does Jeremy Corbyn, in the conversations that I've had with him at least, was oftentimes matched up with criticisms of Israel or even a defense or even analysis conducted on why certain militancies exist in opposition to Israel, prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah or prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hamas. But any kind of mention or any kind of conversation with these prescribed terrorist organizations was deemed to...
I mean, no one would doubt that there is tremendous...
What? Oh. Do they do this a lot? Disappointed in you? You should have defended Corbyn as much as that weirdo defended Israel. Wait, what? I don't remember what else I said, but oh no. I mean, I don't know why they just like cut that. Yes, they do that a lot, by the way. This is one of the few instances where I didn't record on my end because I didn't think it was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be bad. Damn. I mean, I'm sure they cut it for, look, I don't even remember what I said here. So I'm sure they just cut it for time, I suspect.
Tremendous anger, and many people would say absolutely rightful and righteous anger towards the actions of the government of Israel under Benjamin Netanyahu. Would you also accept, though, that sometimes, and perhaps this happens under Jeremy Corbyn, and perhaps you yourself at times have been guilty of this, that sometimes that fury, which again many people might think is rightful or righteous against Zionism, and in particular the type of Zionism that is prosecuted by the Netanyahu government, has spilt over into anti-Semitism, and that it is best to, and it is right to, sometimes acknowledge that fact and be honest about that fact?
Oh, absolutely. And I do acknowledge that. And I suspect Jeremy Corbyn at times has also acknowledged instances where it does go too far.
Well, he's never ever said, to my knowledge, he's never ever said that anything he has done or said has been anti-Semitic.
I don't think Jeremy Corbyn has been personally anti-Semitic. We can go through the report if you would like, and I can maybe make a better assessment of some of his actions. Do
you think that you've ever said anything or done anything which could, in the cold light of day, be reasonably interpreted as anti-Semitism?
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, I'll give you an example personally. One of the things that I routinely deploy, one of the pejoratives that I routinely deploy is inbred. And I use that against vulgar ethno-nationalism, vulgar fascism of all different sorts, because nationalism and fascism in general revolves around ethnic purity or religious purity or some kind of racial purity, right? I think we agree. White nationalists, Christian fascists, phalangists, numerous different sorts, right? And one of the things that they always bring up that I also personally identify as like something that could be misconstrued as me being anti-Semitic is when I called settlers in the West Bank inbred. I said these inbred settlers, and that was.
I think you compared them to the KKK as well. Is that right?
Oh no, but I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
No, I'm not saying that's anti-Semitic, but I think I'm just giving the full context.
I did. Yeah, I did. I've compared them to neo-Nazis. I mean, Itzma Yehudit is Itamar Ben-Gvir's party. It's literally called the Jewish Power Party. It's not like they're hiding that they have fascistic.
But do you think it might ever be better sometimes just to never compare any Jews to Nazis? It might just be wise to do that.
No, I don't. I'm not so precious about that comparison, and I've actually had. Yeah, so this is where it, starts really turning, right? He actually agrees with you. That's the crazy part. He just can't admit he does. Yeah. So then the conversation basically flips from this point on to optics. What about the feelings of people who love Israel? What about the feelings of people I suspect would find your statements to be offensive? And obviously, yeah, by the way, the only concession that I make there for chatters who don't understand how language works is, could it be interpreted as, could anything you've said be interpreted as anti-Semitic? And yes, of course there can be. And I take ownership over that. I understand that, right? And I use the example that is most commonly deployed to claim anti-Semitism that actually could be perceived to the uninitiated as anti-Semitism. Because that one is about Jewish people in particular, as opposed to, like, I don't know, a defense of the resistance movements broadly, or criticisms of Israel. Like, I think criticisms of Israel being compared, or criticisms of Israel being used in this conversation as like a point of anti-Semitism, to claim that there's anti-Semitism there is the part that I absolutely oppose.
Maybe that's easy for you to say as a non-Jewish person.
Oh, for sure. But I'm,
I mean, you can call them lots of things. I'm just sort of trying to be as sort of generous as possible. But you could. There are so many things you could call those settlers. I'm not defending those settlers for a moment. I think a lot of them are committing heinous acts. I think a lot of the people in the far right of the Netanyahu government are absolutely appalling. I would say that completely explicitly. But you know what? You could probably say all that, and you could probably make a stronger case and not undermine yourself by comparing them to Nazis, because Nazis literally tried to exterminate who they are as Jews.
Yes, I don't disagree with that. The comparison,
why'd you do it?
In my opinion, the comparison, in my opinion, is not only graphic, but it's apt. Because Nazism is a fascist ideology. It's a dangerous fascist
call them fascists then. Call them fascists. You don't need to call them Nazis or neo-Nazis.
Well, but the reason why I specifically utilize the term...
I called them fascists as well.
some of the things I'm saying, you might not be able to hear, but like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I called them fascists as well. Yeah, I mean, they want to do the same thing. They're doing industrial mass slaughter. So this was like one of the clips that they presented, one of the clips that they posted, right? And my response to that on Twitter was, I quote retweeted it, and I said, I think this was an interesting conversation. Kind liberals continue to make optics arguments that center the feelings of people with sympathies to the state that has conducted industrial mass slaughter and maintains an apartheid. The purpose of Holocaust scholarship is to never let it happen again. It's to be used as a comparison to stop it from happening now. That's why I do not shy away from making the comparison as a warning. That's it. So whenever people bring up like the feelings argument, I find it to be very odd. It's like, do you believe it's a genocide or not? If you believe it's a genocide, do you believe it's an apartheid or not? If you believe it's an apartheid, then, you know, at that point you have to, at that point, I mean, having a conversation around my language is crazy, because what's actually offensive is the fact that most of the world is still either directly supporting the genocide or turning a blind eye to it. Like, what's far more offensive is the fact that this has continued unimpeded and there has not been any accountability, and we saw it happen with our own two eyes, right? That is offensive, at least to me, and I think to many others as well. Employ the term Nazi is because, well, two reasons. Number one, the goals of ethnic cleansing are identical, and especially considering that a genocide has unfolded at this point, a modern day genocide with different tools. It's not the same exact type of genocide as the Holocaust, of course, not the concentration camps, and yet it's an open air prison that has been bombarded with almost 10 atom bombs worth of explosive ordnance that my government, and as a matter of fact, your government has aided and abetted in the process of. And from that perspective, the reason why I say I'm not so precious about this, while always maintaining the position that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable, I always say I'm not precious about this because at the end of the day, it's a genocide. At the end of the day, this is an apartheid state, and Zionism as an ideology is a racist ideology. And many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives. This transformation.
So you would compare what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no, but I have compared it to the Holocaust, yes. It's no different than saying these concentration camps that we have in the United States of America are turning into death camps. Fascism is not a static concept. It's an ideology. It's a very dangerous one that I oppose unconditionally across the board.
But it's not the Holocaust, is it, Hassan? It's not the Holocaust.
No, of course.
And to compare it to, I think the thing about you is,
I think that it's like pretty obvious what I'm saying here. Like, it's not, you know, we can't wait until it turns into 6 million Palestinians for us to then turn around and say, oh my God, I'm so sad that happened. How could this have happened? We know how it's happening because it's happening in real time. It's unfolding in broad daylight. We're seeing it, right? Like, what's the threshold? What's the threshold where you'd be comfortable saying, okay, this is a modern day Holocaust?
You speak compellingly about many things, but you undermine your case and you open yourself to the accusation, which might not be unreasonable, of anti-Semitism.
See, he's like starting to agree with Shabana Mahmoud. Yeah, I'm not precious about the term by deploying the term a Holocaust, right? I'm not precious about making comparisons between the Israeli government and Nazi Germany because it's an apt comparison. And this is, ironically enough, this quite literally is Jewish exceptionalism, okay? That is. Like, a lot of people get mad at me and say, oh, you're Hassan, why do you even talk about anti-Semitism? You're doing Jewish exceptionalism. You're a Jewish supremacist, all this shit. Like, they say like unhinged things, but this unironically is like the singularity of the Holocaust, the exceptional nature of the Holocaust being held to such a high standard that Israel, that bills itself as the Jewish state, could never be compared to the Nazis, while they are literally doing the exact same shit that the Nazis did. It hasn't been completed yet, but it's still the same exact project, and it's continued over the course of 80 years at this point, is totally ridiculous, right? It's totally absurd. This guy said this same hack outlet had zero issue making comparisons between Hitler and Putin in the past. Nazi Germany exterminated millions of Russians, yet only the comparison with Israel crosses the line. If you want a clear-cut example of Jewish exceptionalism, here it is. Yeah, the other side of this, for the record, the other side of this conversation is that, like, Israeli politicians say that. Israeli politicians say that about Hamas. And as a matter of fact, a lot of Western media outlets have made the comparison that Hamas is just like Nazis. So who gets to deploy this comparison? Because if you think Hamas is in any way, shape, or form similar to Nazis, what is Israel supposed to be then? Considering that exact same dynamic that I will always defend, that Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas. It's not even a comparison. If you think Hamas is evil for targeting civilians on October 7, then what the is Israel? We gotta use a new term for it then. Yeah, apartheid is tragic, but yet that comparison is found to be apt. So what is the reason why a Holocaust comparison or a Nazi comparison is considered a bridge too far, right? The entire point of Holocaust scholarship is so that what Israel is doing right now does not happen, and we stop it, and we point to the Holocaust, and we point to the Nazis to say, this is the same kind of evil. We have to put an end to it. That is precisely the reason why the genocide statute, right, under international law is not just about the number of people that a state or a non-state actor has killed, but it's actually about the intent as well. You have to you can determine genocidal intent. It's not just the actions, it's the intent as well. Why is that a part of the statute? Why is that a part of the statute? There's no numerical threshold that you hit and then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's genocide time now. We got to put an end to it. That's not how it goes. The reason for why intent matters, genocidal intent matters inside of the statute, is so that we can stop it, right? We can stop it. We can identify it while it's happening, and then we can stop it before it unfolds, before it ends, before it finalizes.
Making these comparisons between what the Israeli government is doing, and let's be honest, Jews and Nazis and things they did in the Holocaust, because however heinous we might find what has happened in Gaza, and many of my listeners and viewers would, it is still not the same as the mass extermination and the ritualistic extermination of people which happened on a daily basis during the Holocaust. So why compare the two things?
Because I don't want it to get to the Holocaust. And this is the best part of this conversation, and I love having this conversation, because Holocaust studies are profoundly important. But they're not profoundly important so that we can understand what took place and then assume that it's never going to happen again. The entire point of genocide scholarship and specifically scholarship surrounding the Holocaust is so that we understand exactly how society can move in that direction, and how so many otherwise kind people, I assume, can turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are unfolding, so that we understand what took place and never allow it to happen again. So my point is, I think the final solution for Israel has not been achieved yet, right? But this would be not dissimilar to, I guess, a communist or a socialist in Nazi Germany before the final solution, pointing to the Armenian genocide.
Given the Israelis, given the military capabilities.
Oh, they cut my argument there. I literally, wait, or did they just hit the mute? That's crazy. I said, would you disagree if like a communist or a socialist during Nazi occupation pointed to what Hitler was doing to the Jews and to the socialists, and then said this is identical to the Armenian genocide that preceded it? Would you have said, well, you're actually hurting the feelings of you're besmirching the good reputation of the Nazis by making a comparison? These are just simply concentration camps. These are, dangerous radical elements in society that must be cordoned off. That's kind of wild.
Israel has.
But I think that's an apt comparison there as well. If a communist or a socialist during the period of Nazi Germany pointed to the Armenian genocide and said, what we're doing to the Jews right now is not dissimilar to the Armenian genocide, I'm fairly certain that, the Nazi sympathizers would obviously disagree with that. Having said that, the point of comparison is to talk about two things that are not exactly the same. They are disputing the entire concept of comparison here, and it makes no sense. It would be wrong to say this is 100% like the Holocaust, but to compare it is completely normal. Exactly. And not only is it completely normal, it's actually the whole purpose of Holocaust scholarship, right? Like the The purpose of Holocaust scholarship is not just to document the atrocities that unfolded and leave it at that, and then talk about the exceptional nature of the Holocaust. The whole point of the genocide scholarship, as I, aptly pointed to in this conversation, is to look at how it unfolded and to ensure that it never happens again. Never again means never again across the board. It doesn't mean never again as in it will never happen again because it can only happen to Jewish people one time and it won't ever happen again. Never again doesn't mean never again just for Jews either, right? Which is the Kahanist position on never again, ironically enough. Meir Kahan, the far-right Jewish supremacist, terrorist, he believes never again means never again just for Jews. I don't. And I don't think many people believe that either. I don't think Jewish people believe that concept either. I think Jewish people think never again means never again. There are some who do actually believe never again means never again just for Jews, however.
If they wanted to commit a Holocaust against Palestinians, they could do so. They haven't done so. They may have acted in a way that is dehumanizing.
Israel's getting bombed?
They may have acted in a way without proper regard for Palestinian life. I think they have. Lots of people would agree that they have.
I said something at the Oxford Union that I think will also piss off a lot of people. I said that currently it has been proven that one of the only effective political forces on the planet that can destroy Trumpism and the MAGA movement is the IRGC, which is true. It's true. Sirens from Lake Tiberias, the Haifa for the arrival of Iranian missiles. God damn. All right, well, war's back on the menu, boys. All right, I guess it's back.
But to compare it to the Holocaust,
the disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that.
Wait, why is he cutting me? What the? Oh, come on, LBC. You cut all the crosstalk. You muted me the entire time. That's crazy.
Compare it to the Holocaust.
The disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that it is crass and offensive.
Bro, they didn't even try to make the cut seem normal. They hit the hard cut again. Holy moly, that's a lot. God damn. That shit was so abrupt, it feels like an AI cut. You know what I mean? Did they deploy artificial intelligence to hit this cut? What the hell? Streets are calling you overly naive to the British? No, it's fine. Yeah, I know that everyone is in agreement with my point because the majority is on my side on this. But I wish that my goal when I do when I have a conversation like this is not to have the people who are already anti-Israel to come into my defense. I mean, that's great. That's wonderful. That's the majority. My goal is to get someone in the margins to really reconsider their hardline stance on this issue, right? That's my goal. I go on LBC because there's a lot of liberals who are still who still have these ridiculous opinions, right? Ridiculous opinions around if someone is actually making this comparison between Israel and Nazi Germany, then they must be making an anti-Semitic comparison, right? That's ridiculous.
To compare the only Jewish state in the world.
I like that my audience, by the way, is not offended at LBC's edits and is more mad at me for not recording it on my end. Is there ever a point where, in your eyes, chatters, is there ever a point where you think, hey, you got f***ed over here, this is really f***ed up? Or am I always at fault under every single circumstance? I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Literally the worst fan base of all time. Worst community of all time when it comes to shit like this. Immediately hitting the, yep, you're at fault, you bitch. Do you guys ever think maybe it's up that, the big media company that's supposed to maintain these liberal values and allow normal discourse to take place is not following along with a principled stance on defending free expression and allowing discourse to take shape like this? Part of the reason why I didn't expect this cut to take place is because there are literally LBC callers that call, like random British people that call in, and they don't do this kind of edit,
World. And we should, of course, be careful of eliding Israel and Judaism, of course, but it is the only Jewish state in the world, mainly comprised of Jews, comparing them to Nazis, given that Nazis literally tried to exterminate this entire race and came very close to succeeding. You don't need to do that. You shouldn't do it, and it's crassly and grossly offensive for you to do so.
Yeah, I don't mind coming across as vulgar or offensive in this regard, and maybe even hurting some people's feelings, because at the end of the day, the analysis here from my end is there is a genocide that has taken place, and it's continuing to a certain degree. I mean, even in the process of this so-called ceasefire, Israel has also killed approximately 4,000 people in Lebanon. The expansion in the Greater Israel Project is continuing. So the ideology is still unimpeded. The guiding principle is still unimpeded, and therefore, I find that to be far
what I'm getting at.
Far more offensive than the language that I'm using, especially considering that I think at this stage there are a lot of people who want to maybe hold on to some kind of defense of Israel because they understand it to be, like you just said, the Jewish nation, the only Jewish nation. I have been unbelievably critical of Saudi Arabia and every other country that has participated in the blockade of Yemen, for example. The United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia did that with our weapons once again.
The other reason that other people might say that it's offensive, well, deeply offensive.
Well, they cut it. That's up that they cut that part, because I brought up the Saudi Arabia comparison, and I said no one calls me Islamophobic for being critical of the Muslim state of Saudi Arabia engaging in heinous war crimes against Yemen and the Yemeni population. No one says that about my criticisms of UAE-backed RSF supporters hitting Sudan. That's not considered to be Islamophobic. But of course, any kind of Nazi comparison between Israel, like if you call Saudi Arabia Nazis, no one is going to say shit, right? If you call Saudi Arabia a Nazi country for what they did in Yemen, no one's going to get mad at that comparison. Same with Russia, right? You say Adolf Hitler is invading Ukraine. He's behaving like a Nazi. Nobody bats an eye. As a matter of fact, you call Hamas Nazis, nobody bats an eye. The Israeli government has made that comparison over and over again. But all of a sudden, when you turn around and say, no, actually, I think the industrial mass slaughter taking place is in the hands of Israel, and therefore they are the Nazis in this equation, and everybody goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's unbelievable. How dare you say that? You know?
The Nazis is, however disproportionate we might think the Israeli government has been in the reaction to October the 7th, and I would agree with you that it has been disproportionate and in many cases appalling. October the 7th did happen. 1,300 Jews were.
Yeah, and then it's like, well, October 7 was heinous. It's like, okay, sure, but also the Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas is once again. Not something that you can contest. So then you have to rely on the feelings argument, the optics argument. Oh, let me tell you how you can make a better point here. And it's like, no, I think I'm making a pretty strong point. I think about my liberal mother when I hear this conversation. She's become very anti-Israel and thinks it's a genocidal apartheid state that unduly influences the U.S. and should receive zero funding or arms and should be boycotted. But she also gets uncomfortable with the Nazi comparison because she grew up believing that Israel was given as an apology to the Jewish people by Europe because of their crimes and complicity. Yeah, but it's not Europe's land to give. It's not European people that are being slaughtered. And even then, it would not be appropriate regardless. Nothing justifies a genocide. Nothing justifies ethnic cleansing.
Killed in the most horrendous, heinous way that we might imagine. It was a pogrom. There is a major security problem for the state of Israel with Hamas.
And then I defend the argument that, because he then launches into like, Hamas did October 7 anti-Semitically, which is, again, ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. That is another one that I can't stand, when people are like, well, no, Hamas is anti-Semitic, and they did October 7 anti-Semitically. It's like, no, that's not the case. And then he brings up the Hamas charter for 1988 when it was a Islamic charity as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, which wasn't a political movement or even a militant resistance at that point. 2017, the new charter actually has evolved beyond that. Not that it even matters at the end of the day. I hope they kept all of that in.
They do have to protect their own citizens and their own people. And to compare that to the Holocaust, the Nazis weren't, to compare them to Nazis, the Nazis weren't provoked by Jews into the Holocaust. There was no security problem for the Nazis. And so to combine and compare and allied those things is not just offensive and wrong, it's just crazy.
No, your analysis is actually ahistorical and unfortunately categorically false. Of course, the Nazis lied about not only Jews, but socialists, communists, trade unionists alike.
They were never attacked by Jews.
Yes, of course. They presented an argument as to why they must do this, why they must depose and take care of all of these nefarious elements within German society broadly, while they were also carrying out the Greater Germany project for living room purposes, right? Not dissimilar to the Israeli Zionist expansion. But the point is, do you agree with the propaganda or the arguments? Do I agree with the Nazi argument that
October the 7th wasn't propaganda? It happened.
Of course not. I don't agree with the notion that Palestinians, the indigenous population predating 1948, could not potentially live alongside migrant Jews that were coming in, specifically as a.
What about Hamas? What about living next to Hamas, an organization which is dedicated to the destruction of Israel?
That's a great. I'm going to get to Hamas as well. So the reason why I brought that up is because this has been a racist ideology since 1948, or even prior to 1948, that has had a lot of opposition from Jews as well. The initial, the original, the only Jewish member in the British Parliament the only member of the British Parliament that opposed the Balfour Declaration was, a Jewish member of Parliament who thought that this was simply to try and this initiative was being implemented exclusively to depose of the Jews, to deport Jews from British soil. So throughout this entire history of Israel and Palestine, this conflict gets reduced to an ethnic conflict or a religious conflict. It's not true. It's simply settler colonial expansion. And of course, there's going to be militant opposition towards that. And that militant opposition is, of course, going to evolve over time. So the idea—
But we are where we are, aren't we?
How can—
We're not in 1948. And so therefore, Israel has got to—
Why do they always try to bring up, what about October 7 on repeat? I don't think they have something substantive to have. They just fail at defending Israel. Yes, but it doesn't, because they've hit— he just went womp womp, right, on 80 years of apartheid and death and destruction, which is why, look, my goal here is to basically get the audience to understand that a person that does this at this stage, when the overwhelming majority recognize what Israel is doing is to be, utterly immoral and wrong, is to expose the underlying fundamentals that are driving this argument, right? The reality of the matter is those fundamentals are, yes, Palestinians are lesser than Israelis. That is the underlying point of view. That is the underlying framework. Okay? And I do bring up the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, ironically enough, when I say, what, you think the Nazis didn't actually create sufficient propaganda to claim that Jews were the enemy from within? Of course they did. There were plenty of moments where, Jewish partisans and socialists alike, they assassinated key Nazi diplomats, and Nazis used that as a heinous crime against their sovereignty. They used that to depose of Jews. They used that to kidnap Jews. Is that valid? No, of course not. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising does not justify the final solution, for example, and therefore October 7 does not justify Israel's genocide. This is a real point of contention that I don't think many liberals can address. Liberal Zionists cannot address this point of contention, so they have to resort back to, yeah, but you're hurting my feelings.
Find a way to live alongside the Palestinian people. You and I, I'm sure, would both agree to say that their actions have not exactly contributed to that principle or idea in recent years. But they do have to deal with Hamas. And how do they deal with Hamas, which is literally predicated?
Yeah, I can't even hear what I'm saying here.
To live alongside the Palestinian people. You and I, I'm sure, would both agree to say that their actions have not exactly contributed to that principle or idea in recent years. But they do have to deal with Hamas. And how do they deal with Hamas?
Oh, yeah, I said, no, I disagree with that. It's entirely in the hands of Israel. Yeah, no. Hamas doesn't exist as a militancy if the occupation doesn't exist. It's that simple. Can you slow it down again? They lower your audio too much? Yeah. It's kind of crazy how much they, they just chopped my shit up so hard. Holy, this is worse than I expected. I'll be honest. I did not think it was going to be like that. That is kind of wild. I have far too much confidence in European liberalism. It's naivete for sure. This is a straightforward hatchet job at that point, right? I mean, come on. That's actually kind of messed up. That's actually kind of messed up, dude. I mean, it didn't work, but even then, it's kind of crazy. What's crazy is it still didn't work, ironically enough. But They tried to literally lower the volume. They chopped up some of my statements, and even then, it still didn't get the job done. And I think I would go so far as to say that the very fact that they tried to silence me in this way makes their position look even worse.
Which is literally predicated. You say that Israel is racist, it's based on a racist idea. Hamas is deeply racist. They're anti-Jewish.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think?
I disagree with
that. Well,
that.
the Hamas charter contains references to fighting Jews as a religious duty, conspiracy claims about Jews controlling the media, finance, and revolutions and wars, citations of anti-Semitic forgery of the protocols of the Elders of Zion,
Yes,
and a
you're
notorious
referencing
hadith about Muslims fighting and killing Jews before Judgment Day.
So you're referencing the 1988 charter,
Yeah, I am.
which has been updated since 2017, but it doesn't really matter because the point of the
Hamas
charter
likes Jews.
or their opinions. Do I think Hamas likes Jews? I think that there are definitely anti-Semitic people in Palestinian society as there are in British society, right?
There aren't
What we
anti-Semitic
have to
people
look
in
at
British
is this.
society killing Jews on a regular basis.
It's because there is no real occupation. There's no military occupation of England. If there was a military occupation of England by a foreign body, by an alien force, then I'm pretty sure you would probably rise up in arms as well. And this is not just a principle that I'm coming up with as a campist or someone who opposes imperialism. It's not pure idealism. This is something that former heads of Shin Bet have also acknowledged personally. I mean, this is something that former heads of the Israeli state have acknowledged, saying if I was on the other side of this boundary, I would become a terrorist as well. And it's perfectly understandable that people would oppose 80 years of militant occupation, militant racist occupation, humiliation, and subjugation. And to go back to the point that you were making about like there was no resistance from Jewish partisans. This is also not true. Jewish partisans engaged in incredibly honest and incredibly moral acts of violence that was necessary at the time against key Nazi officials, including an uprising known as the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising.
Yes.
And that was perfectly valid. It was perfectly morally just, even though there were heinous acts of violence that took place. History is riddled with colonial occupants and even slaves, for example.
You've been reported as saying
in chattel slavery, engaging in heinous acts of violence that we would oppose at the time that ultimately lead to liberation. And once the dust is settled, we
What
look
does
back.
liberation look like? What does liberation look like? Is it the Israeli state collapsing, or what does it look like?
Great question. So from my perspective, and I'm not Palestinian, right? So I think ultimately this is something that is that should be left to the people that are being occupied to come to terms with. But from my estimation, I agree with the likes of Avi Shleim, famous Iraqi Jewish Israeli historian, that a abolition of the apartheid state that currently exists and the end of the occupation must take place. Some people believe in a binational commitment. I think that's perfectly valid. Some people claim that a two-state is viable. I don't necessarily believe that a two-state with the 67 boundaries is viable because of the fact that since the so-called peace process since the 90s, Israel has deliberately extended the settlement operations in the West Bank, and now the number of Jewish settlers
Would you accept
that are
something the Israeli government have long wanted, and for understandable reasons, is that Hamas...
Notice how kind of wild, considering he posted a whole thread on why the ban was wrong, but he clearly let his liberal sensibilities get the better of him during this conversation. Yeah. This is counterproductive, authoritarian, and chilling. The British state should not be in the business of banning commentators and journalists from entering the country without compelling reason. Find their views objectionable is nowhere near enough. The Kanye case was far more borderline, but the idea of this becoming more routine was exactly my fear when I spoke and wrote about this unease at the prohibition from the country a few months ago. Piker has said some stupid and revolting things, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be telling British cultural organizations they can't invite him to their events, or that the threat of the Home Office prohibition becomes a routine consideration. Meanwhile, Cenk is a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left. I'm a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left, ironically enough. Not only am I a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left, but also beyond that, like, one of the things that these guys also have to now come to terms with is, like, I'm not just like some random aberration, right? I'm not like some random radical. I'm a person who is a megaphone for a much broader, much larger movement. And not only that, but also I'm, collaborating with other candidates that are not just running, but also winning, right? So there is definitely a lot of people who feel this way. So you're not going to be able to silence all of these people, even if you try to engage in this like disciplining measure against one figurehead that is representative of a much broader movement, right? I'm sorry that the LBC chopped you this way. Yeah, but even with the chop, they didn't achieve anything here. The irony is if they had let it ride, it still would have looked bad for them. But I think it looks worse for them that they chopped it down too. I personally think like the uncut version of this would still look bad for them, but I think this looks worse for them, ironically enough, especially because the broader points that I make obviously come across in this conversation. It's not like there was any opportunity for them to chop it down entirely. Otherwise, it would just be Louis Goodall talking, and then every now and then I just go, and then they cut it, right? Because every moment that I have the camera on me, every moment that I'm on the microphone, I'm obviously hitting all of the lines that they clearly don't want to have, right? They don't want to air on the LBC broadcast, but they have to because the conversation is taking place between myself and Lewis, right? So, like, you know.
Would de-arm, would demilitarize as an exchange for any deal? Do you think that would be a reasonable request that Hamas would lay down their weapons?
I think that it's perfectly reasonable for a two-state solution, if that's what the suggestion is, a two-state solution where one of the two states is still going to have a standing military. Will that be Hamas as a political organization, or will that be the Palestinian National Forces? I do not know. But ultimately, of course, if there is a sovereign state, a sovereign Palestinian state, of course, they're going to have a standing military. It doesn't have to be Hamas. I'm not married to the idea. I don't necessarily care. To me, Hamas is simply one of the many different Palestinian resistance groups that has existed throughout time. I don't agree with their domestic policies, but I feel like that is utterly immaterial because the conversation that we're having is about ending the occupation. And Hamas ultimately wants to end the occupation. Hamas would never exist and certainly would not be as violent as it has been if there hadn't been, 80 years of occupation prior. Hamas, we were talking about the charter in 1988. That charter was written when Hamas wasn't even an actual political organization, but a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was an Islamic charity that was even getting funds from the Israeli government, as a matter of fact.
I'm thinking about the reasons why it might be that the Home Office has banned you. And I certainly, for the record, by the way, I don't think
conversation is probably part of it, don't you think?
Well, that's what I want to discuss. And for the record, when I've tweeted out this week, I think ridiculous that you've been banned. I think that, and so on. But let's think about the Home Office's justification, what it might be. I mean, is it true that you said that you considered Hamas to be 1,000 times better than Israel and you'd vote for Hamas over Israel every single time? Is that true, and do you stand by it?
Yeah, I do.
That's despite the fact that Hamas was responsible for October the 7th and a pogrom against Jewish people. You said you'd vote for them 1,000 times over the democratic state of Israel.
It wasn't a pogrom against Jewish people. Were there atrocities and war crimes that took place?
You don't think that there was any anti-Semitism involved in that?
Absolutely.
This is where you go wrong, Hassan. You find yourself basically in a position defending elements of this.
Why I'm wrong.
I'm telling you why you're wrong.
I said, don't tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. I hear a lot of criticisms. You call me a lot of names, but never a liar.
Because you're honestly saying you saw Jewish people, overwhelmingly Jewish people killed that day. It was a pogrom. It was the biggest pogrom of Jews that we've seen, against Jews that we've seen since the end of the Second World War. Why do you find yourself in a position where you're like, okay, I'm actually going to defend that principle. I'm going to defend the argument about that. Why? You just undermine yourself.
Great question. I actually gave an interview to the Times UK on this as well, and I'll explain exactly why.
Please.
So October 7th was traumatic. There were heinous acts of violence that took place. No doubt about it. I would never agree. I would never disagree with that assessment. What I will disagree with, however, is the intentionality. The idea that October 7 was done specifically to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think is incorrect. I think the ultimate goal of the Palestinian resistance, whether we agree with their methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements, the ultimate goal of the Palestinian
disagreements. They killed 1,300 people and raped people.
Of course.
Killed innocent young people at music festivals.
But the ultimate goal is to make the occupation as costly as possible, because the extended 80-year, or at the time 75-year occupation had done October 7's.
So the ends justify the means, do they? The ends justify the means. If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hassan.
The reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than?
Come on, you can't literally be lowering my volume at this point. Like, that's crosstalk. That's just straight up. You gotta let my voice be heard, man. You gotta let my voice be heard in this point. I mean, this is literally the meat of the argument. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You got home court advantage, but you can't be this aggressive with it. Because at this point, it turns into like, I'm losing the argument, so I'm just going to silence you, and I'm not even going to hide it. Like with the other cuts, with the other crosstalk audio levels, you could at least justify it by saying, oh, well, we wanted to make sure that we made this editorial decision for brevity, for clarity. But in this circumstance, it's quite deliberate. You are literally lowering my volume because you don't want your audience to hear my perspective, which, again, is the exact opposite of the whole purpose of having me on the broadcast. Did you have me on your broadcast so you could try and bully me into submission? Or did you have me on the broadcast to have a good faith, honest discussion about disagreements that we might have? I've been very courteous throughout this entire process. I don't imply in any way, shape, or form that like Louis Goodall is a stooge for Israel or defending Israel and Israeli interests or anything like that. I'm just saying, look, we might have some disagreements. It's a good faith, honest, liberal style conversation. I find it very strange that this is what they chose to do. They wanted to be the ones to silence you, or an upset Shabana Mahmoud got to you first. Yeah. First Amendment only functions in the U.S. This is not a First Amendment conversation, chatter. I think when you invite someone onto your broadcast and you have disagreements with that person, I think it's a little dishonest to literally lower their volume, especially when the crosstalk is taking place, right? Come on. Then don't have me on the broadcast. Don't have me on the broadcast then. What's the purpose? I mean, how is this any different than what Shabana Mahmoud did, right? If you're in disagreement with what the Home Office did, which Louis is, right? Then don't you feel like this is not dissimilar? Look, you could make an argument as to why they cut some of the statements that I was making for brevity, for clarity, right? You can make that argument. I don't know if I agree with it, but you can't really make that argument here, okay? You can't really make that argument in this point because this is just purely lowering my audio to make it harder for the audience to hear what I have to say here. Methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements. The ultimate goal, but the ultimate at the time
ends justify the means. If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hassan.
The reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel?
Because Israel has done an October 7 1,000 times over to the Palestinian population. The civilian cap. Casualty.
They often tell people where they're going to bomb. I'm not defending Israel. I'm not defending Israel, Hassan, but I think that a lot of people, if you look at the facts, that's crazy.
But that's the point I'm driving home. And this is the reason why I have this conversation, because a lot of people have, due to social conditioning, this kind of hang up where they don't want to analyze the situation in an effort to actually make sure that there's no more violence. I abhor violence.
No, just don't minimize October 7th. I mean, to compare it to, say, a British context, you could have absolutely said, I'm sure you would be in this position, you could say, look, I have complete solidarity with the Irish Republican cause. But you don't need to have solidarity with the Irish Republican Army and what they did against the UK, killing innocent civilians. It is possible to have both thoughts in your head at the same time. You can have complete solidarity with the Palestinian people without defending Hamas a single bit. And you do defend Hamas, and that's what's objectionable about your point.
I defend anti-colonial resistance movements when there are aspects of their anti-colonial resistance or their ideology.
There's nothing to defend. They kill innocent people. There's nothing to defend. A lot of Palestinians don't defend them either. They hate them because they can kill innocent kids.
The question is this, right? The question I would present to you is this. Do you think that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was a condemnable act by Jewish partisans that got together and organized to fight
I don't
back?
think the situations are the same, no. Because
Wait, why not? At that point, the Holocaust had not been completely implemented.
Oh, but KNICKS had systemic destruction of Jewish people. They were all being rounded up into ghettos. And I'm not saying, Hassan, of course.
Dude, you just described the current conditions of Palestinians. You literally described the conditions of Palestinians leading up to October 7. What do you think? What do you think 80 years or even longer than that but since 1947, 1948, 75 years of apartheid and subjugation and death and destruction, what do you think that looked like? That's worse than Kristallnacht. Literally, like numbers wise, that was worse. That in totality, it's spanned across 80 years. Of course, it's literally it's like more heinous at that point. It's pre-final solution. The comparison is Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is taking place. There's been violence against Jews. There's been, obviously, Jews have been ghettoized. Jews have been ghettoized. They've been placed inside of these concentration camps, right? And obviously they're fighting back. And it's earnest, it's honest, it's just, it's appropriate for them to do so, regardless of what the cost is on the other side. Israel is doing Kristallnachts on a daily basis leading up to October 7. What are we talking about? It's totally ridiculous. That argument is totally ridiculous. Years of apartheid?
And I don't.
Years of apartheid?
And I do not for a single second.
Wasn't as violent?
I do not
Of course
for.
it was as violent.
I do not for.
Yeah, there you go. And I bring home that point, but
a single second. And by the way, let's talk about the Warsaw Ghetto. That way they were attacking SS officers. They were attacking their oppressors, not kids at music festivals.
I don't disagree with you as far as the targeting of civilians. I'm simply stating, and there are condemnable actions, which I have condemned. What I'm simply stating is the principle overall of the end to the occupation and militant resistance in an effort to create an end to the occupation is literally a fundamental aspect of every successful liberation movement. So when I actually criticize, when I actually analyze the actions taken by not only Hamas, but also Hezbollah right now, for example, because Lebanon is currently being pummeled by Israel once again, I place the emphasis on the colonial occupant. I place the emphasis on the foreign occupying power because they hold all the cards.
Look, I get everything you're saying, Hassan, but you know,
But you don't. But you don't. Israel has the power to end all of this, and they choose not to. So how would you defend that? You should ask this guy about BBC reporting on Israeli teens being kidnapped from tanks. Yeah, it's very interesting that everyone killed on October 7th was an innocent civilian. Yeah, I mean, look. Iran is attacking Israel right now. I know. We're going to get to it in a second. You need to learn about the IRA so you can corner these spineless Brits. No, I do know about the IRA. I did defend it. I said, like, the IRA, in that moment when he asked me, I was like, the IRA was engaging in anti-colonial resistance. I'm in support of it. I'm in favor of it.
Say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. I mean, let's leave aside the fact that Israel, whatever we think about it, is a democratic state, admittedly one that's been going down a more authoritarian direction. You say you'd vote for...
It's democratically in favor of genocide and apartheid. So
it's also got Arab Israelis and Palestinian Israelis.
Oh no, they democratically voted to murder every Palestinian. Who cares about democracy at that point? What are we talking about? It's an apartheid. Yeah, well, if they voted democratically to kill, by the most conservative estimate, 75,000 Palestinians, overwhelming majority women and children and the elderly, well then, oops, can't do anything about that, right? Can't do anything about that. Did the Palestinians vote for their own demise? No, they didn't, because Israel is the colonial occupant, is the sovereign occupant nation over all of the Palestinians that live there. So clearly it doesn't matter because they don't get a say. Did the Palestinians of the West Bank get a say over their occupation? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation. And even if that wasn't the case, then what? Israel democratically voted to invade a foreign nation then? That's still completely ridiculous,
Who live there as citizens with others, which is not the same as apartheid in South Africa.
They're considered second-class citizens as dictated by the Israeli constitution.
But the point is,
there are varying degrees of discrimination in Israeli society.
But I tell you where there's a lot of discrimination in Hamas-run Gaza. I mean,
this part was ridiculous.
How would you feel about being a gay man, for example, living under Hamas, or a woman, for example? And you say you would vote for them 1,000 times over. You can't vote for them.
I know gay Palestinians, and they would say the exact same thing that I'm about to tell you. The biggest threat to their existence is the Israeli occupation. They might have disagreements with Hamas. They might not appreciate
pushed off a bridge.
Elements. No, that's racialized.
It's not racialized. It literally happens. LGBT groups around the world have condemned her.
That's not true. That's simply not true.
Do you think
that is?
It is literally
I will have to push back on this. What you're saying is actually not true, and also a little bit messed up to say, because these groups are very different from one another. I am not an Islamist personally, obviously. I am not. I'm not someone who's ever going to be in favor of religious fundamentalism. But Hamas does not represent religious fundamentalist governance. It represents.
You can get up to 10 years in prison for being gay. You can get up to 10 years in prison for being gay down the barrel of a Hamas gun. That wouldn't happen to you in Tel Aviv. Whatever we think about Israel, that wouldn't happen to you in Tel Aviv.
It doesn't matter. This is what I mean when I say homofascism, by the way, for the record. I hope that people understand that, which he's going to bring up later as well. This is literally pinkwashing a genocidal apartheid state that is conducting a genocidal apartheid state. This is literally it. Oh, well, Hamas would mistreat the gays. It's like, okay, well, you know who mistreats the gays? Israel. Far worse fate befalls the gay Palestinian population under American, British, and Israeli bombs. It's ridiculous. This is what I mean when I say this is genuinely, this is what I mean when I say this is like gay fascism, okay? And the whole like, oh, well, same-sex marriage is not allowed in Israel. It doesn't even matter. It's not even the main point of contention. Hamas could be the most homophobic entity on the planet, and it still wouldn't justify Israel's actions, guys. Wake up. Hello? Like, do you guys understand? The reason why I don't even entertain this, like, well, Israel is homophobic too, is because it's a stupid argument. I don't give a
if Hamas is the most homophobic entity in the region, okay? It's not, but it doesn't even matter if it was. Would that justify a genocide? What are we talking about? There's plenty of people in Alabama that are homophobic that have the identical opinions that this person falsely says Hamas has. Should we be genociding the state of Alabama? Of course not. That's insane. Because the gay people
you
are
might
being
not think
killed
it matters,
by Israeli bombs.
You might not think it matters. Yes, but you're the one saying that I would vote for them 1,000 times over. I agree with you.
Right now, as I have, they would tell you that the number one problem is not Hamas, it's Israel. There are Palestinians whose family members
there are lots
have
of Palestinians who think Hamas
that are from different. Yes, exactly. There are Palestinians from different factions, right? There are Palestinians that are engaging in tribal conflict and sectarian conflict, sometimes with Hamas. And yet, they will always tell you.
Maybe this is why you've been banned.
The number one problem from the Palestinian perspective is, of course, the occupying forces, is, of course, the country that is maintaining an apartheid, the nuclear armed nation that has not only just done a genocide in the last 3 years, but also maintained an apartheid for the last 80 at this point. This is the reason why a lot of people...
You could believe that Israel has committed unbelievably appalling atrocities. You can even believe it's committed evil atrocities. You can even believe that it's committed a genocide while still believing that Hamas is morally and politically appalling, that you wouldn't say that I would vote for them 1,000 times over Israel because it deliberately targets civilians. It deliberately targets civilians as an organization. It rejects coexistence and is fundamentally authoritarian and theocratic.
But here's the problem. Israel mathematically deliberately targets and destroys the lives of a far larger number of
So it's just
civilians.
A utilitarian measure.
Do we think that Palestinians are human beings? I think you and I don't disagree on this. They're human beings.
But do you think the Nazis are worse than the Israeli government? You think the Nazis are worse than the Israeli government, right?
Thousands times. Let me ask you this question. If one government has killed 1,000 times more, if not more than 1,000 times more civilians, as opposed to the other party, of course you're going to say
you
one
compare
party
the Israelis to the Nazis, but you would accept the Nazis were worse than what the Israeli government has done.
So far, the Nazis, of course, are worse than what the Israeli government has done. However, my fear, and this is the reason why genocide is not measured in how successful it was in wiping out an entire population, but instead genocide nowadays, the statute itself is measured not with the actions alone, but also with the intent, because the whole purpose of the genocide statute is to stop a genocide.
But do you think this might be, Hassan, why you've, and again, I don't agree with the fact you've been banned, but maybe this is why you've been banned.
That's a crazy moment to say maybe this is why you've been banned, because I just described the genocide statute and why Israel is 1,000 times worse objectively than Hamas is by any measure that you could point to. And this is a matter of international law. So basically, at this point, you're giving the game away. You're like, I can't defend my position while maintaining and upholding liberal values that I'm supposed to be championing here. So it's, I guess, the reason why you should be banned. Okay, there you have it. That's my point. And that's actually, unironically, the thing that you opposed when you tweeted about how you think Shabana Mahmoud is in the wrong. This is it. This is the extent of liberal humanitarianism, internationalism. There's no commitment there. And this is how a society crumbles. This is how liberalism falls by the wayside and fascism comes into power. This is it. That's literally what's going on. You're like, oh, well, I don't agree with you, and you've actually made me feel bad, so you should be banned, I guess. Like, that's it. That's it. That's the whole point. You can't do that. If we're going to uphold principled free speech, then you can't turn around and be like, well, I disagree with you. You know, your dialectic is exposing his inherent contradictions and cognitive dissonance. Exactly. It's just totally ridiculous. I know we're going to get to Israel being bombed currently in a second. Okay. I know. Iran is bombing Israel while we're having this comparison, while we're watching this debate.
You openly support, maybe ultimately this is why
I gotta
you've been banned. Again, I don't support your banning, but maybe the British government has decided, you know what?
Support it a little bit.
You know, no, I don't. I think I don't agree with a lot of what you say, but I'm absolutely happy for you to come to Britain.
Opinion on this.
Shabana Mahmoud has a different view, clearly, or at least the Home Office does, and maybe that's why, because ultimately they think that we don't need this guy over here openly praising an organisation which this government has prescribed and which is a terrorist organisation at a time when we do have a rising problem and an appalling problem with anti-Semitic violence in this country.
Ironically enough, the last time I was at Oxford Union, I delivered a speech extensively on anti-Semitism being the canary in the coal mine of fascism and how we must always oppose it. Since then, my opinion hasn't shifted on this issue. I think it's morally repugnant, it's odious, and it's wrong. Simply put, it's just the wrong calculation. Because there are some people who will say, oh, well,
a lot of Jewish people support Israel. Why don't you just oppose Jews? Are you too afraid to say it? And I always tell them, like, this is not the case, because Jews are not a monolith. No group of individuals are a monolith. If Jews were monolithic in their approach to Israel, then there wouldn't be a multi-million-dollar propaganda initiative that specifically targets young American Jews. I don't know how it is in the UK, but young American Jews, and indoctrinate them into Zionism early on, which has been failing spectacularly, which is part of the reason why a lot of people attack me, I think, because, I have a lot of anti-Zionist Jews in my community, and I'm, proud to stand by them. And the point that I want to make here is this. You might disagree with my assessment on or the evolution of Hamas's tactics, for example, switching from military targets exclusively to civilian targets. I oppose that.
I think killing civilians under any circumstances is wrong, whether it's Israelis or Hamas doing it.
The reason why I say Israel's 1,000 times worse than Hamas.
No, I think the principle is the same. I think the principle is the same. I don't think I'm not a utilitarian, clearly, in the same way that you are, Hassan. I don't think that just because you kill
do you disagree that Israel has killed 1,000 times more civilians than Hamas has?
I don't know what the statistics are, but I would accept completely that Israel has killed lots of civilians, and it's absolutely heinous. But unlike you, I would draw a moral equivalence between those acts. But you seem to be willing to more because you're attached to a sort of anti-colonial ideology.
70,000 with the overwhelming
you are willing to basically dismiss one and favour the other, and I'm not. That's the difference between us.
I don't think you're not favoring either party. I think that there is a level.
I think murder of civilian is wrong. Full stop. I don't see it as an anti-colonial struggle. I think it's wrong. Full stop. I don't think it gets them anywhere.
Country. There's a level of understandable sympathy demonstrated by people in Western society, especially towards a country that has been a cooperative ally for a very long time. I totally understand that. It's a byproduct of our social conditioning. We look to a country, and you've mentioned it over and over again. You keep saying, well, it's a democratic process. There is a democracy in Israel, and I keep telling you that it's an apartheid system, so their democratic process is irrelevant.
There are literally Arab-Israeli parties in the Knesset. You didn't get that in apartheid South Africa.
I know, and
so it's not the same, is it?
No, there's varying degrees. There's varying degrees of brutality here that we're talking about. You're referencing only Israel proper, and I guess the extension now with the settlement project as well. But Israel isn't just Tel Aviv and the Israel that we point to. Israel is a singular sovereign occupant state that dominates the lives of the almost 10 million Palestinians that live there, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. Gaza is a hermetically sealed open-air prison that's being bombed and is being genocided and ethnically cleansed. And the West Bank has been an occupied state, illegally occupied, mind you, militarily, where the citizens don't have any rights whatsoever. They have separate roads, separate license plates. They constantly have to go through this bureaucratic nightmare, this security tyranny that they've created for the Palestinians in their ancestral
Just on British
homeland.
politics, Hassan, because I know we're running out of time. What would your message be to the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood? Do you want to be let back into Britain?
Yes, I do. I think it's terrifying that the Labour government is. His Western mind is stuck at a reformist view. He got overwhelmed and was like, "All right, let's move on." This is why I also said to the chatters, "You didn't defend yourself? Are you kidding me? Does it seem like I was frazzled in any way, shape, or form? No, I went in there, stood 10 toes down on my principles, and accurately reflected on historical events that unfolded leading up to October 7 and how they are absolutely relevant, showcased, in my opinion, the moral inconsistency between arguments that focus on the optics and the civility of the conversation, and the conversations that actually center around the feelings of people who want to defend the apartheid state. It's ridiculous. Miles Dyer says, I usually respect your interviewing skills, Lewis. You listen well, ask fair questions, and avoid cheap point scoring, but this one frustrated me. Hassan deserves scrutiny, but too often his points seem mischaracterized rather than properly engaged with. And you still won the audience over even with the muting of your mic and cutting of your responses? Kill it. Yeah, you kill the king? Yeah, 100%. Of course, dude. Here's the thing. If you don't allow, if every moment that you are allowed to speak, you actually end up getting your points across, they can't censor everything, right? I also demonstrated patience. I didn't get like angry or anything. I didn't yell. I didn't lose my cool. I was cool, calm, and collected, and I stuck to the facts. And obviously, the facts do not favor the Israeli side in any way, shape, or form in this. Which is precisely the reason why I think the takeaway from the people that watched the debate, watched the conversation was, yeah, this is totally ridiculous. You guys are being crazy. Is creating this environment that instead of leaning in to the democratic wishes of the majority that look at what Israel has done and look at the cooperation of the British government with Israel in horror, understandable horror, and demand an end to it, the British government has very clearly moved in the opposite direction of repression. Instead of addressing these needs, the government is instead telling people that they can't actually protest against this. And there's been silly prescriptions like Palestine Action. I think you and I would probably agree that that was a little bit silly to prescribe Palestine Action as a terrorist organization, right? And then also the prosecution of the arrests of pensioners and the elderly for holding up a placard that says Palestine Action. Maybe I'm too American for this, but I find that to be, ridiculous, right?
Do you think that actually inadvertently the British government, certainly to potentially, I mean, you've got millions and millions of people who watch and listen to you. Do you think that they've magnified your message?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's been a spectacular failure for them because if I came into the country and did my South by Southwest thing and did, the Oxford Union speech and whatnot, I'm sure it would have gone as every other time I've been to the UK. People are excited to see me there. It's fine. I have a lot of fans in the UK as well. But now there is this major media crisis, this moment where people are looking at what the government is doing and are worried about the implications of it, which I think is a healthy amount of friction. I mean, this is a part of the complex the complex process of democracy, right? As long as we can still fight for it, as long as we can still maintain it, hopefully. And I do want that to take place.
And just finally, just briefly, on American politics, which we haven't really had much time to discuss. We're obviously gearing up towards the midterms. Trump is doing what Trump does. He said the other day that he doesn't really care about any effect that the Iran war has had on American consumer prices, or he's much bothered. He seems to be in a slightly unusual place where he's decided that he's not much bothered about public opinion at this point. But what's your assessment as a very leading sort of figure on the left in American politics about where the Democratic Party is now, and the discussion, the internal discussion about where the Democratic Party should position itself? Where do you think the Dems are at?
There's a divergence between the Democratic Party as a party and the base of support. The base of support, the voters, lifelong Democrats, and even independents, as a matter of fact, have completely moved further and further to the left in this process, where they want fighters. They want real fighters that will try to stop the Trump administration no matter what it takes, including sometimes directly physically protesting, right? Certain initiatives, like demanding that Hakeem Jeffries come out and participate in the act of physical protest, even if it's symbolic. Whereas the party itself has taken this interesting stance, this interesting approach, where instead of opposing the administration as aggressively as they could, they've decided to wait it out. This is spelled out by James Carville.
Yeah, he'll let me talk now because I'm shitting on how ogreish Americans are. Exactly. Notice how there's no pushback here? Yeah, he's not cutting me off and being like, well, how could you say that? How could you say that? Don't you think the Democrats are doing a great job? No, of course not. No interruptions now. Well, he does hit me at the end with the homo-fascism line too. Carville early on, where they said, James Carville straight up came out, he's a Democratic consultant, worked with the Clintons, and he said, show your belly. Show your belly. It doesn't matter because the people will recognize how devastating the Trump administration is. There's this attitude where I think some centrist Democrats want to punish the public so that they come to terms with how devastating the Trump administration is, and then there's no other option other than harm reduction voting, which clearly demonstrably failed as a theory in the last election cycle. I find that to be morally repugnant, and I find that to be far too conciliatory to the needs of the growing fascist movement, because I see the danger of MAGA fascism.
I just have to ask you...
I'm not alone in this either.
No, I'm sure.
A lot of people.
I just have to ask you this. I did notice this week when looking at some of the things that you've been talking about recently. I know that one of your favoured candidates for Nancy Pelosi's congressional seat, she's obviously the former speaker, she's standing down after many years since she was elected in 1986, I think. And the Dems, obviously, it's a plum seat in San Francisco, in California, where you are now. And I think the person that you were supporting failed to progress the other day against two other candidates. Yeah. And I think you used to work for AOC, and you said it's just effing rich liberals who just want homo-fascism in this country. That's it. They want gay fascism. They want gay techno-fascism. What did you mean by that? What's gay techno-fascism?
Wasn't necessarily just about San Francisco, though, and it wasn't about Shoykat's race in general. I think it was more so about some of the California liberals that, unlike the rest of the country, are not as... we're not as activated, rather, as some of these other places where people are demanding more.
What's gay techno-fascism?
What I'm referencing, of course, is the comfort that they have with what level of progressive politics that they're open to. It's not a secret that, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, numerous Silicon Valley tech CEOs are bringing about this new techno-feudalist dystopia that we're currently living under, and they themselves are open-minded, or rather libertarian, when it comes to certain qualities, like certain civil liberties, obviously LGBTQ liberties, and maybe abortion protections. But everything else outside of that, whether it be immigrants' rights or anti-black racism, Islamophobia, they will throw that by the wayside. These are not issues that they necessarily care about. And what I'm referencing there is a pink-washed version of the type of fascism that some wealthy liberals are comfortable with.
Although, again, we know what would have happened to gays under fascist regimes, don't we?
Yes, no, I think it's very dangerous. I think, well, it's the same principle behind like Jewish cooperators with the Trump administration as well. Like, this is a real warning for every marginalized group that thinks that tokens don't get spent at the end of the day. These guys are inevitably going to oppose all of these groups when there's a better opportune time. So I think we have to fight back with intersectionality and fight back fast and fight back hard.
Is it easy to have intersectionality when you're warning about homo-fascism?
Yes, of course.
Doesn't sound very intersectional.
Well, if you think that my warnings about liberal cooperation with a fascist movement by the likes of Peter Thiel and Sam Altman is actually homophobic, I guess we can have a conversation around that. I don't think so, and neither does my audience. My entire community is queer.
When do we think the ban will be lifted, if ever? When can we actually expect to see you in the UK?
After this conversation, probably not anytime soon. But
no, I think this will help your case.
We'll see. I mean, I'm probably going to work with some immigration attorneys to try to identify exactly what took place, because at the end of the day, there are plenty of people who oppose my worldview, think I'm crazy, whatever, right? But I think what we can all unite under is, one, the principle of defending free expression. As long as it doesn't cross certain boundaries that actually do reach into like fomenting violence and like deliberately trying to cause a riot, like inciting a riot or things of that nature. Like I'm obviously going to be respectful of the countries that I visit and the opinions that I have on that. And it's not something that I am interested in doing anyway. Inciting a riot is ridiculous. But the other thing is that this process of revocation of visas is actually very opaque. And I think that's somewhat of a problem, that the Home Secretary can just like issue these kinds of travel bans without ever really even revealing why they did so, without ever actually saying, here are the reasons why we oppose this person coming into the country. And I think that's been one of the most confusing elements of this entire ordeal. I was actually shocked because, I was first and foremost shocked because I think that perhaps falsely, I assumed that the British government has always maintained this attitude that they would defend free expression and freedom of speech, unconditionally. But then also beyond that, I was shocked at how not transparent this process was.
Hasan Palika, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you. And who knows, maybe we'll see you in London soon. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you for having me. Yeah, that was the LBC conversation. I think all things considered, given how contentious it turned out to be, I think it was still a pretty productive conversation where I was able to get across some of my major points. And I'm happy that I was able to do that, regardless. And I think that the censorious nature of the interview, down to the cuts or down to like lowering my volume, all this stuff, I think that in and of itself, ironically enough, not dissimilar to the travel ban, ends up showcasing that the arguments are so sound that they can't oppose them. So they choose to limit it to the best of their ability, limit its reach to the best of their ability. And I think it does backfire in that situation. Yeah, release the full interview. These cuts are brutal. The fact that this is still a debate astounds me. People often talk about the Holocaust like it just happened one day and there was a definitive start. One day there was no Holocaust. The next day there was one. There's always a ramping up fascism as a process. Hasan, there's a genocide. Your words hurt my feelings. Tone policing when someone criticizes Israel is very tiresome. I lost hope after I listened to the half of the podcast, but the comment section gave me hope. Lewis, ? Hasan, well, I think, no, you're wrong. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where like we are in a very different media environment now. So Lewis's bosses might have appreciated the strong opposition he put forth. But the majorities that will look at this interview that are already coming in with the idea that like Israel is indefensible, because it is, are going to, like, their takeaway is going to be very different, right? Their takeaway is going to be this. People saying, what are you doing? What the are you doing? You're like, we can see that you're trying to offer this like wishy-washy defense of Israel by trying to claim that the opposition to Israel is actually coming from an anti-Semitic perspective, or it could be misconstrued as anti-Semitic, and we should be more careful with our language. Did you notice that when do you notice how when Lewis speaks over Hasan, they lower Hasan's volume? Interesting. HP being too generous towards Louis Goodall. I don't believe that Louis Goodall values Palestinian lives as much as he values Israeli lives. Maybe the Israeli government should stop behaving like Nazis. How unbelievably hostile and dishonest Louis was here. That's the thing. Like, if you're going to have me on your broadcast, right? If you're going to have someone like myself on your broadcast, if you do this kind of thing, your otherwise liberal audience is going to recognize that as being unfair and inherently hostile, unnecessarily hostile. This is precisely the reason why when like the Podjohns have me on, right? They will offer pushback to certain things, but they will also give me space to explain my position. Now, of course, when you do that, obviously your audience is probably going to understand exactly where I'm coming from and say, well, this guy makes a lot of sense. So no matter what you do, if you're going to have me on your show, if you're going to have me on your broadcast, then you know, this is going to happen. Either it's going to be an unbelievably hostile and unbelievably contentious, an unbelievable hostile, unbelievably contentious interview where you are going to look bad because the audience overwhelmingly, obviously, agrees with not defending Israel, or you're just going to have to take the L in that situation and you know, allow your audience to listen fully and understand and comprehend fully what I'm saying and most likely agree with me. Because the audience agrees with me already. That's why they want to ban you, because they lose either way, and I think they realize that. Yeah. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. That might genuinely be the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my entire life. Straight up. And I've seen a lot of, like, I'm talking like, you know, Twitter posts, subreddits. Patrick Bet-David's lack of knowledge and lack of intellectual curiosity is genuinely confusing me. If that argument is 2 + 2 = 5, this is 2 + 2 = fish. Incredible. This is beyond a non sequitur. I've actually never seen the nuclear grade enriched uranium version of stupidity until this very moment. I'm saying it. That's right. We're moving on. We're back to Patrick Bet-David. Ladies and gentlemen, it's valuetainment time. Are you valuetained?
That Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or wherever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage
high,
that
high
happened?
percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50-50 that happened.
Okay. You think Trump did it on his own without Netanyahu?
No. I said I'm 50-50, meaning I believe there's a 50% chance because...
but you don't deny that behind the scenes, the Israelis are putting pressure on the U.S.
Of course I know.
Okay. So then to come back to your broader
I don't think he's Bush. I don't think he's Obama. I don't think he's Biden. I don't think he's those guys.
In many ways, he's worse.
No. I don't think
he doesn't have any independent views.
The one thing I know with you, Mehdi, is the fact that no matter what he does, he's not going to get victory from you.
That's
have to put those two.
Again, you can go back on YouTube, rewind an hour. I said if he restrains Netanyahu in Gaza and Lebanon.
You said
if. He won't. I know he won't.
No, I understand. But have you ever given him any credit for anything he's done? When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function.
Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way that Patrick Bet-David has a shoe. Okay, we got to watch this ad. I'm sorry. He has a shoe that says future
Luxury.
looks bright.
We had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
Oh my God.
What the is this, bro? Oh my God. It looks so bad. Oh, what do you do? What do you do when the homie rolls up in them Patrick Bet Davids? Ah! Yo! Yo! What the hell is this? It's like, is it casual? Is it supposed to be dressy? He made these shoes. First of all, there's no laces, but he wants to have the appearance of laces. And it's supposed to be like a casual shoe that you can wear under a suit. Nah, Loki, get a pair. Ain't no. Wait, what? $600? $600? $600. Ain't no way. Oh my God. He chose to make them neither fast nor cheap nor good looking. Brother, this is incredible. God, Patrick Bet David, you're actually a legend, dude. God, you're a legend. Holy shit. You are a goddamn legend for this.
In the first term, I wrote a piece for The Intercept. I got a lot of shit for it because I said, credit where credit's due, he's going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Remember, he laid out that timeline that Biden then got attacked for following. It was a Trump timeline to pull out of Afghanistan.
He did it. The Biden, the way
Trump
he did
would have done it better. Come on. It was always going to be a disaster. No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many military personnel said there was better ways to leave.
No, I don't agree on that. But
many military.
Can I come back to your wider point?
Tell me.
Oh my God, he's showing me. I need to take a shower now. Bravo, Donald Trump is the headline. Rob's too fast. All right, so let me come back to the wider point. Forget Trump.
I always knew. I introduced him properly at the beginning. Big MAGA supporter.
That's 2020. 6 years ago. We all grow, evolve, learn from our mistakes. So the broader point about America and Israel, Iran, to go back to your IRGC point, forget Trump for a moment. Let's just take U.S. foreign policy as a whole. When you say it's Israel, I don't accept that. I think this new thing on the right where you say, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, all this line, which is like, America's good, it's bad Israel, making good.
Also, Trump's Afghanistan deal wasn't bad, which is why I also gave Joe Biden credit for that too. Ironically enough, Donald Trump literally delivered that deal to Joe Biden's administration, and then Joe Biden actually pulled the trigger on it, and then Trump never let him go. Trump consistently yelled at Joe Biden over the Afghan withdrawal, which was his deal. But yes, pulling out of Afghanistan objectively was a good thing, okay? What the
America. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying others. It's becoming a very consensus view, which is America's really good, and then evil Israel comes on and makes good America do bad things.
No.
We need to take agency and responsibility. We are the superpower. And when Israel's murdering Iranian nuclear scientists or murdering Iranian diplomats who might do a deal with them, we have to take ownership for that. They don't do that without an American green light. They didn't kill Khamenei without an American green light. They don't do shit without an American green light. So I don't buy this idea that Israel is some rogue force. Going back to the Barack Ravid point about there's all these splits between the president and the prime minister. 9 times out of 10, America and Israel are on the same page. 1 time out of 10, they're on a different page.
Yeah, so
we had moderate presidents in Iran. They got screwed over. Khatami, Rouhani. They got screwed over by Western governments that wouldn't do a nuclear deal.
Israel went out and killed the 50 guys. You know, we could have worked together, whatever. And Trump kept saying, everybody we're negotiating with, they're killing them. Who's they? Who's he saying
and you think Israel can do that if Trump wanted them to stop? Come on.
No. What I'm saying to you is Israel, when they get their intel and they want to take somebody out, you remember the pagers. They got very good intel. They don't have a problem going and doing what they're doing. I understand Israel's motive.
So do I.
I understand Israel's motive.
But I'm saying they get a green light from the U.S.
I don't think as much under him as others. I do think they're an ally for the Middle East. And I'm not, like, you're a business guy now. You're a capitalist. So one of the things you'll experience, because you're a capitalist, nothing wrong. You should be proud of it. You should be, look at the smile on your face. You're making more money than ever before.
You're a numbers guy.
Are you making more money?
I'm a numbers guy. You're a business guy. Okay? And I know business. I'm a numbers guy, but I'm a business guy. Taliban in power is a good thing. Objectively a better thing than us still occupying Afghanistan. Yes. Wait, what? You literally are arguing against the Afghan withdrawal? What the
There ain't no way, bro. 11-month subscriber? Are you serious? Wait, you... What? I know you like a number. What the... Bro. Defending the Afghan occupation in the Big 226. Oh, my Lord. Have you seen Afghanistan now? Yes, I have. I have. Wait, are you... There's no shot you're genuinely saying the American withdrawal should have never happened from Afghanistan, right? Oh, my God. Respect, Chatter. Chatter's like, hey, I know we spent $8 trillion. I know we spent $8 trillion to replace the Taliban with the Taliban after 20 years. But what if it was 21 years and $9 trillion instead? Just one more year, bro. Just one more year and we would have fixed it up. America fixed it up. Shouldn't they fix it? There is no fixing it.
They're less money right now.
I'm making more money.
That's good. There's nothing wrong. We should be proud of it.
Did I say that? That's not my definition of
But here's where I'm
capitalism.
going with this. In the last couple of years since you've been private, how many opportunities have you had to do deals with people?
Many.
Many. When you're on the call, do you know their motives?
No.
Their motives are typically beneficial to who?
Themselves.
Themselves. Is that something that you and I would be surprised with? No. Why are you here today? Why do I have you on today? It's going to be a good show for us. Why are you on here today? You don't live down the street. You came. There's a motive.
Yes.
Both of us have a motive, so both of us are winning from this exchange that we have. Okay.
Understood.
In that sense, the way they negotiate, then it goes to who's the better negotiator. Then it goes to who gave up more. Then it goes to all the other stuff that you got to go through, and you got to make adjustments.
Well, Trump is a horrible negotiator, and as Benjamin Netanyahu said, these are Benjamin Netanyahu's words, for 40 years, I've dreamt of attacking Iran. He's the only president who would listen to me. Those are Netanyahu's words. I'm
For 40
paraphrasing.
years, Trump
Every
said
president said no.
In 1987, he would go and take over Carrick Island. He said that in 85. You make it seem like this guy's not an independent thinker.
Well, he's not independent.
Trump said that in 85.
Hold on. He also said, none of us knew they would hit the Strait of Hormuz. None of us knew they would hit the Gulf countries. You idiot. Everyone knew this.
You can't give him credit that he said this 40 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that one thing consistent.
Oh,
but what
yeah,
about the actual
I don't know
war?
how this one thing he did.
Wait,
I don't know how he
Patrick,
came back.
Dog, who gives a... Yeah, we hit Karg. It was a bad decision. So it was a bad decision in 1987. Who cares? It has remained a bad decision. Wow. You don't understand. You don't understand. Donald Trump was wrong in 1987, and he kept being wrong in 2026. Okay. What am I supposed to give him credit for? Who gives a f if he was stupid all the way back then? Now he's stupid with actual intelligence on his side.
Patrick, you keep asking me to give him credit.
Yeah.
The Iran war, you praised him.
Here's the thing. Also, Donald Trump himself said voting for Kamala Harris would mean going to war with Iran, like waging unnecessary wars. So expecting consistency from him is unbelievably stupid. So yeah, if you're trying to claim that this is like his decision because he's consistently wanted to wage war with Iran since 1987, well, okay, he's either consistently stupid and wrong, and we're currently living through that, or if you want to recognize the reality that he's not an independent decision maker in this situation and he totally got goaded into it in large part by Benjamin Netanyahu, if you don't want to recognize that reality, rather, then you have to still recognize that he either independently made this bad and stupid decision, but that's not exactly a good thing for Trump, or he got goaded into it by Benjamin Netanyahu. Neither outcome is good.
On day one of the Iran war, would you accept today it's been an absolute disaster because Donald Trump is not a war leader? He doesn't understand foreign policy. He doesn't understand war. He just said this week, I'm bored. You know what he said this week? I'm bored of all this.
Mehdi.
Like a child.
Mehdi, let me tell you what it is. You know, I have a local doctor I want you to go see. He specializes in TDS. And I think you would work very well with him. Over a 6-month period, he'll be able to get rid of your TDS.
I have a guy who's a psychologist, and he deals with cult members.
Yep.
And I think he'll do well with you guys who can't get out of the Trump cult.
See the difference?
I asked you, I gave you an opportunity in front of your audience to criticize Trump on Iran. You can't do it.
I will.
It's been a disaster.
Can I tell you?
Please.
The difference between you and I is I will sit there and I'll give credit and I'll criticize. I'll
give him credit. What should I give him credit
I am
for?
more supportive of him than you are.
What should I give him credit
Because the longer you're a capitalist, you're gonna want somebody that's pro-capitalism.
The economy is horrific under him.
Because
my
it's
business is
under war
doing badly because of him.
It's
because of the war. Who started the war? He did.
I take ownership that he started the war.
So when you say give him credit,
Can I
what should
finish?
give him
You're
credit
gonna
for?
allow me to finish my thought?
Please.
Did you give him credit with Venezuela?
No, of course not.
So
Illegal action.
that's also no.
He broke international law, American law, the Constitution.
So that's a no for you as well.
He killed a grandmother.
Let me ask you a question.
And he brought this guy into a court case that he might lose.
If they take over Cuba, would that be a victory in your eyes? So give it already criticism up front.
You think I'm supporting? You want me to come here to Florida and support imperialism? You support imperialism.
So
you support just invading other countries.
So you go back.
Patrick.
You go criminal. Well, how the hell do you think America got so big? What do you think they did? It was an expansionist James Polk idea.
Oh my God. It's so funny. He's literally like, dude, this is why Republicans win, though, straight up. Because, like, a lot of people are just very dumb and they're like, what do you mean? If you got it, you got to use it, man. It's good. I guess the counter to that literally is like liberalism, internationalism under a liberal world order is a progressive force in history. And the question at that point is, okay, do you think that we should still have like warring factions and unlimited tribalism in the world and go back to an era where, you know, the French and the Englishmen were fighting each other for 100 years? Like, do you think that that is a better situation? Because that's what happens with might makes right. The American design had to abide by at least some boundaries. The American design had to abide by certain restrictions. Obviously, America violated it all the time, but there was at least like some kind of lip service offered to the international rule-based order at times, and that kind of kept things intact. Might makes right is the reason why currently America's getting its shit pushed in by Iran. Because Iran was like, all right, if you don't play by the rules, we can't play by the rules either. And that's the reason why we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz.
Let's go out there and buy all these other places.
Was there international law, the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions at the time?
But you're sitting here complaining about something like this where you're living in a country, it's because of the byproduct of the visionaries previous to us that they made it what it is today. Why do you...
Oh my God, it's Zen fascism. He's doing it. Mehdi, you don't understand. You're also a beneficiary of American imperialism. You're a part of the labor aristocracy, my friend. Don't you realize that this American bounty that inevitably comes back to you is the reason why we have such a robust system? If we don't extract natural resources from the periphery, someone's got to do it. I just spat out a piece of rice from my mouth. I don't even know where it went. I'm a numbers guy.
Feel so safe here?
Bizarre argument.
Why do you feel
I know you really like
why
the numbers.
Alaska, we should go conquer Cuba.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Sounds like it.
If they're expanding, I don't mind an expansionist president. I don't.
You
mind
like
it.
imperialism. So how are you different to the IRGC?
I don't mind an expansionist.
How are you different to the IRGC? Everyone says
what?
Everyone says
Islamic Revolutionary Guard.
They're accused.
Everything is about.
Wait, what? Mehdi, what the has the IRGC done that is dude, come on, Mehdi. God damn it. Let him finish? Okay.
They're
God
accused.
tells them what to do and no. Death upon America.
They're accused of being expansionist, of trying to take over the Middle East. That's the big allegation that the Gulf states make against Iran. And yet you're sitting here saying, but we should take over the Western Hemisphere.
By the way, do you know what I would actually say?
I'm not imperialist.
Let me ask you a question. You got how many?
Insane that we're having a conversation about
how many subscribers do you have with your channel right now that are paying you?
On Substack?
On Substack.
I'm not going to say that number.
Let's say it's 100,000 people.
Okay,
there you go.
It's not.
Wait, he did it again. He did it again. He literally keeps asking. He keeps asking these questions. As soon as Mehdi retaliates and offers a reasonable counter, instead of addressing the counter at all, Patrick Bet-David immediately moves on to a totally separate question. Oh my God.
Not sadly.
Okay, but let's just say you have 50 to 100,000 people. You're doing well. You're making good money. Yeah. Okay. Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube? Of course. What an expansionist you are. What a shameful expansionist capitalist.
I've been with you for 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. That might genuinely be the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my entire life. straight up. And I've seen a lot of, like, I'm talking like, you know, Twitter posts, subreddits. It sincerely reminds me of when people try to make the comparison that I'm basically Jeff Bezos because I react to other people's YouTube videos or whatever. And it's still somehow dumber than that. I would much rather have to deal with someone sincerely believing that I'm basically Jeff Bezos and I'm exploiting other people's labor by reacting to their YouTube videos. I think that's a more intelligent argument. And it's not an intelligent argument at all, but it's still a more intelligent argument than the one that Patrick Bet-David just advanced. Yeah. If that argument is 2 + 2 = 5, this is 2 + 2 = fish. Incredible. This is beyond a non sequitur. I've actually never seen the nuclear grade enriched uranium version of stupidity until this very moment. And he's so happy about it. Look at his face.
This guy's expanding his YouTube channel, but God forbid anybody else does it.
I've waited an hour, 20 minutes for you to say the dumbest thing with respect, Patrick. That is not an analogy.
Every time you say the dumbest things is when you get cornered. What do you mean you're expanding?
That is the worst
you're
analogy.
Expanding.
Did I go into the New York Times? Hold on. Let's take your analogy. Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct the editor-in-chief of the New York Times, put a bag over his head,
do you have any
take
employees?
him out in order to undermine the New York Times?
Do you have any employees?
Yes.
How many of them came volunteer? How many of them did you recruit and hire away from another company?
How many of them did I get with a gun and a special forces team? You're making a ridiculous analogy.
Oh my
you
goodness.
expand as a business. That's the same as illegally occupying other people's land.
What la la land are you living in? Like, what do you think happened to this world?
World of law.
What do you think happened to this world?
You do realize the problem that the MAGA folks have when they say this is you lose any credibility to criticize anyone else. You can't criticize Iran then. You can't criticize Hamas.
And I don't.
You don't criticize Hamas?
No, I don't criticize. If you're able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that?
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What?
Oh my God, he's so awesome. All right, I'm back in. I'm back in. No, he literally is so one-track minded on being Sigma grind set that he literally said if Hamas were to militarily occupy Israel, then that's their vision. And they went out there and they said, I'm a numbers guy. We're going to ChatGPT it. We're going to grok it. And we're going to seize Israel. And they did it. You got to defend it. You got to defend it. I'm a numbers guy. Listen, the problem with Hamas that I have, Patrick Bet-David, is that they're not Sigma grind setting hard enough. They're not locking in. If they had actually bought my new shoes, that would have given them the confidence. If they were wearing my $600 shoes, that would have given them the confidence during October 7th to seize control over the Knesset. Okay? At which point I would be defending it because they locked in. They have the vision. He said, like, look.
Able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that?
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What do you think companies do? How do you think companies work? What do you think companies are supposed to do?
I think it's insane that you're comparing business expansion to us going around the world
we have military?
killing people.
Mehdi, why do you think we have military?
To
for what?
defend ourselves.
Against what?
Threats.
Against
but
another
you
one
want to
trying
be
expand.
the threat.
I'm not saying that.
You think Cuba's trying to expand right now?
No. You
think Cuba's trying to expand? Where are they expanding to? Miami?
No.
You've been living in Miami too long.
By the way, maybe
I think you've been drinking too much
that's
Miami
their
water
fault.
too
I should
long.
rarely go to Miami. Maybe that's their fault. Maybe that's their fault.
What's their fault?
Maybe their ideology, communism, created a poor country and their people want something better.
But that doesn't give us the right to go and take over the country.
How do you think all this stuff happened in history?
Okay, lots of things happen in history that weren't right.
Yeah, but guess what?
This is 2026.
Dude, you understand. You've taken...
Dude, it's actually shocking. Patrick Bet-David's lack of knowledge and lack of intellectual curiosity is genuinely confusing me, okay? I did not realize that people like this actually existed in the real world. Like, he has expanded. His first principles are, it's a dog-eat-dog world, everybody capitalist, everything capitalism, everything business, okay? And because that's his only worldview, that's where it begins and ends, he is applying that to international relations. And what's shocking about this worldview is that it would literally justify chattel slavery. Like every single awful thing that has ever happened throughout history, you would justify with this mentality. It's awesome.
market share from other people. Your viewers were somebody else's viewers that came to you.
So you support,
kudos to you.
So you want just to be clear, you want some kind of law of the jungle where might is right, power.
What do you think the law
you're
is?
You're fine. But
what do you think
I
the law
noticed you don't
is?
answer any question.
No,
it's a very simple question. Yes or no? Do you support a law of the jungle where might is right?
Do you believe in non-compete?
You can't answer a question with a question. You have to answer the question. Do you support a might is right view where law of the jungle, whoever's powerful gets to do what they want?
I'm trying to find. I'll answer it for you. I'm trying to find out what other law of the land you think we live in. Help me understand.
We have domestic law, we have international law, we have criminal
what
law.
is the
I don't know where you're living.
What do you use? Do you use?
You've been in Florida far too
Do you use ChatGPT or do you use Claude? Which do you use more?
Probably ChatGPT more.
No, I can't. No, I'm sorry. I almost choked on a piece of chicken, bro. This guy never answers a question. I'm realizing he never answers a question. Every single time, bro. Every single time. It's always a non sequitur.
GPT more than Claude? Okay. Do you know when it first started who had the biggest market share?
ChatGPT.
Oh, who do you think's killing it right now?
Claude.
Claude's picking it up. Why?
Because they invaded another country, kidnapped the president.
Because they produced a better product.
Did they?
And this
hold
is
on.
why.
Did Amade? What's the guy's name? Dario Amade. What's his name?
Yeah.
The guy who runs Claude. Did he go into Sam Altman's house in the middle of the night, take Sam Altman and his wife, put bags on their heads, and fly them back to his compound, and kill a grandmother in the process?
The only difference is that, but worse now.
That is the big difference, Patrick. I can't believe you don't see it.
No. I understand what you're saying and the argument of that, but the reality of it is, which is what?
A law of the jungle where the might is right. Do you support a world? Do you like living in a world? Are you pro? Do you support the idea of living in a world where powerful countries should be able to do what they want?
Can I ask you a question? What country?
You keep answering a question with a question.
Why do you live in America? Why do you live in America? The most
powerful country in the world. You know what I like about the US?
It's the most powerful.
No.
Go live in Iran.
No.
Go live in Iraq.
I don't live here because it's the most powerful country.
Why do you live here?
Because many reasons. One is it's a country that's governed by laws, principles, free speech.
Yes.
I love the First Amendment, the Constitution.
Yeah.
I don't favor presidents and people who say we should just break the law because we
I didn't say break the law.
What do you mean? Taking over Cuba is breaking the law. UN Charter. That's the law of the land.
If they come and they try to take over.
Who's coming?
Whoever it is. Trump's already talking about it. Rubio's already talking about it.
The Cubans are not taking over anything.
No, Cubans are not.
I'm going to keep it $1.50. I get why millions, tens of millions voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. Like, this guy's an intellectual giant on the right. Think about that. Like, we're over here dunking on him. We're like, he's so profoundly stupid, right? Meanwhile, there's out there who not only watch this guy, hang on every word of his, think he's brilliant, they buy his $600 shoes. Those guys vote. And you bet your ass they're voting for Donald Trump. Okay? Yeah. We were wondering why they keep saying like Cuba is going to do an attack. There's an imminent threat from Cuba. It turns out Patrick bet David.
Not taking over anything.
We are launching a war of aggression, like the Nazis. Nuremberg called it. You know what the Nuremberg Tribunal called a war of aggression?
I'm assuming
Supreme international war
crime. Is it fair to say you were against tariffs on day one?
Yes.
I was for tariffs. Guess what Supreme Court ruled?
Against tariffs.
Okay, great. Yeah. Guess what? You adjust.
Okay.
That's what happened. If they go...
You want to live in a world where Trump says, F the Supreme Court, and that's what J.D. Vance has said on the record.
Not at all.
J.D. Vance has said this on the record. But you just said you want to know powerful people
but let me
get to do what they want.
Look, let me tell you.
You said it. Everyone
today,
can watch it.
Trump's the president, okay? A few years ago, Biden was the president. In 2028, AOC could be the president. Newsom could be the president. Rubio could be the president. Somebody else could be the president, right? Every time the opposing side is the president, the opposing side thinks it's the end of the world. What ends up happening to America? What ends up happening?
Bad things.
No, not necessarily. Eventually goes back to normalcy. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to go there.
I look at the Trump first term and I see 500,000 people killed from COVID because he couldn't handle a pandemic.
But do you know why, though? What protects America the way it does?
I would argue our laws, constitution,
I agree.
principles, history.
I like Supreme...
And you're saying I want to throw it all out to have an imperialist nation.
If a leader comes in that is a visionary leader that wants to expand and grow, and he can do it within his terms, and Supreme Court and law allows it, I don't mind him doing
First
that.
of all, the Supreme Court law doesn't allow it. Venezuela was unconstitutional. Congress declares war in this country.
Yeah,
not
then if that's the
not
case,
the president.
well, we saw that with the 60-day rule with Iran.
He's violated that.
I understand that, and they're working around that right now in different ways.
American law. What about international law? Even if the American Congress votes to attack Cuba, that doesn't make it legal in international law. You can't attack other countries.
Mehdi, let me ask you, if, for instance,
tomorrow you'll say
innocent
9/11 was
people-
just. Do you support 9/11?
Innocent.
Do you support 9/11?
No.
Why?
No,
Al Qaeda could do it. They did it. According to your logic, Al Qaeda had every right
No,
to do it.
there's a difference between me supporting it and then them doing it and then me retaliating to you. Like right now, if you and I were sitting,
But you don't think it was illegal?
do I? Of course it's illegal.
Why? According to you, it doesn't matter.
No, of course it's illegal.
Also, 9/11's illegal,
No,
but us attacking Cuba is legal.
I didn't tell you. You never heard me say attacking. If they can go and take it over without attacking, and the laws allow it, guess what? I'm for it.
But none of those things are, none of those things happened with Venezuela. And actually, the exact opposite of those things happened with Venezuela. And you are still supporting it. Who cares? I genuinely think he's like flailing around here to try to hold on to some kind of counter position because he has nothing. Straight up. He's got nothing. Like, there is no real disagreement here because there is no argument here. He's just being, he's just operating off of vibes and being a pure contrarian because Mehdi is woke and a libtard. And he has to, like, defend Donald Trump. That's it. Because, like, look, the principled stance here, the right-wing principled stance here, the pro-American intervention stance here is already laid out. He just doesn't know the talking points. Like, you have to say that, you have to lie, basically. You have to say that Venezuela is an imminent threat. We have to actually redouble our efforts to make sure that our own neighborhood, our own backyard is clean of any sort of like foreign intervention. Venezuela was a launching pad for Russian aggression against the United States of America, Chinese aggression against the United States of America. Venezuela also happens to be a major oil provider to Cuba, which is, again, 90 miles off of our coastline, imminent security threat. Like, there are talking points that you could advance, but he hasn't even read the talking points. He doesn't even care. By the way, I'm not saying these are correct, okay? I'm simply saying he hasn't even dignified Mehdi Hassan with a clear-cut, agenda-driven worldview as to why what Trump is doing is good. He is just a pure reactionary. He is a pure reactionary that is simply going, no, Trump did it and is good because he's got the power, he's got the bitches.
That's a whole different argument.
It's not
if
a whole
the Cuban
different.
people vote in a referendum to become the 51st
Don't
state.
spin right now and make it seem like I want to go kill people and take
You
stuff over.
defended Venezuela. We killed people to get him out.
I never said if. But by the way,
You said give him credit.
Wait, you never defended Venezuela? You did. I know you like number.
For Venezuela, you did say that.
You don't think that was a good move?
No.
You don't think that was a good move?
I don't believe you should. I don't support regime change. I don't support assassinating foreign leaders. What did George Washington say? Don't go abroad looking for monsters to slay. Or was it Adams? I forget.
Yeah,
founder.
so you don't support what he did. You
I do not support the United States government.
Well, I thought it was a
attacking
massive
foreign
victory,
countries,
especially the way they did it.
and killing foreign leaders. Even if it has a good outcome, I don't support it because I support laws and principles.
Well, I do also support laws and principles. But if you say you support laws and principles, you're trying to tell me Obama followed everything?
No.
You telling me
He violated the law in Libya. I criticized him.
Every one of them.
Because I'm not in a cult, I criticized Obama in 2011 for doing Libya.
You know what's the difference between you and I and them?
I criticize people on all sides. You don't.
Yeah, we do. We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
Wait. What criticisms does he have of Donald Trump? As much as I hate to admit it, your accent is getting better. I know you like number. Moving to another question. Yeah, it's actually crazy. He's genuinely asking because he doesn't know.
We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
You and I and who?
You and I talking, giving our opinions, and Obama and Trump. What's the difference between you and I and them?
We're not politicians.
They made it into the White House.
Okay.
And so they're going to be able to do whatever they're going to do. You and I can talk about it, give our opinions.
We don't have an imperial presidency. We
Dude,
shouldn't have
what? He's like a child. He literally, okay. I think this is his actual worldview. I don't like, a lot of chatters initially were saying, oh, he's like, acting aloof. He's being obtuse on purpose to like try to manage the argument. No, I think he has like toddler brain. He's like, no, those guys are powerful. They won their races, and they're the big business guy. I'm a business guy. I'm a numbers guy. They are the biggest business guy. If they want to fuck me, they can. I have to open up my butthole and say, go on in, Mr. President, because they actually did it. They actually did it. They became the president. If you're the president, you are the big boss. You do whatever you want to do. Fuck my wife, please. You can fuck my wife all day. It's okay. There's nothing I can do. I'll sit around. I'll say I'm a numbers guy. I'm a chat GPT it. I will grok it. But that's how it works. Like everything is a business. Everything is a business. Anyone with any power deserves the level of power that they have because they've worked tirelessly to get it. Okay? And whichever way they abuse that power, it's actually valid because they have the power to do it. If it's successful. If it's unsuccessful, well, then maybe we can have a different conversation. But of course, if it's Donald Trump doing it, I'll still act like it is successful, as is the case with Iran.
Imperial president.
We did. That's why we have the freedom of speech of giving.
Hi, Hassan. I really like your PBD impression very much. Is there a way to rewatch it? Yes. Subscribe to Valuetainment. If you subscribe to the broadcast, Piker Broadcasting Service, it's not as good as Valuetainment PBD. Okay? But this isn't PBD. This is PBS. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. And if you subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, independent media, you will get Valuetained more than you ever have gotten Valuetained. That's right. If you subscribe, you can rewind. If you subscribe, you can send me links. And when are we getting $600 shoes with no laces for our subscribers? Soon. But yes, subscribe, chat, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. This is the only foolproof way to support the show. Your subscriptions, your voluntary subscriptions in the form of a $5 a month or a free one in the form of Twitch Prime are what allow me to maintain my editorial independence. I haven't been farming subs in a minute. Why exactly should I pay to send links? You shouldn't. You don't have to. There's no guarantee that I'll even click on them. The only reason why we do that is so that random people can't send like spam random links. Do a level 10 reward again? No, I don't think we're going to do it. Kill me if I ever give money to a Twitch streamer. I don't think you should be killed if you ever give money to a Twitch streamer. You're pretty cool though. I'll be honest. We all think you're cool. Cause like it's a little bit, it's a little bit cooler if you were to say that on Twitter. Cause most people do that on Twitter, which is, again, at least it's not literally on Twitch. But you're currently on Twitch. On what I assume is a sock account created and following at the same date. So I think you are a far bigger loser than the way you perceive a mega donor to, a tier 3 subscriber to Pokimane. By the way, your mods banned me for saying your beard was going gray. Okay. I don't know why they did that, but you've proven once again that it was a worthy ban by doing this, creating a sock account. And you're now a subscriber, by the way, so you've de facto given me money. Truth equals ban. Yes, exactly. That's how we do it. Take a second off, bitch.
Given our opinions.
We also have a vision of America, which is supposed to be a restrained commander-in-chief. The founders came to, we're celebrating 250 years of American history. They came to this country, where? From my old country, the UK, to get away from a mad king, not to recreate a mad king.
Okay, so we can get past this. I mean, when maybe the next time we'll do the podcast, we'll do it in Cuba or Venezuela, just for the sake of what we'll enjoy ourselves with. Anyways, let me get to the next story with you. By the way, Mamdani Spencer.
Alvay's trying to top you in sub count. They're getting dangerously close. Hey, yo, chill. Subscribe now. We cannot allow the sanctuary city of Alveus, sanctuary city for animals, to defeat us in the marketplace of subscriptions. Subscribe now.
Brad, what commonality do you see between the two of them?
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Tell me why.
Because I know this is argument that says all of these candidates who make a lot of noise, do well on social media, are similar. But I think people have underestimated what Mamdani is. Mamdani, yes, is charismatic, had a great social media game. I interviewed his team that made his social videos. Great people, smart people. The video he did where he jumped into the water, freezing cold, to show freeze the rents. The video he did for halal.
You're saying Mamdani or
Mamdani. I'm just talking about his campaign was brilliant online. No doubt about it. The halal.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best, yeah.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best.
And the guy that
came out of nowhere, 1%.
Yeah,
Polling
I agree.
1%.
I agree.
But what happens is a lot of Democrats took the wrong lesson from that. They said, this guy is so good on social media. We got to hire the same people who did his social media campaigns. We got to do video. Did you notice after Mamdani won the primary, suddenly you saw all these congressional Democrats primaries walking down the same videos, same cutaways, same. And they think that's how you replicate Mamdani. They misunderstand. Mamdani, yes, the social media game helped him get his message across, helped him get the youth out. But at the core of Mamdani was a very clear message. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to compare him to Trump right now.
Be careful.
I'm going to compare him to Trump. Donald Trump, I asked this question to everyone. I can't get fired. So
you're a capitalist. You're free.
I'm free. 2016, I say this to everyone I talk to about politics. I said, tell me. I say this to leftists. I say this to liberals. I say this to Muslims. I say this to non-Muslims. Tell me what Donald Trump's 3 main policies were in 2016.
What was it?
You tell me. What was his slogan? Do you remember what Donald Trump, what did he run on? When he first ran, what did he run on?
Get rid of these rapists and all this stuff.
Ban Muslims, build a wall. Remember that? That was all his big lines.
Build a wall is one. Yeah.
So we remember all those slogans.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? Do you remember what Hillary Clinton's lines were? No.
I'm for her, and that's about it.
No.
First female president.
But her own slogan, which she had a great, 77-page childcare proposal, I'm sure. I'm sure it's better than Trump's. But people don't campaign like that. And I think what Mamdani did is, even now, you ask me, what does our Mamdani run on? Okay, freeze the rents, free buses, free childcare. It was message discipline around a set of policies that people identified with, that helped with this ridiculous affordability crisis, that made him seem like he was in touch. And I think
this is what I try. This is why I try to force candidates into doing this.
If Democrats only take away, or people in the media only take away from Mamdani that, the guy's slick, he smiles well, Trump loves him, he does great social videos.
You don't
That's a
think Pratt
mistake.
has that?
I don't think. What's Pratt's main policy platform that's going to get people out for him?
Kill the homeless. Melt the homeless. Melt the homeless. Throw them in a vat of acid. And anyone that might look homeless even. Did I win that? Did I get it right?
The fires, homelessness.
Everyone says they want to deal with that. That's
yeah, but that's because that's
the
what's
guy is a
happening in
reality TV star. I'm not a fan of reality TV stars running for president. I wrote a piece saying Oprah should not run for president years ago. Although I have said Jon Stewart should run in a primary.
Do you think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Yes, because because America's up right now.
You think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Donald Trump is president of the United States twice. I'm never going to rule out anything in this country. I thought Trump wouldn't win in 2016. That's how dumb I was in 2016. That's why I don't do predictions anymore. No, 24. I said he would win, and I said he's going to win, and he's going to be a fascist.
When did you say he'd win in 24?
All of 24. I spent.
Patrick Bet David posted a video excited about the numbers from Backrooms, and even knows how it started. He had to grok it. Some film criticism from Patrick Bet David. Just got done watching the Backrooms. Budget $10 million. Gross $140 million. 14x. Director Kane Parsons, 20-year-old. Obsession. Budget $750K. Gross $150 million. Director Curry Barker, 26-year-old. Mandalorian.
So we just got done watching the movie Backrooms. What a weird movie. Crazy movie. For 2 hours, I'm thinking, what happened?
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a joke. This is a joke. He doesn't make this. He makes this to f with people, right? Like it says the future looks bright under the brim too. And in reverse. Oh my God. Stop. There's no way. There's no way this is real. Bro, this is elite satire. This is elite satire. Please stop. What the? I have never seen uglier merchandise. I've never seen uglier merchandise in my life, dude.
Why is this lady glitching? You go through that wall, all these hotels I've stayed at, you're now thinking about.
No, I'm going to be honest. I slandered Teddy Fresh, but this is worse than Teddy Fresh. We have officially found merchandise that's literally worse than Teddy Fresh, okay? Straight up. It's not saying much because this is the worst thing I've ever laid eyes on. So it is remarkable in and of itself.
These rooms. And this guy, Kane Parsons, 20 years old as a director, $10 million is what the movie costs. It makes $140, $150 million. Then you have Obsession. This guy, 26-year-old director, with $750,000 makes a movie that does $150 million, 200x on your money. And in Mandalorian, that's supposed to be this big project, $300 million investment, doesn't even make $300 million. 2 weeks later, it's at 240 right now. So amateurs built the Ark, professionals built the Titanic, and Hollywood's got massive disruption, and it's being done by young, ambitious creatives. Can you imagine what the future of Hollywood could look like? I think Kane was the one that, based on a meme that came out in late 2019, 2020, takes that, makes a video on his own, gets 7.9 million views. That same video today has 79 million views. And if you've seen Backrooms, I don't know if maybe you got the entire theme and you know what the story's all about. It is a horror movie, but a very, very weird movie. Very weird movie.
Dude, I can listen to this guy talk about movies forever. I take it back.
My son loves horror movies, so I got to go watch it with him. But I'm excited. I'm excited about the future of Hollywood, with young men and women taking over simply because they have access to something called YouTube for free. Isn't that amazing? I'm inspired by this. Wanted to share it with you.
Okay, this goes back to him being a numbers guy. Every piece of art critique coming from Patrick Bet-David is about performance, is about the numbers. I know you like a number. God, he's so awesome.
An Order 24 warning.
Got it.
I said, get rid of Biden.
So
I said, Kamala needs to change her performance.
You think this is the new era? You think that this is the new era of types of people that run for president, which before used to be general, military, all this stuff?
Yeah,
now
I don't think it's a good thing. And I wrote this piece when they were thinking about Oprah. Do you remember a few years ago, people were pushing Oprah Winfrey's name? And I wrote a piece for The Intercept saying, come on, no, let's not go down this road. I do think you need politicians.
I think Matthew Hassan's biggest weakness is that he tries to always be consistent. Or rather, he thinks his opposition cares about his consistency. Like, that's the reason why he's bringing up the Oprah thing, where he's like, see, I even said Oprah shouldn't run for office. And it's like, dude, the guy in front of you doesn't understand basic concepts. Like, you don't have to literally engage in the ass covering of being like, see, I'm legit. Like, it's so funny. Like you have your integrity. I believe you. You don't have to literally defend it. Okay. His problem is that he thinks liberalism can be consistent. Yeah. Patrick Bet-David doesn't understand object permanence. You don't have to literally be like, see, I said Oprah shouldn't run. And then he even qualifies and says, well, maybe I thought Jon Stewart should run. It's like, that's too much. That's too much. You with anti-Semitism, though, unironically, no, that's not the same at all. Because hyper-focusing on, or rather, casting aside anti-Semitism as a non-issue gives ground to people on our side to believe that, yes, it is Jews potentially. Okay? That's the problem. I don't do it because I think my opposition will be like, well, he said he's not an anti-Semite, so he's actually, now I'm going to actually think whether or not he's an anti-Semite or not. Why question marks is the repetition I'm talking about? No. The reason why I bring up anti-Semitism as a separate issue is literally because if I don't do that, I worry that other people will then hyper-focus on it because it's a much easier argument to understand. It's a much easier argument for the average American to believe that like Jews are magical money people that are literally dominating the financial sector, dominating Hollywood, and dominating the American media, and dominating the American government, and they're doing this for their Jewish purposes and all this shit. Okay? It's much easier to teach someone to be anti-Semitic, especially when virtually every institution is leaning into those conspiracies, whether willingly or inadvertently, than it is to teach people to be anti-Zionist from a principled framework, from an anti-genocide framework, from an anti-fascist framework. Will you talk about the elephant in the room? What's the elephant in the room?
With charisma. And that's why people think of Hollywood stars. That's why someone like I love Jon Stewart. I would love Jon Stewart to run in a primary just to shake things up.
He'd be fun.
I don't think he'd be a great president, but I think him running would just add to the race. But my biggest problem is I take politics seriously. To go back to, I've been studying, I've been a political journalist for 25 years.
This is your sport.
I did politics at university. I did politics at high school. I do debate. I take this shit seriously. And it annoys me when, look at Donald Trump. What did he say yesterday? I'm bored. I'm bored of the Iran negotiations, like a freaking child, right? You cannot have people who are unserious
you can't
people.
help yourself, can you, with Trump?
I can't. Unserious people in charge of our countries.
Have you ever met him, by the way?
No.
You've never met?
I've never met Donald Trump, no. No, should I go to a White House briefing?
No, I'm just trying to see if you've ever met him.
Should I go to a White House briefing and try and get called on by Caroline Levitt?
Did you?
I got a few questions.
Did you meet Biden?
Did I meet Biden? I'm trying to think. I was in an event with Biden. I don't think I met him. But
Obama?
No, he was before my time. I arrived at the end of his presidency.
Did you interview?
I was in a room with Obama. I interviewed a lot of his people, Ben Rhodes, a lot of people around him.
Not him.
Not the president.
Okay,
the president gave me an interview. Then I was out. Yeah, no.
Got it. Surprised you've never met Trump.
No.
Would you want to meet him?
I'm a journalist. How would I not want to meet him? I'd love to interview.
What would you ask him? What 3 questions would you ask him? You sat with him. What do you ask him?
I mean, I'd only get 3 because he'd walk out after 3.
You think he would?
Oh, he's super thin-skinned.
You think he would want?
Look, he gets upset with I regard American interviewers to be softball interviewers. I'm from the UK where we do tough interviews. My biggest criticism of the American media is weak-ass interviews. Nora O'Donnell barely asked him anything the other day. The guy had a meltdown. He's like, you're so rude. You're so rude. You're so disgusting. He just can't handle. He's got such a thin skin. He's the whiniest leader we've ever had.
Asked about, if I'm not mistaken, he asked about the guy's letter.
Yes.
That had to do with rape and pedophilia and something like that.
Yeah.
She started with, and you could tell she was nervous when she asked the question.
This is CBS. This is now in the can for Trump. Let's not forget.
Sure.
This is a guy who says, be quiet, piggy, to reporters. He can't handle tough questions.
So what do you ask him? You got 3 questions. What do you ask him?
I would ask him, I wouldn't ask him opinion questions. It annoys me when people say, what do you think, Mr. He loves that shit. I would ask him fact questions about what is happening in the world. I would ask him, it depends on the day, right? If I'm interviewing him right now, I would say to him, you said, my opening question would be, you said a few weeks ago that people say Donald Trump's going to get bored of this war. I don't get bored, you said. And yesterday you said, I'm bored of this war. How do you explain that? That would be my first question later on.
What else?
I would say to him, are you out of your depth in this conflict? And I would give it the evidence as to why he's out of his depth and ask him to deal with each of those examples. For example, the Strait of Hormuz. For example, the Gulf countries. I also wouldn't be able to resist having some fun. I always think someone should ask Donald Trump. I would love for someone at a White House briefing to stand up and ask something that completely exposes this man's pig ignorance of the world. I would love someone to stand up and say, Mr. President, when will you be going to Wakanda? They are building a Trump Tower there and they love you in Africa. And he would say, I love them too. Because he doesn't know that Wakanda is a fictional country.
You think he would say that?
Oh my God. Not only is Mehdi right, Patrick loved it. God damn it. God damn it. You know he's stupid. Patrick, you know your boy is dumb as bricks, bro. That's crazy.
110%.
You think it would say that?
I would pay money to any White House correspondent watching. They get fired on the spot by the network.
It's obvious. Do you put him as an intelligent man? You put him as
depends how you define intelligence.
Well, how do you,
like street smart, getting ahead, getting his way? Yeah.
Sure.
Like he wouldn't be able to get where he got to.
He's probably not a well-read guy in your eyes.
That's an understatement. I think he's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. You seen the latest stuff? He keeps being like, I call them dumbocrats. You have to take the B off of dumb. Most people don't know that dumb has B on it. No, most people do know that. You probably just discovered that there's a B on dumb. You know, there's a Trump tick. I watch him so much. Whenever he says most people didn't know this, it means he just discovered something himself 2 minutes ago.
You literally think he just discovered how to spell dumb?
I know it. And talk to the people who worked with him. We're second-term Trump, Patrick. I don't have to make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Dozens of people have now left the administration, have told their stories, and it's all the same thing. The guy is an egomaniac. The guy is vain. The guy is dumb. The guy changes his opinion based on the last person he spoke to.
This is a guy that won in business. This is a guy that
he didn't win in business. 5 bankruptcies in a row. You're more successful than he is.
This is a guy that took a show from 0 to 1,
Steve
15
Jobs,
years.
for God's sake.
Dude, the guy won presidency 2 times.
I give you Apprentice.
2 times.
I give you Apprentice.
See? I'm telling you. Oh my God. We are peeling the layers of the onion of his mind. And yes, much like an onion, it might be a little smooth, but it's like he genuinely is like, no, you're a business guy. Everything is business. Everybody casino. Everything computer. Donald Trump business. And when you're the big business guy, when you win the biggest business of all, which is the American presidency, you get to do whatever the fuck you want. I wonder how he treats his employees, honestly. With that mentality, holy shit. It's awesome. He truly is like, the presidency is the biggest business, and you've won that. You've won that seat of power, which means you can do whatever you want.
Apprentice, great reality TV star.
2 times.
Great. I'm not going to question his ability to run a reality TV star. I'm questioning his ability to run America.
How do you think about his kids? Do you give him compliment as a parent, as a father?
No. Have you read the stories about
You don't
his
think
children?
he's a good father? Why do you think his kids love him?
You think the kids love him?
You don't think they do?
I mean,
Why
if
do
you
think they
read
wanna be
if you read some of the tabloids, well, money and power can be
You think that's
great.
the only reason? I know a lot of billionaires that kids don't want to be around him.
If you read the New York tabloid press that Trump was very friendly with, the kids didn't like him when he was young. They were annoyed that he was cheating on their parents, his respective mothers. Things changed. There's stories about him allegedly. It's denied. There's stories about allegedly him, slapping Don Jr. at college in front of his friends and all sorts of stories. I don't know if they're true or not, but this is what's reported. Tiffany Trump, he never talks about.
From a Muslim and a Middle Eastern dude, what did our parents do to us when we were kids? Did you ever get slapped?
Of course.
Dude, are you like, you and I don't have the permission to say anything with that.
No,
so we got to change the subject.
Withdraw that.
Yeah, withdraw
He didn't go to his son's. He didn't go to his son's wedding so he could do troll posts about Ro Khanna.
I don't think he didn't go to the wedding because they had to go back for the war and everything that was going on. Come on, question.
Not a great.
When it comes down to Muslims, 2020 vote to 2024.
They love you. He did whatever you did. He came back to Muslim. Why are you obsessed with Muslims? Because you left Iran?
I want to give
No,
you
I want to
stats.
know why you're obsessed with Muslims.
I want to give you stats.
You know there was a terrorist attack on a mosque recently.
I want to give
Did that bother you?
I want to give you a stat.
Did that bother you?
Can I, Mary, invite me to your show.
I'm inviting you up to this
here we go.
show.
So
you've all heard it. He said to invite him, Rob. You heard it. Everyone on YouTube heard it. I'm inviting you to a show.
Okay, so here we go. 2020, Biden had 69% of Muslim votes.
Yes.
Trump had 24%. 2025, Kamala dropped the Democrat vote from 69 to 50%. Trump went from 24 to 31%. Third party got 12% and increased by 9%. Why did Muslims become Republicans?
Gaza. There are other issues too. The bathroom transgender issue in places like Michigan. A lot of conservative Arab Muslims didn't like that.
No.
They don't like They don't like that was happening even before Gaza.
No, it's Gaza, man. Come on. Conservative or not, Muslims, first of all, Muslims are nowhere near as conservative as evangelical white Christians are. And evangelical white Christians are obviously far larger in numbers and have a far more outsized level of influence in American politics. But Muslims overwhelmingly voted for, or the Muslims that did actually vote for Trump overwhelmingly voted because at the time, the Democrats were the ones responsible for the genocide. Yeah. Plenty of them just didn't vote. But it's Gaza, 100%.
Not about that. But it was still a kind of fringe issue. What made it an issue in the Muslim community?
the LGBT.
Yeah, like there were conservative Arab communities in Dearborn who were like, we don't want this.
I'm glad you brought that up.
We don't want this. And they brought that up. That was before Gaza. There's no debate.
I'm glad you brought that up because although I also, as a numbers guy, don't like the transgenders, I am now going to cynically talk about how the Muslims are barbaric for not liking the transgenders. That's the other thing. Yeah, that's why I said I'm glad you brought that up. These guys always are like, yeah, I think trans people should be forcibly detransitioned. And then they'll turn around and be like, and this is why Muslims are bad because they're against the transgenders. It's like, well, you're against the transgenders. Is it only bad when when it plays a role in your argument that Muslims are an anti-progressive force? You're an anti-progressive force.
Some were shifting already to the Republican Party.
Sure.
But they were a tiny minority. The vast majority of Muslims still voted. Democrats still supported, still understood. The Republican Party is Islamophobic. White supremacist adjacent party right now.
You think number one reason is,
Fine in it.
You think number one reason why they vote the other side is because of Israel?
10 miles.
Okay.
Gaza. No, not Israel. The Gaza genocide. You have to understand, I spoke to a lot of these people. I traveled through all these communities in 2024.
Yep.
And I tried to point out, yes, Biden and Harris are complicit in a genocide. No one's defending the Democrats. I was very critical of the Democrats and what they did between 2023 and 2024. But Trump will be worse or as bad. He's not going to be better. And people bought the Trump shtick. No, he's anti-war. He didn't start any new wars. He's not interested in the Middle East. He's friends with MBS. He's friends with Erdogan. It's going to be great. I met Palestinians who told me Trump will be better on Gaza. He's transactional president. They bought that shit. Look at him now. Look how many Arab countries have been bombed. But Muslims were not voting for Trump as a whole. You mentioned third party too. Jill Stein picked up a lot of votes in some places. Not as many as people thought she would.
4%.
Of Muslim votes, yes.
Yeah.
So in certain places. So
majority was like.
Okay, I think I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I have to show you guys something. I think there are a bunch of quote unquote anti-capitalist accounts. A bunch of anti-capitalist accounts that have been paid by either like Zionists directly or either paid by Zionists directly or like are being paid by the lobby potentially. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. This is an account called Question Everything. Okay? I just saw this on my timeline. Guy follows me, 17,000 followers, end capitalism. The change we really need will never be on any ballot, anti-electoralist, ultra. Okay, you scroll down and they're like, obviously talking shit about a bunch of people, right? Ostensibly an anti-capitalist account, supposedly pro-Palestine, shitting on, a Zionist account of Zionist account questioning whether or not like dog rape happened. Okay. Then you keep scrolling down. Fuck the police, #ACAB. Crickets from Hassan Piker D on Adam Smith and Krishama Sawant, right? Keep scrolling. Diddy Piker D calling everyone Diddy is gold. Reposting Dan Saltman. Now here's the question. Question everything. How the f- did you find yourself as an anti-Zionist? Yeah, I saw it and I immediately bookmarked it because I was like, how did you find yourself as an anti-Zionist, supposedly, reposting one of the biggest Zionists on Twitter? The ultras are aligning with Stalkman and the Latin American food. Very strange. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? No. There's no way. This guy's highest priority is supposed to be like shitting on people who are. This guy's highest priority is supposed to be shitting on people who are pro-Israel. Look, reposting. Now that Hassan himself has been subpoenaed and banned from the UK, he sure likes to fantasize about suing others and limit free speech. His understanding of defamation and the law is kind of childish too. Reposting some guy who's like responding to OC 2000. Explain what you think their rationale is. I think they're 100%. I think they're getting either paid, either they're like unbelievably delusional, or they're just straight up getting paid to go after prominent critics of Israel, but as an anti-Zionist, positioning themselves as an anti-Zionist and then straight up getting paid by maybe Dan Saltman or maybe other Zionist groups to make it seem like there's a better method of combating the Israeli influence in the United States of America, and that's what it is. Like, how does a guy who's like question everything? How does a guy like this that spends a good deal of time talking about Israel-Palestine? How does a guy like this find a Dan Stalkman post to boost to his, marginal audience with the Palestinian flag in his profile? Could be a bad Empanada fan, but again, a bad Empanada fan. What has bad Empanada been focusing on? What has he been focusing on? All of his enmity, all of his anger and resentment has been directed at left content creators on the left who he considers to be not going far enough on criticisms of Israel. What is this? Yeah, his mom scolded him for being big time for being mean to Joe Biden. Crystal ball. I think guys like this have to be getting paid, right? If they're doing this for free, that's pathetic. What is this?
MLK Jr. writing about Piker, Kasparian, Cedar, Kulinski, Crystal Ball, the white moderate who is more devoted to order than justice. I don't know, man. Some of these accounts are a little suspicious.
My bigger picture is every time I said to someone,
kind of reminds me of how they tried to call the last attempt at Trump a Hassanabi head. This account, wait, that account did? No. That guy reposted a tweet about you from November 19th, 2025, 3 days ago. No, the other guy's account.
Trump is going to be worse than Harris. They said legitimately to me, but we have to punish the Democrats. That was the line. We have to punish the Democrats. They can't be seen to get away with a genocide. And when you say Kamala dropped it to 50, well, Joe Biden dropped it to 50. Harris kept it at 50 by not distancing herself from Biden. Her biggest single mistake was going on The View, and my friend Sunny Hostin said to her, what will you do differently to Joe Biden? And she said, nothing. And the minute she said that, I knew she's lost. And that was it. Until then, I had some hope. She could beat him. She was leading in the polls after the convention.
Is this the worst candidate you've ever seen on the left? In our lifetime. This is your sport.
I don't think she's as bad as people thought she was. I think she was definitely handed a poison chalice.
Worse than her on the left?
But who's ever had a 100-day campaign? Like she got a shitty legacy. Let's just be fair to her, right? If we're going to be fair, we should be fair that she got a shit. Joe Biden should not have been in the race until July of 2024.
No,
that was insane.
I'm with you on that one.
She then got
you
coronated.
Saw what Joe Biden came out and said, you know,
what a load of bullshit from Joe Biden. She's like, oh, I thought he had a stroke that night. No, you didn't.
And then the video says, oh, Joe, you did so good.
Yeah, we saw you that night.
Yeah.
If you thought you had a stroke, why didn't you call the White House doctor? Bullshit, but rewriting of history. I did a video that night after the debate in my basement, in my home studio. I got attacked for it by some people saying Biden needs to stand down. It's ridiculous. And I still think Trump should stand down. He's also got mental issues. But Harris was a good candidate for a very short period. She had all this momentum, you know, the honeymoon period. Americans love rehabilitation. You give somebody a chance. She comes in, she gets a boost. She runs this, I'm Joy. Remember that? Goes to the convention. I was at the convention. It felt like a freaking party. I remember a member of Congress was there.
As if it's already.
A Democratic member of Congress said to me, this is bad. We have not won. This is way too early. There's a member of Congress said this to me, a lefty. And I remember sitting there watching, oh, Beyonce is going to be here. It wasn't Beyonce, it was Leon Panetta. But anyways, bizarre. We come out of that convention, and then she starts tacking to the right. She starts saying all this shit about, what was it? Oh, they were shutting down Lena Khan, the antitrust stuff. She had Mark Cuban, Liz Cheney campaigning for her. She campaigned more with Liz Cheney than with AOC and Bernie, right?
By the way, that was a horrible move.
Insane.
Horrible move.
It didn't win over anyone.
Did you think that was a good idea?
No, I said at the time. At the time, I said, these people are not going to switch over. Olivia Troy, who's a good friend of mine, former Trump official turned never-Trumper, she was part of that. And she admits now, I've interviewed her. She says, yeah, we tried, but we thought there'd be like this mass of conservative women that would come over.
How much money did they raise? 2.1. What was the number? 1.5 billion or 2. That's a big number.
It was a lot.
Yeah. But so
But she also had her brother-in-law, by the way. There's a lot of reporting that suggests Kamala's brother-in-law, her sister's husband, I think it's Tony West is his name, big Uber lobbyist. He was pushing her to drop all the affordability good stuff, drop the ads. There was poll testing
some controversy with him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
Tony
know.
West,
But the affordability agenda that she dropped, she should have gone economic populist, right? She did not go economic populist. Instead, she campaigned with a billionaire and with a war criminal. And I think that was a huge problem. And then she went on The View and said, no change. This is a change election. You can't go into change elections. I'm not going to do anything different from the guy who's going out. It was just
so you think, okay, so go to 28.
But she could have won, by the way. He didn't win a landslide. Trump lied his ass off.
What do you mean she could have won? She lost every single state, 7 states.
Have you looked at the numbers? In the 3 key swings.
She helped more counties become Republican in America.
Have you looked at the numbers? If 115,000 people had voted differently, she would be president. That's what it came down to in our ludicrous system. She lost by 1.5 percentage points. One of the narrowest. He got one of the narrowest wins in modern American history. You know that, right? I know he lies, and people like you give him credit. He lies. He says, I won a landslide. He won one of the worst. You can pull it up, Rob. I wrote a piece for The Guardian with all the receipts.
Every county became more Republican in America.
Pull up my piece.
Every
Guardian,
county
2024, Mehdi landslide. Type it out.
Can you please send this chart to this man here?
Pull it up.
The Muslim community is becoming more Republican.
As we move closer to Game 3 of the NBA Finals on Monday night, Madison Square Garden, the United States Secret Service want to help ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all ticket holders by sharing important security procedures that will be in place. A strict no-bag policy will be in effect, and fans should make every effort to limit personal items to an absolute minimum. Fans should expect enhanced security measures
when entering Madison Square Garden, including TSA-style screening procedures. Guests are strongly encouraged to arrive at least 2 hours before tip-off to allow additional time for screening and entry. He's a bad empanada fan. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's just straight up doing bad faith. Is Bad Empanada working with Sex Pestany? I genuinely think he is. I think he might have just totally switched sides at this point. He just despises, like, he pulled like a remember when Glenn Greenwald hated liberals so much that he just basically became a Republican? I think he's actually doing that now. Like, he hates other anti-Zionists so much. He thinks Adam Hamawi is not pro-Palestine. I think he might be getting paid. Not this guy. I'm talking about Bad Empanada, and his fan base is stupid enough to go along with it. Look at Bad Empanada's video history. He started punching right and got a solid base, and it was 1 and 5 punching left, and 2 and 5. Now it's all punching left. I increasingly believe it's a plant. I think so too. A Mehdi endorsement is how you know it's actually not a huge win for the pro-Palestine movement. You know who's a real hero for the Palestinian cause? Not an anti-Zionist who's being smeared as an Al-Qaeda operative who literally went to Gaza and saved lives in Gaza. A weirdo Cypriot Australian who moved to Argentina, who makes YouTube videos yelling about everyone, who is insufficiently pro-Palestine. Yeah. That's who in order for someone to be sufficiently anti-Zionist, you have to be a repulsive freak who constantly yells at other anti-Zionists for not being sufficiently anti-Zionist. You want to watch how slop-brained Bad Empanada is? He literally said you were spreading Jewish conspiracy theories when you were talking about the Jewish Insider. Wait, what? Is he also making anti-Semitism accusations? No, there's no way. I think he chose the opposite lane of that on that conversation. What the Yeah, didn't this guy literally do a video about GDF's like anti-Semitism back in the day? He's an opportunistic hater and an op. He will say anything. He believes in nothing. He called Mike an anti-Semite last year. I don't think he is a Fed. I think he's having a ContraPoint moment. Being too online fried his brain. I used to like him, but he got obsessed with you and it was off-putting. Bad Empanada just farms left to drama because he realized that's the most low-effort way he can farm an audience. He tried to promote Maureen Galindo, but was talking about being an army wife. Exactly what he complained about Plattner and was pushing for her. What the I've never said that Bad Empanada is a op. I've always said he's crazy, but I always thought he was sincere and unhinged. But lately I'm beginning to change my attitude on it. I no longer think he's sincere. I think he's bad. I mean, he's totally bad faith and not just like, oh, he's bad faith because he's insane. Like bad faith because I think he's like actively trying to to cause chaos within any kind of like online organizing surrounding anti-Zionism.
Look, Patrick,
which is great.
Patrick, will you give me permission to read from your screen?
Go for it.
Can we scroll down?
Yes.
This is a great moment for me, taking over your show. Scroll down. Just keep going.
And there are still people who there's still always going to be people who, because he uses the right language, and there are always going to be people who want something more radical. That there are always going to be people in this community that go, no, I think he's fine. I think he's just fine. He's just a little mean. He's just a little mean. Buddy, if you're talking about a doctor that went to Gaza and you're saying that a doctor that went to Gaza to save lives is actually not a real anti-Zionist, you're out of your mind. You know, what have you done? You've done nothing. You've literally done nothing. He said his approach is Sinwarian, which is absurd since Sinwar's whole thing was uniting different factions. Yeah, what the Bad Empanada. See, and then there's the stupid people. Chat feels like IDF signifier. Get your American heads out of your American asses. Bad Empanada applies agitated propaganda as he sees fit. Dog,
You know what's really funny about this? Bad Empanada used to always say, like, my fans are a part of a cult. You're literally a part of a cult. Okay? You're straight up a part of a cult. I don't know what it is about, like, left position, left, like, ideological tendencies, like different ideological tendencies, but it's always strange because, like, there's always people like that. There's the Larishites. There was the Black Hammer cult, right? I usually have a pretty good nose. Regardless of my naivete, I have a fairly decent nose at, like, cultish behavior and cultish thinking, and this is turning into a cult. Not really, dude. I'm just tired of American exceptionalism. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. American exceptionalism. Bro, his impact is marginal. You give him more attention than he deserves. It distracts your community from actually doing organizing and focusing on stupid Twitter beefs. Yeah, no, these are like the shining path guys. This is how you end up radicalizing yourself into, like, believing in Lyndon LaRouche or the Shining Path or Bob Avakian's Revolutionary Communist, that kind of thing. The U.S. is the source of all of this, as you know, and your working classes are not organizing. Yeah, which pales in comparison to what you're doing here, which is to constantly chirp. Like, what do you mean? What's the goal here? Do you think you can get every one of the labor aristocracy to, like, successfully kill themselves or something? Because if that's your goal, you're trying, it's not going to work. But, like, what is your solution? It's nothing. You're just posting. You're saying posting is praxis. But at least if you're going to do posting as praxis, you might as well post in the most unhinged ways possible. If we're both posting, you're just posting more repulsive style. That's it. You're not going to post your way to communism. You're not going to post your way into building any sort of robust anti-imperialist movement. Like, you're chirping about FD signifier in my chat. FD signifier.